Upon awakening one day, Lin Nan found herself transported to an era 5 centuries hence, ravaged by the invasion of pollutants. Fortunately, she had transformed into a precious guide. Unfortunately, her spiritual entity lacked any purifying abilities and could only cling to others to siphon energy. Thus, she became perceived as an anomaly, facing the imminent fate of being returned by the Guide Academy. It was not until a particular practical exercise in spiritual guidance that she unexpectedly matched with S-rank Sentinel. In the usual manner, her spiritual entity wreaked havoc within the Sentinel's mental landscape. To her astonishment, the S-rank Sentinel was unable to contain himself, displaying a frenzied expression and drooling as he implored her for another round of extraction. From that moment onward, matters began to take a peculiar turn. An increasing number of high-ranking Sentinels surrounded her outwardly. They presented themselves as the epitome of gentlemanly decorum, yet concealed within them were tumultuous spiritual entities that had long since descended into madness, their chaos akin to the desolation left in the wake of a tempest. The theme is that everyone adores the female protagonist and is willing to go to any lengths, shamelessly engaging in any behavior to obtain her, even as masochists. Chapter 1. The Peculiar Spiritual Entity. Lin, my dear student, a tall, commanding figure in military attire called out to her, holding a detailed report of her physical examination. Your differentiation has occurred. Your spiritual entity is a member of the Convolvulaceae family, classified as a guide, within a level rating. Your theoretical scores stand at 68, while your practical assessments, the man scrutinized her closely before removing his tie and loosening his impeccably tailored suit jacket. Sinking into his office chair, could you enlighten me as to why, after 2 years of study, your practical scores remain at 0? Her eyes, strikingly clear with distinct black and white, were framed by long, thick lashes. A hallmark beauty spot adorned the outer corner of her right eye, and her rounded facial features exuded an air of innocence, rendering her particularly endearing. In this interstellar age, where human traits had become a mishmash, individuals like Lin Nan, who retained the essence of ancient Eastern humanity, were exceedingly rare. However, her fragility could not account for her lack of practical scores. The state allocated substantial funds to the White Tower each year to cultivate competent guides, ensuring ample logistical support for the soldiers on the front lines. Yet, Lin Nan's record was a considerable source of vexation. The theoretical scores could be overlooked, as passing was sufficient. The crux lay in her practical performance. As I understand it, your grade has participated in 2 networking events organized with the Sentinel Academy this month. While your classmates successfully completed their purification tasks, you alone have caused Sentinels to lose control on 2 occasions, nearly resulting in harm to yourself. Lin Nan remained silent for a moment before responding. My spiritual entity is a Dodder plant, possessing only parasitic capabilities. I am unable to assist the Sentinels in purifying the pollutants in their mental domains, despite my earnest attempts to control it. That is indeed troubling, the man remarked, furrowing his brow as he pondered. In human history, there has never been a guide incapable of purification. Such a situation was exceedingly rare. Ordinarily, guides possess an innate ability to purify mental pollutants through their spiritual connection with Sentinels. Once differentiated as a guide, the knowledge of how to operate such abilities comes naturally. Cases like Lin Nan's are seldom seen, occurring perhaps once in a century. She was in her 2nd year, with only a year remaining until graduation and assignment to a local White Tower. If her scores remained inadequate and she could not purify by that time, she would be stripped of her guide status and reduced to the rank of a civilian. 5 centuries prior, an invasion of foreign species led to the devastation of ancient Blue Star. In a desperate bid for survival, humanity evolved, differentiating into Sentinels and guides. They possess extraordinary perceptual abilities. Sentinels guard the world with their keen senses and formidable combat prowess, while guides use their mental power to direct. Sentinels and soothe their tumultuous souls. Due to the significant disparity in physical attributes between guides and Sentinels, the former are exceedingly rare, rendering each guide a precious resource for the Empire. Even children born into poverty are swiftly recruited by the Guide Academy upon being differentiated as guides, freeing them from concerns about sustenance and clothing, while their families receive substantial state-issued rewards, lifting them from the depths of poverty. Consequently, many families, when faced with desperation, yearned to bear numerous children, hoping for at least one to differentiate as a guide, though regrettably, most end up as Sentinels. Lin Nan was one such fortunate soul. Her parents, both Sentinels, perished shortly after her birth, and she was later fostered by relatives who were ordinary citizens, enduring a life of hardship in this era of scarcity. Fortunately, she differentiated as a guide at the age of 16, gaining a spiritual entity, which allowed her life to improve. However, due to the peculiar capabilities of her spiritual entity, many were reluctant to approach her. Lin Nan, feeling isolated, soon fell into despair. Now, Lin Nan was indeed a traveler from another world. In her previous life on Blue Star, she was an utterly ordinary worker who met her demise in a traffic accident after a late-night shift. Upon awakening, she found herself in this future world. The Lin Nan of the two worlds shared a name and appearance, yet the Lin Nan of this era was somewhat younger and more delicate. Though she had grown accustomed to her innocent looks, she could not help but be momentarily taken aback by her current self. Gazing at the tall, handsome man before her, she could not help but marvel at the striking appearance of men in this era. Their physique and looks could easily place them among the upper echelons of popularity in her previous world. The mental landscape of a sentinel is exceedingly fragile. If a guide performs any extraneous actions during the process of clarification, it may drive them to madness. Lin, your two errors have resulted in that sentinel being confined in the medical department under an electroshock regimen for an entire month. I sincerely apologize, Director was Senator. However, this is not entirely your fault. Lin, he replied, setting aside the documents and rising from his chair. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, he exuded an imposing presence as he approached Lin Nan, positioning himself a foot away and gazing down at her. I have heard that the Sentinel has been a source of harassment for you. During the networking events between our schools, he chose your number on both occasions, and the treatment process was monitored. We are fully aware of what transpired. Lin Nan pursed her lips, reluctant to revisit that moment. The most pressing issue now is to address your spiritual entity. If you would not mind, we can conduct a trial here. Having spoken, the man settled himself on the edge of the desk, methodically removing his gloves and loosening his tie, revealing his pronounced Adam's apple. This may not be appropriate. Lin Nan hesitated. What if I were to? She could still vividly recall the man who had behaved like a rabid dog. Lin, your current capabilities are not likely to drive me to madness. If you remain apprehensive, I can also wear the electroshock device. His expression was enigmatic as he regarded her. Very well. Lin Nan acquiesced, cautiously stepping toward him. Standing before Huasan, despite his seated position, he still towered over her. To make contact, she had to position herself between his parted legs. Even now, she struggled to accept the premise of guides providing spiritual guidance to sentinels. Such guidance required close physical contact. The more intimate the relationship, the deeper the guidance and the greater the efficacy. Thus, many upper-class individuals or nobles chose guides as partners. Conversely, ordinary guides like Lin Nan typically performed only superficial treatments for sentinels. Should a sentinel desire deeper contact, a report must be submitted to the upper echelons of the White Tower. Chapter 2. Attempting to enter even though she was only undergoing superficial treatment, Lin Nan found herself quite unaccustomed to it, having remained single throughout her life. Until her last breath. Huasan, a recently retired soldier, had been assigned to the Guide Academy as the Director of Academic Affairs due to severe brain domain contamination that rendered him unable to return to the battlefield. Despite no longer being a soldier, his imposing aura persisted, causing Lin Nan to feel a twinge of anxiety. Relax, choose a place you prefer, and touch me. The man's voice resonated deeply in Lin Nan's ear. Unbeknownst to her, he had already enveloped her in his embrace. A sentinel naturally harbors an innate fondness for guides regardless of their vastly different statuses. The need for spiritual guidance often evokes a canine-like loyalty in them. Lin Nan silently scrutinized the man before her. He exuded maturity and composure, his eyes reflecting a life experience distinct from her own. His chiseled features appeared stern and resolute, and the slight elevation of his chin hinted at a coldness. The boys she usually interacted with were comparatively gentle, and even the sentinels from the opposite academy did not possess such a formidable presence, leaving her somewhat unprepared for this encounter. Feeling a sense of discomfort, she lowered her gaze, inadvertently fixating on the pronounced Adam's apple of the man. It was a rugged contour, subtly rising and falling with each swallow, exuding a silent allure. Under some unseen spell, Lin Nan gently rested her hand upon it. The man, evidently taken aback by her touch, quivered slightly, swiftly suppressing his reaction, though his swallowing became noticeably more rapid. Lin Nan sensed a sudden rise in temperature beside her. "I'm coming in now, officer," Lin Nan whispered, and then an intricate web of spiritual threads emanated from her fingertips, intertwining with the man's being. Each guide's spiritual threads bore distinct hues, predominantly determined by their spiritual entities. Lin Nan's, being of the botanical type, manifested as shades of green. Typically, superficial purification would not penetrate a Sentinel's spiritual landscape, as it represents the most intimate secrets of an individual. A well-trained guide would refrain from intruding without consent. Thus, when Lin Nan's spiritual threads encountered an expanse of desolate, boundless desert, she halted. Her spiritual threads served as her eyes, revealing the barren heart of this man. His spiritual barrier resembled an endless wasteland, where yellow sand swirled in the fierce winds, stirring clouds of dust. Sparse, withered shrubs dotted the landscape, while black sludge lay scattered, lifeless under the scorching sun, devoid of any vitality. The spiritual barrier is a Sentinel's fortified wall safeguarding their spiritual landscape. During her studies, Lin Nan had observed various Sentinels' landscapes, most of which were crowded and narrow, easily comprehensible at a glance. Her instructor had explained that the mightier the Sentinel, the grander and more expansive their spiritual entities and landscapes. This was in class Sentinel. A sense of crisis washed over Lin Nan. Huasun, perceptive to her rising tension, softly reassured her, "I will not do anything. Proceed with the spiritual guidance as you have learned." Upon hearing this, Lin Nan compelled herself to regain her composure and attempted to unleash her spiritual entity. Delicate, green tendrils, reminiscent of young vines capable of exuding sap, emerged from her skirt. Lacking leaves, the tendrils were adorned with tiny suckers, eagerly exploring their new surroundings. Lin Nan endeavored to rein them in, preventing any erratic movements. The essence of purification involved cleansing the illogical pollutants amassed within the Sentinel's spiritual landscape. She directed the tendrils to clear away the black sludge, but they seemed more intrigued by something else, darting excitedly past the sludge and gravitating toward the towering dead tree. They encircled the lifeless trunk like serpents, and, with a soft pop, the numerous suckers adhered closely. "Ah!" Huasun involuntarily groaned, his Adam's apple moving rapidly, his body beginning to tremble slightly, heavy breaths brushing against Lin Nan's neck. Here it came again, the familiar reaction. One of the tendrils, reaching the top of the dead tree, encountered a soft, furry substance. The exquisite texture thrilled the tendril, which swiftly coiled around the fuzzy object. "Stop it," the man commanded, forcefully shutting the spiritual link. A wave of spiritual pressure enveloped her. Lin Nan, still in her juvenile phase, was no match for him. The abrupt severance left her feeling drained, her body succumbing to softness. The man caught her and gently laid her upon the sofa to rest. Huasun's breath remained unsteady, his gaze harboring deep, inscrutable emotions. "I have a general understanding now, Lin." After a while, he spoke, his tall frame crouched beside her, hands still resting around her waist. He was uncomfortably close, breaching the socially acceptable distance, yet he remained oblivious. "Until you master the purification process correctly, do not attempt spiritual guidance on Sentinels, even superficially. I will inform your responsible teacher." But Lin Nan longed to inquire about her next steps, yet the moment she met the man's gaze, her voice faltered. For reasons unknown, each time she provided guidance to Sentinels, they displayed peculiar expressions. Her current abilities were limited to parasitism, allowing her to absorb others' powers and transform them into her own. This was a rather unscrupulous ability, which led her fellow guide students to shy away from her. However, since engaging in practical guidance with Sentinels, she had noticed subtle differences. Huasun composed himself, regaining his usual calm demeanor. After speaking, he departed, politely granting Lin Nan solitude. She found herself perplexed by these Sentinels. It appeared that each individual's response post-guidance varied greatly from the madman to this inexplicably intriguing officer. Chapter 3. Entangled by a madman. On the very first day of her journey into this body, she encountered a practical course on mental guidance, where she found herself pinned down by a lunatic who relentlessly gnawed at her neck. Terrified and at a loss for what to do, she could only helplessly cry for help. Due to the unique circumstances of the medical room, it was required to remain sealed. So her cries went unanswered for quite some time until she activated the emergency button on her wristband, bringing this one-sided assault to an abrupt halt. The madman was forcibly restrained with an electric collar by the security team. He was ecstatic, his eyes transforming into vertical slits, displaying unmistakable signs of beastly aberration. Even as he was dragged away, his upper body writhed on the ground, greedily fixating on Lin Nan, babbling incoherently in a manner that made her feel physically ill. Following this incident, she took a full week to recuperate in her dormitory, processing all the information and concluding that she had traversed 500 years into the future, becoming a small guide with the same name in this world. However, it seemed that her guiding abilities did not possess the power of purification. Instead, they exacerbated the aberration in the Sentinels. This unprecedented occurrence since the inception of Sentinels and guides drew special attention from the school authorities. They arranged for her to undergo another mental guidance test, once again with the same Sentinel, and the results mirrored the first. He went mad once more. This time, his condition persisted for a significant duration, leaving him confined in the medical room for a month before his mental state gradually stabilized. Consequently, she became known as a guide who could not purify, a reputation that spread throughout the school. Originally, the former occupant of this body was not well liked by her classmates, and now burdened with this additional notoriety, her situation became even more precarious. As a guide, despite feeling a degree of shame while providing mental guidance to the Sentinels, she was still considered a civil servant, a respectable profession that would guarantee her a job and housing upon graduation. Therefore, she absolutely could not afford to be expelled. Apologies, she muttered without raising her head, hoping he would leave first. However, Lin Nan remained stationary for what felt like an eternity, without a single step taken by the individual before her. It was then she sensed something amiss and lifted her gaze, only to behold an exceptionally tall young man with a wicked expression. A lunatic. Alarm bells rang in Lin Nan's mind, recalling her previous unpleasant encounters. Her hair stood on end at the sight of him. She quickly retreated a few steps, like a mouse fleeing from a cat, and upon attempting to escape, she found herself ensnared in the embrace of another robust figure, who firmly restrained her hands in front of him. The newcomer observed her with interest before maliciously grinning at his companion. "Kaisa, is this the little guide who drove you mad?" Indeed, the young Sentinel named Kaisa leisurely approached her, stepping into the sunlight, his short golden hair gleaming brightly. His skin was unnaturally pale, and his elongated, upturned eyes held a glimmer of the beast within. Upon spotting Lin Nan, he resembled a lion eyeing its prey, eager to possess her. With a swift stride, he stood before her, flanking her between himself and his companion. He lightly tugged at the butterfly ribbon on her collar, bending down to bring his face close to hers, inhaling deeply before wrinkling his brow. "Why do you emit a repugnant scent of leopard?" He scoffed, his hot breath brushing against her. "And you're in heat too. What have you two been up to?" Lin Nan could hardly bear it, her breath quickening as she felt the two men's scorching body heat nearly melting her away. Overwhelmed, she glared in anger and began to struggle, but she was no match for the strength of the two men. Kaisa grasped her waist, applying just enough pressure to render her immobile. "Let go of me." Lin Nan's cheeks flushed crimson as she felt an unsettling sensation from his hands, which were shamelessly caressing her through her clothing. A lunatic, a vile rogue. His audacity was utterly outrageous. In this world, guides were to be protected, and Sentinels were strictly forbidden from acting without a guide's consent, lest they face criminal charges. Yet this madman not only sneaked into the Guide Academy in broad daylight, but also dared to bully her. What a pity you've drawn the short straw with Kaisa. The madman. He is the youngest son of Duke Tahir, spoiled from a young age and completely unruly. The young man behind her lowered his head, whispering mockingly in her ear. His voice was gentle, and were he not currently maliciously restraining her hands, she might have believed him to be a refined gentleman. However, the noble was no benevolent soul. He spoke the most vile words in the softest tones. "Come now, "Dear lady, release your spiritual essence, and let me see how you toyed with him back then." So that was their intention. Lin Nan felt a chill run down her spine, wishing to sever ties with these two, especially the deranged individual before her. Whenever her gaze met his, she felt as though she were locking eyes with a monster, fearing he might suddenly lunge for her throat. Something was amiss. This individual should still be a student at the Sentinel Academy, as students typically have not encountered the battlefield and are less susceptible to contamination, resulting in more stable mental states. Yet he clearly exhibited signs of madness, his green eyes transforming into feline slits when excited. Having attended cultural classes, she was aware that this was a manifestation of Sentinel aberration. When the concentration of contamination in the brain reaches critical levels, certain characteristics of their spiritual essence emerge. In severe cases, they may lose their sanity, becoming prey to their own spirit and ultimately transforming into a monster. Thus, they greatly require the soothing presence of guides, resorting to suppressants or blockers when unable to schedule an appointment with one, in an effort to control the continuation of this contamination. Yet she had not purified him before. Why was he clinging to her like a rabid dog? "Please, do not do this. Our director has prohibited me from using my spiritual essence. If you require mental guidance, you may schedule an appointment at the public guide office in the city." In short, she was merely a half-baked student, wholly incapable of resolving his issues. Chapter 4, Play Again Director? Kaisa narrowed his eyes, pondering. "Ah, so it's him. No wonder your scent is so detestable." He seemed particularly fixated on the odor emanating from her, his gaze ultimately landing on her neck, where he had once bitten her, leaving behind his essence. Beasts often declare their possession in this manner, signaling that the female is claimed. However, over a month had passed, and his scent had long since dissipated. Had he known, he would have marked her permanently. Kaisa mused, his thoughts stirring with desire. Although guides are scarce for a family such as his, seeking mental guidance is not a daunting task. His mother is a guide, born to inherit the exceptional genes of his lineage. He grew up under the weight of their expectations. However, during the year of his 10th birthday, an unexpected incident occurred. Though he successfully underwent differentiation, achieving the first level, the sudden turn of events left him with some lingering aftereffects. After becoming a Sentinel, his temperament grew increasingly volatile and sensitive, leading to breakdowns over trivial matters. His abilities could not match the vastness of his mental landscape, plunging him into daily suffering. Until that one time during a guidance practice, this small guide inadvertently trespassed into his mental landscape and wreaked havoc. He could hardly describe the sensation. It felt as though countless tendrils crawled over and around him, equipped with innumerable suckers that shamelessly drained his energy. It was excruciating yet accompanied by a hidden pleasure, an experience he had never encountered during previous mental guidance sessions. For the first time, he felt exhilarated. "Little darling, use your vines and play with me once more." As soon as he thought of that sensation, Kaisa's saliva began to flow once again. His expression turned into one of obsession, and his hands tightened around her waist, almost pressing his entire body against hers, attempting to rub and press against her with his imposing pectoral muscles. Lin Nan felt a sharp pain from being grabbed, unable to advance or retreat, a flame igniting within her heart. Reaching her limit of endurance, she finally summoned a vine that struck Kaisa's face with a resounding crack. "Get away from me, you pervert!" she shouted in exasperation, her entire body trembling with rage, her round, doe-like eyes glistening with moisture. Kaisa was momentarily stunned, his vertical green pupils quivering violently, breath heavy, as he fixed his gaze upon her. Then, with a grin that revealed his sharp canine teeth, he let out a sickly, excited laugh, nearly collapsing to the ground. "Good girl, strike me again," he implored, his demeanor utterly deranged. Lin Nan felt a chill run down her spine, but fortunately, the Sentinel had released her. Seizing the opportunity, she slipped out of the man's encirclement and turned to flee. Kaisa attempted to pursue her, but was halted by a friend nearby. "That's enough for today. Hwa-sun has already caught wind of it. It's time to retreat," he advised. Only then did Kaisa regain his composure, a disdainful expression crossing his face as he scoffed. "What is there to fear from this noble's lapdog? Fine, I will use my private authority to extricate you. Tone it down. Don't cause a ruckus that drags me in. If you wish to be that girl's dog, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Lonnie retorted, "I'm truly fed up with this insane world. What kind of creatures are these Sentinels?" It seemed the guides here were quite accustomed to physical contact with Sentinels. Lin Nan had previously visited the treatment rooms of senior guides organized by the school, where they embraced unfamiliar male sentinels and even kissed each other nonchalantly in front of others. Mental therapy is an intimate treatment where two individuals merge their spirits, revealing their most vulnerable and sensitive aspects to one another. In moments of deep connection, it is difficult not to develop feelings. Thus, sentinels easily become infatuated with guides. Furthermore, due to the rarity of guides, they can maintain romantic or marital relationships with multiple sentinels, which is perfectly legal in this world. Yet, what seems perfectly reasonable to the inhabitants of this world is exceedingly difficult for Lin Nan, who has just traversed into it, to accept. After advancing to the second year, there are frequent practical classes in mental therapy. Due to unpleasant experiences in the first 2 sessions, she instinctively rejected physical contact with these sentinels. Now that the director had granted her a temporary rest, she decided to simply lie down and take it easy. With this thought, Lin Nan skipped dinner and went straight to bed after washing up. The Guide Academy offered excellent accommodations, with each student provided an independent dormitory. Although small, it was fully equipped. Lin Nan lived here alone, surfing the internet daily, living a life of leisure and contentment. After the invasion of other species, much of human civilization had vanished, buried alongside the polluted zones in the river of time. Warning: a massive collapse has occurred in Pollution Zone 5. Casualties are severe. The Kelican White Tower Guide has issued an urgent plea for assistance. The main city has dispatched troops, with Nick-class guides joining the reinforcements. The new presidential candidate has been determined, with the Hilton family achieving a resounding victory. President Edward Hilton has officially assumed office at the Central White Tower, with a grand inauguration ceremony held on the same day. Will the new Democratic faction replace the old aristocracy and gain full control of parliamentary discourse? Let's wait and see. Lin Nan scrolled through her phone, finding that the internet was saturated with reports on these 2 events, overshadowing all other content. The truth behind the explosion in Zone 5 is chilling upon further reflection. Everyone come in and discuss. She was drawn in by the headline and clicked on it. 1. Brothers, President Edward just took office, and Zone 5 has collapsed. Is there some conspiracy at play? 2. Shoo, be quiet. Some things are better left unsaid. 3. With such a long headline, are you afraid the regulators won't notice you, or what? 4. The president is from the New Democratic Party. I remember the district chief of Zone 5 is from the Lontaxi family, an old aristocracy. 5. The nobility doesn't regard commoners as human. What is there to hide? Every time we enter a polluted zone, it's always the commoners at the front lines, while the nobles cower behind, claiming credit. 6. Don't generalize, bro. 7. Did I say anything wrong? Out of 18 autonomous regions, most district chiefs are of noble descent. How many commoners have the opportunity to stand out? 8. Haha. So you're saying the new president is fighting for us commoners? He asked one of us. 9. For that reason alone, I will always support President Edward. I cast 100 votes during the election. 10. Cat's shocked expression. Dude, where did you get so many votes? 11. My parents, my 20-plus siblings, and my uncles, aunts, cousins, and so on from other districts. 12. I guess your spirit beast is a rabbit, huh? 13, huh? How did you know? 14. Why are you veering off topic? We were discussing the truth behind the collapse of Zone 5. 15. What truth is there about the collapse of a polluted zone? If it's going to collapse, it will, with or without your consent. 16. But Zone 5 is supposed to be the most stable polluted zone. I heard it hasn't stirred for over a decade. How could it suddenly collapse? 17. Isn't it said that a sentinel went in privately to find energy stones and then went missing? I heard he was a noble, and in the effort to find him, most soldiers were deployed, which caused the collapse of Zone 5. Chapter 5. The Endangered Guide to Forum for Guides and Sentinels was Lin Nan's sole means of understanding this era. Having been somewhat of a homebody in her previous world, she found herself unable to stop indulging in gossip. For her current self, polluted zones, battlefields, and presidents felt utterly distant. She knew nothing and no one, merely interested in the tidbits of gossip revealed in their words. Just as she was engrossed, a message popped up on her phone from Director Hua Shun of the Academic Affairs Office. Come to the office tomorrow morning at 8. So early? I don't want to go. Lin Nan grimaced at the thought, recalling the scene in the office where she had connected mentally with Director who made her feel uneasy all over. If she wasn't mistaken, the director was the one who. This is why she despised mental therapy and detested physical contact with those sentinels. Despite her aversion to waking up early and returning to a man's office, Lin Nan, accustomed to being a corporate slave in her former life, begrudgingly typed out a message of compliance and sent it with tears in her eyes. The following day, Lin Nan arrived at Director Hui Sun's office promptly. Just as she was contemplating this, another message appeared. By the way, please bring the documents on my desk to your mentor. Lin Nan thought, fine. In the early morning, she was summoned to wake up, only to be stood up and sent on an errand. Though frustrated, she, being as meek as she was, had no choice but to deliver the materials. Lin Nan's mentor, Farah, was also an exceptional class guide, with a water-based spirit beast resembling a dolphin, said to be able to purify 3 Sentinels of the same level simultaneously. Lin Nan had not witnessed this herself, but she often saw 3 different male Sentinels taking turns to pick her up after school. Rumor had it that this teacher might actually be cohabiting with those 3 men. Exciting. Lin Nan felt a hint of gossip stirring within her, though she did not show it on her face. After handing the materials to her mentor, she was about to leave when she was unexpectedly called back. Lin, among all the second-year students this year, only your practical course results are unsatisfactory. In a few days, the school will arrange for you to undergo another practical assessment in mental guidance. Given the discrepancies observed in the previous 2 assessments, the school will carefully select appropriate candidates this time. You must make a concerted effort. All right, teacher, I will do my best, Lin Nan obediently replied. After a moment of contemplation, she couldn't help but inquire, what if I still fail the assessment? The Guiding Academy permits a student to falter in any area, except for the mental guidance course. As a guide, providing mental support to Sentinels is fundamental, and it is the prerequisite for enjoying all the preferential policies of the nation. The scarcity of guides is attributed to the vast and complex realm of mental perception, which is exceedingly difficult to cultivate. Historically, there have been numerous instances of failed guide differentiation. These individuals were in situations similar to Lin Nan's, having formed a mental entity, yet lacking the ability to purify others. This was what Lin Nan had come to understand after arriving in this world. However, she was rather curious about the fate of those guides who could not offer purification to others. The electronic screen in the public corridor near the entrance continuously broadcasted the latest news. The new president had taken office, and a fresh Democratic Party had been inaugurated. The youthful president, clad in black and gold military attire, distributed condolences to the families of fallen Sentinels amidst the sunlight and flowers. The bereaved families wore white silk flowers on their chests, and their expressions of gratitude were captured and magnified on the screen. Unexpectedly, the news she had seen on the forum yesterday was now on television. The sudden collapse of the No. 5 pollution zone had resulted in the loss of many precious lives, both brave, frontline warriors and innocent civilians. Their departure filled us with profound sorrow. On behalf of the nation, I express my heartfelt condolences to all the victims and extend my deepest sympathies to their relatives and friends. It's all a show, came a disdainful voice beside Lin Nan. She turned to see a boy with gray freckles and golden hair, a classmate of hers who was a male guide. She recognized him, though she was unsure when he had come to stand beside her. Upon noticing her gaze, he paused, and his expression of disdain intensified as he angrily shouted, "What are you staring at? You commoners have no right to stand on the same level as us." Lin Nan was taken aback. Why was he berating her? After the boy left, her desk mate cautiously leaned closer to comfort her, saying, "Don't take it personally. El has always had that temperament." "What's wrong with him?" Lin Nan inquired. "The new president has taken office, and he is from the new Democratic Party, which is opposed to the old aristocratic families like LS. That is why he is so angry." So that was it. Different parties represented different interests, and elections often led to significant upheaval, inevitably accompanied by conflict and contradiction. However, this was not a concern for ordinary citizens like them. "This is terrible. The sudden collapse of the number 5 pollution zone disrupted our summer internship plans. Now that place is in chaos. I wonder if the school will still send us there." Internship? Yes, in the Guiding Academy. The first year is dedicated to theoretical courses, while the second year focuses on practical operations. By the third year, the Academy allows us to engage with military personnel and participate in external exercises. After our exams and summer break, we will be in our third year, and this vacation serves as the first opportunity to gauge if any guides are interested in a particular military unit. Having said this, a chubby-faced girl tilted her head in confusion and asked, "You didn't know any of this?" Chapter 6. Commoners and Aristocrats. Lin Nan felt somewhat embarrassed. Since arriving, She had been bombarded with various pieces of information, compounded by the original owner's taciturn nature and lack of friends or relatives, leaving her utterly uninformed. Even her deskmate's name eluded her. "Hello, I'm AI Lee," the round-faced girl said cheerfully, seemingly perceiving Lin Nan's discomfort. "Well, lovely girl," Lin Nan thought to herself. "Hello, I'm Lin Nan. You're really beautiful," AI Lee remarked, leaning closer, her round blue eyes nearly touching Lin Nan's face. "Can I call you Nan Nan? You remind me of a mysterious beauty from ancient texts. I hadn't noticed before, but since you cut your bangs, I've become quite enamored with you. Is it really that exaggerated?" In this era, most humans' appearances lean towards mixed heritage due to genetic enhancements, resulting in a lack of unattractive individuals. Especially among the affluent, their children tended to be exceptionally handsome. The original owner's parents were Sentinels, suggesting a comfortable family background. However, after their passing, the original owner had been raised by relatives and lived cautiously to avoid trouble, allowing her bangs to grow long until she had forgotten what she truly looked like. Upon entering the guiding academy, she found herself among the elite, and as a sudden outsider, she naturally faced a degree of rejection, particularly because her demeanor was rather dark and peculiar. Thus, she had been isolated. When Lin Nan first arrived, she felt that the original owner's emotions were not particularly pleasant, but she quickly accepted and reconciled with herself. Consequently, she had cut her bangs, revealing her face, and tidied herself up. She remembered the freckled boy. It was precisely because she had cut her bangs and accidentally bumped into him in the dining hall that soup had spilled all over him. After she apologized, his initially rude demeanor faltered upon recognizing her, and he turned red with anger, exclaiming "Commoner!" before storming off. Lin Nan had no defenses against such endearing creatures. With her daily work pressures, she often unwound by watching documentaries about the animal kingdom. Sea otters, in particular, were creatures she longed to pet, especially when they looked at you with their chubby faces. "I wonder what treasures they hide in their pouches," Lin Nan mused, her hands reaching out in excitement. However, before she could touch one, it vanished as if encountering a formidable foe. I'm so sorry. My baby didn't mean to. It was just," Lin Nan lamented, nearly in tears. Her parasitic mental entities would recklessly rush to bind and absorb the energy of other creatures whenever they appeared, disregarding all else. Consequently, during exercises with fellow guides, she often elicited a visceral aversion from her peers, leading to her isolation in this school. "Director Huasan has already spoken to me. My mental entities lack purification capabilities, and I'm likely to be expelled from the academy." Ailey's eyes widened in disbelief. "How could that be? You undeniably possess guiding attributes. Are you not a guide, but a sentinel? Only sentinels have aggressive mental entities." "Who knows?" Lin Nan replied, equally perplexed. "How about I accompany you to the Guiding Institute for another assessment? Can we go out?" Ailey assuredly replied, "Of course. Since it's summer vacation and the security department is with us, nothing will happen." If that's the case, that would be great. However, Director Huashan was uncertain about when he would find her. Perhaps he was indeed preoccupied. It was said that despite his retirement from the military, he still held significant responsibilities within the army, appearing and disappearing without a trace each day. It was indeed a tall order to expect him to concern himself with the affairs of a mere guide. The academy forbade guides from venturing out alone. If they must go out, they were required to be accompanied by family members or accompanied throughout by personnel from the school security department. Most of the Sentinels in the security department underwent rigorous desensitization training for an extended period, ensuring they could resist the allure of the many young guides in the school. The Sentinel escorting Lin Nan and her companions was a tall woman with sharp features and a neat, short brown hairstyle, exuding an air of elegance. "It has been quite a while, Luo Shi." Ailey greeted her with a smile, indicating a familiarity. Ailey's spiritual entity was a robust Malinois, wearing a collar adorned with teeth, obediently standing behind her. "It has indeed been a long time." Anew, Ailey quietly bent down to greet the dog, having learned its nickname through overheard conversations. Upon hearing the guide's voice, the Malinois couldn't help but let out a soft bark, its tail wagging vigorously as its front paws excitedly scratched at the ground. "Quiet," Luo Shi admonished upon noticing the dog's unstable emotions, and the Malinois immediately huffed, ceasing its movements in apparent disappointment. "How adorable," Lin Nan marveled inwardly, taking in enough of the scene beside Ailey before boarding the vehicle. Chapter 7. This world they conveyed their desired destination to Luo Shi, who frowned slightly after listening. expressing her disagreement. Not long ago, an incident occurred in District 5. The medical facilities there are inadequate, and many severely injured Sentinels were transferred to the Central Guide Center. The situation is currently quite complex. If possible, it would be best to avoid going there for the time being. The injured Sentinels are emotionally unstable, and should they go into a frenzy, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. Ailey waved off her concern. It's all right. Doesn't the Guide Center have a separate entrance? We can sneak in quietly without mingling with the crowd. Very well, Luo, she conceded, seeing that she could not dissuade Ailey, and she focused on driving the vehicle. As Lin Nan stepped outside the gates of the academy for the first time, she found herself intrigued by everything beyond. Leaning against the car window, she absorbed the sights with great interest. In this era, it seemed that everything was built to astonishing heights. Whether due to a reduction in land area or some other reason, the buildings loomed like giants. The tallest structure was the Central White Tower, a monumental white edifice that also served as the seat of power, standing majestically above the land, visible from virtually anywhere. Lin Nan discreetly counted its stories, but every time she reached 50, it became increasingly difficult to continue. The tower's apex disappeared into the clouds above, where anti-reconnaissance devices were installed, rendering it nearly impossible for the average person to perceive. Within its confines operated the offices of the president and high-ranking military officials. Surrounding the Central White Tower was a ring of residences for the old and new aristocracy, as well as the affluent, alongside their guide academy, medical facilities, and public entertainment venues. Beyond that lay the living quarters of ordinary citizens, which constituted the largest area of land, much of which still belonged to the royal family or nobility. The common folk possessed only rental rights, lacking ownership, which meant that most of their annual earnings were surrendered to the central authority and the elite. Lin Nan's relatives, with whom she stayed, were a typical farming family. The pollution that invaded 5 centuries ago led to a regression and loss of advanced human technology, forcing them to toil in the fields throughout the year, barely scraping by. However, after Lin Nan manifested as a guide, her relatives finally acquired a piece of land and some wealth of their own. They should be living quite happily now. Guides are known for their meticulous thoughts and emotional depth. Fluctuations in their feelings can easily influence their state. Should Lin Nan's condition be affected, the nearby Sentinels would sense it. The Malinois in the passenger seat frequently glanced back at her, and even Luo, she kept an eye on her through the rearview mirror. Lin Nan quickly adjusted her emotions, firmly locking them away behind a mental barrier. Beyond the civilian area lay the dreaded pollution zone, where the majority of the nation's soldiers and guides were stationed to fend off monstrous intrusions. The true extent of the pollution zone remains unknown, nor is the number of monsters contained within, but it is divided into various sectors, each with a core, and humanity has explored and identified 108 of them. The pollution zone is perilous, yet conceals immense wealth, with relics from the bygone era and preserved weaponry waiting to be discovered for substantial rewards. Monsters within the pollution zone yield a type of crystal, said to enhance the abilities of Sentinels and guides. For example, Lin Nan could elevate her mental level through combat or by absorbing such crystals, reaching the peak of human capability, though the cost is exorbitantly high. This explains why, despite the inherent dangers of the pollution zone, countless Sentinels risk their lives to venture within. Arrived, Luoshi's voice broke through Lin Nan's reverie. She noticed the vehicle entering the gates of a hospital, and after presenting their identities, they were immediately granted access through a special passage. Perhaps due to the recent incident in District 5, the hospital was exceptionally crowded today, with a throng of people even at the entrance. The longest queue was at the mental health department. From the moment Lin Nan's vehicle entered the gate until they reached the independent building of the Guide Center, they did not see the end of the line. Were the casualties truly this severe? Even Ailey was taken aback by the sight. Though the pollution zone was hazardous, it had been a long time since any major catastrophe had occurred there. What exactly transpired? As Luo she spoke, her expression remained composed, as if recounting a matter that did not concern her. In recent years, guides have been pampered and nurtured, many unwilling to serve on the front lines, opting instead to marry into the aristocracy or wealthy families for a life of comfort and ease. The state imposed no mandatory service on guides who married and bore children. Yet someone had to provide mental support for injured Sentinels. Consequently, the burden largely fell upon guides of humble origins with little influence. Each year, numerous guides exhaust themselves to the point of death on duty, yet the vast demand from the Sentinel community remains unfulfilled. At some point, the once united front of Sentinels and Guides, who fought side by side, had reached a state of stark division and opposition. Resist the aristocratic monopoly, demand equal distribution of Guide resources, abolish the nobility's power, and seek justice for the innocent victims. Before them, a procession of demonstrators had appeared, numbering around 34. All youthful faces, each wielding placards or collectively holding a lengthy banner, advancing with fervor. Join us, oppose aristocratic tyranny. They have controlled the time of Guides for far too long. Support the new Democratic Party. Noticing the approaching crowd, Luo, she clicked her tongue and maneuvered the vehicle to the side. Chapter 8. Spiritual Entity Assessment. Fortunately, they were not in the Academy's official vehicle today, thus avoiding any unwanted attention. I apologize, young lords and ladies. The Dean is preoccupied with important matters today, so I have come to escort you. The staff member, a man in his 40s with dark circles under his eyes, appeared to have gone several days without rest. Witnessing his anxious demeanor, Lin Nan once again recalibrated her understanding. In this realm, the identity of a Xiangdao appeared to be even more exceptional than she had previously imagined. We apologize for the inconvenience caused by our sudden visit. We merely seek to conduct a genetic test and depart. A genetic test? The staff member expressed surprise, inquiring which esteemed individual required it. I do. Lin Nan stepped forward from behind AI Li, sunlight enveloping her in a soft glow that made the staff member's heart race. This is indeed a significant matter. Please follow me. The staff member regained composure and hurriedly escorted them into the facility. The genetic testing facility, located on the top floor of the Xiangdao department building, was specifically designed as a resting area for the Xiangdao, equipped with testing rooms. Many newly differentiated Xiangdao would be sent here for comprehensive examinations. Due to their recent differentiation, the boundaries between Sentinels and Xiangdao were somewhat blurred. Only those recognized by the Xiangdao testing department could be considered true Xiangdao. Lin Nan recalled having visited this place over 2 years ago. Guided by the staff, she lay inside a silvery scanning chamber, her limbs secured. As a gentle female staff member instructed, "Please remain still." Then she felt a sharp prick in her arm as a vial of vibrant red blood was drawn from her. Very well. Lin Nan obediently shut her eyes, feeling herself being gently pushed deeper into the scanning chamber. The surrounding hum of machinery enveloped her, and a faint electric sensation coursed through her, akin to countless ants traversing her body, ultimately converging in her mind, creating an inexplicable sense of unease. The spiritual entity that had lain dormant in her mind seemed to awaken at this moment, coming alive as tendrils of tender green vines stretched out in all directions like an octopus, forming a dense network with numerous suckers that opened and closed, absorbing the surrounding scant energy. For reasons unknown, Lin Nan felt a twinge of hunger. It was a peculiar sensation, not of physical hunger, but of something more ethereal. She found herself nostalgically recalling the feeling of her vines entwining around another's spiritual entity, drawing sustenance. Ah, could it be that she was also an unusual individual? Lin Nan grappled with this thought as the scanning concluded, and she was assisted by the staff member as she exited the chamber. Esteemed guest, the final data from the scan will be sent along with the blood test results. You may wait in our lounge. We have prepared delightful desserts. Thank you. I appreciate your efforts. Lin Nan expressed her gratitude once more to the attentive staff. How are you feeling? Hungry? Did you not have breakfast? Upon reflection, she recalled being summoned by the director early that morning, only to be stood up, leading her to realize that she had indeed forgotten to eat. With that thought, Lin Nan seated herself and reached for a small pastry on the table. At that moment, an unexpected scream pierced the air, followed by a thunderous explosion that shook the entire Xiangdao building. Outside the lounge, the sound of frantic staff filled the atmosphere. It's on the second floor, in the guidance department. The situation is dire. A Sentinel has undergone aberration during the guidance process. How could this happen? What is Xiangdao? Were they injured? We don't know yet. Quickly, call the Baita. Summon military personnel to handle this. Chaos erupted outside, and AI Li and Lin Nan exchanged apprehensive glances while seated in the lounge. Please remain here and do not wander. Rosie rushed in, swiftly locking the lounge door behind her. I have contacted the academy. They will send someone to retrieve you shortly. Just stay here for a few minutes. Is there a Sentinel that has undergone aberration? How could that happen mid-process? It must be that they concealed the true extent of their infection before arriving. Here, Xiangdao only provide superficial mental guidance. If a sentinel is too deeply contaminated and Xiangdao's level is insufficient, it can lead to a loss of control. What then? Specialized personnel will handle the situation. Lin Nan was uncertain of what Rosie meant by handling it, but she knew that another male scream echoed from below, a sound that was half human, half beast, filled with madness. This must be a high-ranking sentinel, even from a lounge. Lin Nan could feel the oppressive aura emanating from him. AI Li, sharing the same space, trembled in fear, and her spiritual entity, a small sea otter, instinctively emerged, curling protectively around her head. Please do not be afraid. I will remain here to protect you, Rosie reassured, cradling AI Li as her own spiritual entity, a guard dog, stood vigilant before the small sea otter, ready for any confrontation. Meanwhile, Lin Nan sat quietly in her chair, listening intently to the commotion outside. Beneath her, the writhing vines resonated with the sounds of conflict, the growls, screams, and the myriad emotions of those present, all transmitted to her mind through the vines. So this is how Xiangdao's spiritual entity can be utilized. The sensation of hunger returned, and Lin Nan furrowed her brow. Why did she feel a hint of exhilaration? As though there were many delectable morsels outside to satiate her appetite? The vines, more honest in their reactions than she, struggled momentarily before extending outward from the ground. Lin Nan felt goosebumps rise as her vines ventured to the second floor, where she beheld a sentinel, half wolf and half human, menacingly overpowering a frail woman. In Chapter 9, Sentinel Aberration, the Xiangdao appeared to have already lost consciousness as the aberration in the sentinel continued. The human half of his face had utterly succumbed to madness. His eyes glowed crimson, and his gaping maw was filled with sharp fangs, saliva dripping as he sought the most delectable spot on his prey. Surrounding him were other sentinels, each with their own spiritual entities, yet they hesitated to intervene, fearing the aberrated sentinel would harm the hostage. Release the Xiangdao. Are you out of your mind? I require deep guidance. Why is there no Xiangdao willing to assist me? The aberrated sentinel's anguished cries echoed, his mind racked with pain as his human traits gradually morphed into those of a beast. If this continues, he will soon become a mindless beast. Deep guidance must first be requested from Baita, who will then match you with a suitable Xiangdao. In times of crisis, you should seek your commanding officer, not take your frustration out on innocent individuals. Do you have any idea of the grave crime of holding a Xiangdao hostage? The number of bullets you would face? The raucous noise around them abruptly fell silent, a heavy pall settling among the sentinels, weighing heavily on each heart. Those who sought guidance from Xiangdao were typically lower-ranking sentinels, often unable to afford the costs associated with high-ranking Xiangdao at Baita, sometimes risking everything without guarantee of recovery. This sense of helplessness resonated deeply with them. But that does not justify harming a Xiangdao. I do not wish to harm her. I only seek guidance. I am in tremendous pain, excruciating pain. The aberrated sentinel continued to wail, flesh flaking from his body, only to be replaced by coarse fur. His limbs were transforming, muscles bulging and tearing his combat attire as an enormous aberrated black wolf emerged, gradually consuming his human form. He howled and roared, a ferocious apparition before all present. As the sentinel underwent a complete metamorphosis, its combat capabilities surged to unprecedented heights, and its physique expanded exponentially. The once rational eyes of the black wolf turned crimson, emanating an overwhelming awareness of aggression towards everything in its vicinity. A formidable aura of pressure reverberated through the surroundings, causing those nearby to tremble. The other sentinels, upon encountering such a formidable opponent, instinctively recoiled several paces, and for a moment, none dared to advance. It was entirely transformed beyond salvation. At the very least, we must rescue the guide. A voice cried out, and suddenly, an individual launched an attack, leaping high with a weapon in hand, aiming to strike the neck of the transformed black wolf from behind. Though others attempted to shout a warning, it was already too late. The assailant had not even grazed the wolf's fur before being swept aside by a massive wolf tail, crashing heavily against the wall. The already damaged building trembled once more, and the ceiling of the second floor cracked, debris falling down as people scrambled to escape. Lin Nan's vines lay concealed beneath the feet of the transformed black wolf. They regarded the towering and powerful adversary with an absence of fear, writhing and pulsating, countless suction mouths opening and closing in eager anticipation. "I am so hungry." The voice within Lin Nan grew louder, and the depths of her gaze emitted a soft, verdant glow. In the distance, the faint sound of sirens echoed, accompanied by the slow approach of armored vehicles. However, the transformed black wolf had already sensed the commotion and began to retreat with the guide. It was at this moment that the concealed vines sprang into action. Countless tendrils shot upwards from the wolf's ankles, spiraling upwards like serpents, swiftly ensnaring it. The black wolf sensed the anomaly, tightening its muscles to struggle, but the more it exerted itself, the tighter the vines constricted. With a defiant roar, the sound waves emanated outward with tremendous force, as if the very air were being sliced apart, producing a sharp wail. Several walls crumbled under the pressure, sending clouds of dust and debris into the air. The Sentinels lying in ambush outside had no time to react before being violently thrown away by this invisible yet potent force. "This Sentinel is far too powerful. We cannot remain here. We must descend." Roshi sensed the impending disaster. If the black wolf continued its rampage, the building would inevitably collapse. "Both guides, please hold on tight," she instructed, squatting down before Lin Nan and AI Li. Her stature was significantly taller than the two guides, and without hesitation, she lifted them, one under each arm. The ground trembled once more, concealing a dangerously formidable creature beneath their feet. Even someone as composed as Ro, she found beads of sweat forming on her forehead. There exists a mental suppression among Sentinels. It was clear that she could not contend with the frenzied creature below. The transformed Sentinel would gradually lose its human consciousness, morphing into a relentless machine of battle, its ferocity beyond question. AI Li, paralyzed by fear, clung tightly to Roshi's waist, too terrified to move. Having grown up in a serene environment, she had never encountered such chaos. Today was undeniably unfortunate, and she regretted not heeding Roshi's advice to stay away. Meanwhile, Lin Nan felt no fear. She was merely astonished to witness the steel and concrete beneath her feet crumbling. The guide building, with its 20-plus stories, was rapidly disintegrating. How terrifying was the destructive power of a transformed Sentinel. Her heart raced, and the myriad emotions swirling in the air were transmitted through the tendrils, creating a cacophony that threatened to overwhelm her senses. Roshi, carrying them, adeptly leaped down the stairwell, descending layer by layer. 20 stories was not an insurmountable height, and soon they approached the second floor, occupied by the transformed black wolf. Lin Nan distinctly felt the pressure intensifying around them. The probing canine ahead emitted a whimper, momentarily displaying signs of trepidation. At that moment, a tremendous crashing sound echoed from the end of the corridor, the walls collapsing in a cascade. The ceiling above them could no longer withstand the strain, crashing down with a resounding bang, blocking their path downward. Dust swirled around them, trapping them in a narrow corner. Chapter 10. Good Dog. Ultimately, AI Li could no longer bear the pressure and fainted. The mental sensitivity of a guide far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, like Lin Nan. AI Li's mind was likely on the verge of exploding. Roshi quickly laid her down, examining her condition. Seeing her ashen face, she realized that AI Li had entered a self-protective shielding state due to the imminent danger. She retrieved the walkie-talkie from her pocket, uncertain of whom she was contacting, and spoke in a serious tone, requesting assistance. "Fifth floor, staircase corner. The route is blocked. There are two guides." Outside the building, the armored vehicles from the military had arrived, and several fully armed soldiers disembarked. "Commander, the 5th Squad of the Central White Tower Marine Corps has successfully encircled the guide building. The sniper is in position. Tranquilizer darts are ready. As soon as the transformed Sentinel reveals itself, we can take it down with precision. We must ensure the safety of the guides, should anything happen." The dark-haired commander made a specific hand gesture, and his subordinates understood immediately. With the command given, a squad of specially trained Sentinels surged into the building. If there were only one transformed Sentinel, the situation might have been manageable. However, far too many ordinary medical personnel remained trapped within, and to complicate matters, he had a guide in his grasp. The black wolf, currently ensnared by Lin Nan's vines, sensed the disturbance. It struggled and roared, instinctively opening its mouth wide to viciously bite at the tendrils binding it. "That hurts." Lin Nan instinctively covered her arm, although there was no wound. The sensation of flesh being pierced by fangs was all too real, revealing that pain inflicted on the mental entity could be felt by her as well. The vines constricting the black wolf loosened slightly due to its anguish, allowing the creature to exploit the momentary lapse and break free. With another deafening roar, the black wolf charged towards Lin Nan, its speed astonishing. The sound of gunfire erupted, followed by the cacophony of beasts clashing in a brutal struggle. Though separated by walls, Lin Nan could not visually perceive the battle unfolding, yet the swirling dust around her carried fragments of the Sentinel's consciousness, enabling her to piece together the current scene. It was savage. Lin Nan could only describe the scene with a single word. This was the essence of Sentinel combat, akin to true beasts fighting for survival. Roshi's mental entity expanded exponentially, forming a protective barrier behind them, vigilantly fixating on the enemy just a wall away. Time seemed to stretch, and, eventually, the wall where Lin Nan and her companions were located was finally breached. A massive, ferocious wolf head burst forth, its gaping maw filled with sharp teeth glinting ominously, stained with the blood and flesh of an unknown victim. It seemed to have caught a scent, charging directly towards Lin Nan. The probing canine rushed forward. But the laws of nature dictated that dogs could never rival wolves, especially when the latter had lost its sanity. The horse dog was sent flying, and Roshi was struck down by the giant wolf's claws, falling unconscious. Lin Nan barely had a moment to react before she found herself caught in the creature's blood-soaked jaws, and with overwhelming force, she was slammed to the ground, her back colliding violently with the earth, sending dust flying into the air. The beast radiated a dangerously chaotic aura, so potent it nearly stung the senses. Every inch of the surrounding air seemed saturated with this pure terror, weighing heavily upon Lin Nan's chest, rendering her breathless. It was the end. She was to be devoured. This thought flashed through Lin Nan's mind like lightning, and in despair, she tightly shut her eyes, her body stiffening in sheer fear as she braced for the impending pain. However, 1 second, 2 seconds passed, yet the anticipated agony did not arrive. Filled with confusion, she could not resist the urge to slowly open her eyes. What met her gaze was the enormous head of the giant wolf, its coarse fur almost brushing against her cheek, and those eyes, seemingly ablaze with crimson flames, were intently fixed upon her. What was happening? It did not harm her, yet it did not allow her to flee, keeping her firmly under its control. In her mind, the vines began to stir restlessly once more. Beneath her, a mass of writhing shadows surfaced. The black wolf also took notice of the vines. Its blood-red eyes shifted focus, coldly scrutinizing them. Its nostrils flared repeatedly, as if confirming some scent. Moments later, the black wolf slowly lowered its head toward the shadows, emitting a series of deep, resonant growls from the depths of its throat, both intimidating and foreboding. Was it holding a grudge? Lin Nan found this somewhat unbelievable. A sudden thought flashed through her mind. The hidden spiritual entity, seemingly granted her permission, swiftly emerged from the ground, entangling the giant wolf once more. This time, due to their physical contact, the vines tightened their grip and the black wolf's warning growls became increasingly pronounced, yet offered no substantial resistance. Its blood-red eyes bore a chilling intimidation, yet they seemed to harbor some elusive complexity. Capturing such a formidable creature excited the vines, which eagerly opened their suction cups, slapping against the aberrant black wolf's body, then began to incessantly siphon the energy from it. In this era, the obedience of sentinels to their guides seemed ingrained in their very bones. The previously agitated black wolf suddenly fell silent, its eyes, once filled with rage, now reflected confusion and surprise, as if its consciousness remained trapped in a moment of rampant destruction. "Good dog," Lin Nan gently called in her mind. Her voice transmitted through the vines to the aberrant black wolf's eardrum, causing its large ears to twitch. A tremendous energy emanated from the black wolf, mingled with a hint of gunpowder. This scent, Lin Nan realized, was familiar, reminiscent of the director and that madman. The gnawing hunger gradually dissipated, and her mind, nourished by the influx of energy, became extraordinarily exhilarated. The black wolf emitted a low, mournful sound, as if warning her or suppressing its grievances. Lin Nan observed that her once dark and narrow mental domain began to expand after absorbing this energy. A faint light pierced through the somber sky, and as she opened her eyes in this realm, she discovered a barren land, at the center of which a tiny sprout had inexplicably emerged. Chapter 11. Training the Dog. What is this? Lin Nan swept her spiritual power across, and the small sprout trembled as if stimulated. A curious little thing, she mused. Tentatively, she applied more pressure, the vines digging into the giant wolf's fur, pressing against its swollen flesh. The giant wolf seemed to feel pain, but dared not struggle, only emitting whimpers from its throat. No whining, lie down. Lin Nan extended a vine and gave it a light lash. The giant wolf howled, its massive body collapsing to the ground under the strain of its limbs. Such a good boy, she smiled slightly, unable to contain her praise. Inside the building, the sudden silence following the beast's roar puzzled those outside. Sir, we have detected a significant decrease in the aberration levels. Is a guide currently assisting him? A subordinate scrutinized the detection device. Perplexed, today, there are 6 guides on duty in the mental guidance department, excluding those trapped in the building. The other 5 guides have all evacuated to safety. What is happening, Uriel? At that moment, a new group approached, clad in platinum uniforms, representatives from the Guide Academy. The leading man, with black hair and green eyes, donned a sharply tailored black suit, exuding a commanding presence. Major Hosen. Uriel, upon seeing him, saluted. I have retired and am no longer your commander. Hosen waved his hand, his gaze fixed on the chaotic guide building, questioning. Why was a sentinel with such high aberration levels not sent to the detoxification facility in a timely manner, allowing him to roam freely outside? He is a sentinel from the 5th District's Marine Battalion, sent to the Central White Tower alongside the injured this morning. Compared to the other abnormal lunatics, his mental state was relatively stable, and he slipped out unnoticed. Who knew he would venture to the public guide facility and cause such a commotion? What is the current situation? The riot seems to have ceased. There is no further chaos. Do aberrant sentinels stop their rampage on their own? Hosen echoed the earlier question posed by Uriel, his nose twitching slightly, as if catching a faint scent. He then unbuttoned his suit jacket and strode inside. Major. Uriel immediately pursued and intercepted him. He has taken a guide hostage inside. Please do not provoke him unnecessarily. If he goes berserk again, Hosen interrupted, my student is inside. Lin Nan was taken aback by Hosen's unexpected presence. They were escorted down the building by medical personnel, and Hosen had already subdued the aberrant black wolf before handing it over to the military. Lin Nan watched as it was injected with a tranquilizer, then tossed into a military truck, vanishing from sight, unsure of where it would be taken. In stark contrast, she and the others received far more attention and concern. My goodness, there are 2 young guides inside. Students, were they injured? A medical team took AI Lee and the unconscious guide away, while Lin Nan, though unharmed, was thoroughly examined. Throughout the ordeal, Hosen remained at her side, and upon confirming her safety, he approached her. The pressure released by an aberrant sentinel is enough to disorient a guide of equal rank. That black wolf was originally a Class A, and after aberration, it escalated to Class S. Are you certain your mental domain has sustained no damage? At his words, Lin Nan intentionally checked her mental landscape, where the well-fed vines were now energetically dancing about, some branches arranged in playful forms. I should be fine, she replied, reporting to the director. It seems there are no issues. Hosen regarded her intently, an inscrutable emotion flickering in his green eyes. Lin Nan couldn't help but feel she was an unusual guide. Her spiritual entity was not at all like the typical gentle and healing guides. It bore a striking resemblance to a sentinel, exhibiting unprecedented offensive attributes. In the face of such a formidable opponent as the aberrant black wolf, she even felt a twinge of excitement. So sweet, a sudden voice echoed in her mind. Startled, Lin Nan glanced around. Aside from Hosen, there was no one else present. I want to eat more. It feels so soft to touch. I love fluffy things. The big dog's waist is so slim. Following the emergence of the first voice, a multitude of others sprang forth like mushrooms after rain, overwhelming her senses. Lin Nan's mind exploded with a cacophony of thoughts, akin to opening a long-dormant phone during a rare break, inundated with a flood of messages and voicemails, leaving her bewildered and flustered. What is this? Who is speaking? I find that the large leopard in front is truly magnificent, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, possessing a chest even more impressive than its master. Have you ever touched it? This leopard looks so fearsome. When did you manage to touch it? Indeed, I had just reached out when the connection was severed, and you managed to touch it. Hee. Lin Nan mused, seemingly aware of the source of these sounds. Can a spiritual entity truly speak? And is the leopard with a chest larger than hers referring to Director Huasun? Lin Nan's curious gaze drifted towards Huasun, who stood before her. The fabric of his clothing was thick, obscuring her view. Just as Lin Nan pondered this, the door to the consultation room creaked open. Standing at the threshold was the male doctor who had greeted her earlier. He held a folder and hesitated upon noticing the tall sentinel in the room. Lin Xiangdao. Here is your recent health examination report. Lin Nan nodded. Huasun gestured for the report to be handed to him. The doctor, recognizing him, promptly passed the document over. Huasun opened the folder and swiftly scanned the report, his gaze settling at the final evaluation section. There, prominently displayed, was a large numeral. Chapter 12. Level Evolution? Why is it this? He spoke with disbelief. Although Lin Nan had not seen the report, she was momentarily stunned by the doctor's words. Level? Was she not already a level guide? When had she ascended? During their time at the academy, guides rarely had opportunities to utilize their spiritual entities outside of practical exercises, resulting in little fluctuation in their levels before graduation. The true divergence occurred during the third-year internship, where each individual's growth environment varied, leading to changes in their spiritual entity levels. Naturally, some exceptionally gifted individuals inherited their parents' superior genes, born with an inherently high level. Since her differentiation, Lin Nan had consistently held the lowest rank, unchanged for several years. Thus, being informed that her level had risen was somewhat hard to believe. Even outside the building, he could detect the beast's passionate aura, mingled with a faint yet commanding woody fragrance. He recognized this scent, which had recently emerged in his office, nearly ensnaring him. It's here. Lin Nan's mind rang with alarm. She pondered whether to inform the director of her peculiar spiritual entity. She feared that if she revealed it, she might be regarded as a monster and captured. However, remaining silent left her utterly perplexed about these beings. To this moment, the numerous branches within her mind were in a heated debate about the size of the director's chest. No, he intended to attack me, and I merely ensnared him with vines. I did nothing else, Lin Nan asserted, ultimately opting to conceal the truth for the time being. Huasun furrowed his brow but refrained from pressing further, instead focusing his gaze on her neck. Canines instinctively leave their scent to declare territory when encountering favored domains and partners. Despite nearing the brink of becoming a mindless beast, they still do not forget to court. Huasun chuckled softly, his deep green eyes narrowing like those of a feline. By the way, what will happen to that sentinel? The White Tower's confinement facility will detain and observe him. However, Huasun's eyes closed briefly, acknowledging that since he had taken a guide hostage, the severity of the matter would likely lead to a swift sentencing, and he would probably remain confined within the White Tower's dungeon for a considerable time. Lin, do not cultivate empathy for Sentinels. Otherwise, those greedy beings will perceive you as prey to manipulate, dragging you into an endless abyss. Nevertheless, the safety of the guides supersedes all. This is the nation's bottom line, and there can be no lapses. There are countless Sentinels requiring guidance, not just him alone. Upon concluding his statement, Huasun suddenly raised his hand, lightly brushing past Lin Nan's neck, enveloping her in a subtle, crisp scent. Lin Nan understood and ceased her inquiries. This was so abrupt. The moment she heard the term makeup exam, she jolted, hastily asking, "Director, will my practical exam subject still be that mad sentinel?" If it were that lunatic again, the instant she unleashed her spiritual entity, she would surely be overwhelmed and fail outright. Huasun cast her a sidelong glance. Due to the unstable mental state of the previous subjects, we feared you might experience another stress response. Therefore, the school has assigned a different individual for this iteration. Today was meant to confirm this matter. Who is it? Lin Nan could not suppress her curiosity. You will find out in due time, he replied indifferently, as though reluctant to divulge more. Seizing the moment while they were alone, she swiftly summoned her spiritual entity. The slender CSZ twirled its vine-like branches, dancing and leaping through the air before materializing before Lin Nan. Boss, let's cuddle. With the appearance of her spiritual entity, a cacophony of voices erupted, causing Lin Nan's mind to explode with noise. Stop! Lin Nan shouted in exasperation, and the vines finally quieted. How did you suddenly gain the ability to speak? She had been here for over a month and had never heard them utter a word before. Their sudden vocalization startled her. We do not speak. Our voices are merely latent consciousness from your spiritual tendrils. We lack facial features and perceive the world through the emotions we capture from our surroundings. Thus, what we express is essentially your own subconscious thoughts. The branches chattered, and while Lin Nan did not fully comprehend, she gathered that the spiritual entity was indeed a part of her being. Through it, she sensed the world, and due to her heightened level, her perception had sharpened. The emotions the branches encountered were conveyed more clearly to her mind. Typically, individuals experience singular, unidirectional emotions, while her multitude of branches allowed for a more intricate and diverse emotional reception, resulting in the noisy phenomenon of seemingly countless voices. Therefore, the branch's earlier comments about the transformed black wolf being delightful to touch and the director's large chest were merely her concealed thoughts. She felt a sudden reluctance to acknowledge that. And what is this? She unearthed a pitiful little sprout, smothered by the branches in her mind. Several tendrils gathered around the small sprout, their tips twisting in disarray as they exchanged puzzled glances. Though Lin Nan could not see their eyes, she could sense the bewildered expressions of the branches. I don't know. Is this our brain? We are not animals. How can we have a brain? You are the one without a brain. None of you have brains. The branches erupted into another uproar, and Lin Nan rubbed her temples in irritation, redirecting her focus to the sprout. She was unsure of its origins. It had suddenly appeared in her spiritual soil, with its vibrant green leaves. It was rather pleasing to the eye. She poked it with her finger, and the sprout trembled as if it were a sieve. Then one tender leaf shyly curled around her fingertip. Lin Nan, it has consciousness. What on earth is this? Could it be that she possesses two spiritual entities? Lin Nan thought in shock. Chapter 13. A rabbit. Lin Nan sent a message to AI Li. Due to the destruction of the guides, AI Li and the injured guide had been received by the medical team of the Central White Tower, and now she lay in the White Tower's healing facility for observation. Lin Nan could not enter, so she sent a message through her terminal to inquire about her well-being. AI Li replied, "I'm fine, just a bit startled. After a nap, I felt better." Remarked Luo, she has also been sent to the Baita. Her injuries are quite severe. AI Li replied, "Physical injuries can be repaired with therapeutic devices, but the mental strain is another matter. The guides in Baita have been overwhelmed lately, seemingly lacking the time to provide her with the necessary support. She is probably also taking some suppressants." Lin Nan recalled the incident in Zone 5, where that Black Wolf Sentinel seemed to have gone to the Guiding Institute due to a lack of counseling in Baita. AI Li continued, "If this situation persists, I fear that the Central Authority may forcibly requisition students from our academy to assist. I saw the principal here just a moment ago. Was the situation truly so dire? The guides at the various border defenses were already scarce, making it impossible for them to attend to duties in the Central. The remaining guides were those stationed in the Central, yet the Sentinel ranks there tended to be quite high, complicating the treatment for the guides. Typically, a guide could only attend to 2 or 3 high-level Sentinels a day, leaving little energy for others. For Sentinels whose conditions were not particularly severe, like Luo Shi, they would merely distribute some suppressants containing guide essence and call a day. Consequently, in this world where guides are few, the number of Sentinels who have long been deprived of counseling is steadily increasing, and as their ranks rise, they become a phenomenon even more terrifying than those dreadful abominations. After concluding her call with AI Li, Lin Nan lay on her bed in silence for a prolonged period. The next day, she indulged in a rare lie-in. It was nearly noon when she finally arose to prepare for a meal in the cafeteria. The cafeteria was located on the east side of the dormitory. As she pressed the elevator button to descend, she was unexpectedly greeted by a familiar face upon the door's opening. With long, straight blue hair cascading behind him and a pair of almost translucent eyes, he exuded an innate sense of aloofness. Upon seeing Lin Nan, a gentle smile graced his face as he said, "What a coincidence, we meet again, dear guide." It was the companion of that madman. Lin Nan instinctively took a step back, her wariness piqued. Who was this person, and how could a sentinel freely enter the guiding academy? Do not be alarmed. Kaiser is not here today, only I am. Please come in. He extended his hand with a gentlemanly demeanor. His nearly 2-meter tall frame clad in a form-fitting black and gold sentinel uniform, exuding an air of politeness. Lin Nan remained skeptical, unwilling to place her trust in him so easily. Though he appeared well-mannered and aristocratic, she had experienced his true nature the previous day. Thus, she decided to ignore him, shaking her head and saying, "Thank you, but I just remembered something I forgot to retrieve. You may go ahead." "Very well." The young man named Lin Nan responded without irritation. He brushed a lock of hair behind his ear, revealing his pointed, elongated ears adorned with sparkling sapphire earrings. He looked at the petite, adorable girl outside the elevator and smiled. Then I shall see you later. What did he mean by see you later? Lin Nan stared at the elevator doors as they slowly closed, utterly perplexed by his words. She purposely lingered in the hallway, ensuring he had moved far enough away before pressing the elevator button once more. At this hour, the dormitory was nearly deserted, and the elevator arrived swiftly. However, to her dismay, upon the doors opening, she was met with another unexpected person. What misfortune had befallen her today, as nothing good seemed to come her way? Inside the elevator stood a young man clad in a guide uniform, with blonde hair and blue eyes, his face adorned with faint freckles, embodying the quintessential appearance of an English youth. As another guide, his height was not particularly remarkable compared to Sentinels, but he was undoubtedly handsome in the context of Gulan Xing. Yet, the moment the elevator doors opened and he laid eyes on Lin Nan, his expression soured instantly. His blue eyes reflected an unmistakable disdain as he snapped, "Commoner, get out of my elevator." Was this person truly intolerable? Always branding her as a commoner. Lin Nan's temper flared, and she could no longer contain her frustration. With a cold huff, she boldly stepped into the elevator. L, standing closer to the door, was taken aback by her sudden advance, and the faint scent of what enveloped him, causing his heart to halt momentarily. His cheeks flushed slightly, and he stumbled back, only to find himself cornered against the cold, hard wall behind him. The sight of the petite girl before him was charmingly adorable, and being so close for the first time left him feeling overwhelmed by her soft fragrance. He wanted to create distance, but when he opened his mouth to speak, his voice came out unexpectedly soft. Thus, he tightly shut his mouth. Lin Nan observed his reaction, thinking, here we go again. That lofty demeanor, as if I were some sort of filth. In the past, Lin Nan would have succumbed to her insecurities and distanced herself, but now, as a diligent worker with a natural rebellious spirit, she felt compelled to draw closer to him. Let him feel discomfort. Let him feel repulsed. If he did not want her in the elevator, she would stubbornly remain. Hello, L. Lin Nan greeted him with a bright smile. She stood so near that they were but a step away from being pressed against one another, and due to the height difference, she had to tilt her head to meet his gaze. Seemingly relishing the moment and teasing him, Lin Nan clasped her hands behind her back, slightly leaning forward as she gazed up at him. Her black hair flowed smoothly, with a few strands falling beside her ear. She had cut her long bangs into blunt fringes, revealing a pair of large, bright eyes. Her skin was as pale as snow, with delicate features and a soft, non-threatening silhouette. She undoubtedly presented the visage of an exquisite flower, exuding an innocent fragility. Why can't I ride the elevator with you? Lin Nan mustered her utmost charm, her voice softening, and the droop of her eyes added to her pitiful facade. L stared at her, his face turning an even deeper shade of crimson. He was speechless, fearing that the moment he uttered a sound, he would shatter the facade of his pride, which would never allow him to show even a hint of affection toward this common girl. Yet, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to her. He clenched his jaw, closed his eyes, and angrily turned his head away. The more he struggled to suppress his feelings, the more his expression betrayed his fury. He took a few steps to the side, attempting to distance himself from the faint, intoxicating aroma. What a peculiar individual. Lin Nan silently critiqued him. What had she done to incur his ire? As the elevator doors closed, the confined space made their features clearer, and Lin Nan could even hear the boy's faint breaths. She discreetly released her spiritual entity, and a few tendrils danced at her feet, gradually drifting toward him. Ah, a rabbit that can gasp. So adorable, completely flushed. Whispers echoed in her mind. Lin Nan intended to probe his emotions, to understand why he always looked upon her with disdain. However, she inadvertently made contact. The boy, who had been quietly standing in the corner, suddenly jolted as if struck by electricity, a soft moan escaping his throat, his body trembling. Being a guide himself, he instantly recognized what was happening, his eyes flying open as he glared at Lin Nan. Commoner, how dare you use mental probing on me? The dormitory building was not particularly tall, and the elevator swiftly descended to the first floor. As soon as the door opened, AI air stormed out in a huff, turning back with disdain to hurl a few more insults. Lowly commoner, Lin Nan responded with a resigned, all right. After finishing her meal, Lin Nan proceeded to the designated guidance room. Upon entering, she found someone already waiting for her. The moment she recognized the individual, her countenance fell. Why was it him? Lin Nan, who had been leisurely sipping tea while seated, stood up as she entered, setting his cup down with an air of utmost gentlemanliness. Lin Nan. It is a pleasure to see you again. No wonder he had spoken so earlier. He was the practical subject for her retake examination. Lin Nan suddenly felt that being dismissed from her guiding role and expelled from school might not be such a bad outcome after all. Sensing her displeasure, Lin Nan refrained from approaching her as brazenly as he had previously, instead maintaining a respectful distance, his expression filled with sincerity and regret. He slightly inclined his body, his voice gentle and tinged with remorse as he reassured her. What transpired last time was truly our fault. We left a rather poor impression on such a lovely lady. I sincerely apologize. He continued, I believe it is also necessary to formally introduce myself. My name is Lin Nan, and I currently hold the position of Student Council President at the Sentinel Academy. I am also a Sentinel myself, but you need not worry. I will not be reckless like my companions and frighten our lovely lady. As he spoke, he gazed at Lin Nan with a hint of anticipation, his pale eyes reflecting a glimmer of sincerity. The man's overly courteous demeanor left Lin Nan feeling quite out of her depth. Having been a cog in the corporate machine, she was not adept at handling such situations and currently felt utterly uncomfortable, unsure of where to place her limbs. And no, it's all right, she stammered, forcing herself to respond. I truly appreciate your forgiveness. Lin Nan smiled warmly, his face radiating relief. The guidance for Sentinels regarding their mental state was inherently a private matter, and students at the academy lacked experience and were often shy. Thus, they would not linger nearby to observe. The central system recorded the pollution values of each Sentinel, and once the examination concluded, they would simply verify the data. Shall we begin? Lin Nan asked in a subdued tone after the proctor had departed. Lin Nan nodded, her gaze fixed on the handsome young man before her. Curiosity piqued regarding the nature of this Sentinel's mental essence. She recalled that it was said human appearances often bore traits of their mental constructs. For instance, Director Hwasun exhibited feline-like slit pupils, while AI Lee possessed adorably pristine little teeth reminiscent of an otter. She wondered what creature could possibly grant its owner blue hair. Lost in her thoughts, she was oblivious to the fact that the young man across from her had quietly removed his shirt, revealing a well-toned physique. When Lin Nan inadvertently glanced up, she was instantly engulfed in a wave of embarrassment, her face flushing a deep crimson. She hurriedly stepped back several paces, too frightened to meet his gaze. What was wrong with this person? Why was he undressing? It was one thing to remove his shirt, but why was he wearing a black harness underneath? Lin Nan felt as though she might shatter, having been single her entire life, and now witnessing such a provocative scene for the first time. Lin Nan, with a playful glint in his eyes, seemed oblivious to any impropriety in his actions, explaining, I am unlike others. My mental projection is situated below, whether intentional or not. As he elaborated, he traced his slender fingers lightly across his sculpted chest, down the defined grooves of his abdomen. The well-defined obliques resembled deep ravines, concealing a blue gem that shimmered enticingly under the dim, warm light of the examination room. Lin Nan's mind was ablaze. I apologize if I've caused you any discomfort, he said, his demeanor seemingly gentle and courteous, yet his actions were brazenly suggestive. Starkly contrasting with his polite facade, Lin Nan lowered her gaze, making an effort to avoid wandering eyes, quickly darting to the designated chair for guides, crossing her legs tightly. Too apprehensive to move. This man, merely looking at him, felt overwhelming. Soft laughter echoed nearby as Lin Nan approached her. Positioning himself so that the blue gem aligned perfectly with her line of sight, the black harness nestled within his toned muscles, revealing subtle crimson indentations. Due to his height, Lin Nan needed to lean down to meet her gaze. His blue hair cascaded like a waterfall, flowing freely down either side of his face, with a few playful strands gently resting on Lin Nan's shoulder. Just touch here, he instructed, pointing to the blue gem, his voice deep and rich, reminiscent of an ancient siren's song, imbued with an enchanting allure. Chapter 15. The blue jellyfish. Lin Nan found herself plunging into an endless sea, surrounded by the chilling waters. The cold pierced her skin like countless needles, penetrating straight to her bones. The mental barrier of this sentinel was indeed an ocean. Her curiosity about his mental essence grew stronger. She allowed herself to surrender, descending deeper into the abyss. As she sank further, the sunlight filtering through the water gradually dimmed, the world around her descending into darkness. The deeper she went, the more she felt she was entering an infinite, shadowy universe, mysterious and daunting. The ocean was beautiful, yet fraught with peril. Her skirt flared out in the water, resembling drifting seaweed, as a massive shadow glided past her. Anyone suffering from deep-sea phobia would surely faint at the sight, yet perhaps due to her innate affinity for water, Lin Nan found it less terrifying. Soon, she arrived at an underwater garden. Countless seaweeds, corals, pearls, and a grand underwater palace surrounded her. Lin Nan stood at the entrance of the palace, refraining from barging in. So far, she had yet to glimpse the shadow of his mental essence, but the examination only required her to perform superficial treatments on the Sentinel, not to make contact with the essence itself. Thus, she summoned her vines, directing them towards the debris and silt outside the palace. The dancing vines surged forth like seaweed, dozens of tendrils probing curiously, their attention far from the accumulated pollutants, instead recklessly rolling around the beautiful corals and seaweeds, wreaking havoc. The once serene underwater garden was instantly thrown into disarray. Where the vines swept through, exquisite coral reefs shattered, the seaweed uprooted, and fragmented pieces sank into the murky soil as the vines leaped about, some either burrowing into loose sand or spiraling above, snapping at passing fish. "Stop!" Lin Nan called out repeatedly, trying to rein them in for being too rough. Yet the exhilaration of destruction that surged from the tips of the vines felt akin to a maddening itch, igniting an overwhelming excitement within her. She felt a hunger stirring. Lin Nan's hand grazed the male Sentinel's abdomen, her spiritual threads glowing a vibrant green, continuously flowing into his body. The smile gradually faded from Lan Yin's face as he observed the girl's expression darkening, his strong physique swaying uncontrollably as each muscle tightened under the influence of this unseen force. Initially, the tremors were merely subtle, yet as the sensations within him intensified, the quaking grew more pronounced, as though an invisible force stirred and collided within his body. His skin exuded fine beads of sweat, which coalesced into tiny droplets, slowly cascading down the contours of his muscles, ultimately gathering on the sapphire. Wu Lanyin clenched her teeth, striving to endure the tumultuous sensations coursing through her body. However, the surging waves relentlessly crashed upon her, and ultimately she could bear it no longer, emitting a low moan from the depths of her throat. As the vines obliterated the last remnants of the pristine scenery in the underwater garden, the Sentinel, known for his indomitable physique, was ultimately overwhelmed by the inexplicable sensations, his legs giving way as he collapsed heavily to the ground. "What a wretched creature," he muttered to himself, his hands propping up on either side of Lin Nan's thighs. His head bowed, strands of hair dampened by sweat, rendering him a pitiable sight. Lin Nan, whose consciousness lingered within the Sentinel's mental barrier, felt the surrounding seawater unusually scalding. Amidst the tumult, it seemed as though a colossal, terrifying creature approached her. The sound of bubbles stirring in the water grew louder, and a surge of intense unease washed over Lin Nan. She scanned her surroundings, finding nothing beyond the wreckage left by the vines. Yet, an inexplicable aura of danger quietly enveloped her, weighing heavily on all her senses. Lin Nan instinctively raised her gaze, and what she beheld was a scene destined to linger in her memory. A gargantuan blue jellyfish, which had inexplicably arrived above her, its vast form surpassing imagination, resembling a floating blue island. The translucent bell of the jellyfish unfurled in the water, shimmering with specks of ethereal blue light. Under the glow of this cerulean radiance, the surrounding seawater took on a faint, beautiful hue. The long tentacles danced gracefully, undulating through the water, soft and elegant, yet concealing a deadly nature. It was indeed a jellyfish, and it seemed to be a fitting counterpart to him. A thought suddenly crossed Lin Nan's mind. The jellyfish loomed large, akin to a 10-story building, with Lin Nan appearing as diminutive as an ant before it. Its tentacles began to flex and extend, countless filaments stretching forth, drifting towards Lin Nan and ensnaring her in an instant. There was no malice in its touch. Lin Nan sensed this, allowing her heart to settle slightly. She could not resist the urge to reach out and touch it, feeling its slick, icy surface reminiscent of gelatin, which was oddly comforting. The vines appear to have also discovered this more enchanting creature than the underwater garden, eagerly intertwining with it. Tentacles and branches wove together. Variously sized, elongated forms entangled and tightened, each contact creating small whirlpools in the surrounding water. If Lin Nan recalled correctly, The sensory organs of the jellyfish were located on its tentacles. Driven by curiosity and caution, she cautiously caressed one of the tentacles. Its texture was slick, imbued with a peculiar elasticity. Upon her gentle touch, the sensory organs shyly closed up. There were also small protrusions that concealed dangerous stings, akin to those of her vines. Lin Nan mused, finding it amusing, and consequently exerted herself further. The vines and the jellyfish's tentacles continued to intertwine, rubbing against one another, while the jellyfish seemed to enter a peculiar state, quivering slightly as if experiencing an intense sensation. As the trembling intensified, it began to release moisture, which swiftly diffused in the seawater, creating an indescribable emotion. In reality, Wu Lanin felt as though the moisture within her body was nearly depleted. She should have distanced herself from this individual immediately. Yet for the first time, her spirit, which had always maintained a united front with her, defied her. The Sentinel could not help but close his eyes, every muscle taut, one hand bracing against the chair while the other pressed tightly over his mouth, surrendering to the overwhelming stimuli. His skin, pale as if long deprived of sunlight, now seeped with fluid from his pores, dampening the constricting band around him. He lifted his gaze towards the girl seated in the chair. She was lost in her mental sea, fingers aglow with green light, her expression calm and composed, in stark contrast to his own disheveled turmoil. This was utterly excessive, he thought, unable to bear looking at her any longer, fighting to suppress the impulse to embrace her. Sweat dripping steadily onto the floor of the treatment room, creating a damp patch. So sweet, Lin Nan's thoughts echoed, and a bit salty. Little jellyfish is quite the flow master. Touch here, and it will gasp. Such pleasing sounds. Let S drain it dry. As the vine's words grew increasingly brazen, Lin Nan finally realized that she was not merely playing. She was undergoing an examination. The immense jellyfish obediently followed her, gradually resizing to match her form, transforming into the size of a blue skirt, swirling gracefully around her. How obedient the spirit was, Lin Nan mused, patting its head as a reward before redirecting her attention to the pollutants on the ocean floor. She observed that the underwater garden had been thoroughly ravaged, along with the accumulated pollutants obliterated as well. In class, it was said that the guide cleansed the Sentinel by removing these pollutants. Although her approach was somewhat brutal, it should still count as fulfilling her task, she thought, albeit uncertainly, glancing at the little jellyfish before severing the mental link and exiting the underwater realm. Upon reopening her eyes, she found herself facing the pristine white walls of the treatment room and the Sentinel kneeling before her. Lin Nan was startled and hastily leaped from her chair, intending to distance herself from this man. However, as she stood, a hand reached out, gripping her legs, preventing her escape. The Sentinel leaned in, still kneeling, breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling, radiating an overwhelming heat. He slowly raised his gaze, revealing a face usually marked by cool detachment and nobility, now suffused with embarrassment and fury. His pale eyes shimmered with unfathomable complexity. The composure he typically exuded had vanished, replaced by an inscrutable gaze that Lin Nan dared not probe further, fearing the intensity of emotion might scorch her. Her mind was awash with confusion, her body paralyzed. I apologize. Please allow me to remain like this for a while. I seem to have offended Lin classmate again. Truly, I am sorry. Though he uttered repeated apologies, his eyes filled with sincerity and guilt, his powerful arms clung to her as if forged from iron, binding her to him. The aura around him resembled that of a ferocious beast poised to devour its prey. Lin Nan shuddered, suddenly realizing that the jellyfish was rather troublesome. What is happening? In the monitoring room, Huasan approached the supervising teacher, inquiring. By the looks of it, it seems to have succeeded. Before the supervising teacher, an electronic screen displayed the unfolding events within the treatment room. The towering Sentinel knelt before the young maiden, contorting his physique into a stance that was both humble and laden with an insatiable possessiveness. He was undoubtedly aware of his advantages. His robust, sculpted pectorals strained against the black corset, creating strikingly impactful lines. The sheen of perspiration rendered him akin to a fish submerged in water, exuding an alluring sensuality. Such base theatrics could deceive only the naive and innocent students, and with a stroke of luck, he might entice her to become his dedicated guide in the future. The Invigilator, a seasoned guide, had witnessed numerous instances of Sentinels and guides merging their spirits. She exhibited a glimmer of greed and obsession, having grown somewhat immune to such displays. Yet, upon reviewing the monitoring data, she expressed astonishment, merely engaging in superficial guidance. How could there be even a hint of emerging warmth? Lin Nan was an exceptionally rare-level deep-sea sentinel, a pure-blooded heir of the Chris lineage, and his refined upbringing distinguished his emotions from those of his peers, stable and restrained. Many guides had previously attempted to provide him with spiritual counseling, but none had ever encountered such a display of loss of composure and embarrassment as today. Lower his pollution levels, she commanded. As her words fell, several data charts materialized on the electronic screen, revealing negligible fluctuations, particularly in the pollution levels, which had only been minutely adjusted downward. This was quite characteristic of a novice guide who was both inexperienced and playful. Typically, student guides merely skimmed the surface of Sentinels' spiritual realms during practical examinations. When faced with significant differences in rank, many guides would faint due to the overwhelming and terrifying mental barriers of the Sentinels, unable to even engage in superficial connections, let alone delve into the depths of their spiritual landscapes for profound guidance. In the normative understanding of Sentinel-guide relationships, the emergence of merging warmth was indeed a rarity, typically arising only after profound spiritual exchanges. It was akin to a meticulously crafted lock, which could only be opened by a matching key imbued with a soulless imprint, thus igniting such fervent reactions. What had this student accomplished to render a level Sentinel so pathetically vulnerable? They had not even shared a kiss. Hwassen's gaze remained fixated on the ambiguous scene between the two. After a moment, he remarked, "Yesterday, we captured a mutated black wolf. Upon analyzing some data, we discovered that without any profound guidance, its mutation levels decreased, and it also entered a state of merging warmth. Is it related to the incident with the attacked guide?" Hwassan nodded. "How could that be?" Tina, the invigilator, exclaimed, utterly perplexed. Chapter 17. Invitation. Sentinel mutation has long been a taboo topic in this society, with everyone reluctant to confront it. Once a Sentinel's pollution level exceeds their capacity, they transform into a beast driven solely by instinct, reckless and unrestrained. Historically, there have been only a few cases of mutation that were subsequently quelled, but the odds of such occurrences are exceedingly slim. Not everyone is fortunate enough to encounter a compatible guide in dire situations. Could merging warmth be the key factor in preventing mutation? Tina's eyes flickered as she boldly proposed a conclusion that had never been uttered before. Throughout history, they had never linked the two concepts together. Hwassan neither agreed nor disagreed. He placed a report beside Tina, stating, "Yesterday, during the capture of the mutated wolf, it was with this student. We believe she calmed its emotions." Upon hearing this, Tina's expression turned grave as she perused Lin Nan's transcript, which recorded all her grades since enrollment, the glaring red marks making her wince. She glanced at the disheveled Sentinel in the video and questioned, "A student who cannot even establish a mental connection can soothe a mutated Sentinel?" Though it was indeed hard to believe, it was a fact, and she had successfully claimed the wolf as her own. The notion of claiming a Sentinel held significant implications. Once this occurred, the Sentinel's spiritual world seemed to be locked with a key that only accepted its master's mental link. A Sentinel on the brink of mutation, at the moment of utmost need for spiritual guidance, would submit solely to a lower-ranked guide. Was this person not also deranged? Ah, how intriguing. This was indeed the reason you summoned me for invigilation today. You wish for me to retain her? She rose gracefully, placing a delicate hand on Hwassen's shoulder. Director Hwa, have you not always regarded guides merely as tools? The previously stern woman now approached with a swaying gait, her gaze softening from icy rigidity to one imbued with affection and a hint of flirtation. The military does not require idlers. As long as she is useful, any form will suffice. How callous. She moved closer, the space between them diminishing until they could feel each other's warm breaths. However, it is the first time I have seen you take such an interest in a young girl. If you desire me to personally guide her, that is not out of the question, but her current performance is inadequate. Like you, I never teach the inept. She tilted her head slightly, whispering sweetly into his ear. Hwassan subtly turned his face away. Her spiritual capabilities remain an enigma. The League is approaching, and soon practice will validate all hypotheses. As she spoke, she deliberately elongated her tone, the last syllable rising slightly, imbued with a suggestive undertone. Hwassen's obscure gaze, concealed behind transparent lenses, lingered before he took a gentlemanly step back and nodded. "Thank you for your concern. However, I have pressing matters to attend to today and cannot spare the time. I shall visit another day. His refusal was evident, yet Tina remained unfazed, shrugging gracefully as if she had anticipated this outcome. She lifted her chin slightly, a flicker of disdain in her eyes, muttering softly, an unromantic old fossil. Lin Nan emerged from the treatment room, feeling drenched. I sincerely apologize. After the blue-haired Sentinel stabilized his emotions, he reverted to his noble and graceful demeanor. He assisted Lin Nan from the chair, adjusting her slightly disheveled skirt. If it is convenient later, may I have the honor of inviting you to dinner? He inquired softly, extending a tentative invitation. The sweat had dried, and his pale skin appeared particularly striking. Lin Nan averted her gaze, blushing as she turned to the door, stammering, perhaps another time. I need to go to the academic office to collect my transcript. I can't take it. This Sentinel is just too attractive. I see, Lin Nan replied, momentarily crestfallen, but quickly regained composure. He smiled and continued, we can arrange another meeting when you are free. After all, summer vacation is approaching, and we host many delightful parties at that time. We could enjoy ourselves together then. His eyes glimmered with a subtle, enigmatic light. Upon hearing this, Lin Nan felt a chill run down her spine. Haha, let us discuss it later. Summer is still a ways off, and who knows what arrangements might arise. She waved her hands as she spoke, her feet hastily moving towards the exit. The director is calling for me, so I must leave. Until next time, Lin Nan. Lin Nan hurriedly slipped away, leaving the tall Sentinel alone in the room. In the ensuing silence, he leisurely picked up the coat from the floor, his movements graceful and unhurried, as he delicately fastened the buttons with his slender fingers. The black and gold uniform of the Sentinel Academy fit him impeccably, as he stood there with his back straight, resembling a proud white poplar, exuding an air of innate nobility. A message arrived on his personal terminal. After opening it and reading it thoroughly, he let out a soft snort from his nostrils after a moment of contemplation. Lin Nan approached the academic office, where Huasan was already waiting for her. The results are out, and you performed quite well, Lin Tongxue, Huasan remarked, placing Lan Yin's mental domain score before her. Lin Nan glanced at it, slightly taken aback. 0.5? How could I drop so much? She felt she had put in considerable effort. Was the outcome truly that disappointing? At least she wouldn't be expelled, right? Huasan replied calmly, and Lin Nan noticed he was dressed in military attire today. Given his more robust physique compared to others, the black and gold uniform appeared far more refined and upright than the soldiers she typically observed. As the man noticed Lin Nan's gaze upon him, he slowly removed his military cap, his bangs falling slightly to reveal a pair of steady, dark green eyes. Chapter 18, Assessment Passed, Revised. The director looks quite handsome today, Lin Nan silently complimented him in her heart. This score is quite common among the junior guide population. Mental guidance is not an easy task, and she could gradually improve in the future. Is everyone else around this range? Lin Nan couldn't help but feel curious. Most are similar. Some have a score of only 0.1. Currently, there is a significant disparity in levels between Sentinels and guides, so poor guidance outcomes are quite normal. However, there are exceptions, Huasan explained, pulling out the report card of another student. The boy from the Flindia family is a rare genius. His mental strength has already reached level 6, achieving a guidance effectiveness of 100 with Sentinels of the same level, and even crossing levels. He can achieve an effectiveness of 70. Before long, he should be promoted to level 7 and enter the ranks of legendary guides. Flindia? Lin Nan curiously glanced at the photo, recognizing a familiar face with golden hair and blue eyes. So was this proud rabbit. He is that impressive? No wonder he often looked down on her. Being a level 3 in front of others of level 5 truly made her feel inadequate. Lin Nan felt a bit frantic inside. She had heard of the legendary guide rankings, rumored to feature individuals of level 6 or approaching level 7, each followed by a throng of devoted admirers, their fervor akin to that of rabid fans. However, those individuals frequented the front lines or government secret departments, leaving Lin Nan without the opportunity to witness them firsthand. When will I ever be able to achieve that? The salary must be quite high, she mused, though she refrained from voicing that last thought. I believe it won't be long, Huasan remarked as he approached her side. As long as you perform well in the upcoming league, there will be opportunities to match with the finest military units, who will provide you with invaluable experience. While he spoke thus, Lin Nan considered her current abilities and social connections, realizing she might not even pass the preliminary selections for the league. No one selected her for practice sessions among the guides, let alone in such a crucial competition. It was said that the League was a joint event organized by the Guide Academy and the Sentinel Academy for second-year students about to enter their internship period. During the competition, Sentinels and Guides could freely choose their teams, whether individually or in groups, with no restrictions on the mode. The group with the highest score within the designated time and location would be declared the victor. In this world, strength was revered, and those with higher mental levels naturally had the privilege of selection. The individuals they chose would also likely be of high caliber. For someone like Lin Nan, whose scores barely passed, it was rare to find peers at her level. Despite having recently advanced a rank, it still did not change her position at the bottom of the class. One could easily imagine the situation she would face then. Thinking of this, she forced a smile and said, "I'm not someone with grand ambitions. I just hope to pass my exams. After graduation, if I can't enter the tower, I'll find a relaxing job at a private clinic." Upon hearing Lin Nan's words, Huisun finally chuckled softly, dispelling the gloomy cloud that had lingered in his heart. "You even know about private clinics? Is there something wrong? Aren't they similar to the private hospitals of the past? If I can't get into a public one, can I go to a private one?" Observing her naivety, Huisun rubbed his forehead and said, "Are you sure that 60 points in your cultural subjects wasn't plagiarized?" Having been coasting along since her arrival, Lin Nan nearly exposed herself, quickly kneeling in apology. "Sorry, Director, I had a fever recently, and it seems like it affected my brain." Huisun felt somewhat speechless and continued, "Private guiding institutions engage in gray transactions not recognized by the state or government. As a proper academy graduate, you must never degrade yourself by going to such places." Lin Nan nodded vigorously, feeling a wave of fear. It turned out that in this world, private hospitals were of such a nature. She had been careless. "However, you need not worry too much. You may not fully understand your mental entity yet." "What do you mean?" Lin Nan asked, puzzled. "Based on the analysis of your practical data from recent sessions, your mental entity, while lacking purification abilities, demonstrates an inexplicable high compatibility with the mental entities of some advanced Sentinels." Huisun's voice was steady and calm as he explained. Lin Nan listened, somewhat bewildered, gazing earnestly at the director, awaiting a more detailed explanation. Huisun observed her expression, realizing she likely did not comprehend. The mental link between Sentinels and Guides can transcend mere guidance and healing. Capable Guides can control Sentinels through this connection, turning them into weapons at their disposal. Thus, compatibility is of utmost importance. Do you understand what I mean? Your mental entity seems innately capable of breaching any Sentinel's mental barrier, embracing all negative emotions. Simply put, as long as you desire it, no Sentinel can refuse you. Lin Nan found herself inexplicably following the director. She sat in the passenger seat, watching as the vehicle exited the school, traversing through tranquil and spacious streets, heading towards the Imperial Center and the majestic White Tower. "Director, where are you taking me?" Lin Nan finally felt a hint of unease and couldn't help but ask, "What we need to do there?" "The White Tower. Isn't that a place only military personnel can enter? Why are you bringing me there? I need you to meet someone." "Who?" "You'll find out when we arrive." After stating this, Huisun fell silent, and Lin Nan dared not inquire further. After all, he was her school teacher, and she assumed he wouldn't harm her. Thus, she leaned back in her seat, resigned to whatever would happen. Perhaps it was from her earlier entanglement with that jellyfish, having exerted too much energy once she relaxed. A wave of fatigue washed over her. Lin Nan gazed out the window, feeling drowsy, yet she dared not truly fall asleep, so she forced herself to stay awake. In a daze, she sensed a moist and sticky gaze lingering beside her, refusing to dissipate. After an indeterminate period, the vehicle finally arrived at the White Tower. Huisun lowered the car window, and upon seeing him, the Sentinel guard saluted and allowed them entry. Lin Nan closely followed Huisun, moving through without obstruction. Subsequently, they entered an elevator, where he pressed the button for the 15th underground floor. So, the White Tower was not only majestic above ground, but also had so many levels beneath. Lin Nan marveled. Upon reaching the 15th underground floor, they were met with a long corridor, the cold metallic walls emitting a chilling glimmer under the dim lights. Huisun led Lin Nan to a door labeled Observation Room, then swiped his identification card to enter. Inside, various instruments and gigantic electronic screens were present, with only 2 or 3 staff members inside, one of whom was Lin Nan, the male assistant who often trailed behind the director. "What's the situation?" Huisun asked directly. GC glanced at Lin Nan, who stood behind Huisun, and replied, There's no way. The mental barrier is locked tight. No one can pry it open. Hua Shun nodded lightly, comprehending the situation. He then turned to Lin Nan and said, "Student Lin, this is precisely the reason for today's invitation." Lin Nan was somewhat bewildered. Hua Shun instructed to display the image on the electronic screen, and a robust, naked male body was instantly projected in magnified detail. Lin Nan was startled, initially thinking it was inappropriate content, but upon closer inspection, she realized her misunderstanding. The man in the image was bound on a colossal torture rack, his arms suspended above his head, forcing his long, powerful body to stretch out. His upper clothing had been shredded, leaving only a pair of black combat pants that clung messily to him. He hung his head, obscuring his facial expression, but his pale and gaunt chin suggested he was in a poor state. A faint sense of familiarity washed over Lin Nan as she gazed at the lower half of his face. "Is this the Black Wolf?" She hesitated, uncertain, for on the day of the incident, that Sentinel had already begun to mutate, and she had only glimpsed the remaining half of his human face through the Vine's conveyed imagery. When a Sentinel's pollution index reached the tolerable threshold of the brain domain, he would lose his rationality and completely transform into a frenzied monster. The higher the Sentinel's rank, the greater his tolerance, but it also meant that his mutation would yield more devastating consequences. Currently, the number of advanced guides in the Vital was limited, and despite their requests for continuous guidance, they were rapidly falling behind the pace of the Sentinel's mutations. At this point, Hua Shun paused, his dark green eyes reflecting an inscrutable expression. For someone like him, who could receive calming treatment in the early stages of mutation and regain human rationality, it was indeed rare and fortunate. However, curiously, they had discovered that although he had stopped mutating, the pollution value in his brain domain had not diminished. As Hua Shun spoke, his gaze shifted to the still bewildered young girl before him. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, he loomed over Lin Nan like a mountain, making it hard for her to breathe. "Student Lin, what exactly did you do to him?" In an instant, Lin Nan felt the focus of all present eyes upon her, some curious, some probing, some scrutinizing and questioning. The Sentinels were not adept at concealing their emotions. Their actions and feelings were starkly terrifying. She felt a surge of panic and hurriedly said, "I truly did nothing. He just became docile all of a sudden, and I was puzzled too." Yet, it seemed no one believed her. At that moment, a door concealed from view opened automatically. Hua Shun continued to walk inside, insisting she follow. Upon entering through the door, Lin Nan was startled again by the space within. It was a sealed interrogation room. Dim lights flickering ominously in the confined area, adding an eerie ambience. In the center stood a set of instruments of torture, cold iron chains intertwining and glinting menacingly. The Sentinel she had seen on the screen was now hanging before her in stark reality. An obscure scent wafted into her nostrils. "Do you recognize it? That is the scent of a beast in heat." Hua Shun's deep voice resonated through the darkness. This Sentinel's mutation had been interrupted, and he had also entered a state of arousal. Yet summer was not the usual breeding season for canids. Thus, his condition was artificially induced. What did you do to him? If he had not personally experienced such sensations, he would not doubt the abilities of this novice guide, who barely met the required mental level. He recalled the feeling of numbness, as if something foreign crawled over him. Every nerve tingling with a chilling, yet intriguing sensation that eroded his perception. The heat of his body surged in a strange and overwhelming manner. And even with a mental barrier as formidable as his, there was a moment when he felt it might collapse. Faced with the imposing figure of the man, Lin Nan's heart raced in turmoil, and the vines around her seemed to react with alarm, their tips standing on edge. How terrifying! So fierce! I clearly touched him, and he felt so good. And then he turned his back on me. Is this what they call a scumbag on Gulan Xing? Dozens of vines stirred in her mind like a tumultuous gathering, their cacophonous and indignant voices threatening to drive Lin Nan to madness. What is this? Ever since Lin Nan took over the original host, her memories and emotions had synced with her spiritual entity, which now fervently sought to access her recollections of Gulan Xing. They particularly delighted in the more dominant narratives featuring characters of a certain color. Men, one vine, having been bitten by the mutated black wolf and missing a piece of its head, twisted in indignation. Right here, release your spiritual entity on him, Hua Shun commanded, placing an irresistible pressure on Lin Nan's shoulder. Just do it. Please stop tormenting her. Lin Nan was on the verge of tears, reluctantly stepping forward. In the observation room, GC promptly retrieved the communicator, issuing an urgent order. All personnel on alert. Ensure the guide's safety throughout the experiment. The heavy iron door slowly closed behind them, plunging the room into a quiet, dim silence, illuminated only by a few warm yellow lights in the corners. Lin Nan cautiously approached the suspended sentinel, her heart racing. Just days ago, this man had rampaged and destroyed a building, his mutated form ferocious and brutal. Now, he resembled a criminal, his hands tightly bound by coarse ropes, suspended high above, his head drooping weakly, disheveled strands of hair obscuring his dull face. He appeared to be in a constant state of tremor, drenched in sweat. Mutation had robbed him of much of his strength at this moment. He seemed as feeble as a rag, trampled underfoot. Standing before the sentinel, Lin Nan's height allowed her to just reach his abdomen. She hesitated briefly before gently placing her hand upon him. A flicker of green light illuminated the scene as several writhing vines slowly emerged from her skirt, akin to a beautiful jellyfish displaying its most splendid attire in the water. Upon seeing the bound sentinel, the vine's earlier indignation dissipated entirely, and their suction cups stirred with excitement. Before swiftly stretching toward him, the branches coiled like serpents, silently weaving around the sentinel's hands and feet, tightening their grip as they climbed up his limbs, greedily enveloping his tall and slender form. Some vines recklessly brushed against his abdomen, gently caressing. Others coiled around his neck, constricting him in an unyielding embrace. And one particularly audacious vine slowly ventured toward the drooping corner of his eye. Still a good little wolf. So sweet. In an instant, the sentinel's tall, elongated body was densely entwined with vines, resembling a tender green cloak that completely enveloped him. For a guide to conduct spiritual guidance on a sentinel, close skin contact was required. Lin Nan had merely touched him lightly, yet her spiritual entity could no longer be restrained, rushing forth once more. Being aware of the presence of others, she moderated her actions, refraining from allowing the vines to engage in anything more extreme. However, only she understood that beneath this green cloak, countless suction cups had begun to stir with excitement. Indeed, excitement. The sensation of savoring a delectable little cake had returned. Lin Nan found herself struggling to contain her impulses, gradually inching closer to the sentinel while suppressing the urge to feed. She turned her gaze towards Hua-sun, who stood in the corner. "Director, is that so?" Hua-sun, observing the scene before him with his dim, green eyes, remained silent. Instead, he approached Lin Nan from behind, bending down to whisper in her ear, "Why not indulge?" His deep voice resonated next to her, sending a shiver through her entire being, as if every inch of her skin and every pore had been struck by an invisible surge of electricity. A blush crept onto her cheeks, reminiscent of clouds tinged with the hues of sunset, and her breathing became rapid and erratic. He actually knew. "Let us begin, just as you did that day," he murmured, his words flowing like a dark river from the depths of a shadowy valley, low, hoarse, yet imbued with an enchanting magnetism. Under such enticing pressure, Lin Nan could no longer hold back. Her fingers instinctively curled, and the previously motionless vines began to writhe with urgency, attaching themselves to the sentinel's skin, voraciously consuming his energy. The altered sentinel, who had been in a drug-induced stupor, suddenly awakened, his body trembling slightly. His previously tightly shut eyes opened, revealing pools of crimson, as if two blood-filled abysses were surging with a rich, rebellious red, interspersed with glimmers of moisture. Groans of unbearable anguish escaped from his throat, the chains binding him clattering ominously, sending chills down the spine. Chapter 20. Breaking the mental barrier. What's happening? JIS in the observation room suddenly stood up, anxiously watching everything through the glass. Is it the alteration? Is the sentinel altering again? No, that's not it. The mental barrier has been breached. The sentinels concealed in the shadows were lured by an inexplicable fragrance, their breaths becoming visible, eager to charge forward yet restrained, gritting their teeth in restraint. Time seemed to descend into a thick mire, and after an indeterminate duration, the altered sentinel appeared to exhaust all resistance, his roars and struggles abruptly ceasing, his tense body gradually relaxing. It was as if he had resigned to his fate, his shoulders sinking slightly, his limbs soft and powerless, allowing the vines to traverse and entwine around him, surrendering completely. Yes, Hua-sun continued to coax from behind, breaking through his barriers, entering him, seeking his spiritual essence. Something cracked open, creating a direct passage before Lin Nan. Once the barriers fell, the vines moved like agile schools of fish, navigating toward their target without obstruction. While her fingers emitted green strands of thought, effortlessly penetrating the Sentinel's mental landscape. Lin Nan felt somewhat dazed. She had directly traversed the mental barrier and entered the Sentinel's mental landscape. She found herself standing in a strange, pitch-black cavity at a loss. Once the mental connection was established, there was no turning back. "Director, why is it so quiet?" Hwasen's earpiece flickered with a red light as Jesus' puzzled voice came through. He observed the girl embracing another man and remarked, "The deep mental link has been established." JIS was taken aback. How could this be? Is a deep link that simple? Doesn't it require extensive preparations? Staff members above the middle levels of the White Tower received a once-a-year benefit for deep mental counseling, and JIS remembered his own appointment with a senior guide. It had taken over an hour just to be enveloped in fragrant incense, with the guide insisting he could not lie on the treatment bed directly, but had to be restrained with his hands tied and an electric collar around his neck. Kneeling while she entered him from behind. Deep counseling would bring the doctor-patient relationship exceedingly close. Each senior guide had their peculiar preferences. How could it be so crude and simple? How had she managed to enter so quickly? JIS, report the data, Hwasen commanded coldly, prompting the observers in the observation room to respond. The computer screen displayed fluctuating red and green wavelengths. The White Tower had its own monitoring system to assess the emotional states of active Sentinels. Once the pollution value reached a certain threshold, they would be classified as high polluters, forced to wear electric collars while operating under the tower's surveillance. Should they exhibit any aggressive intent, the collar would deliver a strong shock, rendering them anesthetized or dazed. Generally, pollution values and alteration values increase proportionally. A decrease in pollution value would correspondingly reduce the alteration value, and it was unheard of for alteration values to decrease independently. Report to the director, alteration value at 92. Decreased by 2 points, pollution value remains unchanged, high risk alert. Given the significant disparity in levels between the guide and the Sentinel, should we forcibly terminate the link? Hwasen observed the girl in his arms, her complexion growing pale and her body slick with sweat, and after a moment, he replied, "No, continue monitoring." Lin Nan felt a bit dizzy. The strands of thought struggled to navigate through the Sentinel's mental domain. Even though the Sentinel before her had completely unfolded for her, she still found it exceedingly arduous. Each step forward felt as if it drained every ounce of her strength. She focused intently on controlling her strands of thought, attempting to discover a correct path within this unfamiliar and intricate mental domain. However, the chaotic mental fluctuations and immense pressure caused her strands to tremble incessantly, with the ever-looming threat of breaking. Sweat trickled down Lin Nan's forehead. Typically, low-level guides could only perform superficial counseling outside a Sentinel's mental barrier, and this deep intrusion into the mental landscape was her first experience. A suffocating sense of oppression surged towards her from all directions. Her legs began to falter, and her hands, once lightly resting on the Sentinel's abdomen, transformed into an embrace around his waist as her entire body slumped. Suddenly, a pair of hands, belonging to an unknown individual, reached out from behind, catching her. "Relax, take your time." A man's deep voice resonated beside her, and she felt herself being lifted, her body melding against a solid form. Lin Nan's entire focus remained within the Sentinel's mental domain, entirely oblivious to what was transpiring outside. The person behind her infused her with tremendous energy, allowing her to regain some composure. As the area of skin contact increased, it became easier for her strands to enter. Lin Nan discovered she had arrived in a dim underground space. The area was devoid of light, filled with a stale, damp atmosphere. The uneven rocks of the cavity resembled jagged fangs, grotesquely jutting outward. Lin Nan understood that she had penetrated deep into the Sentinel's mental landscape, a fragile and private realm, a manifestation of his inner world and emotional state, concealing his most closely guarded secrets. Faint yellow light struggled to penetrate, only to be devoured by the thick darkness after illuminating a few feet into the entrance. She slowly ventured deeper into the cavity, the path rugged and difficult. Sharp scratches marred the walls, both new and old, stained with blood. Thick, dark red clots clung to the scratches, some already dried and hardened into dark brown scabs, while others still bore a faint crimson hue. Upon seeing this, Lin Nan felt a surge of pain. It was as if the occupant of this place had long been tormented by suffering, like a parasite relentlessly gnawing at every inch of his flesh. She pressed deeper until she reached the end of the cavity, where a small wooden cabin appeared. Lin Nan paused at the door, glancing around before resolutely pushing it open. The aged door creaked as it slowly opened, her elongated shadow reflected within. It seemed to be a dormitory shared by multiple occupants, with 2 sets of bunk beds occupying most of the space, and on the only desk by the window lay a faded group photograph. Lin Nan approached, observing a photograph of several young Sentinels, seemingly bonded in camaraderie, their arms draped over each other's shoulders, adorned with radiant smiles. Among them, she recognized one man's face. It was the very Sentinel who had undergone a transformation. The mental imagery represented the most tender and secure haven for a Sentinel, where he cherished his most valued individuals and possessions. Yet, within this room, apart from the colorful photograph, everything else appeared shrouded in a dreary gray. The surroundings were appallingly filthy, with thick sludge strewn across the floor and bed, emanating a foul stench that gradually eroded all that it touched. Outside, an oppressive darkness prevailed, devoid of open spaces or warm sunlight. The small cabin's window revealed a continuous expanse of cramped, hive-like dwellings. It felt as though they resided in a colossal pit, with numerous small cabins precariously perched on steep cliffs, leaving only a sense of confinement and claustrophobia. This place seemed perpetually shrouded in gloom and dampness, never seeing the light of day. Though Lin Nan understood the illusion for what it was, she found it momentarily challenging to acclimate. This was likely the home of the Sentinel. Chapter 21. The filthy puppy. The pollution is severe. I detest this place. Hurry up and leave. I cannot bear to stay here any longer. Whispered voices echoed within her mind, and beneath her feet, several flickering shadows danced, once free from the prying eyes of outsiders. Her mental branches emerged exuberantly, their clamorous sounds swiftly overwhelming Lin Nan's consciousness. Boss, we must depart quickly. This place is beginning to collapse. It is dangerous. The branches chattered incessantly. The perceptive abilities of the mental entities always surpassed human senses. Indeed, after their voices resonated, the pit began to tremble, with fine particles of dirt and stone cascading from the ceiling. The small cabin was falling apart, and a chilling draft swept through. Lin Nan rifled through her memories, recognizing that such tremors were indicative of the Sentinel's emotional instability. Once the mental landscape crumbled entirely, it would signify his imminent loss of sanity. From her cultural studies, she had learned that, as a guide, she should swiftly locate the Sentinel's mental entity in such circumstances. However, despite her prolonged presence in this mental landscape, why had she yet to encounter the Sentinel's essence? Focusing intently, she began to search, her swirling vines centering around her as they climbed the cliff's precipice. Resembling a vast spider's web, with each movement of her vines, the Sentinel's body trembled in reality. He was still in a state of unconsciousness, yet his mind endured an alternative form of torment, an intangible itch entwined tightly around his consciousness. Sweat trickled down his chiseled chest, rolling along the contours of his muscles, descending to the firm depths of his abdomen. A restless energy ignited within him, and once more, a cacophony erupted in Lin Nan's ears. Ultimately, the surrounding wooden structures could not withstand the mounting pressure, and the floor shattered completely. Numerous houses had already plummeted over the cliff, and peering down through the fissure, she beheld an unfathomable abyss, its depths inscrutable. With no answers above, could they perhaps lie below? Contemplating this, Lin Nan straightened herself. Before the cabin she occupied fractured entirely. She leaped into the void. The wind howled past her ears, stinging her cheeks. The gusts made it difficult to keep her eyes open, but she could vaguely discern the rapidly blurring scenery around her. As her body plummeted, the sensation of weightlessness engulfed her, as if the entire world had cast her aside. Her heart hung suspended in the air, pounding fiercely, and she felt akin to a helpless leaf swirling in the tempest. Below lay an endless chasm, an overwhelming darkness surging forth like a tide, gradually enveloping her. Even within the realm of the mind, cognizant of the illusion, she still experienced an indescribable dread. It felt as if a colossal maw might suddenly emerge from the depths, mercilessly consuming her. Do not be deceived by the illusory facade. Steadfastly tread your own righteous path. Suddenly, A phrase from her textbook resurfaced in her mind. Lower-tier guides were prone to losing themselves within the vast mental realms of Sentinels, especially when there was a significant disparity in their ranks. Attempting to guide across such a divide could trigger various perilous symptoms. This was precisely why the deeper mental guidance of Sentinels required coordination from the central White Tower. It was a protective measure for the guides. Suspended in midair, Lin Nan gently closed her eyes, striving to disregard all external distractions. She understood that as long as she remained unaffected by the outside world, she would be invincible on the mental plane. Stop! She issued a mental command to herself. As she envisioned, her body indeed halted midair. Everything around her froze. The fragmented cabin remained suspended. Rolling stones ceased mid-fall, and the viscous sludge appeared as though time itself had been paused, utterly motionless. This was Lin Nan's first experience of such control, and she found it profoundly intriguing. She gazed once more into the abyss beneath her. Upon uttering the command dissolve, the darkness receded, gradually revealing the scene below. A vague silhouette curled up behind a damaged wooden wall, cautiously peering at her. Wasn't it supposed to be a massive black wolf? Why was it merely a filthy little puppy? Lin Nan's mind was filled with questions as she descended to the ground. Approaching the pup, squatting down and beckoning it. "Come here, little one," she spoke softly. The puppy, sensitive to her presence, twitched its ears, its nose sniffing the air as if trying to discern something. It was in poor condition, covered in wounds, its black fur matted with some greasy substance. Perhaps sensing no malice from Lin Nan, it mustered a bit more courage, slowly emerging from behind the wooden boards. Its dark green eyes reflected Lin Nan's figure. Such a good little one. She gently lifted it into her arms. The small wolf, cradled for the first time, initially squirmed in discomfort, but soon found solace in her embrace, settling down. Lin Nan's hands repeatedly caressed the pup's body, eliciting a soft whimper of contentment from it. Guides inherently possess the ability to soothe the mental wounds of Sentinels. Even unconscious touch could alleviate the suffering of a tormented mental entity. In an instant, Lin Nan was charmed, and her surrounding vines surged forth, excitedly converging toward the small wolf in her embrace. Before long, the vines enveloped the pup's body, numerous tendrils brushing against its fur, exploring its sensitive spots. How adorable and fluffy. Its sounds are delightful. Touch here, and it will quiver. Really? Let me try too. I want as well. It feels sweet. The entangled pup let out a soft yelp, but quickly stifled it. It struggled, yet its body was weak and lacked strength, having transitioned from wariness to being rolled onto its back in mere moments. So comfortable. On the gallows, the sentinel, suspended high above, bit down hard on his trembling lips. He possessed a physique as resilient as steel, yet now, due solely to the guide's intrusion, he became astonishingly pliable. He should not be like this. The sentinel pondered, his body marred with scars. Yet he found himself unable to resist the seductive allure of the comforting siphons. An incessant itch surged from the wounds, akin to countless tiny creatures burrowing into his flesh, the pain intertwining with an odd sense of solace, rendering his mind a chaotic whirl. He was ensnared in this paradoxical quagmire of agony and ecstasy, his body trembling uncontrollably, as if his very soul were being perpetually tugged and kneaded in this tormenting contradiction. He surrendered to the despair that was both painful and pleasurable, allowing his consciousness to plummet into oblivion. The sentinel resisted, but honestly revealed all of himself to Lin Nan. Lin Nan observed that this sentinel was exceptionally docile. Previously, her spiritual entity had been so unruly that it either faced a backlash from its host or received warnings of expulsion. Yet this little black wolf was entirely different. It simply sat quietly, its dark eyes reflecting a hint of innocence, its form slightly curled, with its fluffy tail obediently resting at its side. Even as Lin Nan's tendrils roamed freely, caressing and exploring, the siphons clung to her almost greedily. The little black wolf merely shivered occasionally, emitting soft, feeble whimpers. This gentle demeanor melted Lin Nan's heart. If only she could guide the sentinel like other guides did. As she mused this, the tendrils that had been stroking the fluffy entity seemed to receive a message, releasing the young ones. One of the tendrils, missing a segment at its tip, curiously ventured toward the muddy area. Upon emerging from the ground, it had inadvertently consumed some of the black substance, unable to discern its flavor. Yet it felt a myriad of indescribable negative emotions. The Dodder vine fed on emotions, regardless of whether they were positive or negative. It simply ingested whatever it encountered. However, positive emotions tasted sweet, like a small puppy, while negative emotions were rather unpalatable. It could consume them, but they were unpleasant. In the past, it would have been selective, but now it had just awakened and was somewhat injured, thus it was famished. The branches of the spiritual entity lacked much intelligence, merely obeying their instinctual consciousness. So the branch unfurled its siphon and began to feed on the muddy substance. Once one had taken the initiative, the other branches followed suit, also opening their siphons. By the time Lin Nan realized what her spiritual entity had done, the tendrils had already devoured all the mud surrounding the young wolf. A peculiar sensation flooded Lin Nan's body, her cerebral realm swelling slightly as countless emotions, indescribable in their multitude, coursed through her mind via the tendrils. Despite originating from different realms and possessing distinct spiritual entities, their years of cooperation had forged a bond akin to brotherhood. The Black Wolf, Xiao, was the captain of this small team, and his formidable spiritual power endowed him with absolute leadership and respect within the group. One day, they received a mission to escort a noble into the 5th pollution zone. The specifics of their task remained unknown to them. They merely had to ensure the noble's safe passage to the core area nearest the king within the pollution zone. The 5th pollution zone was quite peaceful, having experienced no riots for over a decade. They had ventured there numerous times, always returning safely, and were well acquainted with the peculiarities of the region's creatures. Everyone believed this would be a simple task, with some joking that upon completion and with the subsequent reward, they would book an appointment with a high-ranking guide. However, no one anticipated the onset of a nightmare. Suddenly, a cacophony of chaotic images flooded Lin Nan's mind, the anguished cries echoing like a symphony of despair. As gruesome scenes flashed before her eyes, sweat poured from her forehead as she felt herself on the verge of being overwhelmed by these terrifying emotions. The tide of negative feelings felt like a heavy shackle, binding her heart tightly. Each scream pierced her eardrums like sharp thorns, stretching her nerves to their breaking point. Stop! After that, everything went dark. The next thing she knew, she had fallen into a strong embrace. A throng of figures surrounded her, their faces blurred and indistinct, and their clamorous calls and inquiries resonated as if through thick glass, distant and surreal. Then, darkness enveloped her like an endless net, completely shrouding her. When Lin Nan awoke once more, she found herself lying on a large white bed. Thank heavens, Nan, you have finally awakened. Beside her was AI Li's delighted voice. Lin Nan turned her head to see a round-faced girl and a small sea otter anxiously peering at her from beside the bed. Had she fainted? Straining to sit up, Lin Nan noticed various monitoring patches affixed to her head, connected to long data cables. She pushed aside the cables and said to AI Li, "Are you feeling better?" The round-faced girl immediately puffed up her cheeks, clearly displeased, and retorted, "That should be my line. Nan, you fainted for 2 whole days. How could you be so reckless as to give deep-level guidance to a sentinel of such a higher rank than yours?" Deep-level guidance? She had stumbled into a sentinel's mental landscape. After petting a fluffy creature, her spiritual entity seemed to have ingested some of the black pollutants and subsequently fainted. Lin Nan recalled the imagery within the sentinel's mental landscape. No one had ever informed her that the pollutants therein were, in fact, negative emotions. They could be consumed? Chapter 23. Do not be deceived. Upon this realization, a chill crept over Lin Nan. Her spiritual entity had consumed those substances. Surely, it wouldn't suffer from poisoning. She inspected each one, and after finding nothing amiss, she finally felt reassured enough to leave. Although she had yet to provide deep-level guidance to a sentinel, she had heard from upperclassmen that one must exercise caution with these sentinels, never to be soft-hearted or fall prey to their honeyed words, lest they suffer both body and mind. Director Huasun, too, with so many high-ranking guides in the White Tower. Why would he insist on having a mere student perform purification for him? A transformed sentinel, no less. How terrifying. If they went mad, they would not recognize kin. Seeing her indignant expression, Lin Nan found it somewhat amusing. She remarked, "Sentinels have needs. Isn't it perfectly normal for guides to purify them? Why is there such resistance?" Nan, how can you still hold such a view? AI Li's eyes widened in disbelief, her gaze filled with strong disapproval. Guides are the most important individuals in this world. Our abilities are a bestowed gift from the heavens. No matter how high a sentinel's rank or position, if their spirit encounters issues, they can only rely on us guide for purification. This is inherently their request of us. How can we treat it so casually and rudely? As AI Lee spoke, she animatedly gestured with her arms, as if recounting a grave injustice. Her worried gaze returned to Lin Nan. Lin Nan, I know your grades weren't satisfactory, and you might be anxious about the upcoming internship. But please, don't let that lead you too close to Director Hua Sr. His reputation here is rather poor. Do be cautious. Lin Nan tilted her head in confusion, not quite understanding. AI Lee glanced around to ensure they were alone in the room, before leaning in closer to Lin Nan's ear and whispering, You still don't know? Director Hua Sun is blacklisted among guides. I've heard that when he was still an officer, he treated the accompanying guides with great disrespect and imposed a terrifying performance evaluation. If a guide failed to complete their tasks, they would not only forfeit their wages, but also be obliged to offer themselves for deep-level guidance to those sentinels. Performance? Evaluation? No wages. How terrifying. Indeed, a guide is typically regarded as a revered figure in any context, yet within the team led by Director Hua Sun, they have not experienced even a single day of tranquility. Consequently, no one dares to join his ranks. Eventually, due to excessively high pollution levels, the White Tower compelled his retirement, and he has since served in the White Tower, proposing several reform bills specifically targeting guides. Fortunately, the upper echelons of the White Tower did not pass them. Otherwise, our benefits would have been halved. Lin, Zhenyo Mashichu mused, how modest of you. Truly, the term Zhenyo does not do justice. Thus, one should refrain from engaging in the foolishness of offering profound guidance in private. Otherwise, they will shamelessly demand more. Clinging to you like a persistent fly. AI Lee, embodying the role of a caring older sister, shared half of her apple and gently patted Lin Nan's shoulder. Lin Nan accepted it, took a bite, and pondered thoughtfully. Not long after, she inquired, AI Lee, what is your score in mental practice? AI Lee tilted her head in contemplation. 90. So high. Lin Nan exclaimed in surprise, realizing that appearances can be deceiving. I was fortunate to match with a sentinel of the same caliber, which made the guidance quite effortless. AI Lee considered this. Once they have differentiated into guides, they will naturally understand. The spiritual entities attract one another. For instance, my otter baby possesses the skill of cleansing, capable of creating bubbles to wash away pollutants. Once the pollutants are eliminated, the pollution levels will decrease. It is akin to cleaning in reality, yet her spiritual entity only wreaks havoc, failing to clear any debris and instead reducing everything to ruins, including her owner's abode. Upon reflecting on this, Lin Nan could not help but support her forehead with her hand. It was indeed understandable that others found her bothersome, as her behavior was quite lacking in decorum. Currently, her spiritual entity had only revealed one parasitic skill, which sounded impressive, yet so far, it had only manifested as the ability to cling to others and siphon energy without any other apparent effects. Suddenly, Lin Nan recalled the imagery of vines consuming pollutants, and her heart sank. Could it be that this skill implied such a meaning? Was she not a broom or a rag, but rather a vacuum cleaner? She was quite curious to ask AI Lee whether her spiritual entity had ever consumed pollutants, yet the very thought of it was so chilling that she refrained from voicing the question. As it stood, her vines appeared unremarkable, suggesting no issues existed. Moreover, whether it was a misperception or not, after this deep integration with that black wolf, she had the distinct feeling that her spiritual entity had grown somewhat larger. The vines remained in slumber, and the mental realm was tranquil and serene. A small patch of land, once square and confined, was now illuminated by a faint beam of light that gently caressed the earth. Lin Nan sensed something breaking through the soil, soaring upward. What is this? Excuse me, students. We have come to visit. A pair of black figures stood politely at the door. Upon seeing the newcomers, AI Lee jolted. Her previously indignant expression instantly transformed into one of compliance as she hurriedly stood and greeted Director Hua. The man at the forefront regarded AI Lee with a faint nod. His assistant stepped forward and addressed AI Lee. Student AI Lee, are you feeling better now? I heard the head of medical is looking for you. It seems there is discharge paperwork that requires your signature. Oh, I will go right away. Like all students at the school, AI Lee harbored a mix of resentment and fear towards this director, seizing the opportunity to make a swift exit. Lin Nan noted, Chapter 24, The Great Mi Yi, revised, the assistant kindly closed the door behind them. Within the hospital room, only the two remained. Hua-sun quietly unfastened his suit buttons and seated himself in the chair previously occupied by AI Li. It seemed he had just finished washing up, his tall frame exuding a cool, refreshing scent, quite pleasant. The man's stature was imposing, and upon sitting, the space felt noticeably constricted as his gaze settled upon her. For the first time, Lin Nan observed his features clearly. The man's face bore a broad and even forehead, slightly pronounced brow bones, and thick dark eyebrows resembling two soaring sword feathers, arching elegantly into his temples. Beneath them lay a pair of deep green eyes, akin to cold stars in the night. Unfathomably profound. Despite having suppressed all his aura, Lin Nan could still sense the latent ferocity within this man. He was not to be trifled with. She concluded that it was best to maintain a distance. Yet, her gaze was irresistibly drawn to him. Noticing the Adam's apple moving rhythmically beneath the slightly unbuttoned collar of his black shirt as he swallowed. How tantalizing. Lin Nan recalled having touched that area and found herself swallowing involuntarily. "How is your body?" Hua-sun broke the silence. She remembered guiding that sentinel while he stood behind her, and it was he who first caught her when her body could no longer endure the strain. The vines sensed a familiar presence and began to awaken from the soil, swaying as if to greet the imposing black figure before them. Hua-sun seemed unprepared for his spiritual entity to emerge, a robust black jaguar silently standing at Lin Nan's bedside, its physique lithe and elongated, with a smoothly sculpted back and taut muscles beneath its glossy fur. Its eyes mirrored the same dark green as its owners, bright and piercing, exuding both vigilance and intensity. Yet, at that moment, it appeared somewhat languid, yawning widely before nudging Lin Nan's hand resting on the bedside, and then curling up beside her, wagging its tail. Lin Nan's eyes sparkled with affection. How adorable, how cool. To me, she could barely contain her excitement. Lin Nan, unable to resist the allure of the furry creature, eagerly reached out with both hands, delightfully stroking its face and chin, causing the great black panther to squint with pleasure. It rarely displayed such clingy affection and soon rolled onto its back, exposing its belly. What about him? Is he still undergoing transformation? Lin Nan, momentarily taken aback, realized she genuinely liked that little black wolf, yet they were not well acquainted. Meeting in reality would be somewhat awkward, wouldn't it? If it troubles you, you may decline. Hua-sun seemed to read her reluctance, advising that guides need not be overly courteous to sentinels, lest those pups take advantage, echoing the sentiments expressed by her classmates. Afterward, he subtly tightened his posture, loosening his tie to fully reveal his neck. Lin Nan remained unaware that the sensations experienced by spiritual entities and their corporeal counterparts were interconnected. As she continued to pet his jaguar, that soft, boneless touch was likewise conveyed to the man. Hua-sun felt a pair of hands gently kneading his skull, fingers parting his dark hair, sending delicate tingles coursing through him from root to extremities, igniting a simmering heat within. Lin Nan was drenched in sweat. Had he overheard the private conversation she shared with AI Li? This meant he was aware of her disparaging remarks. Oh dear, this is truly awkward. Why hadn't she noticed there were others outside? The man appeared to comprehend Lin Nan's thoughts, slightly raising his chin as he stated, "I do not perceive any impropriety in my actions. It is simply in accordance with the paramount principle of human safety. They ought to contribute equally. The lives of guides have become too indulgent, leading to a loss of the vigilance characteristic of a warrior. Over time, the disparity in mental capacity between guides and sentinels will only widen. Yet now, most guides are reluctant to face the front lines. They desire only to live carefree in the secure main city. The guide has been taught from a young age to embody grace and nobility. Unlike the sentinels, who risk being devoured by pollutants and transformed into monsters, they are more concerned with the beauty of today's floral arrangements, the appropriate temperature for brewing tea, and which family is hosting the next ball, pondering over the styles of gowns they should wear. In stark contrast, the number of sentinels requiring psychological counseling has surged dramatically each year. They are not only compelled to battle these monsters, but must also perpetually guard against their own potential transformation into such beings. Living under this relentless pressure has left these sentinels battered and scarred. Consequently, riots among soldiers in various White Towers have become increasingly frequent in recent years. Can you imagine the despair of a sentinel who invests all their savings to hire a high-ranking guide, only to find that the results are negligible? Lin Nan, previously a mere worker, empathized with the director's sentiments. She gazed at the Black Panther that had leaped onto the bed and nestled beside her, feeling a pang of sympathy. Director, may I inquire how much the pollution value of that aberrant Sentinel has decreased after my counseling? Before receiving an answer, she wanted to share something else. Hwasun replied, retrieving a document from his coat pocket. Do you know why so many guides were unable to breach his mental barriers, yet you succeeded effortlessly? Why? Lin Nan asked, puzzled. The Black Panther, which had been lazily sprawled out, now sat up, its sleek fur glinting with an eerie shimmer in the dim light. Two pairs of dark green eyes, one near, one far, fixated on her. Because that Sentinel has recognized you as his master. His mental barriers will only open for you from now on, Hwasun scoffed. Lin Nan was taken aback, disbelief etched on her face. Weren't you just asking how much his pollution value decreased? 5, he responded. Typically, a guide of a lower rank has never recorded any cross-rank treatment. Interactions between guides of the same rank usually involve only simple, superficial counseling. The greater the disparity in rank, the lower the value. You have shattered all records for guides. 5. Lin Nan lifted her head, her eyes suddenly alight. Data does not lie, Hwasun continued, producing the final test report of that Sentinel, which clearly indicated a decrease of 5 in the pollution value. While Lin Nan remained in a daze, Hwasun quietly rose, driven by an uncontrollable impulse. He slowly leaned down, and the Black Panther also stood, both enveloping the petite girl on the bed in an unperceived manner. At that time, I will be free to use my abilities, the man leaned in, almost brushing his lips against her cheek. Just then, a knock echoed from the door. Director, it's time to go. The Chief of Staff summons you. Jai-Sai's voice called from outside. Hwasun snapped back to reality, momentarily dazed, before straightening himself and adjusting his loosened tie. Director, will there be credits for participating in the competition? Lin Nan suddenly asked, blinking. Hwasun hadn't anticipated her to bring this up and was momentarily taken aback before nodding. Not only will there be credits, but if you perform well in the competition, the Central Authority will provide generous subsidies. Not just credits, but subsidies. Lin Nan felt invigorated upon hearing this. To be honest, since her arrival, she had scoured through the original owner's possessions and found not a single penny. With meals provided at school and no opportunities for students to earn money, she had accumulated no savings. Driven by a desperate need for funds, Lin Nan, upon learning of the task bonuses, felt a surge of determination and proclaimed, "All right, I will strive diligently. You can rest assured." Hwasun observed her fervent demeanor in silence, his deep-set eyes seemingly flickering with a trace of an imperceptible smile. After bidding farewell to Director Hwasun, Lin Nan began to reflect. She was still astonished that her 2 counseling sessions on the same day, one yielding a result of 0, 5, and the other 5, had such a staggering disparity. What could account for this difference? She couldn't help but recall the vacuum cleaner theory. Could it be that she truly had the capacity to absorb those repugnant substances? Number 5, when did you sprout ahead? She mused. The name was rather casual. She had now named her 12 branches sequentially, all the way to 12. Number 5 shook its head, forming a question mark with its pointed head. And she heard its voice. I don't know, I just grew it after a nap. And where did your original head go? Lin Nan inquired. The big black one ate it, and it hurt so much. That wretched big black. Next time we meet, I will shove it into his mouth and make him cry, it declared defiantly, lifting its new head and demonstrating its suction mouth, which was lined with jagged little teeth glimmering ominously. Lin Nan noticed that number 5 had grown sturdier than the other branches, its suction mouth evolving some barbs, giving it a fiercer appearance. She recalled that number 5 had been the first to consume pollution value and had feasted more than the others, hence its larger size. Your new head is quite ugly. It was already the ugliest. Now it's even worse. At this moment, the other branches gathered around, observing number 5's yellow head and voicing their opinions. You don't understand. This is called differentiation. In the future, the big black will spot me first among all the vines. What does it matter if he sees you first? He'll just take another bite. Number 3, sporting a few splits on its head, taunted. You're just jealous. Haven't you heard the saying? The sweeter one looks, the harder they bite. The harder they bite, the deeper the affection. The big black loves me the most. Nonsense. You're the most perverse one. Rushing to touch his mouth first. Don't scare my big black. I just want to taste something sweet. Those pollution values are just too vile. So what if negative emotions taste bad? They fill you up. Now I finally have a bit of strength. Exactly. I'm still feeling a bit dizzy. Burp. The vines began to bicker again, filling Lin Nan's head with a cacophony of noise. causing her a splitting headache. Listening to their chatter, she wondered if the pollution values in that Sentinel's mental landscape had truly been consumed by them. Could her spiritual entity devour pollution value as well? If so, that would be tremendously advantageous. This world lacks many things, but not pollution value. Since you can consume pollution value, why didn't you do so before? It resulted in the original owner receiving a 0 in practical classes and being labeled a monster, nearly leading to expulsion. No, we love to eat, but we certainly don't need to consume everything. Eating means a belly full of waste. Hard to digest, Lin Nan conceded. Realizing this was the reason, she had no further arguments. Chapter 26. Crows outside the window. Now that she understood her mental entity was functioning normally, Lin Nan felt a sense of relief. Before departing, she glanced at the small green sprout, noticing it had grown taller, transforming into a small tree that reached her ankles. It had begun to take on a complete form, with more than just 2 tender leaves. When she gently nudged it, the little tree trembled, sending a refreshing breeze through her mind, akin to a cool summer wind. I still do not know what it is. 5 approached with a gentle sway, joining Lin Nan in observing the petite tree. However, it had siphoned away all the sustenance we had. Such a cunning creature. It explained why we had been feeling perpetually famished lately. It was due to this growth. Numerous vines surrounded the small tree, their tendrils accusing it with a ferocity akin to serpents. The small tree trembled in fear, unable to articulate its plight, resorting instead to clutching Lin Nan's leg as it sought refuge from the onslaught of these ruffians. Lin Nan felt a sense of wonder. For the Dodder vine is a parasitic plant devoid of roots and leaves, and thus could never transform into a tree. Consequently, this small tree could not be a part of its being. Moreover, in her understanding, Dodder vines are known to drain the life essence of others. Yet now the roles had reversed, with the once perpetrator becoming the victim of energy extraction. How remarkable! Lee had exited the courtyard ahead of Lin Nan. That night, as Lin Nan lay in bed, she found herself restless, contemplating the impending journey to the pollution zone. She retrieved her terminal and began browsing the forum, eager to familiarize herself with information pertaining to the pollution area. Yet most discussions revolved around mineral collection and routes for entry and exit, providing little in the way of substantial news regarding the recent collapse. The disappearance of the rescue team's guide remained confidential. The Baita had not disclosed any information, as the vanishing of a high-ranking guide in a world that revered such figures would undoubtedly incite widespread panic. The 5th pollution zone, known as Wuhao, had been remarkably tranquil for over a decade, devoid of significant unrest. Understanding the rules of engagement in that realm typically ensured that its monsters would not attack. As an underground city, it was rich in mineral resources, with many rare earth energy stones originating from there, hence its moniker, Mine Abyss City. Like humanity, each pollution zone is a world unto itself, governed by its own ruler. However, Mine Abyss City was an exception. Its king exuded a wavelength that stimulated mineral growth, and his temperament was notably amiable. For over a decade, he had remained in a state of slumber, posing no threat to humanity as long as one did not approach him carelessly. Thus, Mine Abyss City was also referred to as Energy Source City, with all inhabitants tacitly agreeing not to contemplate its destruction, instead treating it as a vital energy supply station, with military personnel stationed there to maintain order. Before its collapse, countless individuals traversed its depths daily, including soldiers and ordinary citizens seeking their livelihoods along the borders, transporting cartloads of minerals to exchange for currency or essential supplies at government-established energy collection stations. Some capable individuals occasionally hunted a creature or two within, acquiring energy stones, which commanded a price far exceeding that of ordinary minerals. Over the years, everyone had adhered to established rules, and despite the outer monsters being largely eradicated, no one dared to encroach upon the depths of Mine Abyss City until that fateful day when Lin Nan perused the materials provided by Director Huasan, finally uncovering the cause of the sudden collapse of Wuhao Pollution Zone. This tragic calamity stemmed from the greed of a noble. She turned over, gazing out the window. The 50th to 60th floors of Baita housed the medical department, primarily occupied by severely injured sentinels in need of treatment. As a guide, she felt somewhat out of place here. Various spirits below were subtly agitated, causing her a tinge of annoyance. Lin Nan quietly descended from her bed, approached the window, and looked out into the night, which enveloped the world like a dark shroud. In this realm, the evening winds were fierce, their sharp howls slicing through the stillness of the night sky like blades. Even with her window securely shut, the piercing sounds infiltrated her eardrums, sending shivers down her spine. Suddenly, a passing owl captured her attention. Above the 60th floor of Baita lay the aerial combat department, where Sentinels worked. Occasionally, peculiar birds and other avian spirits would flit past her window. This owl likely belonged to a Sentinel on night patrol. Quickly noticing Lin Nan standing by the window and curiously flying closer, tilting its head to observe her through the glass. The wild wind tousled its fluffy feathers, and it perched on the iron bars, remaining utterly still. Lin Nan found it utterly adorable and couldn't resist extending her hand to tease it. The owl's round, golden eyes followed her finger with keen curiosity, its plump face radiating inquisitiveness. How delightful! She longed to invite it inside for play. But the windows on the upper floors were sealed shut, leaving her only to watch as the owl lingered for a moment before seemingly being called away, flapping its wings and departing. Not long after the owl's departure, a black crow flew in, slightly larger than the owl, standing where the owl had just been, stretching its neck and fixing its beady eyes on Lin Nan. Everything felt novel, and Lin Nan couldn't help but engage with the crow in the same manner as she had with the owl. However, the aloof black crow showed no interest, its gaze unwaveringly fixed on her. After about 10 minutes, it suddenly opened its beak wide, producing a worm and offering it to Lin Nan. Lin Nan responded, "Thank you for your kindness, but that won't be necessary." After the crow flew away, she hurriedly drew the curtains. She dare not linger, fearing that the outside would soon be littered with the corpses of worms, snakes, and centipedes. Unbeknownst to Lin Nan, in a distant location, two young Sentinels were excitedly huddled together. One, a boy with a round face and golden eyes, eagerly exclaimed to his companion, "Did you see that? Did you see that? I told you, there was an adorable guide." The other Sentinel, tall and slender, adorned with black feather earrings, responded with a hint of coolness, "What a strange woman. She doesn't appreciate my gift." Chapter 27, Aerial Combat Department, Revised. Hey you should share more about your spirit entity instead of hiding worms in your mouth. It's quite unsanitary and would frighten any girl who saw it. If a mere worm can scare them, how do you expect them to venture into the pollution zone? Those monsters are far more formidable than worms. You shouldn't be so obstinate. What guide would willingly enter a pollution zone these days? Your sarcastic demeanor is why no one likes you. The round-faced Sentinel muttered in dissatisfaction. Hey you, the other Sentinel, chose not to rebut and silently turned the telescope in his hands. They were stationed at the command center of the Aerial Combat Department on the 67th floor of Baita. Above them lay the offices of the president and high-ranking military officials, necessitating that each floor of the Aerial Combat Department had a lookout post, manned by two Sentinels in shifts around the clock. Given the advantage of aerial combat, the personnel at these posts were predominantly Sentinels with avian spirit entities. That night, it was Willie's turn along with Heyu. Willie mentioned that two female guides had recently taken up residence in Baita's medical facility, and as soon as night fell, he eagerly sent his spirit entity to investigate. Shortly thereafter, he excitedly reported that he had indeed seen a rather charming lady. Heyu was skeptical. At this hour, guides would typically be in slumber, unlikely to be awake, and he wondered if there was any suspicious character involved, prompting him to send his own spirit entity to take a look. Heyu had never had close contact with a guide, as a spirit entity lacking combat prowess. He was destined to remain a reconnaissance agent. Gaining access to the central Baita was already the pinnacle of his aspirations. Yet, even within the heart of Baita, he still found himself without an opportunity to approach a guide. Generally, guides prefer Sentinels with formidable spiritual entities. These individuals excel in combat and close-quarters engagement, making them the ideal bodyguards. However, within the Air Combat Department, only spiritual entities like eagles and golden eagles possess combat capabilities, while most others are relegated to reconnaissance roles, thus garnering little favor from guides. Heyu has never harbored the hope of attracting the attention of any guide. As a crow, he possesses exceptional vision and color perception, allowing him to sense the disdain and irritation concealed beneath the noble and gentle countenances of those guides. Consequently, he refrains from seeking their favor or contact. Yet this evening, he encountered that individual. Heyu found himself at a loss for words to describe the sensation. The person's gaze was pure and harmless, devoid of any trace of contempt or annoyance. Even upon encountering weak spiritual entities like themselves, that individual displayed a childlike curiosity akin to discovering a fascinating new toy. This absence of malice made Yu feel warmth emanating from a guide for the first time. He could not help but produce his cherished insect collection. Whaley continued to chatter on about how adorable that guide was, resembling a male bird in courtship, strutting and boasting. Growing somewhat impatient, Yu softly cautioned him, warning that if he persisted in his noise, they would likely face complaints. In the office tonight, Commander Griffin of the Air Combat Department was still working overtime. The moment Whaley heard the word complaint, he fell silent, for his loquacious nature often led to such repercussions, leaving his meager salary perilously close to being deducted. Thus, the pitiful little owl soldier hung his head, wearing an expression of grievance. If only our Air Combat Department had a dedicated guide, he murmured enviously. The current military of Baita is primarily divided into 3 branches: land, sea, and air, along with a spiritual control division. The other branches, known for their formidable combat abilities, each assign 1 or more dedicated guides to their squads. In contrast, the Air Combat Department, which requires cooperation with Sentinels from other divisions for primary output during missions, primarily serves as sentries and scouts, with an overall low incidence of spiritual pollution easily managed by suppressants. Consequently, the Central Command has not allocated any guides to them. Poor Wei Li has yet to experience the sensation of merging spiritually with a guide. At that moment, the door to the sentry post swung open, revealing an exceptionally slender man. Upon seeing him, Yu and Wei Li immediately straightened and saluted. Commander, the newcomer, a man with flowing white hair, possessed delicate yet striking features. His elongated eyes resembled mysterious willow leaves, with a hint of eerie blue glimmering within the depths of his inky gaze. This person was none other than Commander Griffin of the Air Combat Department. You two, Griffin stated coolly, glancing at them during your rotation. You neglect your duties and allow spiritual entities to roam freely. What are you doing? Upon hearing this, Yu and Wei Li suddenly realized that their spiritual entities had escaped. If their assumptions were correct, the entities were likely wandering around the 60th floor, causing disturbances for their commander. A disgraceful bunch, unable to keep your spiritual entities in check. Griffin scoffed, continuing his merciless reprimand. His gaze was reminiscent of an ancient, unyielding glacier, occasionally flickering with insight, yet laced with unabashed disdain and cruelty. Since you are so fond of observing guides, you shall have your fill in a few days. A mission has arrived. The first team of the Air Combat Department is to escort a guide to Zone 5. Perform admirably, boys. And do not let me hear anyone say that the Air Combat Group is inferior to a ground chicken. Yes, yes, Wei Li and Yu responded, drenched in sweat. Once the commander had walked away, the oppressive atmosphere began to dissipate, and they both exhaled deeply. Escorting a guide? The higher-ups want us to escort a guide? What a stroke of good fortune for our Air Combat Department. What should we do? I'm so nervous. Which guide will it be? Was she like me? Yu hurriedly covered Wei Li's mouth to prevent him from continuing, for otherwise, complaints would be the least of their worries. It does not matter which guide it is. Our task is to ensure her safety. The situation in Zone 5 is quite dire, and this mission will not be easy. No worries, no worries. I will do my utmost, Wei Li exclaimed, breaking free from Yu's hold, his cherubic face brimming with anticipation. Imagine if, along the way, the guide realizes that we are also quite useful. Perhaps she will pay more attention to the Air Combat Department. Commander Griffin has injected suppressants 7 times this month. Hasn't he? Oh, will she? Yu scoffed internally, his gaze inadvertently drifting in that direction. Guides are inherently selfish and drawn to strength. Otherwise, the commander would not remain solitary to this day. It is the Air Combat Group that has burdened him. Chapter 28. Officer of the Law awake? In the darkness ahead, a figure sat, rising from a wide chair to approach the sentinel. The moonlight illuminated his features. Black hair, green eyes, and sharply defined features, reminiscent of a frozen pine. A black leopard quietly trailed behind him. What has transpired in Zone 5? Hwasun inquired. Noble? Upon recognizing the newcomer, the sentinel's lips curled into a derisive smirk. What has happened? Shouldn't you be the most informed? The situation has spiraled out of control, and yet you feign concern here. It truly sickens me. I do not wish to dispute with you, Hwasun replied coolly, as if the mocking words of the individual before him stirred not a ripple of emotion. He stood tall and composed. Where have you hidden Wang Yu? At his words, the sentinel first froze, then erupted into maniacal laughter. So you seek that? Ha ha ha. You will never guess where it is, you pitiful rabble. With a resounding thud, Huassen's fist struck the Sentinel's abdomen with full force. The Sentinel's body convulsed as if a tremendous power had stripped him of his skeletal support, causing him to double over, a surge of blood erupting from his throat. The already weakened man collapsed like a ragged cloth, his wrists still suspended and shackled, bloodied from prolonged confinement. Nevertheless, the Sentinel remained defiant, his face smeared with crimson, save for his burning red eyes. His forehead, cheeks, and chin were rendered nearly unrecognizable. The detoxification center was the final place a Sentinel lingered before succumbing to aberration. Overloaded senses and suppressed frenzy transformed those who entered into terrifying, monstrous beings. For some, the end of their lives was spent suspended here, subjected to repeated execution until their flesh was obliterated and their spirit extinguished. Those who could maintain control over such individuals were by no means trifling. The detoxification center, true to its name, was indeed a grim place. You should be grateful you still cling to life like a piece of filth, rather than considering your brothers. Their remains lie cold and buried in that underground city, forever consigned to dwell with that foul lizard. Huassen's words, cold and deliberate, dripped with sharpness, each syllable piercing the Sentinel like a blade. Once brimming with defiance, the Sentinel's upright posture crumbled upon hearing those words, his strength finally sapped. After the medical team confirmed that Lin Nan's body was free of any issues, she was finally able to take a shower, wash her hair, and change into clean clothes. The ward she occupied was on the top floor of the medical facility, and due to her and AI Lee's special admission, all the Sentinels on that floor had been evacuated. She quietly opened the door, desiring a breath of fresh air. The 60th floor was serene, with dedicated law enforcement personnel stationed at the stairwell. As Lin Nan approached, she greeted them and intended to enter the elevator. "Are you heading downstairs, miss?" inquired a polite officer with black hair and eyes. His resemblance to Lin Nan, both belonging to the Oriental race, compelled her to glance at him twice. "My friend seems to be in a certain Guide S treatment room, and I wish to find her." "Which guide might that be?" "I can accompany you down," he offered. I'm not sure. I think it's on the 51st floor. I can manage on my own." "I apologize, but we have orders not to allow guides to go out alone. There have been many injured in the tower recently, and I fear they may inadvertently harm you." The officer responded politely yet assertively. This compelled Lin Nan to take out her terminal and message AI Lee. The officer quietly pressed the button for the 51st floor as he observed her message. Lin Nan couldn't help but scrutinize him again. This guard was tall and slender, clad in black combat attire that exuded the aura of a male model. In contrast to the burly soldiers surrounding him, he appeared somewhat delicate. However, one could hardly underestimate the capabilities of someone serving in such a role. Her attention was drawn to his ears, adorned with a pair of black feather earrings that shimmered with a profound luster under the dim light, each feather slender and resilient, gracefully maintaining its perfect form. He was indeed a striking individual. When the elevator arrived, the officer followed Lin Nan inside. Given the towering height of the White Tower, the elevators between departments were separate. The medical facilities from the 50th to 60th floors had their own elevator. After only a few floors, the elevator stopped, and the doors opened to reveal a throng of soldiers outside. Upon seeing the occupants of the elevator, they hesitated, unsure about entering. Observing their attire, Lin Nan noted that these soldiers were clad in military green, indicative of the Marine Corps, and several bore visible injuries. Their faces showed no displeasure. They adhered to decorum and refrained from entering. Some curiously peered inside, and upon catching sight of Lin Nan's face, a few youthful ones blushed shyly. This made Lin Nan feel somewhat embarrassed. Hastily, she turned to the officer and said, "It's all right, everyone can squeeze in. It might take a while for the next elevator to arrive." Her amiable nature prompted the officer to reassess her. After a brief moment, he stepped back from the elevator door, positioning himself in front of Lin Nan to shield her from the group of soldiers. "Thank you, esteemed guide," said a gentlemanly young soldier leading the group, bowing slightly before cautiously entering the elevator. What was once a spacious area now felt cramped with so many individuals. Lin Nan nestled into the far corner of the elevator, suddenly feeling overwhelmed. In this world, soldiers typically stood around 1.80 meters, making Lin Nan appear diminutive, her head barely reaching their chests. The atmosphere was silent, with everyone hesitant to speak, even to breathe audibly. Lin Nan sensed that although they were not looking at her, Their frequently darting eyes and the sound of swallowed breaths betrayed their thoughts. The refined soldier seemed eager to converse with Lin Nan. Yet deterred by the presence of the officer, he attempted to initiate dialogue several times, only to fall silent. Their floors soon arrived, and the soldiers reluctantly exited the elevator. As the exaggerated scent of masculinity dissipated, Lin Nan exhaled a sigh of relief. Chapter 29. Psychological Guidance. Upon reaching the 51st floor, she followed the officer to the treatment room of Su Ruyun. Some higher-rank guides were reportedly assigned entire floors by the White Tower, allowing them to have their own private space for living and working, avoiding the crowded 51st floor. This is the place, the officer announced, stopping at the furthest room in the corridor. After knocking and receiving permission from within, he opened the door. Li was already waiting by the entrance, taking Lin Nan's hand and leading her inside. Shu, the senior sister, is treating a soldier. Let us observe quietly without disturbing them. Senior sister? Yes. Su's senior sister is 2 years our senior. After graduating, she began working at the White Tower and is now ranked 5th among healing guides. Her abilities are nearing the top tier. That impressive. Lin Nan felt intrigued and followed Li to watch. Inside the treatment room, there was a more private space, with half the glass transparent and half frosted. The soldier receiving treatment appeared to be lying on a bed, and seated upon him was a woman in a white robe. Due to the frosted glass, Lin and couldn't clearly see their actions. The woman had her back to them, her chestnut curls hastily tied with a rubber band. She firmly pressed down on the man beneath her, emanating a water-blue glow that continuously flowed into the soldier's body. The soldier seemed bound, unable to move, and Lin Nan could only surmise the intensity of the situation from the occasional trembling and jerking of his body. Was this how guides provided assistance to soldiers? Lin Nan's mind swirled with obscure thoughts. During the guidance, they could not be interrupted by anyone, and they could only stand outside the glass door to observe. The duration of this process remained unknown until the woman's water-blue glow finally faded. She wiped the sweat from her brow and released the soldier's restraints. Just as she was about to rise from the bed, the soldier abruptly sat up, grasped her hand, held her chin, and kissed her deeply. The soldier was quite tall. As he sat up, Lin Nan could see his bare upper body, his toned muscles brimming with vitality. It seemed he was overflowing with intense emotions, and he eagerly controlled the woman in his grasp, pressing her down, as if this was the only way to release the pent-up feelings within him. Li gasped, quickly covering her eyes with her hands, yet her curiosity compelled her to peek through her fingers. As the scene inside became increasingly suggestive, Lin Nan urgently pulled Li away from the treatment room. Let us not dwell on that. You might start bleeding from your nose. This is simply too exhilarating, Li exclaimed while hastily wiping her nose. Lin Nan, being an adult, had encountered such suggestive imagery before, so she remained relatively composed. After what felt like an eternity, the treatment room door finally opened. Both Lin Nan and Li widened their eyes, stealing glances inside. The male soldier exited first, but after taking a few steps, he turned back, embracing the female guide. The tall man, at that moment, appeared as soft as a kitten, reluctant to part ways. The woman in his embrace did not seem to mind. Rather, she gently patted his shoulder, saying, "You should go now, or you'll be late." A few minutes later, the soldier finally departed. Su Ruyun, the guide, exhaled a sigh of relief, shaking her wrist, which had been held tightly, and frowning at the bright red marks left behind. "Senior sister, you're amazing. A soldier of such high rank is like a puppy in your hands," Li gushed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "It's nothing special," Su Ruyun replied, still adjusting her attire. The tenderness on her face had transformed into extreme impatience. "I truly detest this. Feline creatures have such a strong scent." As she tidied herself, an assistant arrived with a warm towel, meticulously wiping her neck and hands. Finally, after the cleanup was completed, she had the leisure to observe them. "Li, what brings you here?" I was a bit startled earlier and was sent here for recuperation. Now that I'm about to be discharged, I thought I would come to visit my senior." "Oh," Su Ruyun responded with an air of detachment, her gaze drifting to Lin Nan, whom she scrutinized from head to toe. "And who might this be?" "She is my deskmate, Lin Nan. She's also here for healing." Before Li could finish her introduction, Lin Nan sensed a rather uncomfortable mental probing. The tendrils in her mind were brimming with agitation, yearning to lash out. Yet she forcibly restrained them, enduring the invasive scan from head to toe. "I see." AI originally had a multitude of things to say, but, sensing her senior's cool demeanor, chose to remain silent. Senior, I am about to participate in the league. Will you come to support me? Let's discuss that later. I've been rather busy lately, so I might not be able to make it. With that, she turned and began to walk in her room, shedding her clothes along the way. Just before entering the washroom, she turned back, her face now adorned with a warm and inviting smile. If I manage to finish up, I will come to see you. Please let me know which area you are assigned to via private message on the terminal. Now, kindly close the door behind you and inform the front desk on the 50th floor that I am off duty today, all right? Chapter 30. The Greasy Man, all right. The previously dejected AI Lee's eyes sparkled with renewed enthusiasm. What does Senior need us to do? I'll have my assistant explain the details to you. It's quite simple. The patient is a bit clingy. Lin Nan, who had been observing the entire exchange, found herself at a loss for words. It seemed not only did she not receive a warm welcome, but they were also being treated as free labor, reluctant to cause any trouble. She was unable to resist AI Lee's fervent enthusiasm. All right, understood. AI Lee's mood brightened instantly. We won't disturb you any longer, Senior. Please rest well. With that, she carefully closed the door. Lin Nan, who had been silently watching, felt somewhat exasperated. Beneath her feet, shadows stirred, and unbeknownst to anyone, she had already gleaned all the information from the opposite side. A spiritual entity resembling a sea lion, beneath its gentle exterior, concealed a keen sense of self-interest. No need for the zither. It is merely for collection. I shall proceed lightly. Chiu smiled, declining Lung Yan's offer to accompany her, and headed to the recording site with Li Dan. The malevolent spirit knight, one who perished burdened with grievances, if the place of death was steeped in resentment, would absorb it continuously, taking approximately 2 to 3 years to transform into a malevolent spirit knight, though the odds of success were slim and often reliant on external factors. Why have so many incidents occurred at home? The strangest part was that he had been kept in the dark, just as he was trying to stabilize himself. A low rumble akin to the sound of a mountain being cleaved echoed through the air, as if a gigantic cannon had struck the earth. Although he had already made up his mind, facing the leader of the demonic sect was inevitably awkward. I'm actually quite well. Isn't it just like before? And Xiaowen twirled in front of Xiaoguan. Xiao Shiza kept a watchful eye, fearful that she might fall. Hu Linbang furrowed his brow. Although the existence of Gupeng was like a malignant tumor to the Tiangang Di Sha, the fact remained that he had saved Huaxiao on multiple occasions. A truth that could not be disputed. And I Dong closed the door and sat on the sofa, pondering takeout but found it too early. Thus, he decided to order it around 7 or 8 o'clock. Although Chiu was uncertain whether her stomach had stirred, she had placed all her hopes on AI and Wan. Are you implying that I do not understand you? Xiao Qingyi slowly approached Su Xiaotong's side, tilting her head to observe him. At the time, the two had merely exchanged a message before heading abroad for their honeymoon. Leaving the house untouched, Lu Feng's room remained just as it was during his bachelor days. Just before she was struck by lightning, Bai Xianqian's head was crowned with azure lightning, and her breathtaking beauty became even more resplendent. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Wan yearned for a simple and ordinary life with Fu Huayan. Upon hearing that Fu Huayan wanted Fu Cheng's 2 children to experience the sensation of being submerged in water on such a frigid day, Su Man suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. For Lin Wan, although the doctor had merely suggested the possibility of pregnancy, the thought still filled her with trepidation. Yan Jin produced a healing pill, but after consuming it, he felt no change. His injuries showed no signs of improvement. Senior, please give us a lift. Xiao Wen and Shi Guang stepped forward and bowed, shamelessly making their request. Though not inherently selfish, the matter of life and death was not something one could approach lightly, akin to the selfless deeds of Uncle Leifong. Chapter 31. Officer Griffin Viscount Flindia never imagined that one day he would find himself in the judgment chamber. How many times must I say it? I was attacked. I am a victim. His face contorted with rage, his once meticulously styled hair now disheveled, several strands falling across his forehead, swaying slightly with his agitated emotions. Before the judgment table, Chief Judge Griffin's cold blue eyes remained devoid of any emotion, silently observing. Ugh, ugh, ugh. As soon as Xiongda laid eyes on the scene, he immediately discarded the large plaque and merit box, bending over to vomit profusely. With a cold snort, Lu Piao's face was lined with frost. Her gaze toward me was filled with unrestrained hatred. Do you know why your grandfather faked his death 3 years ago? And why those strange events continue to surround you in waves? Grandmother Xiong inquired. Quentin was instantly ensnared by an endless barrage of magical attacks. It was the first time he had witnessed someone casting magic as casually as tossing away cabbages, one spell after another, as if they were free. If not careful, those tomb raiders and malevolent spirits might misconstrue any actions taken against Jean Pen Ling as misguided intentions, putting their lives at risk. What exactly did they intend to accomplish? And what was this so-called celestial realm they spoke of? The underworld indeed imprisoned many formidable beings, whether one deemed it horrendous or a result of failed struggles. It was undeniably powerful. My heart brimmed with countless questions, yet I hesitated to voice them, for the ancient cultivator continued his stride toward the beacon tower. Xing Mo Xia stared blankly at Fu Shiza, her mind swirling with thoughts of what to do now, anxious to avoid allowing Fu Mama to witness her current state. At that moment, seated at the head of the family meeting was Mu Jianda, the current head of the Mu family and the biological father of Mu Weichen. Considering her mental trauma, it was evident that this situation was not voluntary, but rather coerced, sighed Chu Yuan softly. It had only been 4 days since his incident. 1 day spent in the hospital, and the remaining 3 days with Mu Ying-ho. The irate Madame Chun stormed over, having just heard that her husband, who had been as obedient as a dog, was flirting with a beautiful woman in public. She could hardly believe her eyes upon witnessing this scene. Whenever this incident was brought up, Fang Chung could not help but feel wronged, though fortunately, it was now a thing of the past. Their reputation was so tarnished that many chose to avoid traveling by boat, opting for land routes instead. With business dwindling, he personally took on the role of a water bandit to seek employment. He effectively promoted his formidable reputation as a water bandit, ensuring many fell for his ploy. However, ascending to the upper realms for the warriors of the lower realms was merely a title. They were utterly oblivious to what the upper realms entailed, what the circumstances were, or which factions existed. Even if Annie became aware of these schemes and intrigues, she would not be overly concerned, for her strength was considerable. She remained in a state of playing the fool to catch the wise. If she could not win, she would simply flee, as Annie possessed teleportation magic. Xu Wan suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, followed by a hand to her forehead in exasperation. Realizing that the persistent troublemaker Ro Pin had indeed left behind such a mess. Upon seeing this situation, Lu Yun realized that worrying was futile. Until the Zhuang's matter was resolved, there would be no chance of heading to Shaolin. Chapter 32. A Fantasy on the Return Journey. Lin Nan found herself once more seated in Director Huisen's vehicle. The atmosphere was heavy with silence, as Lin Nan felt a deep sense of guilt and refrained from speaking. It seemed that every time the director came to her aid, it was due to her violent outbursts. She had struck someone while assisting the sentry, again while at the guide station, and now even during her visit to the Bai Tom medical facility. This spiritual entity of hers was perpetually engaged in misconduct, resorting to violence daily. In her mind, she glared at the notion of using the British Royal Emollient Cream before switching to the whitening products that Lu Yifan had haphazardly picked up from some cosmetic store, which was nothing short of an affront to the other. The core of the realm of emptiness roared into motion, with countless large spatial formations rising, exuding a power capable of tearing through chaos. A shift in divine thought enveloped the forces of light and darkness, instantly engulfing him in boundless shadows. "Ah, you're ignorant of the circumstances. How curious," came the voice from the almost transparent figure in the void. His gaze, however, lustfully fell upon Ali, brimming with possessive desire. "I assure you, I had no intention of being overtly aggressive. I merely came to purchase a diamond ring. However, your price is rather steep. Furthermore, you, the leader of the world's largest mercenary group, have become such a coward simply because I exchanged a few harsh words? Is that necessary?" He cast a sidelong glance at Clark, adopting a tone of admonishment. "The 10,000-year-old blood ginseng is an excellent remedy for replenishing lost vitality. I must acquire it." At the temporary auction at Wanbao Zhai, Yi Jianfeng silently vowed. In this world, transformed by the celestial wish talisman, it was indeed a splendid and delightful affair. The phenomena of the heavens are manifold, encompassing wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, each with its own distinct characteristics, ever-changing. The heavens are fraught with unpredictable tempests, and the anomalies are even more mysterious. Lin Xinsheng looked at Zhang Yiming in confusion. In school, she and Tan Xiaoyao were the best of friends. residing in the same dormitory for 2 years without ever discovering Tan Xiaoya's unique abilities. Second in command of the Hongmen, the war god Situ Anbong. Third in command, the wine sword immortal Bailey Sun Tzu. These two held the highest ranks within the Hongmen, yet they merely surrounded an elderly man with white hair and beard, indicating the greater stature of that elder. The crowd recoiled a few steps from the resounding crash, only to discover that the blade had embedded itself over half a foot into the brick wall, the hilt trembling and buzzing incessantly. The multitude of spirits bowed to Chen Jifan, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, benefactor," as the spirits dissipated with the Yin energy. Should the 11 from Juchuan Jing infiltrate the research facility, the situation would become perilously dire. Fortunately, it was not yet catastrophic, as everything remained under control. The throbbing headache that had plagued Zhang Yifan dissipated, rejuvenating his spirit and rekindling his fighting spirit. However, Luo Habin remained indifferent, absorbed in contemplation on how to address the pressing issues at hand. The black-robed monk appeared pallid, having vigilantly guarded the disciples of the sword sect. Had he not fought fiercely to protect them, the disciples would likely have been annihilated by now. Witnessing the meticulously planned scheme veer off course, they were consumed by exceptional fury, yet they refrained from attacking Qing Feng, unable to discern the motives of the intruders. He shook his head, casting aside the chaotic thoughts from his mind. Lifting his gaze, he met Xian Ning's earnest stare, clearly entrusting the resolution of this matter to him. Upon hearing the stirrings within the tower, the king of the undead unleashed his senses, detecting Wu Wei, and shouted, "You dare?" He strained to tear through the vines, charging towards the tower of the undead. After my bout of amnesia, not only did my speed increase, but my strength has also augmented, by Su stated proudly. It is likely due to the cultivation method, Jia. If there is anything you do not understand in your training, feel free to ask us. Su Qianqian remarked with a smile. Who does not know that the leader is synonymous with ruthlessness and bloodlust? He can eliminate numerous brothers who follow him without a flicker of his eye. One can only imagine how he treats his enemies. Unlike the official representatives who repeatedly encounter obstacles, Jiao Xing's private visit proceeded relatively smoothly. Observing Ji Chang's tranquil expression, Mu Shi's eyes sparkled. He recognized that Ji Cao, having lost Li Yuanba, was now akin to a toothless tiger. Before him, the Jinyui were merely the emperor's minions. Though feared by all, they lacked prominence. It was he who transformed the Jinyui into a formidable force capable of influencing the court. Even the chief eunuch of the Dongchang bowed in his presence, marking the zenith of the Jinyui's glory. Such matters are commonplace, a necessary awareness for every mercenary. How could I feel regret? Moreover, what significance does regret hold? In response to Yan Ming's inquiry, the mercenary Qin Ming remained unperturbed, as if he truly possessed an understanding of the events that were soon to unfold. Before the mechanical voice of the system could finish, Lu Chan interjected, testing, what does recognizing a master mean? And where is this place? There was a hint of displeasure and danger in his tone. Despite just arriving and still recovering from his ailments, he instinctively noted the implications of those two terms. The deterrent power of the beast was evidently substantial, as a single roar sent the raucous crowd scattering like birds and beasts. However, from Han Fuhu's words, it seemed that this old man, who frequently chastised himself with a feather duster, was also quite remarkable. Chapter 33. The first mental link. Lin Nan's hand trembled. Wasn't that the madman? Was he also to participate? He was the first level sentry she had encountered, and she had no idea how she had offended him. On that extremely ordinary afternoon, still unfamiliar with this world upon her arrival, she had inadvertently walked into the assigned clinic with someone. A friend of mine once cycled around a lake, and halfway through, a car drove alongside him, with a young woman in the passenger seat staring at him for a long while. Gathering all her courage, she finally leaned out and shouted at him. I always feel like someone is following me, yet I cannot pinpoint who. Su Ming, with his refined perception, was particularly attuned to such sensations. He began to comprehend that what was referred to as internal testing and public testing was merely a means to lead people to explore the path first. All right. The master of Danshan Mountain hesitated little. Even though Su Ming displayed exaggerated and monstrous strength, he had not yet reached the Silver Moon tier. Furthermore, this bull, with its jet-black fur resembling steel needles, possessed large, bell-like eyes that emitted an intimidating glow, especially the two horns atop its head, which pointed skyward like a pair of forks. Su Ming remained rather low-key, merely visiting the Silver Moon Grade 1 area to check on tasks. Yet even so, it left Gu Ting utterly astonished. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Physical prowess could be cultivated, and as long as he grasped the essence of the fist, he would eventually unleash his full strength. Meanwhile, Wu Shang maintained his usual calm demeanor, showing no resentment, simply listening quietly to the complaints of the generals. Upon hearing their lamentations, my heart ached once more, and I found myself kneeling at the doorstep of Granny Lin's home. Did people like Lan Hao dare to venture into that tomb? Even granting him 100 times the courage would be insufficient. Such individuals would be courting death, and he was well aware of that. In the time they spent together, he found Mu Ying to be quite a decent girl, albeit with a somewhat ruthless streak due to her demonic sect upbringing. Yet, at her core, she was inherently kind. The efficacy of the Huyang grass in his hand was uncertain, and with so many zombies flooding into the Dongli grassland, he wondered if any of his acquaintances were among them. However, Chun Mo was oblivious to the underlying complexities. Consequently, his desire to negotiate with Nuan Nai had been dashed. Since then, Lu Yuanwu frequently visited Fengqi Palace to converse with Fengzhen, her seemingly obedient demeanor convincing others that she had indeed undergone a transformation. Wei Hong, who was hiding behind Chun Ergu, cautiously peeked out and spoke softly. Chun Ergu could distinctly sense the tremors in Wei Hong's legs at that moment. After offering some comfort, Wei Hong's face remained pale. Across from the Jingzhou Prefecture Yamen, a carriage was parked at the alley's entrance. Su Qi sat within, slightly lifting the curtain to observe the commotion inside the Yamen. Upon seeing Fengzhen exit unscathed, a smile graced his lips. Yang Zhaowu, noticing the Jing Wang awaiting at the Shirley Pavilion, quickly dismounted, signaling the army to halt, and approached him. During this period, the beaming smile of the competitor even attempted an endless array of unique strategies, yielding remarkably effective results when paired with the subtle tactics of Hong Cha. 5 minutes prior, who had exploded, the two were thoroughly enjoying themselves, showcasing their skills openly, while the other three groaned in frustration, utterly perplexed by the thoughts in their minds. Unthinkable. For a dignified princess to marry as a concubine, how could such a notion even arise? Empress Lu glared coldly at noble consort Shu. Lord Wang felt despondent, unable to gain Lady Wang's understanding. He channeled his inner turmoil into a series of paintings and poignant poetry, his hair turning nearly white overnight. Chapter 34. Team Formation. Lin Nan investigated the sentry named Chris once more, and as she had anticipated, she encountered an unwelcome face. That duplicitous green tea jellyfish. What a hellish scene this was. Was it still possible for her to withdraw from the league? She wished to avoid encountering these two lunatics again. Hey Eiley, hey. Nan, are you still online? Should we exchange contact information privately? I wonder if such a prominent figure has a guide. Lin Nan checked the sentry named Chris again. And indeed, she saw the face she did not wish to see. It was that duplicitous green tea jellyfish. What a hellish scene this was. Was it still possible for her to withdraw from the league? She wished to avoid these two lunatics again. Hey Eiley. Hey Nan, are you still online? I think we should communicate beforehand to see if they are willing to take us along. Although the sponsorship task had long been completed, any opportunity for further involvement was still worth considering. After all, who would refuse additional funds? More money would only enhance the event, yielding multiple benefits. Now, having lost face before the court officials, with the situation in Weiqing dire, should Weiqing fall, the lands of the Jin Kingdom would be laid bare. If Tang Mu pursued relentlessly, it would spell disaster for Han Du in the early morning. Hong Jun wrapped bandages around Li Jinglong's feet, while Lu Su furrowed his brow. Anxiously observing him, Meng Xingchen nodded and said, Wife master, you should rest early. After saying this, he picked up a bowl from the table and prepared to leave. He dared not linger, fearing her anger. Upon entering the apothecary, the physician, upon realizing the arrival of the royal city, became visibly flustered. Jiangcheng, considered a third-tier city in all of Huaxia, was home to Jiangcheng University, a key institution directly overseen by the Ministry of Education, renowned nationwide. Yihong gently pushed the door open, her demeanor transformed from the earlier distress of seeking help, now radiating an indescribable grace and gentleness. The soldiers and generals at the frontline camp of the Great Dianzong were understandably irate at the sudden danger, for previously, such forced retreats were only encountered by the soldiers of the Jin Feng Kingdom, never expecting that it would now be their turn to withdraw. Passerby, are you meddling in affairs that do not concern you? Wang looked at him with disdain, snorting softly, contempt etched on his face. He paused, neither shaking his head nor nodding, his expression one of non-commitment. "Father, I won't tell you I'm going to Sister Chinger's shop," Yin Yin exclaimed, clapping her hands. Typically, the demons on this list were the primary targets for many solitary demon hunting nights, teams, and groups. Xiao Zhan found the robber's reasoning quite sound. He was tough, but he did not want to injure Su Xiaoxiao's hands. If she were to tire, that would be unfortunate. Watching her struggle desperately, even if the entire Qian family knelt before her, she could endure it all. Today's occurrences were merely interest. With a thunderous boom, the world fell silent. At the very least, the cries of the lieutenant below were no more. In a moment of distraction, San Baiyan was tossed aside, and Do Daba rushed over, brandishing a cleaver toward him. After a collective shout, everyone dispersed, each preparing the various supplies needed for the evening's battle. He exited the room with a look of surprise, intending to find Brother Guyu next door, only to see him push the door open and walk out. As a manager, Guyu naturally sensed everything the entire dimensional tree perceived, including the chef who managed the golden dimensional tree. Upon returning home, she sat restlessly, sighing, watching Sangyu as she clung to her legs, nearly crying for help. Chapter 35. Memory. It seemed they were completing a certain task. Seated together in a moment of respite. Around the campfire, several sentries gathered in a circle, speaking in hushed tones, the firelight casting a warm glow on their youthful faces, offering them a rare moment of ease. Lin Nan felt as though she were seeing this scene through someone else's eyes. She was a distance away, her hand holding a telescope and weapon, as if on watch. At that moment, one individual stood in the fire. After being tormented by the monkey once more, she found herself questioning life itself. However, just as the Emperor's words echoed, the Empress Dowager let out a piercing scream. "Ah!" She jolted upright, her gaze sharp and venomous as she glared at Mao Lian, who refused to relent, continuing to pierce her middle finger with a golden needle. Seeing her playfully engaged, it seemed she had forgotten to pursue her earlier inquiries, prompting Gong Yue to breathe a sigh of relief. The jarring screech of sudden brakes interrupted the moment. As the police car came to a halt, his colleagues behind were caught off guard, one after another colliding into the rear of the front vehicle. Amidst the cacophony of crashes, the lead car veered off the road, the nightmare on the verge of becoming reality. The four policemen inside hurriedly opened the doors and jumped out. "Brother, you're from the yard ditch, right? Now that the autumn harvest is complete, are you here to work and earn some money with us?" Zhao Laowu encountered a somewhat familiar passerby and inquired. The Jiao Long transformed directly into a 1,000-meter-long dragon, its body gleaming black, with 3 claws and a single horn, its back adorned with bony spines, exuding an unmistakable aura of malevolence. After the prophetic mage uttered his prophecy, he immediately perished, and the soul that should have belonged to the underworld vanished without a trace. In that instant, the members of the Dark Spirit organization had already arrived outside Jueqing Mountain, drawing ever closer. Ling Tian had long sensed Ying Feng's discomfort and pain. The reason he had refrained from acting promptly was that he had witnessed many blurred images appearing in Ying Feng's mind. Just as Luo Tianke contemplated this, the soldiers approached him, halting not far from his position. In the past decade, he had diligently trained, believing he had surely caught up to the Emperor's pace. Yet, she seemed to flaunt her presence before him, as if afraid he might forget this matter. This modified war machine gazed greedily at those around it, as if intending to consume them whole. Unfortunately, this was the territory of the Western Xia. No matter who arrived, they would not be able to seize this soft gold. They have arrived at the foot of Xishan, beside the Nanxi River, where a grove of maples graces the mountainside. The verdant hills and flowing waters, now touched by winter's chill, evoke a sense of melancholy. This time, however, it is different. Yifeng hopes they will make their own discoveries, as he will not divulge anything unless they are utterly unable to find it. Bao Ku, caught off guard, engages with him, sensing the other's formidable strength, particularly the spiritual energy that mirrors his own, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Ironically, after completing his task, he finds himself idly bored in his position. It is his first extended interaction with Ojing. Yin, a seasoned warrior with 7 millennia of battle experience, remains alert, wielding the flame sword as he observes the ongoing skirmish. Last night's events remain a blur, with no recollection of them at all. When Mu Ming called early in the morning to check on her, she was left even more bewildered. The city gate, forged from thunderstrike stone, glimmers a deep purple hue, occasionally crackling with arcs of lightning under the moonlight, creating a splendid sight at night. As Gao Fei on the left also attracts the serpent's attention. Chu Xing directs stones on the ground to strike at the serpent's eyes, forcing it to retreat. At this moment, the serpent releases the sword tip, and Chu Xing seizes the opportunity to stab towards the serpent's eye, which it cannot evade, resulting in a successful strike. Chu Xing swiftly approaches to sever the serpent's head. Yixiran quickly understands that Lin Ji, relying on the support of Zhou Han Yin, has caused a commotion at Yi's photography studio. In another scene, Chu Qingxue lies unclothed in the bathroom, the shower still running, her entire body drenched. Your Highness, the situation is different now. If you were to perish, Kairos would truly fall apart. Elsa hastily implores. It's me. Why are you looking for me? Regner grips Reed's hair, preventing any struggle. Indeed, it was perilous just moments ago. Had they not been nearby, the Sixth Master would likely have been claimed by the King of Hell. Should have happened long ago. Why wait until now? Zhou Han Yin turns and meets a pair of shimmering apricot eyes. Although the formidable creature was not cleaved in two by the dragon flame slash, it bears a lengthy gash, with blood seeping profusely from its body. It lies in a pit, gasping for breath, in a pitiful state. Chapter 36. Crossed out Lin Nan exclaims, "What is this? Why are there so many messages?" As she peruses the unfamiliar messages, her head grows increasingly heavy. She decides to add GIs as a friend, considering he is Director Huasen's assistant. Maintaining a good relationship with superiors is essential, although she wonders whether he discreetly messaged her, and if the director is aware. The image of Lin Zihan emerges in Long Yusin's mind. She is the first person she found incomprehensible, yet developed a fondness for, only to give up. Meanwhile, those within are investigating the mysterious medicine, struggling to understand which part went awry. Although Huang Sheng is unaware of the specifics, he deduces the meeting's content based on Lin Zihan's character. As Qin Chuan gazes at the verdant island below, he acknowledges that while it is hard to spot from the sea, it is visible from the air, making it a promising location for a city or base in the future. Although the young master is a wastrel, he is acutely aware of Qin Yun's sect's power on the Qianquan continent, knowing he must not provoke its members carelessly. Oli, come here. Qin Chuan instructs as he supervises the construction of an underwater city, while Oliana obediently sits in the cabin of the sea god's ship, watching him from chair. The Deep Sea clan possesses an abundance of resources. Perhaps the Elf and Dragon clans also have their own rare treasures. A cooperative exchange of resources through trade would be ideal. Commander, a scout reports that the raiders surrounding Luyang are led by Dongzhu's cavalry officer, Hua Xiong, and Captain Li Su, who are currently retreating with ample supplies and civilians towards Liang County. Chengpu announces as he approaches Sunjian. Many glory masters have invested their fortunes in supporting the team, and indeed, the team with the lowest odds in Zone 3 is Junlin Tianxia. Closing her eyes enhances her other senses, sharpening her awareness of subtle anomalies, even as her consciousness remains hazy. As the political power center of the mountain city, the emergence of a spiritual artifact capable of shielding heavenly secrets here is not entirely unexpected. After exhausting her mental energy to vindicate herself and impress a girl earlier that morning, she finds herself unable to utilize any skills. The story of Xian Jian Qi Xia Zhuan 3, although not a continuation of any previous installments, does not diminish the enthusiasm of the patrons at both establishments. The morning after, Li Zhongxin awakens feeling utterly drained and unwell. After taking 2 cold medicine tablets, he still feels unfit and informs his school, leading Fang Banshan to take him to a nearby hospital. Though the divine artifact Leviathan's axe failed to cleave the opponent's body, the mountain itself shattered under the impact. Yet you have ultimately recognized me, and I have finally found you, Loki reassures with a smile. In the land of Africa, near the border of the most mysterious and technologically advanced nation, Wakanda, a captivating scene unfolds in a sparse forest. Ma Jun does not explain further, instead walking into another room, where the surroundings transform into an expansive, starry sky filled with brilliant celestial bodies radiating light. Chapter 37. Bullying Lin Nan ascends the escalator into the airship. The ship, entirely white and exquisitely crafted, features a statue of the goddess of freedom at its bow, glimmering in the sunlight with a cool radiance. The oval-shaped vessel is sufficiently large, and with the unique space compression technology, it can accommodate over 1,000 people. Students from the Guide Academy are seated in the most comfortable section at the front of the airship. Due to their small number, they are paired with the neighboring Shilin. Lin Wan, being a friend of her mother, likely poses no harm, especially since her mother facilitated this meeting. Responsibility, while crucial as a catalyst for maturity and progress, is not the most important aspect. Hui Ling shakes her head, suggesting that Nagato reconsider the answer to this question. After the class bell rings, individuals begin to rush out within mere seconds. As a precocious child, he has begun contemplating matters that often leave his parents sighing, while his peers still revel in carefree play. As for the diligent pursuit of governance, love for the people, and frugality to cultivate virtue, these are exceedingly rare behaviors. The thought of soon reuniting with Shi, Nian Qing, and Si Mu sends his heart racing. She has never harmed Jin Ye and has made every effort to guide her during filming. From afar, Bo-in catches the scent of alcohol on Hussein. In fact, on the first day the white wine was brewed, Bo-in sensed Hussein lurking outside, the aroma wafting out, impossible to conceal. As soon as he and Ai Li left, this old rogue slipped inside. Yang Mi has harbored a distaste for Zhang Yul since her birth, and her aversion has only grown as Zhang Yul matures. It is worth noting that a complete set of equipment crafted from tungsten steel is worth countless times more than the raw material itself, and naturally, such equipment is far more suitable for practitioners in the harmonization period. Lin Dongyang's mental state was quite satisfactory, and there was no hint of fatigue on his face. Although he had climbed a mountain in the morning and enjoyed a lakeside stroll in the afternoon, the extent of such exertion was trivial for him. Through his keen observation, he discerned the surroundings, finding no unexpected ambushes. Meanwhile, Yi Xian and Jing Xiefeng led the way, prompting Qian Mu Kong Tong to hastily catch up. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, soon giving way to a torrential downpour. Feng Er Si, wait for me. I shall return. Freyr's shouts were drowned by the sound of the rain. The night grew silent, and he indeed departed. Xie Sidong and Zhao Sudong, having savored Lin Dongyang's culinary creations, expressed their astonishment, never anticipating that his dishes would be so delectable, rivaling even those made by professional chefs, showering him with continual praise during the meal. Lu Chong, observing that Song Yuan and Lin Cheng'an had both made donations, did not hesitate to contribute 200 yuan himself. Although he was still a student, his monthly allowance from home was quite ample, making the donation inconsequential to him. Let us set aside that matter for now. Starting today, you are officially in charge of the company. What are your plans moving forward? Yi Xian inquired, taking a sip of coffee and addressing Lin Qingqing. Just stay here obediently. With those words, Wen Qiyin dismissed her and strode out decisively. How could that be? Do not speak nonsense. Yuan retorted angrily, her cheeks flushing involuntarily at Yi Jing's words. Pouting, Yuan Han nodded and obediently entered the room, taking the telephone from the table with him. Do not worry. Huier will accompany the prince to enjoy the blossoming flower pavilion. Prince Zhu, disinterested in remaining at the Wangjiang pavilion, noticed several individuals glancing up at the building. Only Mo Jia-yi, who lacked a deep understanding of their captivating demeanor, felt his eyelids twitch uncontrollably upon hearing this. At the banquet, some news shared by Zhang Zhilong stirred Qin Bin's interest. The Millennium Old Hisho Wu from Baitu Mountain had been underway for months, yet no results had emerged thus far. Who could have imagined that humanity had emerged from such darkness, and from this very machine? Now the question remained, who should be sent to contact Wang Han? Wan Yin Yuxing appeared troubled, his eyes frequently darting to Song Zheng, clearly contemplating sending him. His expression grew exceedingly serious as he gazed at the extraordinary talents on the battlefield. Qin Yun lifted the curtain of the carriage, peering into the valley ahead, which was evidently a place prone to ambush. He had brought gifts. How could he truly leave just because she said they were unacceptable? If he too reached that level, he would no longer suffer the relentless cold of day and night. Let us envision the scene of fish in a pond swimming alongside water grasses or lotus flowers, imagining their universe as being limited to 2 dimensions, while our 3-dimensional space might extend beyond their comprehension. With the arrival of the 9 heavenly meteors, both the depths of the ruins of Fuming Cave and the entity known as Sure witnessed this extraordinary phenomenon. The hall was further guarded by hidden sentinels, and each time Mo Zhao visited, he was filled with curiosity about how he managed to enter. As expected, once the dust settled, Chen Yuan wiped the blood from his mouth and cast a cold glance at Chu Yan. With a sudden misstep, she stumbled on the verge of falling, but a hand swiftly caught her, and in the next moment, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. Xu Wenfei's current market value had surpassed $300 billion. ranking 6th globally and 2nd domestically, only slightly trailing behind the Bailey Group. Chapter 38. Will you mark? When we disembark from the airship shortly, we will have 2 hours of preparation time. Let us quickly find the team from Baeyong Academy and make a temporary mark. I have already added their captain's terminal. They will be waiting for us in the lounge. Ailey was exceptionally excited, pulling Lin Nan to view the photos stored on the terminal. Each beautiful face flashing across the screen, utterly captivating. Lin Nan noticed that the Sentinels from Baeyong Academy had distinctly Western features. Do you have money? With peach-colored lips close to the man's cheek, a warm fragrance wafted enticingly. Yuya could not ascertain Tuo Bahong's situation, relying solely on the current clues for speculation. As the guard began to cook noodle porridge and feed the mules with beans, Zhou Yuanzhong and Chen Zilong sat nearby, engaging in casual conversation. Jiang Lan furrowed her brow, recalling what Soren had mentioned regarding the subservience of ordinary mutants to the blood of advanced mutants, stirring something within her. Once, they could participate in the same competitions. Yet now, in merely a year, it felt as if an invisible river separated them. At this moment, Yu Qiaoyue, leaning in Natai's embrace, felt blissful to the point of disorientation, content to rest against him, inhaling the strong, masculine scent emanating from him, realizing she had deeply fallen for this sensation. Moreover, the chosen location was not the previously mentioned Liao Nan, nor the Jinsheng of Liao Shi, but rather the overlooked Inko, catching her off guard. Julie drew closer, her alluring fragrance enveloping them. In the darkness, she extended her arm, her slender fingers caressing the rigid faces of the new soldiers, igniting a stir within their hearts. With scarlet lips and a flickering tongue, she caused the 2 young men to involuntarily quicken their heartbeats. With a calm demeanor, Yi Fantian began to gradually absorb the layers of true energy, his handprints striking with increasing fervor, causing the myriad of handprints to grow increasingly blurred. However, the rate of energy absorption and the transformation of true energy began to accelerate dramatically. Only then did he see his young master's pale face, evidently anxious, losing the usual composure and calm. Due to the abruptness of the situation, Dagu had yet to react before being pulled down, unable to resist in time. If Chiwan knew that Zhao Yinyu intended to marry a princess and usurp her position as the legitimate wife, what would she do? Though everyone had stumbled along the way, they still arrived at their destination in approximately 3 minutes. Most marvelous of all, he could even lie in bed drinking. Holding the bottle to his lips, he would gulp it down in one go, ensuring not a single drop spilled. As he grasped the cool, smooth item, Lu Qing instinctively wanted to pull away but deemed it too direct, inappropriate for someone just returned from outside. Instead, she smiled and said, "Naturally, I am delighted. I must congratulate you on your success." With that, she clasped her hands together in a mock gesture of respect, casually withdrawing her hand from the cool object. Everyone was astonished. To interrupt the ceremony at such a moment was truly extraordinary. It was well known that nearly all the masters of Huaqing Kingdom were gathered here, and to cause disorder in this place would invite dire consequences. As they turned down a street, it suddenly widened remarkably, leading directly to the inner city of the ancient ice capital. On either side of the street, soldiers were densely packed, armed and alert. However, now, the Eastern Factory and the Jinyui had been compelled by Emperor Chongjin to collaborate, discussing their subsequent actions. For if they failed to overcome this hurdle, not only would they perish, but their families would also face dire fates. This pressure for survival forced them to unite in search of a path forward. Chapter 39. Apusi, he is the captain of this small team, reputed to be a powerful and beautiful spiritual entity, or perhaps even a mythical being. Upon noticing their approach, the sentinel slightly inclined his body, bowing with remarkable gentlemanly grace, his movements as fluid and elegant as if he had just stepped out of an ancient court. Ailey, the guide, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am equally delighted to see you. Your beauty is truly captivating, Ailey responded with a smile, naturally extending her hand. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Nan felt a chill run down her spine. Indeed, she saw a fiery red shadow appear before them like a specter. The individual's temper was explosively fierce, with claws that bore signs of partial beastification, and his robust arms, bulging with veins that resembled writhing worms beneath the skin. Lin Nan instinctively took a step back in fear. Kaisar's golden eyes had sharpened into slits, while Hu Lianxue and Tian Wan, waiting by the vehicle, could clearly see the immense pain and oppression weighing on the heart of the divine servant. Li Chushan gazed at the hot spring beneath his feet, a slight smile forming as he mused. Whether I ascend to immortality or not pales in comparison to their significance. My thoughts are now focused on two matters. First, to elevate my cultivation so that when the realms of demons and monsters approach, I shall not fail the world. Second, I must ensure their survival. Zhongli, seated next to Lu Shisan, initially had no impression of him. Despite being classmates, he was as unresponsive as a wooden block, neglecting her for an entire month. The restrooms in the town were pit toilets. Even the county government facilities in Sun County were the same kind, where the county mayor and deputy mayor could be found discussing major policies while squatting together, a sight not uncommon. The U.S. 10th Army Corps was stationed in Naha, with Major General Geiger recently taking command after the death of General Buckner. Caught off guard, the two were suddenly drenched, feeling an inexplicable chill from the water which, despite the blazing sun overhead, made them feel as though they were trapped in an ice cellar. As they witnessed the demon slowly collapsing, Egio revealed a cold smile of anticipated satisfaction, while Hulianxue was drenched in cold sweat, feeling a sense of foreboding. Am I truly so incompetent? If I were to flee, what need would I have to come to Yandang Mountain? Zhao Wuyo disregarded by Guang, instead loudly querying him. The vengeful spirit bellowed, raising a massive axe high to strike down upon the untroubled Zizi on the ground. Is that even a question? Of course, it's Ingzue Cliff. I've worked there before, so I'm quite familiar with it, Brother San answered without hesitation. Doesn't one always need to maintain connections and relationships when doing business? Zhou Xiao suddenly interjected. You fat pig, you better take this seriously. You man clenched her fists, glaring at Gung Haosher. The various tribes expressed significant dissent, particularly after learning that Wendihan had exchanged grain for horses with Lin Qingwan, feeling that he was allowing only the officials to prosper while restricting the common folk, leading to a heated confrontation at the Liao camp, after which Wendihan had no choice but to relent and ease the restrictions on horse trading. This blunder had escalated significantly. Tai felt that the lawyer was indeed quite wronged. The guilt following the murder led to his overactive imagination, causing him to misconstrue the situation from the outset. What does it matter if I grow taller? Are you afraid I might pilfer your loofah and beans? Mu jested, as if a great revelation had occurred. Everyone perked up, eager to hear the tale between them. Cheng Shui directly offered a reward of 1,000 Huang Dan, additionally granting unconditional admission into the Blood Rainbow sect, ensuring safety even for those who chose not to join. A myriad of emotions blossomed within the cinema, while simultaneously, the trailers aired on television and online achieved considerable success, captivating many viewers who were drawn to watch the film. Chapter 40. Free matching pool. All right then, I'll trouble you, Lin Nan said politely. No trouble at all. You're such a good student. You're bound to find a formidable team, the staff member replied with a smile. Lin Nan obediently took a seat over there. After observing Lin Nan depart, the staff member swiftly retrieved his terminal and rapidly composed a message in the group of captains for this league. Discovered a lone guide. Level unknown, quite adorable. Is there such urgency? A faint voice echoed from the entrance, and Lin Nan, feeling somewhat dazed, remembered that there was a third person present. Lanin had been standing at the door of the private room, arms crossed, his tall and slender figure leaning against the doorframe. He observed his friend, who appeared ready to devour the girl, with a look of disdain. He quietly watched for a moment, and when he noticed Lin Nan could no longer withstand the pressure, he slowly approached. At that moment, as Li Qing was momentarily distracted, a man suddenly appeared behind him, stabbing a sword into his chest. Had Li Qing not sensed the danger at the last moment and slightly shifted his body, the blade would have pierced his heart. Now is the time. Han Huang's eyes glinted with intensity before he vanished in an instant, reappearing behind the soul-devouring pearl. Lu Yun and Feng Han were astonished. They hadn't anticipated Han Huang would choose this moment to act, especially since there were still 3 monsters left unresolved. Yin Qingli fell silent. Her words undoubtedly implied that the Huangquan Ferry would henceforth be under the jurisdiction of the Kunlun Sword Alliance, which was undeniably arrogant and domineering. However, beyond this, she could think of no better compromise. That day, you shielded me from arrows. What is to become of you now? I shall see you later. I felt an overwhelming joy upon seeing the peach blossom, akin to reuniting with a family member. For goods to be sold in the mainland, their standards were akin to those for imports. According to the mainland's market access principles for imported goods, their products faced certain inequitable treatment as perceived by them. The emergence of these blood-colored demons drastically altered the dynamics within the Fengyuan divine array. Their formidable combat prowess surpassed even that of the winged race warriors under the blessing of divine souls, plunging the winged race, who were on the verge of victory, into a desperate struggle. In a hurry, he scurried to Building 2, discarding his phone into his bag. Just then, someone entered the building, and without a moment's thought, he followed suit. Meanwhile, Wang Chun and his companions had journeyed through numerous layers of space, finally arriving at the forbidden area of the divine punishment forest, known as Tianxiang Yuan. It was prudent to eradicate danger in its infancy, yet why had the national general and the national mother not intervened? The collision of the two forces unleashed terrifying waves that rippled through the heavens and earth, stirring fierce winds and creating undulating air currents that enveloped everyone, making them acutely aware of the unbearable pressure. Clearly, it had been a long time since any talent had ascended to become a core disciple of the sword sect, which explained the current predicament. At this moment, Zhang Ziqi's complexion resembled the fiery clouds of dusk. She was utterly shocked that this rogue would directly utter such brazen words before her. Indeed, these individuals could potentially become sources of instability, a factor overlooked by the night festival. His mental energy remained quite feeble, his thoughts muddled, and such an oversight was not unexpected. Under the influence of the ice pack, Harry felt significantly more comfortable and less pained. After finishing a popsicle, his tears had dried. She found herself wide awake, occasionally awakening to check his breathing, but listening to his steady heartbeat, she believed it to be the most beautiful music in the world. During this process, 1/3 of the sword light was intercepted by the tentacles of the nether demon, yet 2/3 still struck its true form. Unexpectedly, Wesley had not been devoid of unfortunate romantic entanglements. Fortunately, these entanglements did not come into contact with Major Wesley. Since we cannot decipher the core area secrets, I believe this item must have some connection to it. If we cannot acquire it, we must destroy it, Etion declared with a fierce glint in his eyes. Chapter 41. Lei Nua. In this era, even a mere watch has become a luxury item. She picked up the timepiece and examined it repeatedly. Just as she was about to press a small protrusion out of curiosity, a hand swiftly reached over to stop her. That was the switch for the protective shield. It should only be activated when necessary, for it was a one-time use device. Ah, I see now. You nearly scared me to death, thank goodness. Lin Nan carefully stowed the device away. In the dimly lit room, a flicker of green light illuminated the surroundings. Lin Nan's hands were grasped by two young men, one in blue and the other in red, leading her to explore her most sensitive depths. She infused her spiritual energy into the sapphire adorning the blue-clad youth's abdomen. While on the other side, Kaiser, once a rebellious man, now appeared as docile as a kitten, unzipping his combat uniform to reveal his robust muscles, his physique strikingly impressive. Though Qi Jin and Su Jiwu had fundamentally different worldviews and paths, Qi Jin did not harbor any dislike for Su Jiwu. If one were to directly throw $1 billion at them, it would likely diminish Adam's hard-earned reputation by a considerable margin within the industry. Why would the deputy master of the Kanyu Palace heed the commands of the 4th and 5th princes? One of the Sea Tribe soldiers inquired, still harboring doubts about He Jiangxiu's intentions. However, the crafty free dog, sensing Qi Jin's ominous demeanor, quickly summoned Qi Jin to his own thicket. At this rate, 3 divine spiritual veins would be insufficient, He Jiangxiu predicted. In truth, He Jiangxiu was unaware that other cultivators, when striving to break through to the immortal sect realm and merge with the divine world, did not require such an abundance of spiritual energy. Ling Yan's ice-blue long sword continuously shifted, yet she could not graze the hem of Bai Li Huang's robe. The texture of deer meat resembled that of beef, but was far more tender, especially when freshly slaughtered and prepared by Karen, whose culinary skills were exceptional. The amalgamation of these factors rendered the taste utterly delightful. Chu Rong cast a fleeting glance at her before walking to the wardrobe and draping a cloak over Song Li. Lifting her effortlessly, Feng Jie approached the stone and discovered an inscription in ancient seal script. The sky darkened, and the words, muddied and obscured, prompted him to command, "Bring the torch," while he wiped away the grime with his hands. The celestial beings gasped in astonishment at the blood-red eyes of Wan Qi Wushang, breaking into cold sweats. The vast expanse of the starry sky was profound, the moon shining like a silver plate, its radiant light cascading down and absorbed by Yifeng, whose golden aura shimmered brilliantly against the pitch-black night. Anti-aircraft artillery and high-caliber machine guns had been relocated into pre-selected buildings, no longer exposed to the elements. Although the firing range was impacted, they were not rendered defenseless targets. Duan Lang respectfully addressed, "Uncle Li, I understand." Straightening his posture, he then emulated Li Yunfei by closing his eyes to cultivate his spirit. Gradually, the impatience on Duan Lang's face dissipated. The manipulation techniques employed by the creature, suspected to be a fifth-level awakener, left Lin Feng in awe, and he increasingly believed that all of this was orchestrated by some higher existence lurking behind the scenes. Shang Qingsha nodded, apprehending the mountain bandits and clearing away the charred remnants of ships from the river surface before conferring with a few others about whether to retrieve Qinxiong. Within the royal tent, Zhang Fei, Wei Qigong, and various generals seethed with rage, clamoring for battle against Tao Shan. In later times, financial oversight was quite stringent, with the origins and destinations of funds virtually transparent. However, in this era, even the most proficient financial teams were found within commercial enterprises, making it impossible for the court to ascertain the profitability of trading firms. Amidst such road conditions, the three warriors appeared somewhat clumsy, while Bai Ruashi, with her nimble footwork, showcased her advantages, leisurely commenting on the scenery along the way. After the heroic soul occupied the physical body, although the initial appearance mirrored that of the flesh, subtle transformations would eventually reveal the true visage of the heroic spirit. The reason was simple. Guangyun, located in southern China, faced the ocean and was heavily humid. The air, somewhat murky, lacking in spiritual energy, rendering it an unsuitable place for cultivating mystical arts. Among countless fists, only 2 were genuine. The rest were mere illusions, indistinguishable without the requisite level of mastery. Chapter 42. Captured, Why Have Our Tempers Soured? A malicious voice echoed nearby, imbued with a chilling aura. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Nan felt a shiver run down her spine. Indeed, she perceived a fiery red specter materializing before them, resembling a ghostly apparition. The figure's temper was explosive, with hands gripping others' heads, nails partially transformed into claws, and muscular arms bulging with veins. On the expansive tarmac of Zone 8, a throng of priority students and numerous law enforcement officers had gathered. Wherever the guides moved, they drew attention. As the first-class cabin door swung open, the previously cacophonous tarmac fell silent. Under the fervent gazes of the crowd, the guides descended in a steady stream, adorned in luxurious, exquisite garments, each appearing delicate and vulnerable, akin to cherished blossoms amid a sea of drab soldiers, standing out strikingly. Murong Jingjing smiled with satisfaction, casting a glance at Long Fei, only to find that he was utterly indifferent to the matter. Jiaoan looked at her and remarked, "I cannot speak to that. You question me about affairs in Beiyuan?" Rong Tang halted abruptly, swiftly assessing Jiang Chuan from head to toe. General Jiang appeared travel-worn, his eyes bloodshot and weary in demeanor. What business could she, a mere shadow guard, have in the legal disputes between the emperor and the crown prince? Even if she could intervene, could either the cultivator or his highness acknowledge her presence? Not I. It is impossible. There must be some mistake, Su Wanqi insisted, refusing to relent even after Wang Sudong had cast her down. In an instant, an unfathomably deep pit opened, and the alien beast was unceremoniously plunged into the depths of the earth, under the careful tutelage of EA. If she could not accomplish such a trivial task, she would have to resign herself to a fate of being bullied. Seeing the usually calm expression of Nan Feng take on a more serious demeanor, she dared not inquire further and hastily led the way. This was Long Fei's first encounter with Qi Fengyu's striking offensive, though it was merely a casual palm strike. It revealed his extraordinary prowess. Shun Anren was oblivious to his initial words, but recognized the controlled tone in the latter half, indicating that she had achieved her objective. What grandfather? Yuan Miao suddenly sensed a discrepancy. He cared for his sister, he provided for her, but what role did grandfather play? For instance, Feng Jinyue's reaction was rather peculiar. The young master lay gravely wounded and unconscious, clearly not a sudden ailment. Yet as his bedfellow, she remained completely unaware, and her current attitude was exceedingly ambiguous. Let alone putting up a fight, even sending their private militia to face that combat unit would leave them trembling in fear. Mu Jiao originally paid no heed to these matters. However, before Ling Ye's arrival, she began to retouch her makeup and eyebrows. Qin Zong observed its unrepentant demeanor, a sardonic smile creeping across his lips as he flicked his fingers, generously loosening its whiskers. The young man tilted his head, catching a glimpse of his own reflection in the mirror-like wall, revealing a face as enchanting as a phantom. The lady's voice was melodious, her smile utterly captivating. Were it not for the fact that the emperor was a man, even the maidens felt compelled to bow before her phoenix gown. Very well, it is settled. Whoever has a change of heart shall withdraw completely from the boxing industry, Xianghong declared with a fierce threat. Chengling U.S. state was peculiar. Previously, the Dingyu Wanzu had reacted strongly to this, indicating that there were resources in this place. Cheng Lingyu observed the disciple from Fixingling, his brow gradually furrowing, a glimmer of worry flickering in his eyes. Now even the floor manager understood he had provoked someone formidable, his face pale as paper, trembling in place, not daring to utter a sound. Thus, he resolutely told her to sign that marriage contract, allowing him to approach her without restraint and engage with her. Although this young master had acquired a wealth of knowledge, it was diverse yet lacking in depth. With the assistance of Miss Luo in contemplation, this young master could gain some insights. Zhu Pingjin gazed skyward, articulating slowly. Luo Jingyun caught her breath, looking up to see a vast flat area on the mountaintop, where beneath the shadow of a 1,000-year-old tree sat a gaunt elder. The elder's countenance was indistinct, seated upright on a bamboo chair, exuding an air of authority. Surrounding him were dozens of robust men, brandishing weapons, their eyes revealing vigilance and hostility. Yet he still had a feigned interest in Meng Fei's grievances. And within Meng Fei's discourse, the name Zhang Tianyi emerged once more. Meng Ling glanced at Li Xia, nodding slightly, pondering that no condemned prisoner lost sleep because of the disturbances from those around her, except for Li Xia. The fierce clash garnered applause from the audience, all astonished by the prowess and combat strength exhibited by both sides. Suddenly, the slumbering Qinglong Wang atop the throne abruptly opened his half-closed eyes, brilliance flashing within them. His drooping azure beard rising in alertness, completely dispelling his earlier fatigue. Causing Yao Ji and the 9 others to tense up, did their father sense the intrusion of an immortal into their realm, intent on capturing divine beasts? Only the 36 caves and 72 islands turned pale, for they had felt the visceral pain and understood the terror of the life and death talisman. Hua Qianla lifted her head, her stomach churning, the words on the tip of her tongue replaced by a wave of dry heaving. The birth date, name, and fingerprint appeared together on the bamboo slip, signifying that the agreement had come into effect. The first page contained a diagram of concealed weapon mechanisms. The second page illustrated the opening of the entrance and the necessary preparations. The third page depicted the underground labyrinth. The transaction date was set for the day after tomorrow, and upon concluding discussions, the gang leader invited Lin Huyin for drinks. Lin Huyin, feeling compelled, had no choice but to acquiesce under such circumstances. Jin Yi and the others were further astonished by the two beasts, deducing that the lairs of the Fengshan beast and Huoguang mouse undoubtedly lay within this gorge. She had prepared for Ricardo's refusal, summoning Gabriel to intervene, for this fellow seemed somewhat apprehensive about such family gatherings, perhaps a mix of yearning and fear. However, to her surprise, Ricardo's eyes lit up, and he readily agreed. Indeed, they had not recruited new members in quite some time. After all, the primary requirement for becoming a vampire was to possess a sufficiently strong soul and formidable mental control, capable of enduring the excruciating pain of physical transformation during the initial embrace, thus becoming one of the bloodkin. Chapter 43. I'm far more useful than those things. His voice was deep and frigid, laced with sarcasm and interrogation, each word striking like poisoned arrows aimed straight at Lin Nan. What does it have to do with you? Lin Nan found the person utterly incomprehensible, a wave of anger surging within him. Having received a gift, his golden, feline-like vertical pupils narrowed slightly again, his gaze landing on the small box clutched in Lin Nan's hand. I'm 100 times more useful than that kind of thing. Care to give it a try? The arrival of the guide was met with enthusiastic welcome from the team. The angels, oh no, the Sentinels, rushed forward, some with a more domineering demeanor already enveloping AI within their wings. Miss Guide, I accept your mark. No sooner had he spoken than others tugged at his wings, flinging him far away. A sentinel with a cherubic face utilized his height advantage to emerge from the chaos, directly taking AI Li's hand. Lin Nan observed AI Li being encircled by a throng of pure white angels. The Sentinels of the Northern Academy unfurled their massive wings, encasing the petite guide in the center, akin to nesting birds constructing their abode for the beloved female with their splendid feathers, preparing for the impending laying of eggs or nurturing of young. AI Li was cradled in the embrace of a sentinel, her hands entwined with his, her aquamarine mental threads flowing continuously through this connection. He, Elder Tianxing, is not angry. Instead, he perceives this child's extraordinary nature, recognizing his remarkable intellect. It resembled paper, with the compressing surface revealing imprints, often bearing fine sand grains. The just-closed gate was reopened, and Yang Fengpeng, somewhat dazed, raised his head sluggishly to behold a tear-streaked face. "Now can I receive my junior sister's belongings?" Wu Linger extended her hand towards Zhao Zixian, her gaze burning with intensity. "Haha, Sister Yao Yao. I've already arranged for those individuals through Lieutenant Li. They're also aboard this warship," Li Yujiang replied with a slight smile. Precisely because of this. Most of what he said was likely true, but as a result, the boundless ambitions newly ignited within Li Bin and others deflated like a punctured balloon. Moreover, Wang Haoming noticed that the aura in places with poor feng shui did not exude the warmth and comfort akin to that of artifacts. Rather, it imparted a chilling sensation like that of a blade. The Cyclops, during mythology, rebelled against the divine rule, cast into the deepest depths of hell, possessing immeasurable strength. Gabriel elucidated. Although somewhat caught off guard, there was no excessive panic, not to mention that the number of tanks surpassed the attacking Chinese armored brigade. But regarding this pincer maneuver tactic for veterans who had endured the brutal armored battles of World War II, Lieutenant Jason S. Mind was already concocting no less than 4 or 5 strategies to counter it. Irwa boldly moved a few steps in the middle, walking quite well, his tentative movements reminiscent of a child just learning to walk, yet remarkably steady. Chang Zuan finally steadied the bicycle, his face stern as he intended to scold. But upon turning, he couldn't help the slight upward curve at the corner of his mouth, ultimately relenting, allowing the smile to manifest on his face. Mu Yunqing, upon hearing him extol his exceptional talents, immediately felt a pang of doubt arising within. This could very well be true. The entire Mu family was filled with swordsmanship prodigies. Although he personally did not engage in swordplay, merely due to disinterest, it did not imply that his aptitude was lacking. The elders of both families entered the inner room for a private discussion, and upon emerging, they directly confirmed the marriage arrangement for the two. Considering that Liao Qingmei was still studying, the Gu family graciously stated they could wait until her graduation. Zhu Ling felt fortunate to have safely exited Su Beiguan's suite, breaking into a cold sweat as he entered the vehicle. To be honest, he had no sense of security, unaware that Su Beiguan was even armed. However, thankfully, he had emerged unscathed and had successfully negotiated with Su Beiguan. After the demise of the Blood Shadow, the spectral river of Yuming naturally lost its power to sustain itself, gradually dissipating to reveal Ouyang Ming, whose face resembled that of a corpse. Although he had risen early, he was delayed in coming out due to tidying up the camp. Stretching his limbs, he caught sight of the 4 individuals, feeling a hint of surprise. Now, only the one riding the white deer, Lu Ming, Zhao Chang'an, and a pair of identical twin, robust men remained. Shen Yuyin and Jiang Yiru were not strict with the requests of their subordinates. The atmosphere surrounding them was quite relaxed when they were together. The flesh of the ice-type magical beast still needed to be sold. Leaving none would certainly raise suspicions. When she contemplated this, a smile surfaced at the corner of her mouth, marking it as the best occurrence for her in recent days. Ji Xinqing seldom cast a glance at Gu Shaozi, noting that this man's thoughts had become increasingly intricate. Previously, he would not have paid such close attention to matters like these. The exquisite jade carving is crafted from the finest Shoshan stone. Its jade hue is pale and radiant, entirely devoid of any impurities. However, her mother-in-law, Ma Meixiang, increasingly disapproves of her in her longing for her son. Not only does she treat her like a servant, but every time she speaks to a man, she is met with a severe reprimand. Furthermore, she is deeply concerned about the dark aura on Tung Luo's arm, which, although not spreading, remains troubling. Upon hearing this, Gu Ling trembles in fear and instinctively hides behind Lu Yan. "Let me prescribe some topical medicine for you, but I strongly recommend you visit a major hospital for a thorough examination. Just to be safe, the doctor advises." Zai seems to contract rhythmically. While Gu Xiao furrows her brows and struggles to speak, my stomach hurts. It feels like my amniotic fluid has broken as she senses a dampness beneath her. No one relishes such marriage proposal lines. A sharp intake of breath ignites a fiery anger within, causing her teeth to clatter instinctively. Soon after, Lin Chengyan, with a worried expression, asks a question. Ahem, Suzhou clears his throat, tilting his head back, his eyes glimmering. A smile gracing his lips as he gently takes He Zheng's left hand. As the night deepens, the villagers grow weary, and the sounds around them gradually subside, leaving only the crackling of the bonfire. What? Are you trying to back out of our agreement? Murong Shui lacks the generosity to allow such a thing. Had she lost, Qin Yamei would likely be even more arrogant. A flicker of surprise passes through his eyes, followed by a smile as he says, In that case, I shall join you. I have nothing pressing at the moment. He then willingly takes a seat in the passenger side. Perhaps it is more accurate to say that this is something she has envisioned countless times in his mind. It is Xi's dream, and now it has become his reality. Thus, when they pass a large supermarket on their journey, they disembark to procure the ingredients needed for the evening. Ziti does not rush to rescue Chong, but smiles gently. Then why do you wish to capture me? Or what is it about me that you desire? After years of being watched, Ziti is eager to understand her worth. Chapter 44. Marcus, unbeknownst to him, Kaisa had squatted beside Lin Nan, enveloping the petite girl with himself and Lan Yin, while his spiritual entity crouched in between. As Lin Nan is utterly captivated by the lion, Lan Yin seizes one of her hands and places it on the crystalline blue gem adorning her waist. Marcus, and we shall heed your every word henceforth. Lan Yin's face is close to hers, their warm breaths softly brushing against each other. Who is this guide? Do you all know her? Let us disperse. This guide lacks purification abilities and will instead drain your mental energy. Her spiritual entity is quite peculiar. Is it truly that terrifying? If you don't believe it, feel free to test it out at 1T. As the League is already exhausting enough without having to deal with someone incapable of cleansing. The airship seat, carrying Lin Nan, descends rapidly. The howling wind rushes past her ears, producing a piercing shriek, while the strong airflow violently impacts her body, nearly forcing her eyes shut. Her hair whips chaotically around her, stinging her cheeks with every blow. As the altitude decreases to a certain level, a sudden loud bang erupts from the back of the safety seat, deploying a massive parachute. She raised her hand and struck in Zhixia's face, her sharp nails leaving faint traces of blood. This incident, after several days of circulation and fermentation, has become widely known within the captive camp. He entered the space and flew to the region where the devil vines were planted. These vines he cultivated have existed for over 3,000 years. Hiding behind a large tree 200 meters away, Elfong sketched a simple topographical map in the dirt with a branch, marking the locations of houses, personnel activities, and the first target for capture. The Dan Tower is secondary. However, I've heard that Late Dong and Ho Xian have emerged from their clan, and I wish to converse with them first. Perhaps it could spare us some trouble, Hu Feng remarked with a smile. Similarly, due to the scarcity of the wasteland and the weakness of the wasteland tribe, coupled with limited communication with the human and demon races, the need for related methods has not emerged. The Black Serpent is formed from dark energy. While this dragon is entirely composed of white gas, its body transparent, with its head, eyes, and form all clearly visible. Previously, he had acquired a yellow gemstone warrior card due to a feigned fall. If he obtained another card for disrobing and celebration, it would be a grand embarrassment. Hearing the sound of a door closing, the previously slumbering Zhixia immediately opened her eyes. Although the expression of the Sword Sovereign was not unpleasant, the Wind Sovereign wore a grim countenance. His personally trained disciple was on the brink of defeat. For the Deluo Sacred Land, Lu Changsheng surpasses all. If Lu Changsheng were to encounter misfortune, the Deluo Sacred Land would undoubtedly go into a frenzy, an anger that the Yin Yang Sacred Land could not withstand. Lien Exen, no matter your grievances, speak them, and we shall face them together. As long as we unite in purpose, no difficulty is insurmountable, Lin Feng said, his heart aching at the sight of the weeping Shun Lianxin, prompting him to act urgently. The Red Cloud Immortal forced a strained smile before painfully extracting a few meager treasures. Zhongqing, steeling herself, emerged from the office, unable to suppress the goosebumps that arose under the gaze of those individuals. Xiao Yong still wore a smile, yet his words offered no semblance of respect to Lin Nan. The quality of past items far exceeds that of the present. For instance, the Panda television in the living room is an antique of over a decade, yet still functional. Indeed, and these wings serve as the most compelling proof. Muyu proudly lifted her head. For beams of light surged forth, resembling four roaring azure dragons, accompanied by a gale that sliced through the air, creating a thunderous sound. Where they passed, the hard stones in the valley were crushed by an invisible force, shattering and producing a cacophony of cracks, resembling tortoise shell patterns. The time-space doppelganger stepped forward, emerging from Xing Chu's body, and in an instant vanished without a trace. Traversing time and space, arriving at the depths of the 10,000-foot valley in the blink of an eye. Chapter 45. The opening ceremony upon seeing Lin Nan. Ailey exclaimed in shock, "What happened, Lin Nan? What have you been doing to end up like this?" At this moment, she was still somewhat disoriented, but upon hearing her friend's voice, she began to regain her senses. Oh, Lin Nan's consciousness appears fragmented. It seems she has been hypnotized by something. "Oh my, your clothes are a mess, and you've lost a shoe," Ailey remarked, inspecting her friend. After an unknown period of time, Lin Nan floated down gracefully, landing near a lake. She retrieved her supply pack from beneath the safety chair and donned it, then opened her terminal to ensure there was no signal before glancing at the position of the sun, choosing a direction to slowly walk. Before the match, she had arranged with Ailey that if she could not find a team, she could head to the heart of the forest to meet her. As the Apu Si and his companions believed, "May I join you?" Lin Nan was startled and quickly turned around, only to find the boy who had just timidly sought to form a team with others now standing behind her. The flying squirrel, with its charming appearance and small, furry body, resembled a soft ball of fluff, each delicate strand of fur smooth and glistening faintly in the sunlight. It is important to note that those enormous chests were produced by the Garuda clan, each bearing a unique insignia, based on Een Tai's soul memories. Galadu immediately recognized these as the missing bloodjade cores. Coupled with Lin Zhao's high-quality divine beast, one could not help but wonder who else could be the perpetrator. After Jiang Tianxin's departure, Zhou Yin silently sat in the soul-nourishing space, preparing for a particular matter. Lin Shi awkwardly gazed at the indifferent representatives of the black spirits, helplessly spreading his hands and letting out a heavy sigh. When Xiao Ina appeared before Chuyang, even the diviner instinctively took a step back. In the void, the space transformed into a sea of portals, all of which twisted and distorted, with the light growing hazy. Once again, the three-dimensional force enabled her to shift spaces. Blocking her tongue, the mechanical dragon morphed, astonishingly combining into a ghost train, roaring as it thundered through space, crashing into the rifts of the void. Moreover, the dark divine realm's evil king was exceedingly enigmatic, being the very embodiment of the evil sovereign. Thus, the question arises, who is the evil king? This is undoubtedly a matter worthy of contemplation. The abyssal caves Xianli fire ranks among the foremost of the 36 types of earthly fires, capable of melting gold and consuming iron, wielding immense power. Yet, Yin Shui Gu maliciously infused a trace of blood flame from the sea of blood into it, further endowing this Xianli fire with an extraordinary corrosive power capable of eroding divine souls and destroying spirits. Xiao Xiao remained silent. The royal prince before her possessed formidable strength, far beyond her capacity to contend. Furthermore, she detected a familiar aura of true energy emanating from Lu Qi. This essence, originating from ancient times, belonged to a remarkably powerful sect. Among the practitioners who awakened their memories, I have encountered many, but none have perceived with such clarity as you. Before you, I truly had not seen another. Block. The sound of the golden seal shattering the void resounded as three formidable beings stationed within sprang into action upon detecting the attack. Thus, on this day, Xuanzang discussed for the third time with the king the possibility of establishing Buddhism in Tianzhu, and as he exited the palace, an arrow shot directly towards him. Ha ha! Of course it is true. Why would I deceive you? Qi felt that it had been many years since he experienced the admiration of others. You, Kingdom Red. I can endure the grievances from Shangling, but who do you think you are? Enraged, Qi Hohat instantly lost her composure. Shuiwan opened her eyes, the shadows within yet to disperse. During this alchemical process, she once again witnessed the scene of bloodshed, where countless lives were lost. Since Shuiwan refined the Linglong Tower, Kuan, Chun, and Bai no longer required their contractual space, taking residence directly within the Linglong Tower. Although he had no intention of adhering to the rules, he also did not wish to disrupt the enthusiasm of the others. The dark energy enveloping him prevented detection by mortals. In the afternoon, Zhao Nuanyu began working in the apothecary alongside Tang Kaixian, yet her thoughts lingered on her brother. This was more than double the previous amount. Even with his current accumulation rate nearing 10,000 daily, it would still require over 30,000 days, roughly a century. The Great Fortune ancestral system stipulated that a vassal king could not leave the fief without the king's edict, let alone enter the capital. The two walked ahead, their hearts heavy, as if weighed down by lead, with the sound of heavy footsteps behind them. The rain intensified, and a curtain of rain rose before them, revealing the once bustling Longhu Street, now deserted. Su Yuling yawned, feeling a tinge of fatigue. Currently, the burning lamp ancient Buddha and several other Buddhas were restrained by Li Ju, unable to fully unleash their powers in a reckless display of magical combat. Xiaogu burst into a chilling laugh, causing Gu Rong to tremble slightly in his grip on the phone. On duty was the head of security, Zhang Li, who later handed the sword to Fu Su during his suicide. It remains a mystery how that lobbyist managed to unite so many tribes in cooperation. Lin Hong's voice rang clearly in her ears, followed by the sight of a headless corpse in the distance, witnessed by the three-eyed divine clan. There were exceptions. A certain ancestor of the Fox clan had once met and loved her destined partner, sharing half a lifetime. Yet upon that person's death, his final wish was not riches or longevity. Tang Jintung, I need to borrow your men to help me move this down and send it to Dongfang Mingzhu. After gathering everything in one place, Xian, he hurriedly approached Tang Jintung. Ever since their hasty encounter in the card room, Shi Xiangdong sensed that Rao Qiyun was an astute individual. Merchants pursue profit, and surely Rao Qiyun would not reject his invitation for cooperation. The supermarket indeed had several appealing styles. At least, Xian liked them. This reflects mass consumption. Xian genuinely categorized herself within this demographic. A race that does not cherish its own will undoubtedly act with cruelty towards others. The divine clan's extermination of countless races can be traced back to this very reason. What Gu Feng failed to notice was that Ao Shui displayed a hint of unease upon sensing the battle spirit, as if harboring a flicker of doubt. Though she concealed it well. Sometimes, exquisite craftsmanship guarantees quality, yet luck remains a matter of fate. Chapter 46, Gossip Lin Nan. This incident stirred quite a commotion at the time. Later, the former president divorced and was succeeded by the next. Lin Nan was startled and quickly turned around, only to find the boy who had just timidly sought to form a team with others now standing behind her. The flying squirrel, with its charming appearance and small, furry body, resembled a soft ball of fluff, each delicate strand of fur smooth and glistening faintly in the sunlight, as if coated with a golden halo. Once the small flying squirrel received its master's command, it enlarged to the size of a cheetah, its limbs poised and ready, waiting for the creature within to reveal itself for a swift attack. However, after a long while, there was no movement from within. Lin Nan and Ronnie exchanged cautious glances before carefully advancing. Parting the dense foliage, Lin Nan was the first to glimpse a pair of recently folded massive black wings. A tall sentinel standing with their back to them. Ban Tian Chun, Sheng, had expressed much, intending to convey a singular message. We require the enchanting red lipstick of the virus enchantress, whose lips moved with a casual grace. This signifies the convergence of the essence of heaven and earth, sun and moon. The plants cultivated outside, imbued with spiritual energy, are essential for assisting in the true path of cultivation. Who are you? Lin Feng asked calmly, certain that there would be no enemies in this realm of medicinal arts. Even if there were, they would surely be disciples of the celestial sect. A towering shadow obscured the last vestige of light, akin to a colossal beast enveloping her. An inexplicable and overwhelming fear surged from within, causing her to retreat in fright as the dark figure loomed over her. As she was about to finish her sentence, she suddenly froze, for her outstretched arm had brushed against something warm. Turning her head in haste to investigate, she was startled into an upright position. Observing that Jun Shuang had already engaged with Dian Duo, Lu Xinting felt a slight relief, though the developments had exceeded their expectations. The general trajectory of events remained within their control. Throughout the journey, Ling Shui had diligently restrained her wandering thoughts. Upon arriving at the villa entrance, she alighted from the vehicle and ascended directly. Pushing open the door to Tianqi's room, she found him packing clothes into a suitcase. At that moment, due to the wormhole phenomenon, the realms of Lan Xing and Earth were akin to grasshoppers tethered on a string, their fates intertwined. Had he known of the porcelain shard that had lacerated her back, he would undoubtedly have refrained from forcing her, and even in his anger and urgency, he would have insisted on taking her to the hospital to tend to her wounds. These two individuals, despite having private rooms, chose to linger in the open hall on the second floor. Simultaneously, 3 lotus flowers of gold, white, and black appeared abruptly, encircling Li Yi and exuding various Taoist rhythms. At that moment, Li Yi resembled a piece of divine gold, impervious to the thunderous strikes and the chaos of tempering. Witnessing Qi Jiao's fierce advance, Ying preferred not to confront him head-on. He intended to sidestep the incoming blow, but felt an unexpected resistance. Realizing that Qi Jiao had redirected a portion of his internal energy to ensnare him, Xiao Feng smiled calmly, acknowledging the goodwill of his senior brother and Su Shoufu. Yet he understood that the matter initiated by him should also conclude with him. Head coach Simons of Zaragoza had no doubt about his words. Losing to a D-level team was indeed a stroke of bad luck. Was it conceivable that the strength of a professional team was inferior to that of a D-level team? Unsurprisingly, Xiao Xiao once again achieved an overwhelming victory, infuriating Zhang Yinxing, who insisted on learning a few tricks from the individuals in the front hall to counter Xiao Xiao. Subsequently, observing the mountain of memorials beside him, which towered almost to the height of a person, he furrowed his brow and swept them to the ground in frustration. At that time, regardless of what issues Jiajing had for them, he merely needed to hide behind Yin Song like Gao Gong, awaiting endorsement. Lin Hao's mind was beset with questions, bubbling up like effervescent bubbles in water. Yet, none of these inquiries could be satisfactorily explained. Was it mere coincidence? Was it possible that the deity they admired bore an uncanny resemblance to him? As Lin Hao witnessed the skeletal remnants scatter to the ground, he seized the opportunity to stride forward, contemplating the implications of collecting a few bone fragments. What if he were to retrieve the skull? Would it not transform into a headless skeleton? Upon seeing the luminous figure of the victorious Buddha in the midst of battle, the crocodile ancestor abruptly halted, his enormous eyes narrowing in contemplation. This covert watch was no ordinary surveillance. It was evidently monitoring the approach of the enemy, Bai Li Ren remarked. In recent days, William had been seizing every opportunity to win the favor of the knights within these knightly legions, endeavoring to draw them into allegiance. Everyone had noticed this situation. What could have precipitated such drastic changes in the Zhao Sheriff's soul? Su Qiaoshan looked at his sister in utter silence, opening his mouth to say something more, only to find her eyes suddenly sparkle, completely disregarding his presence. He understood then that the main character had arrived. King Camus ranked over 10 million among the inheritors in the realm of glory. If he were to lose, what would that imply? Finally, lunchtime arrived, and Ing Ruoshu's system mall could only exchange items related to spirits. Human food would have to be prepared by oneself. In Chapter 47, being a dog for the baby, Lin Nan noted that their first match was in the second round at Venue 6. The preliminary rounds did not stipulate the number of participants, allowing each team to decide who to field after assessing the opponent's strength. Therefore, in matches against weaker opponents, the guides could entirely forego participation, opting to observe from the stands. After the host outlined the rules, the competitions at each arena officially commenced. The originally petite flying squirrel, upon receiving its master's command, enlarged to the size of a cheetah, its limbs poised and alert, ready to strike at the first sign of a lurking monstrosity. Yet, after a prolonged silence, no movement was detected within. Lin Nan exchanged cautious glances with Roni before they approached with trepidation. Parting the dense foliage, Lin Nan was the first to spot a pair of just retracted massive black wings. A tall sentinel turned away from them. Everything unfolded too rapidly. Before Lin Nan could react, the flying squirrel collapsed at his feet. A dagger shot through the air, striking the wasp's head with precision, ending its life. Ning Er would voluntarily assist her brother with the dishes, yet her brothers always insisted she should remain the carefree little sister. Taking advantage of the past few days, he planned to sell a portion of the spiritual rice in his possession to purchase some cultivation items. The little ones, upon seeing the fragrant meat on the plate, immediately pounced, sharing the feast among themselves. The blond man caught sight of Lu Su, his gaze flickering momentarily, clearly recognizing him. Yet his current state rendered any further action untenable. If he could force the opponent into a corner previously, now his confidence had significantly increased. Ultimately, after several exchanges between the slime and Lu Su, the somewhat numb crowd finally emerged from the depths of the gambling pit. At the end of the road, a tall man clad in wrinkled leather emerged from the shadows, stepping into the light of a street lamp. When old Master Fu encountered his mishap, everyone speculated on what would happen to Fu Chujing. Yet he remained unscathed and even managed to secure Fu Yingjie's position more firmly. Shun Huai observed the departing black car, feeling a vague sense of familiarity, though he could not discern clearly from afar. Zhou Qian, steeling himself, replied, though internally he was lamenting the obviousness of his thoughts. Of course, Huang Qingji had already stated that only in dire circumstances would he lock onto the Bei Ming Shengzun with 10 missiles and unleash them all. Following Tiang Ji Wu's declaration, all pressure shifted to Shun Qi's concealment, his gaze filled with struggle and conflict. Just as Qiaoyi mentioned, the Qiao family had yet to divide. The second branch's actions could easily lead to a complete loss, potentially implicating the third branch as well. To put it another way, if he could not manage the second branch, was there not still the clan leader? Xiang Ling Yun immediately lowered himself to dive under the dragon's maw of Jiabo Si. In an instant, he discerned that dodging in that direction would be futile. Only by taking this perilous gamble could he evade attacks from both sides. At that moment, several surviving cavalry horses remained, with a dozen or so mustering their courage to charge forward for one final desperate gamble, while another group, spooked by their mounts or overcome with fear, turned tail and fled in panic. Do not compare yourself with him. Do you think you are worthy? Yi Huangshi scoffed without mercy. He was relying solely on his appearance to deceive others, and surely he must take great care to maintain it. Yi Huang, she casually explained. Today, retreat was not an option. Otherwise, all previous efforts would be in vain. Yet, the eight-headed serpent remained elusive, and it was unclear why. The only course was to press forward. Yi Huangshi extended her hand towards Jun Wu Yao, who, in silent understanding, produced a luminous pearl, illuminating the room with its radiant glow. Just moments ago, she had been admiring fireworks. How had she awoken in this inexplicable place? And alongside Wu Yuan, Chun Lei had initially intended to keep Lu Chun for dinner, hoping to share a drink, but Lu Chun reconsidered and politely declined. This sentence, when heard by Yi Mu, elicited no reaction, yet it struck Yi Lanen's heart like a piercing pain. Realizing this, Lu Chun understood that Wei Rinqiang's insistence on his inquiries had become utterly unnecessary. Damn M.O., Qian Han. I have shown you courtesy at every turn, yet you take advantage of my respect. Are you aware of how exhausting it is to stoop so low? Since the Yuan Jiao master insists on meddling, let it be known that I shall not hold back. Hua Wugua, seeing reason was futile, darkened his expression and commanded loudly, eliminate them all. He then engaged in a scuffle with Yuan Fenghua. Xiao Lulu observed by Qing Shan, noting the bewildered expression on his face, as if he were oblivious to the reason for his revival, a stark contrast to the previous encounter. Wu Jiufen, witnessing this standoff, exchanged a glance with Qi Guifang. Urging her to speak, Qi Zhenbai had prepared himself to endure a few cuts, but unexpectedly, the menacing spirit that had approached him suddenly froze and retreated hastily. The soldiers accompanying Lieutenant Sun, though not evolved beings, were elite warriors, each a paragon among special forces, capable of formidable combat prowess. To see someone capable of retracting their combat aura to a degree of near invisibility was a rare sight in Oslo, marking the first instance of such a phenomenon. The previous figures, Guangying Shuang and Zayumir, while adept at stealth, paled in comparison to this individual. It is no wonder that this esteemed palace figure forbade Qin Shi Huang from addressing him as boss. He is merely an assistant to this esteemed Pei, assisting in various matters. After witnessing Zheng Tao depart the office, Zhao Zhengse shook his head with a wry smile. Zhao Zhengse understood that Zheng Tao's visit was merely an attempt to ingratiate himself, not a genuine inquiry for advice. In the realm of communication with diverse individuals, he had become quite the adept. Yu Etian once again dropped a bombshell that left the four grand sorcerers momentarily dumbfounded. How could this be possible? Thus, as Woody listened to the daily reports of human advancements, whether by over 100 miles or 80, he remained entirely unperturbed. Could it be? Wei Yu was astonished. That Dianili had already reached the level of a grand sorcerer, yet there was another, even more formidable. Was this conceivable? If this continued, would it not lead to the emergence of a magic tutor? The world collectively refers to the Sanqing Taoism, yet now, with the three Qings not united, Taoism limps along on one leg. How could it ever surpass others? Chapter 48. Warning. Upon uttering those words, a momentary silence enveloped the room. After a while, the crowd resumed their conversations in hushed tones. Hush, Channel 23679, come in. Seated comfortably in the VIP lounge, Lin Nan leisurely sipped his coffee, having anticipated this outcome, appearing remarkably composed compared to the others. During regular drills, no one ever felt like a king, due to the injuries sustained by his spirit form. Ronnie's complexion was far from favorable. The pain from the flying squirrel rapidly manifested in his own body, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Clutching his chest and collapsing to the ground, unable to stand, Lin Nan hurriedly retrieved an external injury ointment from her backpack, wishing to apply it to him. However, human medicine proved ineffective for spirit forms. Ronnie promptly halted her, struggling to maintain his fading consciousness, stating that the needle contained potent toxins. Once the mental link was severed, Ronnie was abruptly lifted by Kiexia from Lin Nan's thigh. The towering Sentinel effortlessly tossed his much smaller counterpart several meters away. Having just recovered from serious injuries and caught off guard, Ronnie was left disoriented, his vision swimming. Scram now, he roared in sheer fury. There inherently existed a repelling magnetic force among Sentinels. He could not tolerate this feeble man. The intense stimulation left Xia Luo parched, her breathing quickened. Yet she forgot how many eyes in her NCH-ing were watching her and Mu Ingchen. Even the slightest hint of impropriety will be magnified 1,000-fold. Upon reviewing the surrounding surveillance footage, it became evident that several cameras had been destroyed, mere decorations. Clearly, the assailants were highly experienced killers, executing their task and leaving no trace behind. Nonetheless, each line he typed, every punctuation mark, seared her eyes like a searing flame, causing her pain and drawing tears. Your father? I have no idea how to contact him. Yet Guin Jr. immediately thought of Q Xiaoxio, who would know the number. She mused that Q Xiaoxio's strategy was indeed ruthless, but she would never betray her. His voice drew the attention of everyone in the store to the hurriedly entering man, clad in a neatly fitted pilot's uniform, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. His tousled hair framing a handsome face that bore a hint of urgency, softening the otherwise cold demeanor. I gritted my teeth, enduring the urge to scream, biting my hand to suppress any sound that might provoke his primal instincts. The 17 or 18-year-old youth, donned in simple yet elegant attire, devoid of embellishments, yet with a complexion as smooth as powder and eyes as dark as lacquer, was strikingly impressive. Just days prior, it had been merely a trial stay, and now that period had concluded, aligning perfectly with his desires, he was ready to settle down. The pain in his eyes rendered by Yuta unable to open them immediately to assess the situation. However, the sense of danger was palpable, compelling him to retreat rapidly. Observing the slight shift in Lan Jing and Zhu Tianchua, by Yuta suddenly bellowed at the greenstone spirit, startling the previously dazed entity. Thank you. How should I address you? Upon hearing Manny's agreement, Qin Tian felt a surge of joy. The soldiers under his command, stunned into silence by He Mo's mere glance, could hardly share in his elation. In 3 breaths, can you not immediately remove yourself from my sight? Ling Yi coldly inquired. On the border, the temporary commander of the Yuanfei clan shockingly proposed launching an attack on the Shannon village base, which came as a delightful surprise to Rongling. You are fortunate today, and will you not participate in the second round? Huang Zhou inquired, looking at Qin Tian. I understand, father. I will cherish my time with Z. In truth, he cared little for who listened to whom. Being with Z.E. was of paramount importance. The burly black man suddenly staggered, exclaiming in pain, as the figure in black atop his shoulder fell to the ground with a thud, rolling several times upon impact. The black-haired man, seemingly aware of the impending danger, turned with a faint smile to meet his gaze. He had longed to rescue his mother from the mountain for 10 years. He still could not comprehend why. After marrying his father and giving birth to him, his mother had to be confined under the weight of his uncle's oppression. He then casually strolled forward, hands in pockets, nonchalantly shaking his shoulders, his pride evident in his silhouette. The prostrate Ersi lifted his gaze towards the young man, leaning slightly towards him. And upon meeting the azure depths of the youth's eyes, Ersi felt as if he gazed into the vastness of the universe and the starry sky, beholding an intellect of unparalleled wisdom. After a thorough introduction, Lin Feng finally grasped the extent of the Demon God Guild's power, realizing the vastness of this force. With Xiao Chong's affluent background, it was inevitable that the Demon God Guild would pursue him, and the situation ahead would prove even more dire than his current assessments. Once Uncle Zhao departed, Zhao Qian visibly relaxed. He truly could eat dozens of dumplings in one go, as Aunt Gu had suggested. She persistently urged him to eat more, and under her insistence, he consumed a considerable amount. Please speak plainly and do not offend the tree spirit of the mountain. Sha Hashang made clear the words of Ba Jiao. So it was. Chuxin rose, donned her shoes, and took her pulse. He Yuding was taken aback. The effect was akin to passing through a wall, as in the blink of an eye, she vanished without a trace. After a while, Huang Qiu emerged from the thin, paper-like light screen. The scene was indeed bizarre, resembling a human head suddenly suspended in an oil painting. Chapter 49. Excitement, show me your spiritual entity. Why would one wish to see her spiritual entity? What madness is this young lady exhibiting today? My spiritual entity is a snowy owl, which upon differentiation becomes a quasi-level entity, capable of simultaneously healing 5 individuals. As AI Erlon spoke, she released her spiritual entity, a beautiful gray-white snowy owl that circled in the air before gracefully landing at her feet. What are you doing, Kezia? At that moment, a warning voice descended from above, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, disrupting the oppressive and predatory atmosphere. Lin Nan looked up and beheld a pure white angel who had appeared overhead. Apis, with his upright and stern visage, coldly observed everything below. Upon seeing him, Kezia retracted her cruel thoughts, snorting in disdain. Ah, this cursed fellow, he could fly, yet he insists on jumping. Lin Nan felt utterly despondent, her complexion turning pale as she recalled being tossed from an airship not long ago. And now she was being held and leaped off a cliff, feeling as if death were her only escape. The suffocating sensation of weightlessness enveloped her, and in a mere breath, she found herself suspended in midair. The Sentries' physical prowess and agility were formidable, yet gazing at the insincere smile on Aunt Zhu's face, Bai Qing felt her last flicker of hope extinguished completely. Ji Yuning only then comprehended the meaning of a fleeting glance. It was a focused gaze that indeed startled the softest of hearts, akin to an electric shock. Listening to Jiang Qingwan's words, a metallic sweetness filled her mouth. And amidst the suffocating scent of blood, Meng Ying approached me with a complex expression. She stole glances at her companion while eating. After a while, her companion paused, smiling at her. It is well known that Jiang Qingwan is the elected spokesperson for the games under Huanyu. Should she be replaced, a public announcement would certainly follow. At that moment, Song Haochen felt an inexplicable conviction arise within him. He had just boasted that Lu Yao could easily handle the new students. Yet he was now being reprimanded relentlessly. She pinched herself hard to dispel that impulsive thought, stepping back 3 paces, refusing to gaze at the bizarre scene below. At that time, she was still quite innocent, her fair and tender face radiating sweetness when she smiled, unadorned yet dazzling. In another restaurant, a fierce-looking man drew his sword, preparing to stab the waiter who had sullied his new attire. En Jing wished to inquire further, but Li Chao had already departed, leaving her to stomp her foot in frustration as she followed with her bag in tow. The father and son shared a close bond with the Fu family brothers. Jiao Tieshio regarded the young man he was interrogating with his single eye, finally uttering a sentence. Let everyone disperse. The snake goddess immediately discerned the abnormality in Granny Nio and turned to instruct her subordinates. Wang Chenghu glanced up at the distant ghost tree, then at the concealed body behind him, nodding in affirmation. Meanwhile, Chu Feng had also broken through the obstruction, unleashing his utmost speed as he pursued. The Chu Yuan plow was yet to be obtained, and fearing it might attract unwanted attention, he recalled its capacity to enhance agricultural efficiency, applicable not only in Wuyu, but also in the Central Plains. However, for the aristocracy, a backward productivity and extremely low grain yield were preferable, as this would allow them to sell grain at inflated prices. With a sudden sound, the ice giant's hand clamped around Li Hansen's neck without any visible effort. Jiang Xiong and son exchanged glances, both revealing disdain, their mockery unmasked. This is only natural, since the 8th Division and you are allied. You are thus our allies as well. Rest assured, Hua Xiaojie remarked. Alas, what a predicament! Could it be that all that was done was in vain? Gu Luo felt a wave of anxiety at the arrival of the newcomer. In a certain location in Washington State, USA, the director of the World Supernatural Incident Investigation Bureau. Duga Shangjuan was delivering his final announcement to Duga Shuqin. Chapter 50, Shadow Sentry. After casting a provocative remark, Lin Nan strode off with purpose, leaving AI Air Lon fuming in place. That evening, Lin Nan and AI Li shared a meal and decided to stay together. In Arena Number 8, a team comprising air, land, and aquatic spiritual entities had become ensnared in a white haze. In just a fleeting moment, Ronnie landed opposite. Apis turned to glance at Kezia, who huffed in annoyance and walked behind Lin Nan, unaware of her situation. Lin Nan was contemplating whether she could utilize the vines to fly across when she suddenly found herself hoisted by a pair of domineering hands. Kezia cradled Lin Nan as if she were an underage child, one hand. Kezia's spiritual entity was quite unique, closely linked to the captain. The same black-skinned sentry was elaborating in detail, while simultaneously withholding information, keeping Lin Nan in suspense. Xiaomei, if you cannot speak, then keep your mouth shut. Kezia issued a dangerous warning. The sentry named Xiaomei, upon witnessing Kezia's fierce demeanor, instinctively recoiled in fear. The dormitory fell silent, and through the open window, they could hear the chilly wind howling outside, a sudden sense of desolation and solitude pervading the air. Ah, young master, we have reached Weishui, less than 40 miles from Chang'an. We should arrive before the city gates close. Lin Ping's was once again wrapped in yellow cloth and slung over his back. He inhaled deeply, feeling a fraction of the fatigue from nearly a month of travel dissipate. This is an ordinary spirit beast. Its hind leg meat should be the best. Yin Qing deftly skinned it, then took the meat, chopping it into pieces for Chu Feng to feed to the young birds. You too. Why is that big fellow so earnest, already promising to eat cucumbers? This ISNT space-grown vegetables, but they were cultivated on the shores of the Atlantic. He directed his ire at Longwei and the others, as if they were the ones at fault. Even if one can set aside grievances, it is impossible to demand that these four forget past grievances and accept oneself, regardless of who it is. Anyone confined in the most terrifying Dali temple of the Sutang Empire for a time would never easily forgive those who pushed them there. Liang Chun furrowed his brows. It seems the fat fellow has been unable to contact me for a while. He must be searching for me now. With that, Liang Chun stood up and slowly walked to the living room door, casting a glance at the entrance. The only hope now lies with the fat fellow. Making lotus root powder is not a profound skill, and among those who cultivated this year, the villagers are the majority. Thus, enabling the villagers to earn more is undoubtedly the best. Most of their heights were around 175 meters, and the horizontal bar was over 2 meters high, allowing them to hang without bending their legs. After the director's words, the call was abruptly ended with a click, and Lu Huaishan quickly put down his phone, frowning. Feng Qiwu had grown up in Tiandu, and his various legendary deeds were already buried in the hearts of the common folk and high-ranking officials of Sutang. Do you mean to say they're individuals from the antique circle? Upon encountering the information regarding GWID, Zi Ying had an inkling of understanding, yet refrained from voicing it immediately. The Qin player was none other than Princess You from the CH, Ing SH, Ing Huing CHO. The enchanting melodies she played resonated with the essence of the Tao, captivating those around her and drawing various auspicious birds to pay their respects. Luby hesitated, contemplating whether to release these individuals to create some disarray for the temple. However, it was regrettable that 6 out of the 8 were no longer among the living. Among the remaining 2, one was elderly and deaf, while the other had succumbed to madness after prolonged confinement. Are they coming for you? DDL, clearly pondered something unsettling, his tone harsh. The adventurer captain, who was about to act against Huar's summoned beast, suddenly paused upon hearing Huar's calm demeanor, experiencing an inexplicable sense of foreboding. If possible, recruiting such an extraordinary talent for his faction would undoubtedly be a splendid choice. Behind the BIYR stood 2 attendants, pushing a square table approximately 3 meters long and 2 meters wide. Is he still alive? A peculiar thought crossed Shofn's mind, yet he remained silent. Due to SNGY's refusal to divulge the whereabouts of the BSH in Yuanxi, he harbored concerns of a sudden attack. Thus he remained vigilant while walking, awaiting the moment that creature might reveal itself to swiftly end its life, yet it never appeared. Chapter 51. ARLN takes the stage. Indeed, they were remarkably strong. Lin Nan mused that had she joined this team at that time, Reaching the semifinals would likely not have been a challenge. No, no, no. Number 5 shook his head. The cheetah outpaces the tortoise. Number 8 curled into a twist, nodding. The legendary 3-second rule. Let me elaborate. Number 6 chimed in. Lin Nan decisively buried them in the earth, never to rise again. If PS were an angel, then as his twin brother, he ought to be a mythic spiritual entity, yet he appeared anything but benevolent, leaving her perplexed. Unable to contain herself, she directly inquired, Q-Shi, what is your spiritual entity? The young man turned away, displeased, and replied, what business is it of yours? Lin Nan responded, because I am quite curious. Q-Shi retorted, I do not wish to disclose. Lin Nan contemplated further and called for Lu In. Lin Xing D.O., have you devised any good strategies? Try it, and see if you will still be poisoned. Although Lu In did not fully comprehend, he unhesitatingly stepped forward upon the guide's insistence. Shortly thereafter, he indeed collapsed to the ground with a thud. Lin Nan exclaimed in surprise. Qing Jing laughed and called out, yet Wizh ignored him. The assassin's every utterance aimed to unsettle the heart, and he had but one purpose, which was to execute his plan as contemplated the previous night. The gravity of the thief's sea was somewhat unique, rendering characters exceptionally light, with all roles depicted in a semi-cartoonish style. UNM and NI acquiesced, drafting letters of invitation to her friends, extending not only to them but also to their mothers and sisters. Ming found herself enveloped in thick smoke. She grasped Wei Xiang's hand and urged her to leave. Wei Xiang understood and took hold of her, wielding her sword with the other hand as they made their way outside. LX felt at ease, snuggling under the blanket towards YNJNQ, tucking in the corners of the blanket and gently grasping YNJNQ's hand, closing his eyes to sleep. For sages surrounded the 4 directions of GYN, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he grew anxious. YN suspected that LY had matters unsuitable for public discourse, thus suggested a walk by the river, leaving the 2 assistants behind at the hotel while she accompanied LY. Xing knew In rolled up her sleeves, exerting all her strength but failing to lift the grain, her face flushed. Li SH, paying for her son imprisoned, willingly confessed to He In that her entry into SHOF was indeed orchestrated by the young master. Damn it, why did you 2 take so long? Hurry, it's opening day, there are many guests. Assist GY with the cooking. TNB kick PPL from behind. COYFN's mother was accompanied by a middle-aged man in a suit, his expression one of anger and embarrassment, with a booming reprimand. General YN led a squad of elite guards into the hall, his dragon-headed cane striking the ground with a resounding thud. Zhing cried out in pain as the divine light surrounding her dissipated, her body collapsing backward, writhing in agony. However, since the last incident where she nearly miscarried, he gradually became concerned about the child within her womb. As the child grew larger, with the first movements and each checkup, he participated in every step. In a vast square, there stood a magnificent artificial mountain, adorned with numerous plants to enhance its realism. Naturally, there was no entrance to ascend a mountain. Now, all those atop the mountain gazed down at the crowd around square, which was directly delivered by CHU on a large block of ice. I can urge him, we are running out of time. I dislike leaving unfinished tasks behind. Additionally, YSHOYing had not explicitly stated that the TNSH tablet within HJ's body was the object of his desires. Naturally, the sooner he acquired it, the better. Understood, place the ash beside the power pole at a 60-degree angle, launching one every 2 seconds. Once finished, make a swift exit. PPL instructed, nodding at inning C, I, and F ing TNBO. He then produced 2 firecrackers as thick as his fingers from his pocket. Yet now, witnessing YRSN helplessly awaiting scanning by the machine, CHND ing Y felt a lump in his throat, an urge to weep. Like dried radish, the older it gets, the more desirable? Li F ing mumbled, hesitating momentarily before opting for an automatic offensive. Chapter 53. Chapter 52, 2, 3, 6, 7, 9. At that moment, the long-protected ARLN's hands glowed, pure white strands of spiritual silk suddenly emerging from her fingertips, establishing a connection with the Black Bear Sentinel. The Link WRD's body momentarily stiffened, then the white strands entered his being. ARLN unleashed a skill directed at his mental domain, instantly healing WRD and the Black Bear spiritual entity of their injuries. Their mental powers were restored. What is Lin's intention in testing? You see, earlier, Lin Nan was stung by a wasp, and I cured him, which seems to have granted me resistance to the venom. Hence, I pondered if I could also acquire resistance by neutralizing the toxins in this forest. You mean you can generate resistance? Upon hearing her words, P.S.'s expression turned grave, disbelief flickering in his eyes as he inquired, Lin, what is your level? In the distance, the sound of church bells echoed. Beneath the inverted cross lay an icebound lake, its surface resembling a vast mirror, flawlessly reflecting the surrounding silvery world. There knelt a breathtaking angel, yet his plight was sorrowful, his hands raised high, bound tightly by coarse ropes. On this day, 2 riders approached outside F-rank, yet before they reached the city, soldiers had already intercepted them, recognizing them as enemies. Curiously, while F-rank was usually bustling, today it resembled a forbidden city, with scarcely any comings and goings. The breath within her was completely stolen, her body growing weak, instinctively leaning against him, her hands grasping his broad shoulders involuntarily. After hanging up the phone, COYNW, I was filled with indignation, believing he had upheld his end of the bargain with Gu Di-Chi-ing and honored his teachings. Just then, L-R-Ing-J-ing descended from the heavens, a barrier of 4 telekinetic shields interposing before them, intercepting Kyusu's assault. As the words of misidentification poured forth, I could not help but self-reflect. Could he truly achieve such a feat? Although L-N-X-ing possessed remote teleportation anchor points capable of directly transporting numerous supplies to L-N-X-ing's satellite orbit, Qingyi Ren, or rather, Lingbao Tianzuan, fell into silence upon hearing Daozuan's words. In the conference room, the atmosphere shifted from an eerie oppression to one filled with joy and boundless possibilities for the future. Yet, regardless of whether the invaders of Earth were the blood-sucking demon clan or not, why was it the Future Technology Group that defeated them, rather than Fei Yunzhou? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu displayed a serious expression, subsequently engaging in deep contemplation regarding the feasibility of this matter. In the City of Angels, the bell signaling the ascension of a new king resonated from the sky island atop the city, spreading far and wide, ensuring that all angels within the City of Angels would be aware that a new king had been born. The bridges, railways, and tracks crumbled in massive quantities, collapsing into the Yellow River, sending up sprays of water that soared several meters high, engulfed by the relentless current. However, upon completion of his task, he discovered that the ropes tied by Baiyu seemed more indomitable than handcuffs, and his gaze towards Baiyu subtly shifted. As soon as the words left his mouth, 2 figures bizarrely materialized in the sky, one clad in gold robes and the other in silver. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that their faces were almost identical. Both sporting white hair and beards, their features seemingly stamped from the same mold. Within Bo Palace, Yaoqi stood bewildered, waiting in place, utterly perplexed as to where Tong Tian had gone, when suddenly she felt her delicate body being tightly embraced. I am a merchant traversing the vast plains of the Dark Domain. Naturally, I must carry the most exquisite maps, the rotund man chuckled. Thus, Lin Feng refrained from further explanations, having already laid his words on the table. Once the filming was complete, he believed that a seasoned expert like Wu Dazhou would discern the truth of his claims. In his youth, at the Yi family, Yiqing had been taught the solemn martial arts of Bejiquan by a master. Hence, with just a glance, he recognized the significant flaws in Su Xiaoling's Bejiquan technique. A thunderous crash echoed as a massive figure landed. At that moment, Jiraiya and Pain finally discerned the appearance of this figure. A heavy shell for limbs, a fearsome head, and 3 tails freely swaying behind, instantly recognizing it as the 3 Tails. Although Mu Ryue possessed mid-level divine king strength, within the confines of the monster realm, there were 10 mid-level divine king beasts. He opened his eyes once more, gazing at the pained expression on Feng Han's face. This was his final weapon. Without it, even if he encountered a thunderous strike or iron spikes to acquire the desired information, he would be unable to escape the heavily guarded military police prison. It seemed that due to the overwhelming number of participants, additions had already been prohibited. I had entered during the competition in the afternoon, and someone had been fanning the flames. Lin Nan accepted this classmate's terminal and briefly skimmed through the chat content within. Simultaneously, it felt as though voices were emanating from all directions. Lin Nan hesitated, feeling reluctant to approach. The scene before him was too enchanting, beautiful as a painting, so unreal that it felt like a dream. I confess, the angel murmured again, and suddenly, the entire world began to shift. Although she stood still, she sensed an inexplicable pull drawing her towards the center of the icy lake. Bai Qing Shui remained hidden among the trees, having learned from the previous instance. This time, he deliberately concealed his aura, observing the retreating figure with a cold glint of excitement in his eyes. Beside him, Deputy General Shi chuckled softly, remarking, "Li Hua is meddling too much. General, why not find a way to transfer him?" Though she was furious, Jiang Lu retained her basic rationality. It was clear she had some purpose in seeking her out. Wan Juxiang, looking at Lin Feng's determined expression, couldn't help but recall the words spoken by number 2 in the bedroom, confirming that Xiet Song was indeed still alive. However, Lin Feng could not be lying to her. "Where could Xiet Song be now? Rest assured, everything will be all right. Just hearing you call me brother is enough," Pei Guang said, yet he couldn't help but think of Yang Ying, whose whereabouts were now unknown. Lu Changtai received them, and their conversation was devoid of substance. Awkward for the guest, and uncomfortable for the host. Witnessing this scene, Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. But his shock was not merely due to the hand that had blocked Steve's punch, although that was indeed remarkable. The matter that left him utterly astounded was far from over. Mr. Hua and the old physician had already examined her. There was no remedy. They could only wait for her to endure. After concluding his call with Ling Yanjia, Lu Shaoxi intended to contact Lin Yuru, but suddenly his phone rang. It was Lu Tianxi calling. His eyes seemed to transform into a clear expanse, brighter than any mirror, sparkling with the brilliance of shifting stars, yet imbued with the tranquility of flowing waters. This time, the division was fortunate, as Du Junmao and Zhang Chun were on the same team, providing Lu Shaoxi the perfect opportunity to thoroughly assess and familiarize himself with these two, concocting plans to recruit them under his banner. "That means your man is in good health. You are very fortunate. Do you understand?" He teased, nipping at her chest. "It seems war is inevitable," Bai He sighed, speaking with a tone full of regret. Shen Yugui believed himself to be exceptionally gifted. As one of the few experts in the current world, his talent was undoubtedly top tier. Yet at this moment, a thought arose within him. Perhaps he was not as capable. The ghost-faced fox lord continued to play the zither beneath the tree, not pausing upon the arrival of Shunfeng Yaokuan and Qingshan Yaokuan, only lifting his head after finishing a piece. Zhu Yuanhao and his companions respectfully took their leave, each departing in gratitude from Master Song Mingting, as becoming disciples of the peak had elevated their status immensely. After receiving the personal guidance from Song Mingting, their gratitude and reverence deepened significantly. Luo Yun laughed heartily, saying, "Good. With Madame Li's words, my confidence grows, and my courage increases. Come, let us all drink a toast." And afterward storm into Hanyu Villa. Li Yihong and the others responded, "Cheers," raising their glasses in unison. Su Su paused, her footsteps faltering. She had not truly considered this question before. She had only thought of her own sinking, never contemplating what his reaction would be upon witnessing her descend. Now, with his prompting, could it be that he would stand by and do nothing? Chapter 54. Fear Hoa-san. This is a team skilled in mental manipulation. You must be cautious. Lin Nan, mental manipulation? Are they the insect-like psychic sentinels? Hoa-san? Yes, I have heard of them. It is said that students of this type are quite rebellious, often involved in various mischiefs. These psychic sentinels can use their mental power to plunge others into nightmares, excelling at fabricating fear and drawing out the most vulnerable consciousness buried within their opponents. It was unclear how much time had passed. A vine seemed particularly fond of this psychic entity, and when it unwrapped from its throat, the bifurcated head bore a small yellow flower, which it placed upon the angel's collarbone. The surging tide of emotions was overwhelming. Iron Man and his companions blinked in confusion, unable to comprehend what was happening, all casting bewildered glances at the suddenly enraged father of the gods. I awkwardly smiled, indicating that I could not integrate into their conversation. The train began to move only after all passengers had boarded, clattering into motion. The few of us sitting by the window had been instructed to conceal our identities carefully, ensuring that ordinary people remained unaware. The following day, an unprepared Yang Xian found her phone overwhelmed with countless messages as soon as it powered on, causing it to freeze. After restarting it twice, she could finally use it normally. However, upon seeing the 99 unread messages, she felt as though someone was playing a cruel joke on her. As friends of Shao Kong and He Ningjia, They had witnessed the bittersweet moments of the couple together. Who could have anticipated that this natural disaster would separate them, leaving one to feel a deep sense of sorrow? Why does it still feel so lifeless here? Does the sunlight have no effect on this ominous aura at all? Yet, on that day, when it touched the sunlight, those dark energies dissipated like mist. Indeed, as Jayatan remarked, in his current state, Shirley's movements are undetectable. Even in a state of ample energy, it remains exceedingly difficult to discern. Shirley refrained from elaborating on this, for the impending events were enough to distract Jayatan from speculating on their cause. The automobile model known as Fungi 260, resembling the Camaro Bumblebee, has undergone a price adjustment. Specifically, it concerns the engine hood's two black stripes, which delineate two distinct price points. However, discussions surrounding these matters remain vague, seemingly entangled in unspeakable taboos. Such inhuman pain is a trial that the elder dares not endure. Ji Chantian felt a chill run down his spine, yet he understood that for Mu Xia, this was a blessing rather than a curse. Fatty, focus your mental control. Lily, take aim at him. We only have a fraction of a second, commanded Lucy. Despite my reservations, I followed her into a building, and upon peering inside, I felt an icy dread. This elite disciple of Qin Jianmin recalled that a month prior, when encountering Lin Mu at the Great Market, Lin Mu was merely at the 7th level of the Great Sage Realm. Just 1 month later, he had ascended to the 4th level of the Celestial Realm. The delightful news was that Lin Mu had discovered a method to unlock the secrets of the 3 elemental stone veins within the secret realm, which now belonged to him. Only one demon remained, currently being drained of its last drops of essence by the devouring ring, too weak to speak, merely gazing at Deng Yushi with pleading eyes. Hoping for mercy, Lan Yu's complexion paled slightly, and she quickly knelt down. Before she could utter a word, Yanbei signaled to Wei Qiyuan, who was following Xiaoyu. Chapter 55. I love knitting sweaters. The first match in the number 1 gladiatorial arena had yet to commence. Yet the venue was already overflowing with spectators. Some refused to sit in the stands and rushed to the front, cameras in hand, ready to capture every moment. The excitement surrounding this competition stemmed not only from the clash of 2 highly anticipated teams, but also from the appearance of a figure who had been at the center of discussions for days. Upon finishing her sentence, Lin Nan remembered something. Ronnie, would you allow me to mark you temporarily? I possess a toxicity immunity skill that can be shared with Sentinels in a mental link, enabling us to enter the depths of the contaminated zone. I would be glad to, but Ronnie hesitated, his previously cheerful expression faltering. Isn't there a limit to the number of Sentinels each guide can mark? Rather than marking me, you might as well mark Apis. A powerful tremor shook the ground, alarming even the American Geological Survey, which promptly issued an earthquake warning. He was confident that, with his current strength, he could even pull the Jade Emperor from his throne. Why don't you just die? In an instant, her expression shifted again, as if to lunge forward. But fortunately, Hog had foreseen this, holding her firmly and denying her any chance of escape. For the past 10 days, he had diligently toiled, and his fields had grown increasingly fertile, while he himself had transformed from a youthful calf into a weary old bull. Chu Tianshu was keenly observing the puppet's movements. Although it appeared formidable, it possessed weaknesses. By paying close attention, Chu Tianshu noticed that the puppet instinctively shielded the red crystal on its chest, indicating that the crystal was not merely decorative but an energy source. The remaining tasks were left to Chiga, who seemed to relish this industrious feeling, finding joy in the labor. Wang Tingjun, in her prime, and the enchanting Jiji Yin stirred thoughts in any normal person. Isn't this a bit too casual? Lin Qin thought to himself, unprepared for being conscripted like this, although such celestial fruits were quite common in the early days of the primordial chaos. They had long since become legendary in later times. Following these soldiers, several elderly men with white hair emerged from within the great door. Indeed, they too could not resist and began to weep once more, their expressions riddled with turmoil and melancholy, as if to convey, enough. Stop staring at me with those eyes. It's quite frightening. I hold no ulterior motives, merely a fleeting moment of unhappiness, just offering you some advice. Li Ruohai raised his head, finally moving the hand that had remained unlifted, revealing a line of grand characters beneath the monument. Mo Ing nodded. Zhao Dagong had exhausted all his strength and was surely beyond saving. Rather than deal with the corpse, it was better to cast it into the lifeless water marsh, where it would be crushed into powder by the pressure of the water, leaving no trace behind, which suited his intentions perfectly. Zhou Qiang and the others feared missing Lin Yuxio's departure time if they lingered at the village, so they pursued her to the county city. To their surprise, upon reaching the city gates, they discovered that Yin County closed its gates at night. As he spoke, Qi Tian waved his right hand, and a divine lock instantly ensnared by Qingqing's slender waist atop the hill, drawing her towards the palace with a beckoning gesture. The rain fell increasingly heavy, accompanied by a gentle breeze that carried the fragrance of flowers, refreshing the air and lifting the heavy gloom from Qin Su's heart. However, this was of little consequence, as the illusionist had already been employed. This dreamlike card could summon it with even a single drop of holy water. This analysis was clear and reasonable. Had the Xue brothers been present, they would undoubtedly concur with his viewpoint, for they had initially believed that the crown prince might very well be the proton. In such a case, his problem would grow even more significant. Fan Yu's eyes darkened, or rather, he was too preoccupied to consider these matters. Chapter 56. Nightmare Spider-Lon Een summoned his spiritual entity, a mesmerizing and ethereal blue jellyfish, which towered over the arena like a skyscraper. Due to the immense size of his spiritual entity, the giant jellyfish's umbrella nearly enveloped the entire gladiatorial arena. Being a deep-sea spiritual entity, Lon Een enveloped it with his mental energy, allowing the jellyfish to float freely as if in the ocean. Upon its emergence, it spotted Lin Nan and extended several tentacles to wrap around her. Ailey seemed to have been carried through the air all day. Upon landing, she felt nauseous and dizzy. "Are you all right?" Lin Nan hurriedly brought her warm water to help her settle. "Wah, I feel like I'm dying." Ailey's beautiful eyes brimmed with tears as she collapsed into Lin Nan's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Assisting the members of the Divine Path Alliance. Was it not they who would benefit more? Why did Tang Lichuan refrain from intervening? The pupils of his eyes flickered, and the presence of the deity in his mind quietly faded, granting the youth control over his physical form once more. Simultaneously, the atmosphere around them seemed to diminish significantly, leaving Yuan Xian in shock. With this thought, Xiao Ming stealthily approached a corner near the coffin, concealed himself, and gently prodded the coffin lid with his true energy. Although Mu Tingyu had no connection to flames, as a supreme, her understanding and mastery of the rules had reached an extraordinarily high realm. They had achieved such accomplishments in a short time. Otherwise, they too would have spent hundreds or even thousands of years maintaining their transformation into the god realm. Suddenly, the darkened sky erupted with thunder and a violent hurricane surged through the heavens and earth, the howling winds seemingly shuddering in anticipation of the impending demon's arrival. The cacophony of shouts and cries resonated in unison, their excitement palpable at the sight of such celestial sorcery. As Tianjian and Lin Yuzhu deftly evaded the onslaught of 6 formidable, ghostly figures wielding long blades, it became evident that their strength had waned after delivering 2 consecutive strikes. Just days prior, she had learned from Lin Ming that the designated occupant of Box 204 in Mei Ba was Gu Qingcheng, and she had been contemplating how to find an opportune moment to approach him. Now, following Xue Miao inside, she realized that she would not attract attention. A fortunate turn of events. The blood was a vivid crimson, yet under the relentless assault of the falling snow, it felt chillingly cold, nearly frozen. Ultimately, this man and his feline companion resigned themselves to rummaging through their belongings, discovering that indeed, junk food was the most delectable. The servants were no longer surprised by their antics, maintaining their usual demeanor as they served dishes. They were well aware that the third young master was quite indulgent of the young mistress. Thus, even if she made a mistake, it was wiser not to offend her, for the repercussions would be far graver. Upon hearing the faint creak of the doctor at the door, Exine Man abruptly opened her eyes, which were slightly reddened, and pulled the blanket over her face. Xing Yue had just been grievously injured by the final skill of the 13th death god, leaving her soul and body severely compromised. Consequently, the seal on Xinglong had begun to weaken. Rather than merely weakening, it could be said that Xing Yue's control over the seal had completely dissipated, leaving Xinglong unrestrained. Moments ago, they must have witnessed the prowess of Ling Zihuan and his companions as they tore through the massive net, likely instilling a sense of trepidation within them. For their expressions bore hints of apprehension, and even their movements displayed a trace of hesitation. Chapter 57. Enveloped in dreams thereafter, his focus swiftly shifted toward Alachne, as countless jellyfish tentacles shot forth with incredible speed. The tips of these tentacles glimmered with an icy blue light, resembling blades laced with deadly poison, carving frigid arcs through the air. The yellow and black, striped bee sentinels once again shielded Alachne from this strike. These seemingly fragile bees served as the bulwarks of the team. Lin Nan directed her attention towards him as tentacles ensnared the bee sentinels, twisting them mercilessly. Observing the scene, Lin Nan felt a sense of discomfort. Yet as her thoughts shifted, she quickly regained her composure, realizing that their presence might indeed be causing complications for the team. After all, they were unrelated to this group, and if she were to lose half her points to them, it would surely be disheartening. This was a competitive match, not a charity event. Coming to this conclusion, she declined Apis's goodwill, expressing her gratitude. Wang Baoqiang had now become a prominent figure in the film industry, having purchased a spacious duplex of over 300 square meters the previous year. Leshan Town, where the Leshan giant Buddha had stood for approximately a millennium, appeared dilapidated due to the chaos of the world and a loss of faith. The water level had risen to meet the Buddha's knees, flooding the nearby town. After a month, Qingsong finally remembered he had a disciple. Wu Feng, realizing he was not invisible, felt overwhelmed with emotion. Of course, the VIP area had rooms of varying standards. For example, the highest-tier forces occupied the luxurious suites on the top floor, while first-rate forces were assigned to the third floor. And second-tier forces like the Zhang family were relegated to the second floor. Currently, the 30 black-clad patrolling slaves were eager for the Pang family army to flee, hoping to earn merit in the master's favor, possibly elevating themselves to innate experts. It was no longer a question of whether the great Shang dynasty dared to act. Sheng Yuqing had likely already arrived, and indeed, he had come specifically for Lu Shidi. Yu Qingran murmured. Fang Shiyuan was taken aback. Although Ling Qi's bold kiss had yielded some effect, she still seemed to harbor substantial resistance. Thus, the young man hurried forward, only to find Ling Qi unexpectedly halt without warning, causing Fang Shiyuan to inadvertently overshoot by half a meter. Such a feature was commendable and user-friendly. If Pao Deyo had considered it, the militia would not be uniform in battle. Even if they were not identical, similar tactics would still prove cumbersome. However, the outcome was already fated. The shadow loomed ominously, its massive hand beckoning as black mist surged, effortlessly extinguishing the ravenous flames. With a single motion, for colossal spiritual roots were ensnared in its grasp and reduced to ashes with a gentle squeeze. I see a strong warrior in these tumultuous times. It would be better to enlist and serve the nation, thus earning a soldier's pay to support my mother. Pao Deyo began to entice. Please refrain from making noise to avoid disturbing other students. Wu Xixia admonished sternly. Early in the morning, Mika rose early, unable to sleep due to excitement the previous night, eagerly anticipating how to make Uncle Xiao's birthday unforgettable. Lost in thought, she chuckled, envisioning the moment when Xiao Iloa would find himself in a predicament. After taking down a few individuals, the group of black-clad figures swiftly vanished into the dense forest, their movements ghostly as they accompanied the American team, waiting for the right moment to strike. The once smooth flow of people at the city gate quickly became congested, with many players seeking to enter forced to pause outside, inadvertently becoming spectators of the ensuing conflict. Enemy attack. The patrol leader's piercing cry shattered the calm, plunging the entire dock into chaos. A chilling shriek echoed closer as heavy cannon fire arced through the air, crashing down upon the dock. Zhong Ding stared in astonishment at his sister, sensing that something dreadful awaited her at Tianji Mountain, though he could not articulate the nature of this dread. Still hiding? Are you not concerned about tarnishing the reputation of the legendary car god? Once those ruffians are dealt with, Jing Yin remarked nonchalantly, hands tucked into his pockets, his gaze never straying to A.O. Tian. Chapter 58. Alachne, this simply won't do. It's my first encounter with Kaiser in such a pitiful state, and I must relish this moment. The spider's sentinel pressed against Lin Nan's face, its voice dripping with mockery and arrogance. It darted between walls and ceilings like a specter, occasionally glancing back at the still-bound Kaiser, its eyes gleaming with delight and perverse excitement. The nightmarish spider could dominate dreams, rendering him an invincible presence within that realm. The dense webbing manifested throughout the surroundings. Just as the coiling black-skinned soldier had indicated, as dawn approached, Lin Nan groggily heard footsteps. "Captain, where's the revolver?" This was Xiao Mei's voice. One individual had dashed into the depths of the forest, and Eve followed suit. That kid left himself open to impulsive action, she mused. Let him go. When he finds himself in tears after being bested by the Beast King, I shan't offer him my assistance. The entire demon-sealing prison was a singular, subterranean edifice, equipped with powerful spirit-confining devices modified with particle accelerators to ensure absolute security. In his eyes, countless threads of causality intertwined, stemming from his essence, connecting him to the myriad realms of existence. No, that person released us, then wandered onto the street, even getting hit by a car, Nike's added. Yet, everyone was aware that just moments ago, the Honorable One had entered the office building, leaving no one certain of what had transpired. He once infiltrated the Death Eaters and observed that he should feign obedience to Voldemort. Did Voldemort instruct him to eliminate Lu Wei, leading him to intentionally sustain an injury? In truth, the interrogation of Zhe Mu Gongping was significantly influenced by Zhong Tuya's lethal words before his departure. Su Chuan took out his phone and directly called the headquarters of Bei Yuan Company, requesting them to send over several mobile phones immediately. Perhaps it was time to encourage them to be self-reliant? The numerous elixirs within the Lien Xianping should not go to waste. It would be prudent to send someone to mediate, avoiding the use of force if possible. Claude nodded in agreement with the Minister of Defense's suggestion. The physique of male models is often the most appealing. Those from gyms tend to appear excessively large and unbalanced. Presently, this individual hung there without alarming any staff, clearly not having arrived through conventional means. Surrender, and perhaps you will not suffer severe injuries. With this strike, I cannot guarantee your life. The person at the forefront of the sword formation kindly warned Han Hao Tian. However, upon awakening, everyone was startled by the imposing figure, their minds momentarily blank. When his gaze fell upon the door of his bedroom, an overwhelming sense of panic washed over him, causing him to collapse onto the floor. The Jade Emperor favored him greatly. Should blame be assigned later, if the Jade Emperor truly became enraged, his most formidable power would not be his magical abilities. That terrifying combat prowess was witnessed firsthand. Together, they could not withstand even 3 moves, and the mutant surnamed Dong was left in utter disarray, even soiling himself in the process. This man was none other than the one who had appeared countless times in his dreams. Captain Shi of the 5th Brigade of the Qianyan Army. This was her first visit to Fong Zhe Lin's place of cultivation. Previously, due to concerns over other matters, she had not taken a thorough look around. Sima Hong remarked, "Become my biological younger brother, Honda Fongjing. Are you brave enough? Your builds are similar, and as long as you don't cross paths, I doubt anyone would suspect you. If someone does suspect your covert visit, simply claim to be Honda Fongjing." Various signs indicate that the Yong Ning Emperor harbors animosity toward Xiaoyu, or more broadly, the Xiao family. Yet, I did not wish to engage in conversation, merely fiddling with my food while maintaining my composure. "Do you disdain the gift I presented?" Yi Zihan immediately glared, her lips pouting slightly, giving her an adorably charming appearance. It is precisely due to Yi Yu's personality that she maintains close relationships with many within the company and is well acquainted with various details that I am unaware of. Do not underestimate this fellow. While his realm may not be particularly high, his ability to conceal himself is exceptional. Who knows, he might be lurking in the shadows. Chapter 59. Promotion Lin Nan. These lunatics, none of them are normal. Lin Nan naturally heard Arachne's words and became flushed with anger, especially in such a grand setting. Hooray! Let us pull the headpiece. I want to see. Look, that bee is flowing again. Number 5. Are you craving again? Wah, I want to play the milking game. Lin Nan forced herself to remain calm, allowing the vines to capture a faint sound, her eyes glowing with a vibrant green light. Just then, a wasp accidentally slipped from Xiao Mei's hand, heading directly towards the guide. Lin Nan aimed at it, and dozens of vines collectively unleashed a mental disturbance. She quickly detected its subtle emotions and gradually issued a suggestion. Stop. Action. I exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Hui and then charged directly at Zhu Yushang, intentionally colliding with him as I passed, using considerable force. Having consumed alcohol, he staggered and fell to the ground. The blazing sun outside made it difficult for my eyes to adjust to the darkness. Bai instinctively extended her mental prowess. This attack on the embassies of the 5 nations was undeniably not our doing. Jean Sanshur seemed to have his thoughts seen through by Lian Sheng, feeling as though cold water had been poured over his heart and could only speak the truth. The figure completely cloaked in a black cape was one of the martial factions, particularly adept at concealment, the Ghost Car. Upon reaching the 12th floor, 2 burly security guards blocked the corridor entrance. The area was under lockdown, and their expressions indicated that something serious must have occurred inside. To her surprise, this seemingly ordinary youth was also a person of deep loyalty. The reason she had initially refused was merely to gauge his reaction, to see if he was a greedy individual. Since he was not, it was only natural to assist him, especially since the mission included rescuing survivors. Shunyin Ro could only sulk, primarily because the victim had descended into madness, resulting in dire consequences. Mr. Li, hello. However, Zhongling Xiang took the initiative to shake my hand, alleviating my awkwardness. Yet, this was ultimately a dream. As dreams inevitably come to an end, Luo Li awoke in tears, having endured the most arduous 20 days in their dreams, ultimately finding relief through death. Old 4, you've learned badly from Old 2. Trying to play tricks on me. Wu Quanbing cast a resentful glance at the 3, finally rolling his eyes at Niemu Lei. But the glaring bald head was simply too conspicuous, causing Niemu Lei to nearly double over with laughter. After everyone fell asleep, Su Ji slipped through the window, cautiously using a tranquilizer to incapacitate the individual before checking for signs of clothing removal. Madame Fan sighed bitterly and shook her head, stating that Ning Ho had underestimated the situation. Within Luoyang City, there were still 100,000 Shiliang demon riders, along with the die-hard loyalists Dong Min and Dong Huang. Without eliminating them, how could our operation possibly succeed? What? Are you feeling sorry for me? Did you enjoy hitting me earlier? You knocked out several of my teeth. Lin Dong remarked as he approached Yang Zmo. Follow me. Block them. There was no one else to send. Beside him, only a personal guard of several hundred remained. This was the most elite part of the Da Huang Mountain garrison. Regarding knowledge, he racked his brain but could not recall anything, leading him to question whether he had truly studied diligently during his university years. At that moment, Li Chengfeng approached, his long fingers discreetly poking at Lu Ningning's back, as if playing the piano, gently tapping along her spine. Su Ji immediately bent her arm. Wrapping it around, he Lianming Rui's neck. The action appeared quite unnatural, even somewhat comical. Those unaware might think she was shy. Lei Jian received an urgent report from Wang Xiaoliang requesting reinforcements. Ma led the cavalry battalion, charging forward, determined to rescue the besieged soldiers of the Independent Cavalry Regiment in Mingxiyuan town, disregarding the whinnying of horses and the dust kicked up by their galloping hooves. Boldly advancing towards Mingxiyuan town, in Zhao Guang's words, the Zhongshan kingdom resembled a woman stripped bare, vulnerable to Zhao Guo's whims whenever they pleased. Observing the calm demeanor of Bai Lao San and his companions, Ji Ming felt immense respect. These 3 had experienced glory and suffering throughout their lives, yet even in their old age remained in a den of thieves, facing death with such tranquility. Individuals like them truly deserve admiration. The rate of progress was so astonishing that even he found it hard to believe. In just a year, there had been significant leaps, and the later stages of cultivation seemed to facilitate further enhancement. Lin Yumai could not comprehend the reason behind this phenomenon. Countless individuals around the globe, whether in the homeland or in regions such as America, Africa, and Australia, distinctly heard the roar of a dragon. Subsequently, regardless of the location, they could clearly see a magnificent azure dragon, measuring hundreds of meters in length, soaring through the skies. Upon hearing Lao Sun's words, Lei Jian ceased to respond, abruptly turning his horse and charging out at an angle, casting Zhang Guanghua aside. Bai Doufu expressed his confusion, almost certain that the needle embedded in the back of Huang Hailong's head was indeed a bone needle. It was as if a mechanical spring had been removed, causing the machine to cease its function. The cherry blossom tree stood 3 meters tall, its trunk of vibrant crimson, exuding an amber-like transparency. Its leaves shimmered in silver, and even the blossoms were of the same hue. This extraordinary vegetation was something Lin Yumai had never encountered before. Tang Juan shook his head and casually retrieved some strands of infant hair from the bedroom before departing. Suddenly encircled by a crowd, Li Rongbao felt somewhat out of place. Observing the expressions of those around him, he understood, managing a composed smile. Chapter 60. Being used. Lin Nan gazed at these comments, her brow furrowed slightly. She became increasingly convinced that she had been meticulously plotted against by certain individuals. From the very beginning of the free matching process, they had precisely targeted her, manipulating her as if she were a puppet, orchestrating a sweeping storm of public opinion. The purpose of this tempest was glaringly obvious: to elevate AI Erlon. In her previous life, Lin Nan had been involved in the entertainment industry, and she had long since understood. Is this truly an energy stone? Lin Nan pondered, weighing the stone in her hand and sensing a distinct energy fluctuation that her vines seemed to relish. Thank you, but you should keep this for yourself. She returned it to Ronnie, recognizing that this energy stone was sufficient to ensure his livelihood for the rest of his life. She should not take advantage of him. Do you not fancy it? This one is of the wood element, perfectly suited for your absorption. I truly have no use for it, Yanhua replied, momentarily taken aback before realizing she referred to the destiny reading performed for her, touching her nose and offering an awkward smile. That's not the case. Chen Jiechi was completely incensed by Chen Shuang's attitude, suddenly rising and glaring at her, prompting Hongjie to quickly embrace Chen Shuang protectively, much like a hen guarding her chicks. This scene only served to infuriate by Li Qinshuan further, rendering her speechless as she stormed out in a huff. Chen Su remained silent, holding her hand and guiding her deeper inside, leaning against the wall where a large octagonal alchemy furnace sat, its flames roaring and wisps of blue smoke rising. These fellows are quite capable. They warrant some practice. At that moment, Gao Teng also appeared, and Lin Feng exchanged light-hearted banter with him, both aware that they were merely jesting, not indulging in any serious competition. On the stove, a clay pot was simmering, the enticing aroma wafting from it. He stood nearby, focused as he added ingredients to the pot. What I did earlier was merely to commend the warm-hearted girl for the thing she should undertake, assisting her in making choices, so she would understand what to select, Ace declaimed, exuding an air of having Dragonair's best interests at heart, unperturbed by the possibility of Dragonair overhearing. To trade the elite of an entire clan for a mid-tier deity seemed a grievous loss to Lucifer. However, he found himself lacking in better alternatives. After thoroughly cleansing her body and alleviating her pain, she prepared to surface. The three individuals who emerged afterward bore similar cultivation levels to Qiu Wuxing, yet were several years his senior. To his astonishment, Qiu Wuxing swiftly dispatched them, creating a stark impression of the disciples of Fengma sect being easily overpowered. He noticed the yellow mud on his feet, dampened by last night's rain, indicating it had only recently adhered. Recalling Gu Wu's recent peculiar behavior alongside prior events, he contemplated the conclusion of matters regarding Buguishan. It was indeed time to consider the next location. To confirm two matters, whether the 30 locations mentioned by Shinsuan, Wang Xinji truly contained treasures, and if Nong Daba could indeed locate these treasures. In truth, Songli had just observed Su Fei Luo perusing records, doubting her explanations. Madame Hui raised her left hand, and Shea gently kissed the back of her hand, saying, "Madam, please proceed in my direction," before taking his leave. For deities, such attacks were futile. One may defeat a deity or possess the power to crush them. Yet one could never extinguish their existence, as deities were immortal. Chapter 61. Prohibited drugs. Are all preparations complete? Huasen's vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of the Guide Academy, the knight cloaked in solitude as he leaned casually against the car, skillfully lighting a cigarette. The pale blue smoke spiraled upward, obscuring his stern features. Indeed, personnel have been arranged at every location. Upon discovering any prohibited activities, immediate arrests will be executed, Jaisai stated. The individual turned to lead his companions away from the scene. Heavy, zombie-like footsteps gradually receded into the distance. Were all these? Ailey could no longer hold on and dove into Lin Nan's embrace, frightened and whispering through tears. Overcome with joy, Lu Bu collapsed beside Wu Li, her shoulders shaking with laughter, unable to utter a single word. The exquisite chopping knife swiftly rotated within, cleanly extracting the entrails and gills from the fish. Li Jinwu smiled faintly. The original arc, during its flight, would continuously summon thunderclouds, enveloping all in the scope of the Thunderfoot's attack. I truly did not lie. I swear. I speak only the truth, Wang Baoqiang insisted repeatedly, his dark, potato-like face etched with sincerity. Could it be that you are a heroic spirit summoned by the world itself? After recovering from her shock, Jean Dark immediately considered this singular possibility, for the rarity of heroic spirits was well known. Each was a top-tier existence, and crucially, only the world could summon them, while humanity summoned inferior imitations. Her voice was melodious, akin to a clear spring or a babbling brook, lingering in memory long after its passage. Should I forget her? No, I shall forever remember her, recalling her voice, and equally, her enmity. Meanwhile, the disciples of Daju Peak. accustomed to solitary quarters, huddled in a corner to voice their grievances. The sudden downpour, as if the heavens had ruptured, drenched Deng Zhao and his companions, rendering them soaked to the bone. An invisible, intense storm slowly took shape, poised to erupt and wreak havoc upon the world. Yet the plump individual reconsidered, realizing that regardless of his past preparations, the difficulty of the task had now been defined. It was simple enough that he need only speak to fulfill it. Thus, blood and flesh contain the cultivation of magical beasts, along with insights into the heavenly principles. How could such a substance merely be used for restoring spiritual energy? Had it not been for Tang Yi seated upon the golden dragon throne, his defenses would have been enhanced tenfold, and damage reduced by 5 times. Moreover, Li Changlin could never have anticipated that he would use Chun Si as an excuse, only to discover that the attack on the Mo family had indeed been orchestrated by members of the Mo family themselves. Wei Wuji's expression was equally grim. Regardless of the outcome, he had undeniably benefited. Seeing this, Li Changlin promptly called out a welcome to my forgetting brother, subsequently pulling forgetting onto the stage. However, the portraits that had been passed down were, in truth, all inherited from the Qing dynasty. One must wonder which artist would dare to caricature the emperor into a shoehorn-like visage before him. Yet, he soon recalled that Zhang He had been the one to transform him into such a person. Why did he heed his words so readily? Lung Jiang felt an overwhelming sense of shame, acknowledging, "Indeed, because of my arm, my adoptive father has not spared you. We are brothers. And you truly have borne much hardship." Many members of the Yun family were seething with rage, their fists clenched, eyes blazing with fury. Had it not been for Yi Zir's identity, they would have rushed forward to deliver her several resounding slaps. "How could you know about the demonic hand? You must surely understand its effects," chuckled softly, seemingly to tease Yu Jian. Upon reflection, if Yu Jian were merely a jester, Chen Jing would still willingly don black silk stockings and continuously tread upon his face. If possible, she would not hesitate to trample upon his lower regions to elicit excitement. Chapter 62. The third day of competition. The competition has reached its third day. In the arena, the air was thick with the scent of blood, and the thorns resembled a cage, instantaneously ensnaring all opponents within its grasp. The exquisitely beautiful Sentinel, adorned with angelic wings, soared gracefully above, while Apis wielded a long, platinum cross-sword. With a gentle sweep, a dazzling beam of light erupted from the blade, resembling a lightning strike from the heavens, rushing towards the trapped adversaries with an overwhelming force. She did not encounter the so-called monsters. Instead, she discovered a room full of humans. This entire group consisted of guides, clad in exquisite uniforms, who once held lofty statuses, now found themselves crammed into this filthy, odorous cave. A few Lin Nan appeared somewhat familiar, having met briefly on the airship. As she approached each individual to inspect, she did not find AI Li's figure. Was she not imprisoned here? Lin Nan pondered, feeling perplexed. In just a few days, confronted by the booming sales of the Silver Age, the stark contrast of their own stagnant situation pressed heavily upon Tianfu Jewelry, from the headquarters to the branch managers. Thus, this live broadcast was a genuine occurrence, a truly supernatural live stream. However, this doubt was fleeting. As her thoughts shifted to seizing treasures, her spirit sweeping toward the storm. No, that was the Sea Mist battleship. Iona's expression resumed its prior innocence. I had no intention of purchasing. A house worth 60 million is hardly worth the trouble. Gong Ji shook his head with a smile, for he neither possessed such liquid assets, nor would he squander them on real estate that offered no tangible benefits. Furthermore, Gong Ji was not without a place to reside. Of course, what compelled Berbatov to make this decision was not merely Ferguson's disregard for his presence, but rather the fact that Manchester United performed even better in his absence, leading Berbatov to feel that he no longer held a position within the team. Unbeknownst to everyone, he had already participated in the filming of some web dramas, reportedly with decent results. In addition, he was diligently reviewing material in preparation for applying to a graduate program in directing. Curvature space traversal occurs within spatial layers, yet activating source energy for traversal transcends this universe, gliding along the cosmic membrane. Ichienbei, what are we seeking in Yunnan? After much hesitation, Shuangxing finally inquired. Even Zhao Mengqi cast a complex gaze toward Hu Yang, filled with disbelief, as she awaited his explanation. Equipped with the experience of drawing circles and squares with her hands, It wasn't long before Lin Qianma could simultaneously execute both with her feet. The Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy had indeed resolved to take action. Not only had the Xiaohong Chun siblings arrived, but among the 10 students, Chu Junmo recognized 3 who had participated in the previous competition as reserve members of the academy. Jing Hongchun appeared remarkably at ease. Observing Zhang He, it was evident that his words held truth. Could it be that among them, someone had indeed betrayed the prince? Aspiring to usurp other factions within the association? The 3 great kings couldn't help but harbor doubts, as their already tenuous relationships deepened further after Feng Zhou's remarks. Regarding the side effects experienced in Li Mashuan's residence, there were only 2 possibilities. Either Li Mashuan's divine essence was far more potent than her own, or Li Mashuan possessed an immense innate energy, so formidable that she could not look up to it, acting as a protective shield while repelling external forces. It was uncertain whether it was merely Lin Nan's illusion, but she felt an almost suffocating heat in the atmosphere today. On the screen, yet another team fell. Their demise gruesome. A Sentinel's face was nearly disfigured by the opponent's blows, blood gushing from a shattered nostril, cascading down his cheek and quickly staining his neck and chest. At this moment, Ireland had long forgotten her identity as a warrior. Accustomed to having Sentinels protect her in danger, her mind went blank. Utterly unprepared for the situation at hand, the serpent had begun to slowly ascend her thigh, its cold scales grazing her skin, sending an eerie chill through her. Not far behind, a sparse sound drew closer, reminiscent of an army on the march. The battles between Yin Huching and Tang Yingxin had concluded. Yet the entire Xinyu city buzzed with discussions about this clash between 2 mid-stage immortals, an unforgettable encounter. And I, Jean Lin, listened to the bodyguard's words. A palpable aura of hostility enveloping him, causing the surrounding air to grow colder. This village was unruly. What did it matter if it were destroyed? Pang Si cast a cold glance at old Zhang's corpse. Yet, upon hearing such remarks, Sumu merely waved his hand dismissively, prompting sighs from those around him. The primary aim was to distract Lei Kabasi, drawing its attention away from humanity toward himself. Their objective was to traverse the sprawling mountains and forests, then lie in wait in the woods for Qiu Zhou to signal them. For him, his own life was paramount. As for the nation, he cared little. It was a realm of chaos. When one gazed into it, it appeared to be pure black, yet at times a pure white, continuously shifting and intertwining. The overwhelming force terrified Li Xian, his face a mask of panic, unable to believe that Gu Xinghuan could unleash such terrifying power. Gu Tianhun, clad in a deep gray satin robe, bore a striking resemblance to Gu Xinghuan, exuding an aura of majesty. Standing there, he resembled an insurmountable mountain. Xiao Xiao, come help me. After speaking, Simon removed his shirt and stepped forward. Under the astonished gaze of the security guard, he lifted a massive concrete block, roughly 2 meters square, and tossed it onto the parking lot as if it were mere foam. Several steel bars attached to it were effortlessly snapped by him. Gu Xinghuan, who is this? Old eyes scrutinized the figure of Huang Ying. Elder Jiufu inquired curiously. Lu Kuan sat cross-legged on the floor of a massive cave, as vast amounts of pure magical energy surged toward his bare, robust form. Subsequently, the blossoms on the branches unfurled, revealing a budding white flower to the light. Moreover, what exactly was Yun Jinyao attempting to accomplish? Why engage in such a thankless endeavor? Let us discuss this inside. Yin Inua was the first to turn her wheelchair through the door, pondering what business Pei Yibai could have in seeking her out. Su Panner instructed Qingwen, her hand trembling as she grasped a silver needle, swiftly setting to work. Mother, what are these people thinking? Being in this circle, you should be aware. If they truly send it up, it would be like throwing money away. I am not that cheap. Yin Inua's expression grew frigid, effectively freezing a portion of those who sought to approach her. Suddenly, Sun Wan felt a sharp pang in her heart, as if pricked by a needle. A momentary sting followed by a gradual return to calm. All right, even if he has the Liu family backing him, he should pale in comparison to Liu Minxian. Chapter 64. The dual one not necessarily. Kaisa and Lan Yin are both at that level. Ireland's team is at most at that level. Kulme, where are the comrades of 23,679? Let's raise our voices together. Long live Erlin. As the resounding cheers for Erlin filled the air, Lin Nan tightened the vines around the mouse, preventing it from inflicting harm upon her. However, mere control was insufficient at such a moment. Although she possessed the ability to mentally disrupt, she could not unleash it. If she continued to exhaust herself in this manner, her mental energy would inevitably be depleted. Never before had Lin Nan felt such an urgent need for assistance. At that moment, two markers in her mental landscape suddenly illuminated. Outside the cave, a lion's roar echoed, and behind the military formation, several magic-powered sniper weapons were raised, their barrels aimed at a machine that had claimed countless lives, reminiscent of a demonic deity. It turned out that when Ji Yun departed from the Tianjin continent, he stood upon a cliff at the southernmost end of the Tongtian Gorge. Though Ji Yun was now a master of the Zifu realm, he had only recently begun his cultivation journey and momentarily forgot his identity. Thus he was startled. These words were clearly meant as praise, yet Yin Chu perceived a different emphasis. He reflected on the notion of resurrection from the ashes, pondering the feelings of the one who had experienced such a revival, while recalling a person who had once left his heart in despair. General Ji Yun was still unwilling to relent and attempted to speak again, only to be forcibly escorted away by two bodyguards. It was no jest. Despite their role in protecting the general, there were ranks to uphold. The process of fusion behind them would be a gruesome sight, and he did not wish for her to witness their bodies shattering and then reassembling. Observing the strands of cloud infused with rich spiritual energy, Xiao Feng's brow furrowed slightly. Such spiritual power must have been left by a divine being who painted this celestial artwork. It appeared that this divine energy had also merged with the spiritual powers of Xianmei and Mu Rongyu. It seems that unless I teach you a lesson, you will remain oblivious to the vastness of the heavens and the earth. The voice of the fire dragon thundered above. The window, positioned to the right of the bed's head, allowed moonlight to stream in, illuminating a substantial portion of the bed. The forest was no longer a uniform ripple. Instead, it danced with varied rustling sounds as the wind stirred, the leaves rustling like a melodious symphony. Madame June, why did Sister Yao do that? I trusted her so much. Can't she be a good friend to me? Nangong Rue could not help but inquire once more. That was a sea cucumber. Did one find a pearl within the shell? Hide it away. At this moment, I cannot neglect my companions. I have released all my partners, and the vast palace has gained a bit more vitality. Yes. Upon receiving the command, Cat Dans immediately made his way to the courtyard outside the Grand Hall, and with a gust of wind, he vanished from sight. In the expansive elemental mountains, fierce battles have been raging for several days. The air was thick with a pungent metallic scent, and blood-stained mountains dotted the landscape, with deep craters scattered everywhere. As far as the eye could see, there were layers upon layers of corpses. Wisps of green smoke gently ascended from the land ravaged by magic. To establish a contract under the witness of the world's laws is not a task that can be accomplished merely through verbal agreement. It requires a complex process. The juvenile dimensional mouse possesses intelligence equivalent to that of a young human child, making it nearly impossible to complete this procedure. Did this person even guess that I hail from the Chu family? Lin Jing pondered, suddenly realizing that someone at the Suki no Miya had made such a conjecture the day before, and he was certain it was not unexpected. In fact, my lord still wishes for the princess to marry you, even if it means being a concubine. At this moment, Okamoto Zenjuro revealed the thoughts of Satake Yoshiaki. Have you been gravely injured? As Roger observed the parasitic host's body come to a halt, he could only infer from its anguished roars that this blow had likely inflicted significant harm, though the extent of the injury remained unclear to him for the time being. Haha, Brother L, you exaggerate. Since you are willing, then starting tomorrow, I will appoint you as my personal attendant, allowing Jiao Ting some time to rest. Chao Gai declared. After a few breaths, Roger noticed that the object dragging him had slowed its pace until it finally came to a complete stop, a beam of light shining down upon him. One frosty morning, the biting wind blew, and the sun hid behind the clouds, seemingly intimidated by the bone-chilling cold. Wang Chang's remarks inadvertently revealed some internal inclinations of the organization, and at that moment, I found myself partially restricted in my actions as he gestured towards one of the glass doors. Although the two had encountered numerous dinosaurs, they were fortunate not to have faced any carnivorous ones, which brought them some relief. Meanwhile, several core members of the Yamaguchi Gumi sat in a hall, their expressions grim. The vice president, seated at the head, along with other key members, had just received news that the leader responsible for training specialized personnel had been assassinated. He realized the depth of his feelings for her, yet he felt like a turtle encased in its shell, lacking the courage to confront them. Her eyes still glimmered with the afterglow of affection, her alluring demeanor reminiscent of a stream of water meandering gracefully, akin to fragrant flowers releasing their intoxicating aroma in gentle waves. Zhou Yang remained silent, methodically crushing the body of Yi Feng beneath his feet. His gaze as icy as eternal frost, devoid of any fluctuation. He continued his deliberate action, displaying remarkable patience, as if he had not heard the provocation. In the foundational stage of cultivation, an individual of ordinary aptitude can achieve the qi refining stage within a year. For instance, Su Daji reached that stage in merely 6 months. Li Whiting paused momentarily, the smile at the corner of his mouth dimming slightly, though his expression remained gentle. He embraced her tenderly and whispered, Say, no matter what I am about to say, do not feel sorrow or distress. Chapter 65. Confrontation to a mouse with a human-like body and limbs. Lin Nan recalled the individual she had encountered at the granary. At that moment, she had sensed that their features resembled some sort of creature, but could not identify it. Upon further reflection, it was unmistakably a mouse. Were those mice? AI Air inquired again. However, the Sentinel could utter nothing more, trembling uncontrollably as if gripped by an invisible and formidable fear. Shen Yuqing had never before bared his heart so openly to his sister. He was a rough man, and Yu Hong was often willful. It was rare for them to sit down and have a calm conversation. As he spoke, Pei Myukin gently wrapped his arm around Zhong Yinian with the same hand that had previously broken Xiao Yan's wrist. His gaze rested upon the fallen Jing Tian, concern and heartache evident in his eyes, even as he made efforts to conceal them. Upon seeing Li Changfa's subordinates rushing over with unusual expressions, he recognized that the situation had taken a turn. The two engaged in trivial conversation, entirely avoiding any serious matters. The elder Mrs. Su had delivered the prepared gifts early, inspecting them from all angles, and it was no wonder that Feng Shilian constantly lingered in thought. Shi Tuo pressed his lips against her full, crimson ones, as if this was the only way to fully release the fire that had burned within him for several days. The stationed individuals lacked tents. Having grown accustomed to sleeping outdoors, they could simply clear a patch of ground and lie down. Where's the similarity? Not only are you pregnant, but can the Liu family not even provide a bowl of soup? Yi Luan exclaimed indignantly. Jian remained calm throughout, his eyes betraying no emotion until Yan Lingyun spoke, prompting him to grasp his sword and prepare to apprehend Mo Fan. Faint inscriptions remained on the shop's walls, reading, To offend the heavens is to disturb all beings. Repent and turn to virtue, and you may pass this trial. Wei Kuan and Wang Shan subsequently became two formidable generals under De Hong. In a breathtaking battle for supremacy between Huang Di and Qi Yu, they made significant contributions. This is a tale for another time. Chao Yangsa looked on with concern, and Tong Shuang managed a forced smile. Only when Xinyan pulled her along did she reluctantly follow. In truth, Xiao Yunfei was not merely feigning. He intended to rise. But alas, that area was too pliable, collapsing under pressure, causing his mouth to press against Wei Laning's. Xiao Yunfei, dragged down by Wei Laning, found himself heavily atop her. After all, she was nearly unclothed. It is said that men are creatures of lower instincts. Why then did he not desire her? No wonder the Emperor Ziwei cherished it as his life. Even Ma Ming was left speechless upon encountering it, his heart aflame with longing. Lin Qingxian snatched Wang Erlin's spatial ring, his consciousness surging within to explore its contents, while the audience below fell into a profound silence. Holy Monarch, how do you know that the white, ghostly envoy emerged victorious? Was it not Lin Yi who triumphed? Asked Ji Qiu Yi, following a call from Wu Li. Fang Yuqian's countenance bore no trace of a smile. Although this news was favorable, it was accompanied by the grim realization that he would never possess Lin Lang. Typically, I had not witnessed Howing display any intimate gestures with other boys. Why then, in my presence, was she hugging me and sharing her bed? She truly did not regard me as an outsider. Of course, these matters were not for me to dictate. Everything hinged on how events would unfold. After all, the exact nature of what was to transpire remained uncertain. Perhaps the vehicle would simply zoom past without pause. I could not fail. I stood upright, yet I knew not whether I had succeeded. I felt nothing but darkness. Chapter 66. The dual three Lin Nan meticulously searched for Ronnie and Apis among the crowd. Yet despite recognizing everyone, their figures eluded her. Why were they absent? Even AI Li was missing. Where could they have gone? Lin Nan glanced at the time once more. Only an hour remained until her rendezvous with Xiao Mei. She needed to locate them first. Where had they vanished? Were they taken by Wang Shou? After hanging up, Feng Muyang placed his phone down, relaxing as his entire body sank into the warm bath. Master Luo, I did not anticipate that you are not only a formidable practitioner of the fourth stage of Taoism, but also an extraordinary alchemist, remarked Minister Li. He is nearby La Calara. Have you yet to find him? Came the calm voice from the other end of the line. The stance of various nations towards those afflicted with Kazan syndrome has always been one of rejection and acceptance. However, once signs of divine transformation appear in the infected, the unified response is immediate execution. My followers harbor my ideals and a portion of my visions for the arcane empire within the wings of angels. Upon confirming that Shun Feng was unscathed, Zheng Yuandong and the others felt relieved, yet they refrained from rushing to his side, opting instead to wait until Shen Feng encountered difficulty to assist him. This surge of ice elemental energy was entirely foreign to Luo Yu's body and bore no resemblance to the energy core within. Akin to a container filled to the brim with water, incapable of accommodating anything else, especially that which was inherently incompatible. Li Zhao understood that Huang Lao had discerned the shift in his expression. Since he had been seen, sharing his knowledge would not jeopardize critical intelligence, nor would it disrupt what Huang Lao already knew. Since Huang Lao was so eager for information, why not divulge it? Yi was merely 18 this year. What did that signify? Otherwise, could one emulate teacher Badong, who filmed 1,500 works over a decade, averaging one every 2 days? Or like Feng Jianyumei, who continued to film until old age, having completed nearly 2,000 works before reaching 40? Lu Fan and Dian Wei halted their steeds at the battlefield center, observing Wu Ju-mi and his entourage approach. Wu Ju-mi, Tate T-Shur, and Wu Mo entered steadily, neither subservient nor arrogant, casting glances at Lu Fan and the furious Dian Wei, their hearts unsettled. At the moment of their exchange, their fingertips brushed, and Gu Luo was taken aback by the soft, warm sensation that felt almost electric, causing him to retract his hand hastily. The ancient, mystical iron door opened once more, this time without the ear-splitting sound that had accompanied its previous opening. Unexpectedly, it was devoid of any noise. Finding himself thwarted once again, Qian Huang offered an awkward smile as he led Gu Luo and another to a door framed by flowering trees. Within the 9 vast, luminous mirrors, the reflections revealed the 9 great prodigies, each facing a Zen spirit independently. The expressions of the great saints were grave, for they understood the prowess of that Zen spirit. After Zhao Hu spoke, he halted the vehicle and opened the door, awaiting Zhao Kuan's descent. As soon as Zhao Kuan alighted, Zhao Xingtian hurried over to greet him. Qian Yunche exclaimed in exasperation, "Did you not say you were eager to eat? Hence, I accompanied you." He then stuffed a large mouthful of the distasteful food into his mouth, baffled as to why Cuckoo found it so delectable. The numerous Shun beasts perished, their forms dissolving into motes of light that surged toward the illusory demon flower king, which blossomed more vibrantly, enveloped in a swirling purple mist, as though infused with a magical essence. Chapter 67. The duel. For she activated Ronnie's marker, which clearly indicated he was nearby, yet she could not locate him. Lan Yin sighed softly, comforting Lin Nan. "Do not fret too much. Perhaps they are merely trapped elsewhere." Lin Nan nodded in response. At that moment, she believed she heard the intermittent sound of static. A short burst followed by a longer one, faint, intermingling with the whispering winds of the forest. Lin Nan focused, but with thousands at Zhou Jun's command, her small number would undoubtedly be like an egg striking a stone should they confront each other directly. A colossal energy hand, comparable to that of the inner courtyard, materialized out of thin air, and before anyone could react, they were obliterated. Uncle Tang, you had already noticed the joint forces cavalry striking and retreating, some testing the waters in an attempt to breach the blockade. Just yesterday, in the military tribunal, he had heard Elder Xia Zhen and Elder Bu Feng mention the defection of the Hua clan from the Shan Kingdom. Qin Yu Nu's thoughts raced. The white robe heralding chaos, Lu Yanshan's loyalties obscured, and he recalled the martial phenomena witnessed the previous night, momentarily lost in contemplation. Ji Ying leaned closer, one hand resting on her back, closing the distance between them to less than half a meter, deftly removing the errant hand. His pinnacle of cultivation allowed him to traverse freely amidst the obstructions posed by the demon General Tian Long and the wooden figure, truly rendering him unstoppable. Murong Xiao moved like a phantom, tracing an arcane path, deftly maneuvering through the perceptions of several mythic sovereigns to approach the first winged people S supreme from behind. Gently tapping his shoulder, Murong Xiao's skeletal hand ignited with deep yellow hellfire, boiling the nearby water as it brushed against the skull of the malevolent knight. Presently, Wu Jingyang was merely treading a path akin to that of Wu Meinyang in history. Once she experienced the allure of power, she became insatiable. "Boss, is it particularly hot today? Should I turn on the air conditioning?" Zhou Yunping entered Lin Dong's office with a stack of documents, noticing Lin Dong drenched in sweat. Slightly taken aback. Typically, the indoor temperature in May should be around 20 degrees. Unless one had engaged in strenuous activity, sweating should not occur. He Ming hurriedly picked his nose, concocting a heart-wrenching love story with his remarkable ingenuity, effortlessly crafted by a mind of high intelligence. Solomon himself was a great poet, his talents unmatched. Not only did paratroopers descend from the skies, but gliders carrying light artillery also landed on the relatively flat terrain. These gliders were equipped with their own propulsion systems, exhibiting commendable endurance despite their inability to take off independently. Furthermore, this airborne operation was inherently a one-way flight. Huang Qing, recently promoted to deputy chief of the telegraph section, was somewhat impatient yet exceptionally skilled in his craft. His dedication to his work bordered on obsession, leaving no room for error from others, and he naturally disliked being criticized himself. "My friend?" Wu Pan was momentarily taken aback. At his level, true friendships had become scarce. Gung Bao dismissively waved his hand. Given their relationship, there was no need for pleasantries. At that very moment, Lin Nan's eyes sparkled with an emerald glow, akin to two flickering ghostly flames. The ground trembled, and the seemingly frail vines of the Dodder plant grew at an astonishing speed. They surged from the earth, their robust forms stretching forth like a dragon, breaking free from constraints. Several branches ensnared the ethereal entity in midair, and the suckers on the vines opened wide, absorbing its spiritual energy. Perhaps it was merely Lin Nan's illusion, but the atmosphere today felt oppressively heated. On the screen, another team fell, their demise brutal and tragic. A soldier's face was nearly unrecognizable after being struck by an opponent, blood gushing from his shattered nostrils and streaming down his cheek, quickly staining his neck and chest crimson. Lin Nan felt an overwhelming sense of suffocating heat in the air, a sentiment echoed by the chaos unfolding on the screen. This incident had stirred considerable uproar at the time, leading to the former president's subsequent divorce. Wu Zhao drew his long blade, swirling like a whirlwind, and wherever the blade passed, the ferocious wolves fell as easily as fruit sliced by a knife. Upon vanquishing the forces of the Peacock dynasty at the town's entrance, Wu Zhao found the two half-beasts previously stationed there now surrounded by others. Today, the fate of the one-eyed dragon would be sealed, as he was to be executed publicly at noon. In the face of such impending doom, one need not exert such effort or recklessly barter their soul. "I shall grant you peace," said Xiahou Lu with a serene smile, gazing directly at Ren Xiao. Under the oppression of the Great Island, their spiritual practitioners and yokai suffered grievous losses. If this continued, national extinction seemed inevitable. A note appeared. Due to the lack of data, detailed information could not be generated. To digitalize target data, one could endow it with a subsystem of the game system, ensuring compliance with the process, as resistance would lead to failure with unknown consequences. Additionally, one must abandon the endeavor of opening the passage to the immortal realm and instead focus entirely on sensing the interfaces of the cultivation realm and lower dimensions. Regardless of whether the demon clan invaded, we must seize those worlds. Gooseway, he only heard her name being mentioned. At that moment, apart from her grandfather, she could not divert her focus elsewhere. Lin Sushi needed a change of attire. Upon observing Lin Sushi's expression, Sun Yin knew her mistress had intentions. A positive sign after a period of shyness. She had just confirmed that Yi Ge was indeed fond of her. Yet, she remained unaware that his love ran deeper than she could ever imagine. Such a brutal reality left her stunned, suffocating her with its sorrow, and she felt as if she might crumble at any moment. The energy was of utmost importance. Had the dragon possessed greater strength, it would have seized it by now instead of wasting time in idle conversation. After a brief pause, his brow furrowed and then relaxed as he prepared to strike once more. At that moment, Shan Junya slowly rose and approached Wang Qi, placing her fingers beneath his nose. Within seconds, her complexion turned ashen. Would this be a harbinger of good fortune or misfortune for her? Perhaps without a child, she might live longer. As Sumi gazed blankly at Qian, Gan Liam marveled at the opulent decor, reflecting on how long it had been since she entered such a high-end establishment. Various attack formations activated simultaneously, akin to formidable warriors unleashing their might against Hongyu. The clouds above did not dissipate. Instead, they thickened, gradually taking on a purplish hue, roiling towards the center, with deafening booms resonating through the air, creating ripples in the space. Although the reason behind the short fellow's desire to kill her remained unclear, a grudge had undoubtedly formed. Consequently, she ceased her retreat to the northern city, and the Black Tiger Gang also withdrew from the northern trade of sand and gravel, severing economic ties with Huangyan City. As the enhancement effect faded, the wisteria shrank into a mere seedling, collapsing to the ground and losing its combat capabilities. Although the Dodder was fragile, it could parasitize any living being. Attempting to counter her with a similar plant spirit was hardly a professional match. A fiery wind swept down from the heavens, as Lin Nan manipulated the jellyfish to shield Lin Nan. Fire met water, instantly transforming into steam with a hissing sound, enveloping the area in a dense mist. Yet, they found nothing peculiar among the vines. "Are you sure you sensed something?" Lin Nan inquired. "I could feel a trace of it earlier, but now it's gone," came the reply. "Perhaps it truly was a misperception. I just want to nestle against a strong chest and sip honey," another voice chimed in. As the competition drew to a close, Zhang Gui removed his headphones, noting that it was lunchtime, yet no new guest information had arrived. It appeared that there would be no new orders today. The formidable mech roared in fury, disregarding Li Ming as he soared into the fray, crushing a black mech beneath him. Among Huang Chongqing's team, He Wuyin suffered an injury to his hand, significantly diminishing his strength. Although Hai Feng could still fight, relying solely on throwing knives and Daoist techniques was insufficient to defeat the formidable Hao Gui. This standardized weapon was indeed superior to most wielded by players and offered collective combat bonuses, making it easier to maintain and repair than the varied arsenal of ordinary players. However, its cost was exorbitant, and acquiring it without connections proved exceedingly difficult. The allure of the rewards offered by the Dragon Clan, a true noble lineage, had led to an unprecedented number of eager participants, both in quantity and quality. Jiang Chun, fearful, ducked underwater to hold his breath, contemplating how to temporarily evade the situation. While the intricacies of his relationships could be addressed later, as he did not wish to betray his wives. Upon hearing this, Zheng Jia was elated and promptly recounted his experiences with Chu Hao and others in the realm of the Gods' War, detailing their confrontations with the Olympian gods, their battles against the progenitor of the Titans, and how ultimately Chu Hao became the savior and emperor of humans. Moreover, numerous demon beasts transformed into nutrients for the world, nourishing its flora and enabling them to thrive further, causing the space to expand continuously. Luna, by chance, overheard Cheng Xiaoyuan's voice through the broadcast. She absorbed every word he uttered, her fingertips unconsciously fidgeting with her phone, her almond-shaped eyes slightly lowered, her lips moving, yet she ultimately remained silent. Despite the somewhat garish color, the full ensemble of leather attire appeared rather peculiar on a man. Regardless, with the relentless advancement of technology and the ever-evolving nature of gaming, every game will inevitably face its demise. For him, today was a remarkable day. Not only did he gain Nanshi as a manager, but he also acquired Danny as a lifelong assistant. Jing Mo watched as the crowd dispersed, unwilling to relent, casting a cold, disdainful gaze at the ground where Jing Xiu stood. Sun Yiping smiled brightly, and Lu Tianming knew he could trust her to manage the company without excessive worry, though he felt he needed to provide more guidance regarding her training. Yinmu also recognized the issue. The top 3 damage dealers in the Mage Tower were failing to produce adequate damage. After some contemplation, he decided to ease up and immediately made adjustments to the shield warriors, forming a semicircle along the city wall with tens of thousands of them. A branch laden with bright red jujubes caught Lu Tianming's eye, and he felt a surge of joy. His target was set. The jujubes appeared to be particularly large and ripe, in abundant supply, thus eliminating the need for further searching. One should not expect scholars, researchers, or technicians to be adept conversationalists. High intelligence does not always correlate with high emotional intelligence, suggesting that, at times, the universe demonstrates a semblance of fairness. As for the energy core, its purpose remained unclear. Jiang Ling handed over the energy core, stating its significance. Chapter 70. The Duel 7. This time, she could not afford to lose. She aimed to experience the sensation of being pinned down by another. Ireland angrily tore off the necklace around her neck, the dark light in her hand flickering to life. Activating the last special item, she chose the most inconsequential spirit of a flying squirrel within her team, infusing it with the dark light. The flying squirrel had no chance to flee. It was ensnared by the item, and once its spiritual energy was devoured by the light. A previously mediocre team was abruptly elevated to a new echelon through this enhancement. One must understand how challenging it is to ascend to the next level starting from a lower rank. It requires not only the Sentinel's rigorous training and extensive combat experience, but also a substantial amount of rare energy stones. Even with these, the upgrade process is fraught with the agony and chaos of unstable mental energy, where moments lapse could lead to disaster. Just as Su Zuiyan was lost in thought, the doorbell rang, interrupting his musings as he rushed to answer it. To illustrate with his somewhat unappetizing analogy, when Lu Jin lifted his buttocks, Chong Feng instantly knew whether he intended to defecate or merely pass gas, even discerning the scent of his excrement, whether it bore the fragrance of oranges or peaches. Throughout the journey, Li Xianyuan sped forth, leaving the figures of the fish people far behind. Moments later, he beheld a city ablaze, thick smoke billowing into the sky, with numerous individuals fleeing in panic. Li Xuanyuan's perception swept across the scene, revealing a giant, towering 10 feet tall, wreaking havoc on the streets and slaughtering many. Lu Shixing not only hailed from a prestigious lineage, but was also strikingly handsome, his visage akin to a jade crown, exuding charm, while Elan appeared unfazed on the surface. Internally, she was filled with a bittersweet smile. A second onset of illness was far easier said than done. Elan's current proficiency was merely superficial. Mastering such a skill would be an entirely different matter. In a moment, Yi Feng fell into silence, contemplating whether there was a solution that would satisfy both parties. This girl spoke harshly to her in public, yet behind her back, she worried for her safety. Within a quarter of an hour, a skeletal figure began to take shape beneath the white cloth, though it lacked a head. Lan Xiang nodded through tears, genuinely concerned for the girl. She thought to herself that since she had become the second young lady's person, she must consider everything for her, ensuring she would not idly watch the second young lady face punishment. Some wealthy young masters, wishing to flaunt their affluence, would scatter coins along the road, enticing the common folk to snatch them up. When the topic of homework arose, a look of urgency crossed Xia Moshuan's face. She seized Yu Anren's workbook and began to copy from it. Yu Anren could only roll her eyes in exasperation, with only a few months until the college entrance examination. If they did not exert themselves now, they might very well end up in different universities. Even Su Zihong had expressed a desire to attend Huan University's Film Academy. Prince Ning was momentarily taken aback, angered and at a loss for words, realizing that his life and death seemed utterly insignificant in their eyes. As for the events outside the hospital, Wen Jin was not oblivious. However, he neither confirmed nor denied them. Shun Jiai was his first child with Yuru, and he had loved her dearly at the time of her birth. Yet the raw primal talent was exceptionally formidable. Not long after applying the hemostatic spray, Yu Yang observed the deeper parts of the wound slowly closing. Feng Fei, Jia Xian, are you really here? At that moment, the elderly lady entered after knocking on the door, followed by a throng of people. Although she noticed Mo Yao making a peculiar gesture, Hattori Hanzo nonetheless drew a katana from his waist. Li Chan intended to chase after them, but with both sides engaged in fierce combat, and their forces vastly outnumbering the enemy, pursuing Wang Chung could easily lead his comrades to mistakenly believe they had been defeated, compelling him to abandon the chase, watching Wang Chung escape into the distance. Yin Wuchang's deep-set eyes glimmered with a hint of ruthlessness. As the head of the Yin family, he had long since become a cold-blooded beast. Should the Tang family provide him with leverage, they would soon face the terrifying backlash from the Yin family. Chapter 71. The Duel 8. The blue jellyfish took the lead, ensnaring the black bear spirit tightly. However, due to its massive size, several of its tentacles were forcibly torn asunder. Bai Ling endured the pain of her limbs fracturing, urging her spirit to continue emitting hypnotic sound waves. At that moment, the black bear, overwhelmed by the sudden influx of unfamiliar power, was suffering from a splitting headache. The additional stimulation from the hypnotic sound waves only exacerbated its plight. The black bear's head thrashed violently, emitting a pained roar, while the fiery winds swept through the air. Bai Ling maneuvered the jellyfish to shield Lin Nan, and as fire met water, it was instantly transformed into steam, creating a thick cloud that enveloped the surroundings. Birds possess a slightly inferior sense of smell compared to mammals. The sea eagle, lost within the vast white fog, could no longer distinguish friend from foe and could only fly desperately upwards. Yet, at an unknown moment, a vine ensnared its ankle. On the fourth day of entering the Ghost Robbery Mountain Range, the team abruptly halted as a vast expanse of verdant mountains appeared before them, stretching endlessly. As far as the eye could see, the undulating mountains were dotted with trees resembling white poplars. Perona was unconvinced that she could not deplete your dark energy. With a fierce glint in her eye, Perona's red umbrella spun wildly, and in an instant, countless spirits surged from her body, rushing towards Jiangli. Jiangwan held a gift box in her hand, within which lay a ring, crafted from platinum with a simple yet elegant design, remarkably beautiful. Her naturally advantageous features, delicate and alluring, exuded a sense of vulnerability when her lashes drooped, and now, with tears brimming in her eyes, she seemed to accuse him. Had it been another man, he might have forgiven her for anything. Gu Dongjue said nothing, simply lifting the blanket to lie beside her, one hand cradling the back of her neck to support her head, while the other rested on her waist, drawing her fully into his embrace. The other party was clearly not to be trifled with, and the police, helpless, could only allow them to sit aside and wait for their lawyer to arrive. Lu Sudong remained silent, yet I could feel his gaze fixed upon me, tinged with a hint of curiosity. The usual lineage would be tolerable, but the master of this venue, its former owner, was neither human nor an ordinary being. This was merely a task that Tina intended to undertake, entirely unrelated to Master Fu Xian. Tina's expression remained composed, and Mo Longkong and the others nodded. They had picked up a few firearms they encountered on the road, but those weapons had been previously used by others, leaving them devoid of ammunition. Indeed, after a while, amidst the chaos of battle, a wave of cheers erupted, with soldiers shouting that Lu Xiangxing was dead, although they were uncertain whether they had severed Lu Xiangxing's head. Zhuo Liangyu felt as if his heart was being sliced apart as he led several of his elite guards rushing towards the main camp. The following morning, Zhou Yu prepared food and water, placing everything on his horse. Boom! Li Su felt as if countless stars were bursting above his head, bright and large. His throat grew drier, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. As the eggplant drew nearer, those who could see the bloodied figures let out a sigh of relief, while Mingren's complexion turned pale. Contemplating the takeover of the colonial city, one must first ascertain whether the colonial company would consent. The great master Rinyong was not inviting these fellows to reap the rewards, but rather to develop new territories. If everyone crowded into the colonial city, the notion of a grand opening of hell would become a farce. The dog-headed demon army detected the aerial movement and, drawing from past experiences, deduced that the enemy was executing an aerial strike. The recently withdrawn flying demon troops immediately took off again to intercept. In Chapter 72, Special Items, the blue jellyfish took the lead, ensnaring the black bear spirit tightly. However, due to its immense size, several of its tentacles were brutally torn apart. Lan Yin endured the pain of her severed limbs, urging her spirit to continue emitting hypnotic sound waves. At this moment, the black bear, already suffering from the impact of foreign forces within, was plagued by excruciating headaches and chaotic mental imagery. The stimulus from the hypnotic sound waves was, without a doubt, adding insult to injury. The black bear's head shook violently, emitting anguished roars. Bring the vehicle in. Lao Gao waved some money and cast a lingering glance at Zhao Bingyi before slowly opening the iron gate. Curiosity piqued. Yin Yu resumed her eavesdropping behavior with a clear conscience, and the guards dared not interrupt her amusement, standing by with a mix of amusement and restraint. Yin Yu leaned against the door crack, listening intently as Bai Chunggong's voice resonated clearly from within. It must be said that although Qin Tian was full of passionate zeal, he was woefully uninformed about national territorial matters. Whether this reflects a common lament among the youth of Huaxia remains uncertain. The king casually donned a light blue robe, discarding the resplendent dragon robe, finding it overly heavy and burdensome. Xian Yuan smiled as he took hold of the long spear, which suddenly glimmered and unleashed powerful spiritual energy. He felt no fear at this sight. Rather, it seemed oddly familiar. Upon the emergence of the heavenly might domain, dark clouds enveloped the sky where Li Changkong was located, rolling ominously with thunder and lightning, as if harboring boundless rage to obliterate everything. After breakfast, Qin Tian immersed himself in the room, assisting Jiao Wanqingye with her treatment. In Kunlun Palace, after Jin Hongdao Ren settled into his designated seat, he slowly closed his eyes, seemingly deep in thought. With my meager conditions, how could I possibly have such wealth? Dong Jian's face flushed slightly. He felt gratitude towards a classmate named Peng, who once discussed the connection between fate and life with him, which he still found intriguing upon reflection. All right, let us leave it at that. I will call you if anything arises, Zhang Hedong said with a smile, concluding the call. Countless fissures erupted throughout the vast crystalline realm, only to restore themselves to normalcy after a staggering 12,960 attempts, finally extinguishing the flames of calamity and the heart's thunder. When she set the fire, she had infused a special toxin into the red, ensuring that once the flames touched a person, they would not easily extinguish. The prolonged burning would not be fatal. Rather, it would temporarily incapacitate them in military endeavors. Under her very eyes, being so frightened, Dong Jian felt a wave of self-reproach wash over him, his face burning with shame. They settled beside a set of exquisite tables and chairs, adorned with vibrant and elegant lilies, exuding tranquility and serenity. As the clock approached midnight, Wang Gu informed Sun Qingde of his intention to check on Lu Ye and Gao Yuding in the emergency hall. Such artists, of course, must be portrayed beautifully, especially now that there was juicy news to seize. A guide well-versed in the local geography and conditions could profoundly influence an incoming army, an undeniable truth. Only malevolent spirits would behave thus. Evidently, Fengdu City harbored none of these legendary malevolent beings. To be precise, the spirits of the underworld suffered torment within hell itself. Lightheartedly, it was remarked that today, S. Wang, he was no longer the portal news giant of yore. It had become just another street vendor, its market value having evaporated dozens of times, giving Chun Chuyang the opportunity to take over during the nadir of Wang Yi's fortunes. Suddenly, the door was knocked twice, and before Luca could speak, the stone door was violently flung open, the force indicating that it was undoubtedly led by Aoli. The ability to capture the sorcerers of the imperial capital was directly linked to whether Brandon could garner sufficient support and form alliances with Bane. Failure in either case was unacceptable. All right, stop the chatter and quickly produce your delicacies. Otherwise, I may resort to taking them by force, the colossal dragon roared. Particularly after enduring so much, encountering his mentor once more evoked a sense of reflection in Loren, akin to a student anxiously awaiting the announcement of exam results. Just as the startled and delighted Ain began to speak, she noticed the dark-haired sorcerer remained rooted in place, waving his hand behind him. Perched atop the roof, Meng Changsheng delicately sensed the lingering deathly aura in the air, a familiar sensation reminiscent of the cold, deathly presence of the shadow soldiers under the Black Mountain Old Demon, though Meng Changsheng could not yet ascertain its nature. Presently, both sisters had attained the realm of the source in heaven, while the 6 prominent families on the Nine Heavens planet were likely only at the level of Source Great Saint. I am not the third young lady. I am still minor. Oh dear, let us not dwell on useless matters. Brother one, do you recognize this thief? Before you arrived, he dared to rob us. But thankfully, we subdued him. Shankora hastily redirected the conversation, pointing at the unconscious thief. It seems she possesses self-awareness, acknowledging her handwriting lacks elegance, hence the current practice. Sighing, Yi Yuan bent down, picking up the doll that had been severed into 2 parts, examining each half before him. In Chapter 73, The Mysterious Black Mist, an indistinct mass of black fog roamed freely within the lush forest. It continuously swirled and transformed into bizarre shapes. Wherever it passed, leaves withered and fell, and robust branches appeared to lose their vitality, quickly becoming dry and cracked, producing a sound akin to painful groans. That's it. I remember now. It bears the same scent as that of the mutated black wolf in the vision. Observed the grass thicket occasionally trembling, the lush giant mushroom grass growing beside the ditch. Previously submerged during the flood, now revealed with a coating of mud, the grass stems entwined with one another. As for the J.L.N.D.N., it had become of no use to him. Since his cultivation began, Y.N.L.Y. had used it only once, after which he never touched it again. for it proved ineffective, yielding results akin to none. The command of the sword shadow required merely a modicum of mental energy. However, when it came to division, greater strength was preferable. Currently, primarily contemplated the complexity of the division. Although unaware of their origins, he discerned that chi in K in me sh, and the two individuals were seemingly manifestations of lunzhu. In recalling his own YQ who SNQ ing technique, he realized that these two were indeed avatars of. The reason for their saintly prowess, however, remained a mystery to him. The elderly lady, naturally unwilling to relent, had raised a piglet with hopes of some meat during the festival. How could she dismiss the presence of a living person after nurturing them for 5 or 6 years? She clung to XPZ and caused quite a stir. Ignoring the harsh words directed at him, he proceeded to his next destination, the N.T.ing. After achieving the UNDJ-ing, LY New York, could transmit his thoughts across nearly half of the eternal continent in an instant. Thus, before long, he found himself upon the continent of D-ing SHNZHU. Upon seeing ZHNUNZ, the hearts of the human race were filled with profound regret. Had they known, they would never have come, preferring death over dragging others down with them. The large calico cat stood upright in joy, reverently clasping its front paws in a bow. Jing Yn smiled and gently stroked the cat's head, which immediately lowered in surprise. Her gaze was cool and devoid of warmth, entirely different from her usual demeanor. SK, ing Ellen Chuan, realized she had grown indifferent to his threats. I had, an SHN, stop you because I wish to convey an important message, QNCH, remarked languidly while reclining on the sofa. CHUN was disinterested in extending his consciousness. His mental strength was already the weakest in the group, rendering the act inconsequential. Observing LNXY, who remained unaffected by sorrow, NWNJU, displayed an expression and tone tinged with jealousy. LHUN, mind was rife with suspicion. If NINGDF colluded with LOWing to sabotage the factory, it would be a formidable challenge to defend against. Should that be the case, the large number of livestock dying from illness would find a reasonable explanation. At that moment, GNGZHGF-ing approached JY. Unlike her previous visit with only a maid, this time she was accompanied by an entourage of guards. Your Highness, ZH-ing-hu-ing began. My lord's intentions align closely with those of Li Bi. He proposes to entrust the regions of Py-ing, L-ing, X, and SH, and J-NCHN to your stewardship, while relief supplies for the remaining areas will be dispatched by my Jiangdong. Thus, QNZH-ing had no choice but to guard L-Shi-ing, once more, steadying the unbalanced figure. I took this object and swallowed it. If TTN speaks the truth, I have entrusted my life entirely to her. It was as though he, the ice and snow deity, had become a god through the sheer strength of ice and snow, thus self-proclaiming his divinity. Yingi considered this, and additionally, he perceived that although his cousin-in-law was somewhat dependent, he could serve as an excellent bridge to establish connections with his elder cousin, paving the way for the future. As G-ing-CHRN instinctively looked down, she witnessed the onslaught of celestial beasts completely overwhelming those below, trampling every figure in their path, including the formidable elder in his second decline. Before the attendant, FNJ Nu smiled and nodded, while two attendants squinted at him. Jing Bi glanced at the retreating figures of WQ, and then at the ever-patient YJNGU I, nearby, silently approaching with a resigned expression. After bidding farewell to KLSPLT, Ting MNGMing approached MRS and BIRTNS, whom she had not recognized earlier. I'm sorry, I'm just too overwhelmed, Li SHHN said, wiping her tear-streaked eyes upon hearing WNKN. She shyly glanced at L Ingru X and L NQ Ingar. The elderly man, with hair and beard as white as snow and skin as fair as a newborn, donned a purple robe adorned with ancient patterns, shimmering with light. Holding a feathered duster, exuding an aura of youthful vitality and celestial grace. It's simple. Just infuse your spiritual energy into it, and you may utilize it, Qi Shu suggested, intending to assist Seichuan with a demonstration, only for her veil to slip inadvertently from her face. In the midst of a hazy dream, Lin Nan felt her body being turned over by someone as soft whispers floated beside her. The voice was as if filtered through a wall, echoing from a distant place, indistinct and sporadic. The loss of mental energy seemed rather unusual, and the investigation yielded no results. Expulsion smirked coldly, his lips parting slightly as a bolt of annihilating divine thunder erupted from him, akin to a celestial spear piercing through the blood-red hand, the divine lightning radiating, causing the malevolent spirits upon it to disintegrate. Zh-ing-G 11-0, take them away, interrupted F-I-L-N, sharply shouting at. His wife understood her husband's forthright nature. As a middle school teacher, she recognized that his visit to the farm would ultimately yield benefits, akin to the tale of S-I-W-ing-S-H-M, where misfortune turned to fortune. The golden elixir rapidly merged with the surrounding white spiritual energy, becoming its very core. Throughout the journey, various sanatoriums played melodies of Tai Chi, and the residents danced gracefully to the ethereal tunes. Upon reviewing the recorded footage of the murder scene, clarity emerged. The Red Santana had driven away from Ting-Jing and BG, stopping a kilometer away to engage with a half-broken beauty before continuing on, the same vehicle that had struck Zhe. On one occasion, Ching sought out S-N-H-U-Z for a drink, angrily lamenting that the fiber factory had disrupted his supply chain, inciting him to consume more than he intended. Ching expressed mild surprise. In her memory, Jiam was a cold and unyielding individual, displaying a detached demeanor towards all except for necessary respect. Witnessing him lower himself to seek grace astonished her. Li Jin continued to bicker with L-H-N in the office, creating a subtly tense atmosphere as the signing loomed. Many stepped onto the stage to request admission to the Lord's estate, while CHNY was pleased to let the more composed XSHN assess the applicants. Is there any sense in speaking such words now? I shall inform you that I quit. Release me. B.I.G. turned to face, shouting in anger. This chance encounter, initially intended merely as a favor, unexpectedly led to an intimate moment upon the snow-covered ground. Could I be blamed for that? Although aware of the answer, I still found myself wanting to ask, ZPing once more. Li X and C.I.P.ing exchanged glances, both perplexed by G.B.N.Q.N. suddenly raising so many demands. H.ing.F.ing, naturally reticent and gentle, was not inclined to argue. Today, however, he found himself cornered and raised his voice, startling those around him. Yet, after merely a moment, at W.ing.M.Z. signal, they resumed their raucous antics. In the ensuing chapter, felt as though she had blossomed like a flower nourished by rain. Never before had she experienced such profound satisfaction and comfort. Her ravenous desires wholly fulfilled, nearly overflowing. Within her mental imagery, the once barren soil was undergoing a remarkable transformation. The energy absorbed transforms into gentle rain, quietly descending to tenderly nourish every parched inch of land. Adorned with glistening dewdrops, the green sprouts emerge. Su Hong stands as one of the top 10 judges within the alliance, renowned for his astute vision and unwavering impartiality. In fact, it took considerable effort for Zheng Zhonggong to invite him this time, just as the four individuals were escorting Zhang Xiyuan toward the back door of the tea house. A figure clad in black suddenly leapt down from a nearby building. The blade in the assailant's hand flashed, inflicting a grievous wound upon Zhang Xiyuan's neck, leaving his head tilted at an unnatural angle, lifeless and beyond revival. Even the imposing Bishi Tianyuan Wang collapsed, gasping for breath, utterly exhausted. It felt as though his body was on the verge of collapse, rendering him completely weak and feeble. To learn more, one should first take a bath. Li Jinyan leaned against the doorframe, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray beside the sink, gazing at her. Upon hearing Ling Xin inquire about past events, the gaze of the Tinshu Mozen darkened with a more sinister glint, his blood-red eyes almost oozing crimson as memories of how the corrupted blood demon plotted against him resurfaced. Since Chu Guofeng appeared as the prime minister, exuding an aura of authority, Lin Xiaotian no longer clung to the trepidation and flattery born from the fact that Chu Guofeng was the grandfather of Chu Yunyan. Lord Lin was filled with confusion, pondering how a large quantity of lumber would go unnoticed, as only meticulous counting would reveal discrepancies. Yet, before any transportation or counting commenced, Yi Xiling had already discerned the irregularities. In truth, she could have previously utilized silk threads against Shangwanwani and Gumoyan, but the absence of the flying daggers hindered her efforts. Furthermore, they were not as immobilized as the six-legged snake, making it challenging for her to coordinate the next steps with the silk threads, thus rendering her actions seemingly ineffective. The man had anticipated a grand arrival to apprehend someone, only to be taken aback by Feng Honga's resistance. Throughout countless days and nights, Shi Jia suddenly realized that she could no longer recall the smiling visage of her father. The cherished memories had faded, leaving behind only a void devoid of warmth. Just as Feng De appeared atop the two-headed leopard, preparing to strike with his magical artifact, an astonishing sight startled the onlookers into retreat. Upon confirmation, they discovered that, like the members of the Shao family, they had been manipulated by external forces, leading to their current state. After placing sampang on the table, Shiryu served the contents of the cauldron, prompting everyone to finally pick up their chopsticks. At least they expended little effort, effectively eliminating the potential pursuit from the Sand Clan. With their knowledge, they were well aware that they could not rival Ming Yuan's mastery of formations. Any missteps were attributable to their own inadequacies. It was only when the lights of the long street pierced his eyes that he exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing he had exhausted a significant portion of his stamina. Chui Min instinctively felt that his father's purpose for entering the capital was not solely to discuss his sister's marriage. As for financial matters, there was no need for concern. I will gather the necessary funds within half a month, Lu Yang reassured her. Ada, do you truly believe what the master said? Dajiao leaned closer to Ada, whispering. Chapter 76. The dreamlike threads, she had distinctly sensed an unusual aroma emanating from that artifact. Uncertain of the final whereabouts of that entity, she had forgotten to inquire with Director Huasan in her earlier haste. Lin Nan pulled out the list of the 10 teams that had entered the finals, as published by the organizing committee. Besides herself, AI Li, AI Air, and AI Airlon, she recognized Reno's team, while the remaining teams were unfamiliar to her. Among these teams, only AI Air was from the original. Upon witnessing her son sustain severe injuries, Feng Qi immediately attempted to rise, but was swiftly restrained by an elder's foot upon his chest, causing another mouthful of blood to surge forth, further diminishing his already weakened state. Xiao Fei leapt forth, covering several meters in a single bound, reaching for the flowering vine. Ouch! He exclaimed suddenly, realizing the vine was laden with thorns. Nevertheless, he remained unscathed, despite lacking any protective armor. Seeing that he could no longer pluck the flowers, he decided to forego further attempts. Even now, she found it difficult to fathom the extent of terror emanating from the individual before her. Legends spoke of a legacy from the Buddhist realm in India, the truth of which remained uncertain, yet seemed to possess a semblance of credence now. Lu Chuan followed Chun Hao's indication, spotting the sign for a 5-star gourmet establishment, instantly feeling a wave of disbelief wash over him. So that's it, I thought. How could your Uncle Song care about a wealthy man's banquet? Yi Wudao nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's true. Although they're a transport aircraft and a trainer, they are already diving towards our ship, an officer explained urgently. Lu Lingshuang was the first to enter the dwelling, speaking softly while scanning her surroundings for their intended target. This force stems from the laws of the universe, compelling all matter to yield. Thus, when it personally propelled the fusion of those light points with Wang Luoqing's physical particles, they became one. Observing the men enthusiastically dividing the mammoth's carcass, Tang Qin stepped forward, picking up a relatively thin stone shard to assist. Originally, yesterday marked the arrival of the celestial master from the Luo Yun sect in the capital, prompting the ordinary citizens to rise early to catch any news regarding the sect. Liang Yu exchanged knowing glances with his son Zhuamungung, both aware that their actions were beyond reproach, unwavering in the face of scrutiny from eunuchs and the Jinyui. Zhong Xin served as one of the primary leaders of this covert operation, and with him personally leading the capture, the tragedy that transpired in the underground prison should not repeat itself. His expression was notably tense, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yet he dared not raise a hand to wipe them away. The decision to split up was due to her promise to Chun Yonghui to attend the banquet alone. If she rode in the same vehicle as Zhang Aijia, Chun Yonghui might see them together and complicate matters. On the day of production, a shadow lurked within the hospital, unnoticed by others, but Wei Qingqing was keenly aware. If it were within her power, she believed she could accomplish anything, at least in certain matters. If she could continue to feel her own efforts gradually taking shape, that would suffice. Were it not for Xinger, he likely would not have re-entered her life. His gratitude stemmed solely from his love for Xinger. Among them, some had already attained terrestrial immortality, while others stood on the cusp of crossing that threshold. I wonder how Yuling and the others are faring. Have they escaped the island's waters? Qin Feng expressed his concern. This indeed is a technique acquired from the Relic Tower, a tradition that dates back to the ancient era when a chaotic behemoth roamed the earth, devoid of eyes, mouth, ears, or nose, lacking the 7 orifices typical of humanity, existing in a state of profound ignorance. Upon noticing the pride etched on the faces of several individuals, Bitani could not help but beam with satisfaction. Kane sighed, candidly admitting that while the house was indeed unique, he felt somewhat embarrassed as a grown man to reside in such an adorably quaint dwelling. Chen Xiao smiled softly, suddenly realizing that this feeling was gradually dissipating, replaced by the absence of that intense, menacing aura, giving way to a scent reminiscent of barbecued food, accompanied by a nauseating hint of blood. Jing Lin calmly articulated her thoughts, her tone laced with an unmistakable bitterness. She received his call at 5 o'clock today, initially believing it to be a matter of great significance, only to discover it was merely to deliver breakfast to Yuln. In Chapter 77, titled Jealousy, amidst the darkness, a shadowy figure skillfully navigated through layers of protection and precisely located N's resting chamber. Upon noticing the open window, he leaped gracefully, climbing up the large tree by the window, akin to a mysterious feline, and entered the room with agility. Before him lay a breathtaking scene. The young girl appeared cocooned in a beautiful dream, sweetly slumbering. Her visage, illuminated by the moonlight, radiated a soft glow. A series of explosions echoed, causing the surrounding trees to splinter, yet the fierce sword aura did not affect the dense black smoke in the slightest. The men concealed within this smoke grew increasingly impatient, their anger boiling over. Wu spoke courteously, as if genuinely negotiating with him. However, with impending danger, SHMW dared not utter a single word of dissent. He could only nod repeatedly, resignedly accepting the situation. No, I have never been there. The village chief's grandson argued once more, though this time it was evident he was becoming increasingly anxious. Moreover, if they were indeed superhumans, Grant might not be able to afford to bring them into the fragmented starry void of life essence limits. In the hospital, Yuling was once again rushed into the operating room for emergency treatment. Since fainting upon receiving the dreadful news yesterday, he had remained in a state of unconsciousness. Li Jie and GF was taken aback. If not for his understanding of Shi WCHN, he might have doubted whether Shi WCHN preferred placing his bets on HN or SHN rather than on Shi WJ. Yet, this was not in Shi WCHN's character. Was it possible that his intention was to deploy Shi WJ against the bandits, leading to significant losses? Yi had remained within the Divine City. Even amidst the colossal upheaval in the Dead Zone, he refrained from venturing outside to investigate. Under the scrutiny of all, Yu instinctively sought refuge behind FX, tightly grasping his hand. LW Shu noticed YCHN's gaze. What had he seen? Following his line of sight, she peered through the glass wall and spotted a familiar figure sprawled across a table. Since his recovery in recent days, Shi had indeed felt somewhat elated, seemingly filled with disdain. With a howling sound, the distance of elite NGZHU cavalry diminished. Yet many riders still fell from their mounts, pierced by long spears. In the blink of an eye, 2 rounds of spear throws had resulted in the loss of several hundred elite NGZHU cavalrymen. Very well, I shall trouble you. Y handed over a storage ring to FIZHU, containing all the spiritual resources he had recently seized, which could serve as energy for the Q-Ing Luan. This shopkeeper was intimidated by the imposing presence of the authorities and dared not reveal the truth, attributing the matter entirely to the previous proprietor, setting aside his reputation as the Dragon King. The fact that he could not subdue a younger generation was enough to tarnish his honor. Shi OTNZH, having accumulated such wealth today, pave a new path for Shi OFing. Before long, Li Baiyan would need to relocate once more, this time to the palace, the residence of the emperors of the Eastern Han dynasty. With the ointment applied by Nzi, alongside Ding SMI, helped her Chu-In turn over comfortably, and Bai Nzi took a seat on the edge of the bed, chatting with her Chu-In. The player was on the verge of collapse. receiving a kick to the face followed by another to a more sensitive area. Who could endure such a thing? Everything is cyclical. All is contingent upon fate. The heavens are round, the earth is round, and all things circulate and connect in a web of cause and effect. Zhobil, Aang's smile faltered, his expression struggling to maintain composure, a fleeting shadow of gloom flickering in his eyes. However, Chnd Okyuing held a lingering question. Did the esteemed Demon Palace, the foremost sect of the demon realm, truly send only one superpower, the Mju, instead of Shenxia Master? Thus, without further delay, JX, having regained some strength, promptly initiated the verification process. His method involved locating a hen in the cave to converse with it. In the dining hall, the warden was reporting the progress of the correctional facility's experiments to a middle-aged man when a guard rushed towards him, hesitating to speak. Inu gently tapped on the wooden door of the piano room. Upon hearing the sound, Wing abruptly lifted her head, revealing a sweet smile. As her Chu-in stuffed the apricots he had earned into Bain Zi's pocket, she did not immediately consume them, but instead handed 2 apricots to her Chu-in, allowing him to partake as well. The previously silent hall echoed with a voice as Wn Xiar emerged from a corner, maintaining her usual demeanor as she approached Sage Eling. Even the companion who had arrived with him in the carriage failed to notice. Yet Jing Ru could see through it from a distance, compelling him to concede. Long before in Hching, it was said that WNG, a fellow cultivator, single-handedly vanquished 12 earth demons, boasting the remarkable feat of effortlessly annihilating 4 corpses with a mere wave of his hand. Just after climbing onto the shore, Eling lay on the riverbank, gazing up at the sky with tears in his eyes, cursing incessantly. Regarding the 4-hour shift change, the next group of martial officials would indeed arrive. Yet Eling observed that the outgoing officials showed no signs of fatigue, nor did they display any superfluous expressions. In Chapter 78, titled Entering the Finals, within the contaminated zone, all terminal devices became inoperative. Should team members become separated here, each individual would have to rely solely on their abilities to navigate the initial obstacles. The contaminated area starkly contrasted with the routine training environment, rife with lurking lethal dangers. A moment's inattention could result in perilous consequences. Although the honor of the competition was of utmost importance, it paled in comparison to the value of life. 3 black Mercedes followed closely, the single-lane drive over the bridge barely apparent, yet they had already navigated 3 turns while remaining far behind. Gyn set down his teacup and raised his gaze into the distance, a fleeting hint of sorrow flickering in his eyes. Before encountering Sh-Ing-Ru Ln, Gyn had resisted calling you Nz Ling in such a manner. Yet upon witnessing Sh-Ing-Ru Ln's feigned innocence, he found her to be rather agreeable, initially intending to continue pursuing trouble with Lu N and the Collector. News from Hu prompted Chnm to reconsider. His mother's voice trembled with emotion, unable to continue, and in that moment, he was engulfed in profound guilt. Thus, under identical circumstances, the GL warriors were no match for the heavenly soldiers of TNT Ying. Following the earlier chaos, once cradled once more in LNF Eng's embrace, WJ Ing dared not move, her heart racing with panic and shyness, especially as she felt the warmth emanating from LNF Eng's chest, her heart racing wildly within her ribcage, leaving her at a loss. However, upon merging with the Great Path, Oi had already acquired the world in which he now existed, and simultaneously, he held a significant probability of creating another realm. As she mounted the saddle, her peripheral vision caught sight of a commotion nearby, with many people gathered, their expressions fraught with alarm. Love is but a single word, spoken only once. You know I will express it solely through my actions, steadfast in my resolve, witnessing my willingness to risk everything for you. Ing gazed in astonishment as Ling soared into the sky, exclaiming, "How is this possible? How could he achieve such air suspension?" His expression shifted from shock to reluctance, darkening ominously. Yet the door was merely 2 meters away. Despite running for several minutes, he still could not reach it, as if it existed within a dream. Upon arriving at the uneven playground, she did not immediately depart, but instead approached the towering tree. The leader of the Ilian sect, Zh-Ing Xing, had set out towards Sh-Ing to personally oversee operations. indicating a desire to alter the existing plans of the B. Ilian, and instructed disciples to ensure they acquired the secret recipe for curing malaria from WN Ju. What are your thoughts on this matter? ZNGZH. Xiel Ingyi inquired. The power of this individual was such that even S-Ing could not guarantee his safety in close quarters. And as for Gu, it was best to leave it be. The first batch of 3,000 immigrants, due to limited vessels, transported only 1,600 individuals on the initial voyage. Xiao Rang meticulously selected 100 skilled in civil engineering to assist Ma Qingshan in constructing temporary facilities for the new Jizhou mechanical factory. The remaining 1,500 were organized into 3 agricultural villages: Nongchang E Village, Nongchang Air Village, and Nongchang Sand Village. For many subsequent years, Gu Laotu remained. In Luo Xinqi's eyes, a loathsome old man. He had no understanding of Juan, and instead of blindly searching for something like the Sword Tomb, he should have sought a secure place for cultivation, planning once the experts from the true demon rankings emerged in Juan. He rushed forward in a frenzy, kicking the severed head away, yet the laughter persisted. With each rotation of the head, a smile reappeared. Suddenly, Song Jun shuddered as he sensed the spiritual energy within the cave intensifying, almost instantaneously increasing in density, making it difficult to breathe. The skeletal disciples of Mo swiftly stepped back, their bony hands grasping Yi Xian's skeletal arms. A flash of spiritual light surged from their hands to Yi Xian's soul, causing him excruciating pain, cold sweat pouring down him as darkness enveloped his vision, nearly causing him to faint until he bit down on his tongue to regain consciousness. Chapter 79. The Setting Sun Forest. Lin Nan summoned a vine from the ground, which coiled around her body, growing upwards continuously. The surrounding trees were so towering that she found herself utterly disoriented in the forest. Employing a straightforward and forceful method, she allowed the vine to lift her, leaping out from the tallest tree to survey the entire terrain. This series of actions was captured meticulously by the camera, especially as her petite form emerged from the vast green leaves, evoking an impression of a general confronting a sea of blood, grappling with guilt over the fallen citizens. After speaking, another wave of tumultuous sea surged forth, nearly engulfing her, yet it halted on the brink of paradise, dangerously teetering. He lowered his breath, approached cautiously, and gently brushed her hair from her forehead. At that moment, she often pondered why Su Ling always gazed at Jiang Chenghao with such infatuated eyes. Xia Linqian felt a tinge of disheartenment. Yet the thought of the message from Ji Weiwei regarding Meng Qingyun's situation compelled him to reiterate the same words he had exhausted over the past few days. Stop right there. Jiang Yi strode forward, blocking her path, raising his hand to seize the phone from her grasp. Gong Jinchuan's words were profoundly hurtful. With a casual declaration of not loving her anymore, he plunged her into an abyss of despair. A hum of the sword echoed, and unbeknownst to him, the Death Angel was reborn once more amidst the elements of darkness. Thus, it appears that Mu Shuiyan's father, Jin Songling's grandfather, is still somewhat of a man. Hence, the next objective is to inquire at the nearby largest jewelry store to ascertain their interest in acquiring this ruby. To abandon a child in a burial ground for so long, this child succumbed to the poison of corpses, and having endured such terror, has now transformed into this state. Such is the fault of the Jin Emperor. Indeed, according to the original calculations, Li Yaoan's group brought 10 days' worth of provisions into the underground city, which was sufficient for them to reach the safe levels and even continue delving deeper into the underground city without issue. In terms of numbers, although Li Dalong's side held a significant advantage, they were now suppressed by the Supreme Heavenly Paths rules, their strength reduced to around 50%, significantly weakened. However, Lu Fia understood this principle well. Having received Li Yaoan's protection, she felt compelled to express her gratitude. In the future, rest when you are tired. Do not wait for me. I am fine. I will either call Lu Bing to pick me up or hire a designated driver. I will not drive after drinking. Wang Sudong spoke gently. The third level was a realm of metal, abundant with rich materials for refining. As Li Dalong extended his senses, he immediately became aware of thousands of metal ores buried underground. In the air ahead, a mass of black flame-like energy twisted and danced, resembling an unknown creature. What powers and extraordinary uses does the blood-dripping wind bell possess? Can it truly be utilized to control the massive sea Kun, or even to claim it as a divine warrior of destiny? Since the moment Jing Feng rescued Yin'er from the cliff on Mist-Hidden Mountain, she had developed feelings for him. As they spent more time together, they naturally became a pair of lovebirds. Beside them, Xia Mingji and Xia Ruoxi initially thought they had misheard. Lin Feng had actually agreed to the other's request. However, upon seeing the smile at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth, they realized he was merely toying with them. Chapter 80. No one else is allowed to enter you. Now that's more like it, Ireland scoffed lightly, placing her foot on Old's muscular shoulder. I have marked you. From this moment on, you are mine. If you dare to allow any other guide to enter you, I will not be merciful. Old was well acquainted with her habits, and his rough hands tenderly cradled her foot, gently placing a kiss upon it. Understood, my lady. Ireland felt a sense of satisfaction within. How long does he intend to keep her? Does he truly plan to have her break all 5 of his fingers? At the pinnacle of the Golden Tower, a black-haired cultivator sat cross-legged, his expression solemn, emanating a decisive aura of slaughter from his black attire. I suddenly recalled the machine gunner who had just sacrificed herself. She was a good soldier, exceedingly generous, and it was a pity that she had to perish. War is indeed cruel. The base is embroiled in conflict, and many will fall. Blood gushed forth at that moment from scars spanning a foot long on his neck, splattering onto Yi Feng, who stood ahead. They had escaped far enough to avoid the battlefield's center and the area shrouded in light, yet they could not evade the piercing sounds. Immediately thereafter, Ruan Keti's aura shifted, the sword intent radiating from him as he swung his sword again. The fighter jets and helicopters hovering above deactivated their combat alerts and returned to base, resolving a misunderstanding. Meanwhile, satellites had detected the departing Japanese fleet. The onlookers, upon realizing it was a dispute involving the Jun family, dared not intervene, merely wishing to witness how the situation would unfold. The man's face, drenched in water, appeared unrecognizable, the blackened features obscuring his original visage. If it's a patient, let another doctor handle it. I wish to rest, Strange said after taking a sip of water. Such a vast number of nanobots also consumed energy significantly. To escape this secret research facility, Li Chuan knew that his greatest reliance lay with these nanobots. Designed by Chang Yu and Li Yan, they enabled 9 triad spheres to operate simultaneously, capable of withstanding hundreds of steam guards without faltering. The headless soldier kneeling weakly on the ground, every component of its body in disrepair, crimson steam leaking from its wounds like blood. Throughout Western history and legend, every glorious city is bound to produce heroes or exceptional figures, akin to the Chinese theory of remarkable individuals arising from auspicious lands. In order to carry more supplies, Zheng Jia expended a branch line of 1 level and 3,000 reward points to procure a blood mirror. Through the manipulation of blood energy, it connected to a spacious chamber measuring 10 meters in length, 5 meters in width, and 4 meters in height, significantly larger than Han Sun's, capable of accommodating over 20 times more items. An elderly man clad in a Tang suit sat at a stone table in the courtyard, gently kneading fragmented tea leaves while boiling water. Yu Zijing expressed some skepticism, pondering that the presence of the mysterious artifact capable of traversing time and space made it nearly impossible to track the movements of the formidable demon Gongqing. Undoubtedly, the wandering planet would serve as the final sanctuary for humanity adrift in the cosmos, ensuring direct resupply upon their next arrival. In this crevice between hell and the human realm, the strength of Niejiara remained at least 80% of its peak, rendering Richard utterly powerless in comparison. His occupation was originally dedicated to industrial service, thus facing clients inevitably resulted in some challenges, yet Qinyang remained steadfast. Izanagi was a continuous, invincible ninjutsu, allowing for resurrection an unlimited number of times within a certain time frame, rather than just once. Chapter 81. Ronnie, are you familiar with this place? Lin Nan furrowed her brow in confusion, asking how he was acquainted with this area, which was not a recently emerged pollution zone. In truth, this was once my home. As a child, I would accompany my parents to hunt game nearby, hence my familiarity. After it transformed into a pollution zone, the inhabitants were all infected. Yet I escaped due to my differentiation into a sentinel and entry into military school. I see, realizing she had inadvertently touched a painful subject. She followed suit with a gasp. Appreciation of beauty is an innate human trait, while the 2 non-humans remained rather composed. What about you? Mu Yi gently remarked. Noticing Shu Yi had already ceased her actions. The power subtly emanating from the Phoenix Lin too made Shu Yi feel intimidated. Therefore, I shall grant you token, allowing you to leave the palace once every other day for a limited duration of 1 hour, restricted to visiting your fourth uncle and Uncle Fan. Qi Shiyuan felt it impractical to constantly monitor these children, as no one in the palace could manage them, so it was better to divert potential troubles elsewhere, provided they did not disturb his imperial garden. Then release me. Your clinginess hinders my strength. Han She was somewhat annoyed, with veins protruding on his forehead. The empress pondered for a moment. It was evident that she also regarded An Hong Han with caution, as her hesitation suggested. With a single command from Shi Jui, that very evening, 36 Tiangang palace leaders swiftly evacuated the palace. It is important to note that the Baishan Hall held significant power not only within the Qinglong kingdom, but also had a high standing in other nations. Yet, she boldly declared her intent to expel Baishan Hall from the Qinglong kingdom, a claim that even the favored concubine might lack the courage to pursue, perhaps due to guilt. Shishiji had been sullen for the past few days, spending all her time resting on An Hong Han's lap, not venturing anywhere. A robust 2-meter-tall Caucasian furrowed his brow and forcefully slammed a bottle of vodka onto the counter, the loud noise silencing his laughing companions. Having only been there for 2 days, he found himself quite fond of Tamaleo, an elderly lady who spoke wittily and kept up with the times, truly a lively treasure. Lin Nan stood firm as if her feet were rooted to the ground, and with a sudden pull, she remained utterly unmoved despite the strength of Ma Deng. A malevolent cloud of energy descended, and at that moment, although Iron Bull could not see, he still relied on his martial prowess and intuition to sense the terrifying waves approaching, along with the mental impact and the increasingly potent invisible force enveloping him. Meanwhile, as Su Nuo hung up the phone, she promptly opened a world map on her computer, beginning her search in Southeast Asia for the island mentioned by Lin Di. With sparks flying, intense chi collided violently with cold energy, producing a series of sharp sounds. However, the fierce flames that appeared before numerous eyes rampaged, while the icy, pale arms merely exhibited slight melting, remaining predominantly frigid. This worthless individual was indeed a calamity, previously a failure, rendering the Yi family the laughingstock of the entire Yong'an city. And now, with power, they attracted countless troubles. Nevertheless, the detection capabilities of the Delta space station remained unchanged, allowing for the identification of certain anomalies on Earth, such as the presence of some colossal life forms in a forest in Canada, North America. As the pure water wall was violently struck by Lei Dong, it trembled, and countless protrusions emerged, transforming into pure water arrows that shot directly towards Lei Dong. He immediately changed his expression and, forming a protective thunder god armor with a swift hand gesture, shielded himself as the pure water arrows struck with a series of loud thuds. Indeed, we must first revive Nana. Elder One quickly regained his composure, realizing that pacifying this killing machine's desire to annihilate the solar system was essential. Yi Mingwan wept sorrowfully, appearing distraught, with little regard for Qin Sang's utterances, tightly embracing Yi Kuei and refusing to let go, having not dealt with such a weak opponent for too long. One moment of lost control over his strength brought forth a hint of regret. That venomous serpent was procured by Li Xia from a foreign land, where it was worshipped as a deity. Upon arriving at the Li Wang mansion, it attacked anyone who approached, yet uniquely allowed Tang Ning to draw near. An extraordinary occurrence. Recalling Sun Jianqing's performance at the birthday banquet, his dashing demeanor, sternly handsome face, and dark, profound eyes came to mind. Another 2 blood magic death arrows were simultaneously unleashed. Atop a fortress of mages, more than 10 heavenly-level experts collectively raised a colossal shield, as a continuous stream of golden energy infused it. Although they managed to evade the stone steps and avoided severe injuries, Pei Changning, in protecting Yi Kuei, collided painfully against the sharp edge of the steps, instantly causing her to faint from the pain. I demand to see the living, and if dead, I must personally witness the corpse to be convinced. Yi Kuei suddenly uttered a calm statement. As the dawn approached, casting a pale light upon the eastern horizon, the delicate stars, lingering in the sky, blinked weakly, while strands of sunlight gradually dispelled the last remnants of starlight, awakening the slumbering world. Boom, boom, boom. With 3 resounding explosions, 3 mechas ascended through the passageway, equipped with newly installed massive attachments. Indeed, it was Tuali laughing heartily, silently praying that the urban management officer would refrain from asking any irrelevant questions, though she had resolved to take the plunge. In truth, now was the time to summon Gu Li Mu Luo Ku, visualize the window, and check the messages he had sent among the recipients. There should be players responsible for accepting the commission for Smiling Coffin. However, regrettably, Ting Run remained unaware of the exact name. His reluctance to immediately seize the spirit fruit stemmed not only from concerns regarding its immaturity, but also from the fear that the hidden Li Hua Zhenren might suddenly strike. Su Lei sighed softly, gazing at the young general who had once shared a childhood bond with Luo Man, earnestly persuading him. It seemed they had reached their limit. As memory began to erase her data, it was nearly time to bid farewell. Stolyria slowly articulated the harsh reality that loomed before her. Chapter 82. The Black Forest. Although this pollution zone was of a high level, it possessed a unique characteristic. Daytime and nighttime represented two entirely different concepts. Unbeknownst to her, Ronnie had already positioned himself behind her, equally gazing intently into the thick darkness outside, and slowly spoke. Once night fell, this world appeared to lose all sources of illumination, and creatures that thrived solely in the dark began to stir. The darkness became their camouflage, allowing them to conceal themselves. Despite having escaped from Star City, she could more acutely discern the significance of Ouyang Shao in her heart. If she did not care, if she were not overly concerned, she could have simply refused instead of retreating and leaving. Indeed, it is trustworthy. For instance, when someone claimed to be merely a Huaxia student studying in France, it was unexpected that he turned out to be the illustrious mercenary king, Nami. His tone was devoid of any discernible emotion, yet the disdain was palpably evident. At a fork in the road, Su Zhe and his companions parted ways with the individuals from Adolf Academy. No one knew the location of the core base of the anomalous beings. Su Zhe and his group were merely hoping to stumble upon it by chance. Unfortunately, Zhang Biao and the others were unaware that Su Zhe's formidable strength did not stem from Haishi Academy, but rather from the unwavering belief in their own inner fortitude. In the realm of the Wind God, a serene and everlasting presence lingered within the world of Ogu, shimmering with a faint azure glow. The skies of the Wind God realm were perpetually swept by ferocious gales. Even the upper gods could not withstand these tempests. Consequently, over time, this place became a forbidden zone for the powerful of the Wind God realm. Gu Xiaobei, akin to a drenched dog pursued by the crowd, sought refuge in a remote corner, striving to calm his frayed nerves. Li Haonan was engaging in pleasantries with others from a distance, naturally mingling within his circle of friends, which included both political and business elites. "Who are you? Get lost. I'm a disciple of the Gu family," shouted a young man in blue, his tone domineering, as if he were a deity himself. "How are you feeling? Is there any discomfort?" Despite Lu Feiyang's clear observation that Zhang Yao's condition had shown no signs of anomaly, he could not refrain from inquiring. Initially, Li Haonan, seeing no hope for Gu Xiaobei's mental recovery, had spared no expense to hire the most renowned hypnotist internationally to perform a thorough hypnosis on him. Yu Qiuwang closed the newspaper, turning it upside down to glance at the final page, which contained mundane job advertisements from various factories and notices for borrowing farming tools. The Asahi Shimbun remained as tedious as ever. Old Master Wu echoed similar sentiments, and at that moment, He Ren and Kai Youwei's eyes both crinkled in mirth, realizing that their grandson was now quite sought after, attracting the attention of the three prominent families of Hanzhou, who vied to appoint him as an elder. Lin Feiyu stood with an air of aloofness, casting a cold gaze upon the crowd, causing some to lower their eyes in shame. The uncle, who had previously groaned on the ground, now stared blankly at Lin Feiyu. Long Xiaofeng remained silent, offering Tianqing a reassuring glance. Upon receiving this look, Tianqing felt a moment of surprise before falling into contemplation. In the royal forest, the sounds of battle intermittently echoed, the forest swaying, with a faint scent of blood wafting through the air. Two guards went to inform their superior, and Shi Zhengfeng felt elated, thinking that these guards must be sensible individuals, aware of his friendship with the Dongzhou Duke, and would surely release him willingly, as he was magnanimous enough not to hold it against them. Chapter 83. The strange creature's Reno rode his spiritual entity, racing through the forest, his eyes gradually adapting to the hazy light after prolonged darkness. The commotion he caused was considerable, attracting numerous creatures both large and small in his wake. In addition to the earlier aberration, there seemed to be a second and third following him. As he fled, Reno anxiously contemplated an escape plan, Knowing that the leopard's speed and stamina could not be sustained for long, he must shake them off quickly. This vast sea of sand posed a greater threat than the ocean. The desert is the most formidable terrain to conquer on land. To his astonishment, within the depths of this ocean lay such a desert expanse. Countless explorers had perished in the desert, the most terrifying region on land. And here the desert appeared even more insurmountable. It was roughly an hour until noon, and the Xian Petion team of practitioners had gathered together. Xiao Yao's expression changed drastically. He understood that once spiritual fire inhabited a human body, the practitioner would need to nourish it with spiritual energy for it to grow stronger. When a host perished, the spiritual fire would either be forcibly subdued or seek a nearby host capable of continuing its growth. "Officer, I hear you are looking for me?" Liu Yumei poured herself a cup of tea nonchalantly. At that moment, the door unexpectedly exploded, and Yi Jiu instinctively threw herself over Su Jin to shield her from the flying debris. A rock struck her back, causing her to shudder violently, blood seeping from her lips, yet she uttered not a sound. In the midst of this, 10 individuals from the martial world divided into 2 groups. Seemingly aware that only by joining forces could they survive along the Huanghe ancient road and ultimately acquire the treasure. Mu Yi glanced at her, and in an instant, he grasped her thoughts and inner turmoil. Chu Xiangtian appeared to perceive her confusion, a mysterious gleam flashing his eyes as his lips pressed together, subtly moving once more. Zhao Hu's eyes widened, struggling to believe the exquisite flavor that resonated within him, a taste so divine that it made every pore in his body feel as if it were unfurling. However, Li Wei had already grasped the fist of the great demon king Bic, refusing to let him escape easily. To prevent Bic from making a hasty retreat, Li Wei even embraced him tightly. "Did you two design this blueprint yourselves?" Xiao Yin inquired, fixing her gaze on the 2 designers behind Zhou Shaoqing. When Chun Shuiqian entered the room, the lights were already off. He understood that his sister was simply shy. Thus, he did not press the matter, following his memory to find the bed and burrowing under the covers, where his hands naturally began to explore. "Did you buy something that's moldy? With such a vibrant red fabric, I can't think of any use for it besides a wedding dress," Xiaoqing remarked. She had never been fond of this shade of red, especially one so striking. Wearing it would undoubtedly appear rather garish. "Indeed, you are quite formidable, the strongest I have ever encountered. I heard you defeated Athena," remarked the golden saint of cancer. Han Lei, having heard no response, turned to find Qi Rue staring at him, her gaze filled with astonishment, a brilliant light flashing in his eyes for a fleeting moment. They were all former subordinates of the Stone Commander. Naturally, the Master's thoughts were mirrored in the minds of his subordinates. For the past few months, they had been searching for the missing princess, but it was as if she had vanished into thin air. Upon encountering someone of similar age, they would naturally take the liberty of investigating. It seemed there had been quite a few lately, especially with an influx of outsiders. "Do you think my mother's skills have gained widespread acclaim?" San Dongyang, who appeared to be just under 50 but looked nearly 60, chuckled heartily. Chapter 84. Comforting Reino Relax. "It will soon cease to hurt. You will find it quite comfortable. Slowly, open yourself and accept us." Countless vine tips emitted gentle signals, gradually infusing his mind with tranquility. At last, a sentinel spiritual pathway opened before Lin Nan, and the green mental thread smoothly penetrated within. Xuan Nuo's mental landscape unfolded as a vast expanse of snow. Grasping Li Jun, he pushed him against the wall, his right hand brushing against an object, striking it against Li Jun's head without glancing. Thus, 51 golden phoenixes, following Zhang Ye's instructions, merely surrounded and refrained from attacking, aiming to exhaust their vigor and strength. During lunch, families gathered together, making the Xiao family's table particularly crowded. Just when Li Qi'er was at a loss as to what to do, Ling Huzhe suddenly appeared. After conversing for a while, Suing, filled with curiosity and a sense of challenge, reluctantly agreed to accept the forging of the fire gold body technique. Lin Mingming wore a conflicted expression. Her smile twisted into a frown, as if she wished to communicate with Li Tian but found herself at a loss for words. Warming Li Tian's heart as he observed her, Qi Feifei squinted slightly, the corners of her mouth lifting in a subtle arc, although she was reluctant to admit it. Shue's heart clearly recognized that the Jiang family's increasingly warm and courteous attitude toward the third branch was greatly connected to Yi Qingluan. "You truly seem to know nothing beyond the realm of food. Soon, we shall accompany the bride and groom to their new home for some delightful festivities." Will you join us? Shangguan Mengdong interjected, teasing Xian with the promise of amusement. Fu Lu Shenghua, in a frantic rush, arrived at the Yufu and, upon seeing the 10th Prince Yuan Jun in good health, finally felt his anxious heart settle. Master, are you saying this is Mutsong Mountain? Yao Beibei exclaimed, astonished. Realizing they might have inadvertently stumbled upon Mutsong Mountain, the legendary place reputed to be incredibly difficult to enter, without leaving a trace. When Shangguan Feng genuinely discovered that Meng Kaiwe had vanished from his life, he gradually came to understand her significance in his heart. How did you end up here? Is it truly you? Han Jingxian still found it hard to believe that the person before her was Duanmu Hao. At that time, Cambodia only had the Khmer Rouge as a legitimate armed force capable of contending with the Vietnamese troops. Groups like the Sihanouk National Army were merely local guerrillas trained by Chinese instructors. This kind of siege warfare was also a first for them, and their reckless actions led to the downfall of many soldiers under the Vietnamese counterattack. Upon hearing a sudden noise, Zhongshan was startled, but when he realized it was the second brother's raspy voice, he couldn't help but roll his eyes and instinctively searched around, finding a horn-like device at the door, realizing they could see themselves through the villa surveillance. Is that so? However, it seems the other side of Shirtu Mountain is a dead end. Did you, the friends of Qing Feng's sect, climb up from that dead end? A male disciple from Shui West sect spoke, his gaze shamelessly wandering over Lan Lianhua, Yao Beibei, you mean, Wan Yinjini, and Ing Zilu. With a delicate waist in hand, Yi Chuyi unconsciously groped the waist of Dongfang Xinyun and then stood steadily atop a massive pile of rubble. The other dog-headed men were rendered speechless, trembling in fear. The flying saucer shook slightly, as the two dog-headed men controlling it were frightened, for all living beings fear death. The sound of aircraft grew ever nearer, buzzing like mosquitoes. With the flickering red light beneath the belly of the aircraft, the disc-shaped body became vaguely visible. With a wave of his hand, the chubby man signaled for everyone to lie low in the grass, not daring to move. When Ma Yong and others squeezed in and steadied themselves, they recognized the young man, standing ahead, who was calling out. The Almutai, Star Domain, from the Empire's perspective, currently fell under the jurisdiction of the 4th Front Army, specifically the territory of Prince Yejmingan. Without exception, all 16 slain commanders of the evil United Army emitted magical fluctuations that perfectly match Han Feng's. Elni was perplexed by this outcome. It felt as though her control over my body had indirectly opened my bloodline's essence, granting me a sensation of unimpeded flow. The wedding of the two was exceedingly simple. They merely bowed to the heavens and earth, paid respects to their ancestors, and exchanged vows. Rong Tang's exceptionally handsome face bore a cold expression, merely gazing at this visage. Emperor Jingming could discern that his son was indifferent to his feelings of discomfort or joy. The onlookers were naturally astonished, for such a battle represented the pinnacle of combat within the eternal holy realm, an exceedingly rare sight. However, since Huaxia netizens referred to it as Jian Kong, netizens from other countries followed suit. Hearing Tang Chi's voice, Nerda felt an involuntary wave of panic. After all, with Tang Chi's strength, as long as he opposed her departure, escaping the Forbidden Land would be impossible. Attempting to defeat us one by one is no simple task. At that moment, the two would not allow Lin Xiao any chance to strike Ming Luo alone. The Grand Elder of the Demon Sect coldly shouted, rushing off with another first-level Martial Emperor Elder of the Demon Sect, both pursuing Lin Xiao, to assert that sweeping through this new world was indeed somewhat problematic. However, given the brief duration since the resurgence of spiritual energy, seizing the lives of the and was inconceivable. Chapter 85. Join us previously. The humans who resided here? Lu murmured, suddenly recalling something, turning to glance at Ronnie in the corner. Ever since the arrival of Reno's team, this young man had become exceedingly silent. The room was filled with high-level Sentinels, and the oppressive disparity in levels prevented him from integrating into this group, leaving him to sit alone in the corner, hugging his knees in a daze. Yet, he seemed to have grown accustomed to this state. The boy's angular face was smooth, and, from this angle, his youthful features radiated vitality. After loosening his clothing, young Master Chu San entered the 5th room, while Chu Li turned a hand against the wall, causing a net to descend. The temple was illuminated day and night by everlasting lamps, with flammable oil used for incense. A heavy Buddhist drape hung before the Buddha. Should a candle or lamp oil be accidentally knocked over, it could easily ignite. This was something he had not considered at the time. However, Han Xinyuan adeptly shifted the topic to sharing experiences, resolving the issue. All of this felt exceedingly peculiar, as if someone were already aware of their every action and had arranged for the people here to leave or hide, the intent being to prevent them from discovering any clues. Yet, curiously, his expression and words revealed no hint of dissatisfaction, only unease and regret. Gu Xingyin felt a surge of new energy coursing through his soul, banishing the previous weakness in an instant. The man, undeterred, began to move around the room, occasionally bending to pick something up or passing by Gu Xingyin, inadvertently showcasing the muscles on his arm. Lin Juanma chuckled awkwardly, exchanged a few pleasantries, and led Chu Li to tea, while the maid guided Ming Lan to the inner courtyard. Yet, moments later, their expressions mirrored that of Chun Marin, both remaining frozen, seemingly unable to swallow what they had just witnessed. Liu Yinxiao's eyes appeared slightly red, her voice choking with emotion. Bolo turned to leave, but fists and feet were already coming at him from behind. He could only pivot and evade. In truth, even if Yu felt wronged, she never truly contemplated parting ways with him. She loved this man deeply, and separating him from her life would be akin to having a rib forcibly extracted from her body. Just as Mu found herself troubled by this situation, a shadow suddenly appeared before her, blocking the light in front of her. Like flowing water, palace attendants rushed forward, unceremoniously forcing Guo Xiaoyi down, while Wu Xiaoyi raised her hand to slap Guo Xiaoyi's face. Now, the entire clan numbered fewer than 200 souls, most survivors being high-level beings. Those of weaker strength or ordinary clan members had not escaped that battle. Chun Yin gazed at the array of ingredients prepared in the kitchen, her admiration for Lu Chengxian deepening. Upon hearing this, Dong Zhuo felt a kinship with Yi Bai. After all, as a warrior, what scenes had he not witnessed? Why would he complain about mere blood and corpses? He immediately engaged in a discussion with Yi Bai about the future political affairs of the court. In the face of such danger, Roy showed no signs of panic. Napoleon and Heiberg were unaware whether Roy was indifferent or simply composed. They only knew that if they encountered two first-level Dozuan experts, they would undoubtedly be unable to withstand it. With a thunderous explosion, the surging waves were cleaved apart by a violet-gold crescent moon, splitting and crashing apart in a howling torrent. At the age of 20, Luo Jinghong spent the next 5 years living in a state of perpetual flight, drenched in blood from countless battles, struggling to survive against relentless pursuit. Ultimately, unable to endure the unending chase, he secretly fled the southern continent, drifting across the seas, without a fixed abode, wandering the ends of the earth. Chapter 86. The polluted humanity, is this the king beast? It should not be, as it bears no energy stones. Nyndo. He illuminated his spiritual entity, seeking to discern the visage of his adversaries, only to discover that these beings appeared somewhat fearful of the light source. Whenever the light touched them, they shrank in size, some even retreating slowly, attempting to hide once more in the sanctuary of darkness. Identifying their weakness made matters considerably simpler. Lin concentrated his mental energy, causing his spiritual entity to enlarge. After LQ had exchanged for missiles and a sniper rifle, he retrieved a concealed missile from the system space, finding a discreet location on the beams of the Great Hall to place it. Thus, if W. Li Ying were to subdue Li Pi first, he could subsequently assist Shi Qi Ot Ying, thereby rendering Li Pi and Li Shn's faction entirely bereft of victory. Releasing you now is not out of the question, provided you agree to 3 conditions. W. Ying remarked, seizing the opportune moment to propose his terms. At this juncture, Li F. Ying had also fully embraced the situation. Perceiving his opponent not as his master uncle, but rather as an enemy he must vanquish. ShntI Nch Ying, positioned in the south along the official road, is a bustling hub where numerous merchant caravans engage in trade and commerce, leading to a vibrant exchange of goods and a convergence of merchants, which in turn contributes to the city's prosperity. 2 mere 6-tier Yuaning cultivators could hardly pose a challenge to him. They could not even breach his defenses, let alone defeat him. I11 Ngu N scoffed quietly, choosing not to speak further, simply gesturing to retrieve the peacock ensnared in the spirit-catching net, and detaching a pair of horns from the carcass of the yellow cattle before taking flight and departing. Impressive. The crucial aspect is that once your werewolf bloodline is awakened, your strength surpasses that of ordinary warriors, and your physical prowess is significantly enhanced. Li F ing commended HCHNS. The Buddhist sect is inherently skilled in bewitching sentient beings. Had humanity truly been as malleable as soft persimmons, the world would have long been dominated by the Buddhist sect and demons. Extinguishing the cigarette, but NY could not help but feel a sense of doubt. Logically, even if they did not descend, they would at least make a phone call to inform him, as it is improbable for there to be no communication at all. Just as he finished speaking, the four individuals beside him shouted and charged forward, displaying a reckless disregard for their safety. With a crisp smack, the sound of a slap rang out. Though the force was not substantial, it left S&I and N's cheeks swollen and red, as though a blade had pierced her heart, exacerbating the pain she already felt. YORU realized that she could not fathom this young man at all. Although L and 11O possessed merely the cultivation of a ninth-tier warrior, the extraordinary events surrounding him were incessantly remarkable. L and Z Ying remained unperturbed, unleashing his magical power and strength in a furious explosion as he brandished his sword with all his might, radiating a blinding, icy brilliance that dazzled the eyes. Ing SH gazed at the dragon elixir in SIX's hand, contemplating that Qu N might have sustained such severe injuries in pursuit of the dragon elixir. Ing SH pondered quietly. What significance is there in having one's wrist grasped? S and I and N could no longer be bothered to converse with QNMCHN, regardless of her words. He would only respond with the same refrain. Yet the veracity of that refrain would be made clearer to him in due course. His face drew near to her ear, his warm breath cascading over her neck, prompting the already ticklish NI and CH to shift aside, while QNMCHN's hand gripped the back of her head, compelling their closeness. How ironic a term it was, yet at this moment, it was the only word she could conjure. As she adjusted her appearance before the mirror, just as she was about to step out, QYNM pushed the door open and entered. Chapter 87. Day and Night Game 1. L and N and his companions remained oblivious to the world's judgments. Perched atop a snow leopard, she swiftly navigated through the forest, as it was her first time riding such a large beast. The absence of a saddle or any secure grip made her somewhat anxious. She endeavored to lower her body, tightly clutching the snow leopard's fur around its neck, burying herself within it. The wind howled past her ears, tousling her hair with abandon. Fear not. If you seize the opportunity, the future may hold great promise for you. LZH and W advised. This was the sweet voice of Li ZHOQ Ing, warming YCH Ing's heart. He knew that only ZHOQ Ing was advocating on his behalf. Silence. I shall end you, you worthless fool. GOL and lunged at HOXN, attempting to cover his mouth while roaring loudly. The annual rent is a total of 6,000. Wages in Hong Kong during the 70s were merely around 1,000. Thus, in Shi Chi's view, this rent is quite inexpensive. People vied for this gilded fragrance, which possessed some peculiar effects. They purchased it. It could be utilized. After a moment of reflection, she stomped her foot down with a resounding crash. Fissures emerging beneath MF Eng's feet, and she surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, charging toward the seemingly endless ranks of terracotta warriors. Before she could finish her sentence, Bandit KBNIPIJ seized a fork from the dining table, filled with displeasure, and violently plunged it into a subordinate, who cried out in agony before collapsing to the ground, extinguishing all signs of life. Who I observed R2LY's demeanor, realizing she exhibited no signs of aversion, which relieved Who Y. Dare you refuse? If you do not comply, I shall immediately seek out L in SHSH. Shi Wang whispered softly in his ear. TN or me, O felt the purple fairy within him growing increasingly restless, accompanied by a powerful force seemingly tugging at him, with the support of the 8 great kings of the execution team and 4 royal guards. The previously listless council members straightened their backs, instantly brimming with vitality. MUFN, who was the greatest reliance of Li YFing. This formidable flame ranked 42nd among the heavenly spiritual fires. Li YFing's earlier attack involved extracting the flame entirely from his body, forming a fire seed, representing the most potent state of MUFN who. MLF sat down in a corner and suddenly caught sight of BTZSH, who was channeling energy to heal his wounds, causing him to shudder. 20 days later, Shi Okuing dragged X Ing Y in Su SH into the location of the Su SHT, coinciding with the day of entry into the tower, resulting in a considerable throng of people. LNFN. Do you wish to compare physical strength with me? Truly, you overestimate yourself. Nguyen laughed heartily. It is all due to this cursed fog. Had it not been for this dense mist, I would have had the confidence to slay that monster face to face. Chapter 88. Day and Night Game 2 Captain. It seems someone has arrived outside the village. At that moment, the vice captain appeared to have spotted something and called out from not far from the village entrance. El Inu inquired, "Is it other competing teams?" Thanks to our N's guidance, their progress was naturally swifter than that of the other teams. By calculating their pace, others would likely arrive shortly. It does not appear so. It seems to be a group of armored private guards. As soon as the vice captain's voice fell, the village was filled with energy. LNK was not just a husband to her. He was also her advisor. Many of her ideas had been suggested by LNK in the past. I cultivated 10 acres for my own enjoyment. It pales in comparison to others. As she spoke of the walnut trees, Ng's face revealed a hint of pride, even though her words suggested otherwise. After all, a pharmacist capable of refining pills in the void was a rarity in the eternal divine realm. Kang Chi-O felt a slight shift within her heart. Aside from his penchant for womanizing, Zhngdn was quite endearing. A faint tremor resonated as the wall adjacent to the mirror was unexpectedly pushed open, revealing a dark hole. At that moment, not only were the 5 members of the Fudan University team stunned, but I was also at a loss for words in front of the camera. It felt as though she had passed through a cool water veil, only to be met by the dense, primordial dust that enveloped her. Perhaps this was a deliberate act by external forces, not wishing for complete annihilation, but rather planning for the future. Surely not. How could she not welcome you? Do not think too much. She is simply self-absorbed. If she were present during the interview, your presence today would not seem so strange. Kong Xiao circled around the sofa and gently seated herself in a rattan chair. This battle had far surpassed Mei's expectations, rendering them momentarily unresponsive. It was only when Yi Kai's eyes flashed with 2 points of red light that her expression drastically changed, prompting her to quickly crouch down. Given her temperament, imposing discipline would likely be counterproductive. However, allowing her to roam freely would surely lead to greater troubles. A resounding explosion drowned out Jameson's voice. As a wall was blown apart, the red-faced, yellow-uniformed Sinisto floated into view. Immediately issue strict orders to Qingzhou, Yinzhou, and also Yangzhou and Yuzhou to ensure that the displaced populace remains in their localities. All counties within the Chun Kingdom must promptly tally the number of refugees, commanded the emperor. Irina held an absolute advantage in agility, while her opponent's defenses were nearly impeccable. The fierce exchange of attacks and defenses produced a dazzling array of beams of light, leading both sides to a stalemate of equal strength. In mere moments, the entire expanse of the lake visible to everyone was occupied completely. Observing the radiant energy and hearing the cries, Wu Ling recognized that it was indeed Bei Xiaolu. Su Huaishan was acutely aware of this reality, but he found himself utterly helpless this time. With He Winnie and others present, he even refrained from sending sound transmissions, fearing that any detection might affect Xiao Wanga. Luo Shuer watched by Zijiao apart, inhaling deeply. She glanced at the purple mark on her wrist, momentarily lost in thought, before pulling down her sleeve to cover it. Looking up at the dimly lit sky, she exhaled a long breath of white vapor. The nights in the western regions were particularly cold. Chapter 89. The Ratman, did he really leave? I nearly died of fright. This thing is too disgusting. I have a weak stomach. Don't let me handle this in the future. I feel like I'm getting dirty. The consciousness of that aberration is too foul. The vines were almost in a frenzy, their thick, robust bodies entwined as if a group of frightened serpents, writhing madly in the confined space. Clouds began to gather from all directions, visibly expanding at a rate akin to cotton candy. The drifting clouds remained idle, observing the others with a thoughtful blink, likely searching for opportunities. The malevolent wind thrust its arm forward, the pale fingers cleaving through the air's resistance, bending like a hook. With a layer of deep crimson emerging from beneath the skin, as countless motes floated above, resembling shimmering scales. Li Sun smirked coldly, choosing not to comment. He no longer felt the need to conceal certain emotions within him. Perhaps this could be seen as a form of progress. By the time the frail man reacted, it was already too late. The spear, imbued with lethal energy, crushed his internal organs, leaving his corpse scarcely better than that of a gunman. Luo Yuan was momentarily stunned, then leapt up, cursing vehemently, causing Sang Milan and Li Ruolin to freeze in surprise. Was Pao Pao losing his mind? His expression was grave. After all, they were on the turf of the San Huang sword sect, and if matters escalated, the three of them would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. Yuan Jinxiao recalled an occasion when he discussed in vitro fertilization with two other doctors in front of Li Daiqiu. At the time, a young doctor had dismissed Li Daiqiu's comments, causing a bead of sweat to form on his back. Could it be that they had wronged Xia Xingda? This residence was far inferior to the Yi residence. Li Tianfu chuckled. The recent meteor shower had caused a mysterious black substance to retreat. Yet Qin Zheng knew this was only temporary. It would not be long before it encroached again. Qin Zheng's dragon claw swatted away a layer of metal. Gazing at Ivan in midair, he curled his lips into a smirk and unleashed a torrent of dragon fire. Caught off guard, Ivan could only raise his sword to defend, emitting a green light and executing a horizontal slash. Were it not for the sacred instructions embedded in his heart, he might have turned to flee at that moment. The sky finally split open as a cloud floated in from an unknown origin, directly landing at the fissure in space. Dong Zhuan nodded slowly. For the past few months, even the past year, had been paramount for him, as he aimed to seize control over the court's major affairs without disturbance from anyone or anything. His eyes gleamed, signaling Li Ru to continue speaking. Among those spheres, who could claim that none of the countless orbs harbored other forms of life? Sun Jing was formidable, and Wu Fan felt a sense of caution towards her, believing that she would become a fierce rival when advancing from the top 8 to the top 4. Thus, he was particularly wary of Sun Jing, feeling a palpable tension during their conversation. A sudden roar erupted from his mouth, shaking the heavens and earth. As a massive sound wave surged towards Su Ni, resembling an enraged tsunami that could drown everything in its path. After all, these individuals were among the elite of their respective factions. Any misfortune befalling them would be a significant loss. In the office of the president of the Huawei Group, Huafeng sat in the executive chair, smiling broadly while on the phone. Jin Jintao cleared his throat a few times, attempting to speak, but ultimately said nothing. Perhaps, in years to come, time would wash everything away, leaving only traces of the moments shared together. Gua Ziming initially thought that Xiao Tao would take 3 or even 4 items. He surmised he might only receive 1 artifact, as his rank was relatively low, and his strength paled in comparison to Lin Yunqing. Given his minimal contributions to the museum, receiving even a single item would be reasonable. Yet, he suddenly witnessed her deftly flicking her wrist, the whip gliding over her arm with a crisp sound. It was not painful, but slightly itchy, leaving a faint red mark on her arm. Mo Rant's eyes flickered with understanding as she grasped the whip's strength. Master Wu, have some warm water. And Jiao offered a cup of lukewarm water to Wu Jiqing's lips, attempting to feed him. Shortly after, the figure in black radiated a golden light, only to be forcefully suppressed by the old Buddha and further restrained by the formidable Buddha seal, the resounding chant echoing deafeningly. As the black-clad figure teetered on the edge of conversion. Approaching the valley, Han Yi passed effortlessly through the starlit barrier and entered the valley. At a glance, he beheld hundreds of acres of spiritual herb fields, flourishing with invaluable medicinal plants, their rich aroma pervading the air. The purple dragon let out a mournful wail, its massive form disintegrating into a cloud of violet true qi. The two of them rejoiced upon seeing that Qin Mei had recovered remarkably well. Is this love? If this is love, then what about Princess Wenyin? What is it? Is it responsibility? Chapter 90. Seeking the king beast, I want to eat Tong Halu. Why won't you let me, Mom? This year's harvest is truly poor. Everything has been taken. How will we survive? Those wretched tax collectors hurt me so badly. This good-for-nothing in my family only knows how to indulge. When will he ever be like the La Luo family? La Luo will surely prosper. His son has become a sentinel and an official. Simultaneously, due to the memories residing within Ji Zhao's mind, which felt vastly different from this era, he understood he must adapt and amend them according to the characteristics of this time. At that moment, 2 individuals approached, one wielding a steel ruler and the other brandishing dual axes, charging from the wheat field. After killing the man in blue, Qiu Lingwei secured her twin daggers and retrieved a long sword from the ground, leaping to confront the two. The sound of a telephone dropping echoed from the other end. followed by hurried footsteps receding into the distance. Lu Bingyi and Su Yinshou concealed themselves behind a massive rock, with a deep canyon extending over 100 yards behind them. The roar of the great river rising from below. The incessant monologue of T-ing echoed within the room, a continuous stream of words that elicited no response from anyone present. Upon surveying the surroundings, he discerned that apart from T-ing and his apprentice, there were no other souls in the vicinity. In truth, the wound had already healed. Yet, one must ponder, could a wound truly mend in just a day? Such rapid recovery would indeed be monstrous. The bandage should have been required for at least 7 days. Previously, he had been toyed with by ZCN or NGCHN, a batter who had faced ZCN's direct approach twice. From afar, a piercing shriek resonated, a sound of dissatisfaction that sent tremors through the very earth beneath his feet. The floor of the room was impeccably clean, and HNYN chose to tread upon it barefoot, eschewing slippers. Thoughts of TNW and G-ing momentarily eased Day's anxiety. Among the great sects of KNLN, TNW and G-ing ranked within the top 5, populated by countless skilled practitioners and outstanding disciples, each capable of standing alone. Soon after, when the effective Duke of Warsaw, DSI, seized Russian merchant vessels under the pretext of eradicating Baltic pirates, the furious Tsar Alexander's immediate reaction was one of armed retaliation. On the morning of September 20th, a simple yet grand promotion ceremony for the marshal was held in the northern barracks of Lisbon. The indifference of heaven and earth was indeed palpable, treating all beings as mere pawns. Shiyyn clenched her fists tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks, her heart overflowing with compassion. After finally liberating her kin from the Babylonian Empire, she had anticipated a fresh beginning, only to find herself still under the yoke of others. With no status to speak of, fueled by intense hatred for the Russians, particularly the Polish traders who allied with them, the impetuous Marufsky shockingly imported the extreme terror policies from the French Revolution into the Jacobin faction in Poland. "Please stop," she half-heartedly raised her hands, her face gently caressed by Zicheng Y. Li Mngl, flushed with embarrassment, whispered awkwardly, attempting to free herself from Zicheng Y's grasp, yet feeling it inappropriate. Ultimately resigning herself to her current posture. The 8th step of the HNDNSHNMT could shatter a quasi-immortal emperor with a single hand, and neither was it particularly challenging to confront both. Coupled with the might of the primordial force, the Blood God King Fist, and the Chaos Emperor armor, the powers at his disposal were formidable. STNP-ing had narrowed his eyes, the cold gleam within them suggesting that only those at the pinnacle of the heavenly god realm could withstand his imperial might, signifying he was at least half a step into the realm of quasi-emperorship. Chapter 91. The encounter with danger. The entire cave was enveloped in a dense black mist, which seemed to possess a life of its own, swirling and twisting, emanating a chillingly ominous aura. Could this be the royal beast? The warrior sentinel felt a surge of alarm. Instinctively retreating a few steps, the wolf clan was highly sensitive to scents, and even before entering, he felt a deep-seated aversion to this place. "Do not fear. This royal beast lacks offensive capabilities. Deploy the tools I provided, and we shall vanquish it." Not only did the ruler of the Beastman Kingdom take pleasure in this, but even Shi Luar was enamored. Under the influence of drink, the elder brother insisted on forming a bond, and the mere thought of land, not to mention wife and children, being offered to him was something he relished. Ziar was not particularly grateful for the slight freedoms granted to her. Even I struggled to cope with LNGFing's departure. Uncertain of the nature of the Forest King's blessing, yet based on Medusa's tone, it seemed rather formidable. I listened intently to the voice emanating from the communicator, simultaneously suppressing SQ while dispatching a member of the Lionheart Society, attempting to ambush him. Perhaps UIY was considerably stronger than them. As for UQ-ing and HNXN, these two particularly enjoyed washing their hair in the medicinal waters of the Haitang spring pool. After several instances, they were finally dissuaded by QNSHUN, and it was only after several days that their hair regained the fragrance of the shampoo made from wisteria and peach blossoms. He felt an illusion that the previously despondent team, having narrowly escaped death, seemed to have revitalized, their spirits entirely transformed. Accompanied by the Lungian guards and the Imperial Army, Qnshun refrained from tormenting YWNQ any further. After such a lengthy time, BIX had encountered numerous zombies. Yet was it truly necessary to mobilize over 90 Imperial artifacts? If this was merely a standard case of disappearance, as the chairman of the student council, he ought to be entirely unaware of it. Understood. Ying RN and Ling W nodded. Even as darkness fell, they remained silent, harboring some skepticism. Who made the call? You wish to go out at this hour? Seeing Ji In Li Ing dressing, Jing Yin emerged from the restroom, pouting. Just then, with a loud bang, the door to the private room was forcefully kicked open. Oi remained silent, quietly stepping inside, while Gom approached Y, inquiring with concern. However, Y's thoughts were solely on Oi, rendering her responses to Gom mere formalities. Master, everyone is here. At that moment, all members of the Shura God descended, accompanied by a dozen controlled individuals. Thank you, Ng. Lingw's eyes shimmered with moisture, revealing his profound gratitude towards Ying RN. Ying RN had long suspected that the other party would not adhere to the rules. If they were to follow protocol, they would never resort to such despicable acts as kidnapping. Thousands of years ago, LP, with its picturesque lakes and mountains, azure waters and blue skies, saw numerous rivers converge, resembling pearls scattered across the earth. Initially, Y had fantasized about utilizing these skills to ascend to the pinnacle of life. Yet now he found himself questioning existence itself. How much honor would he need to accumulate to master all these skills? How much time would it take to gather them all? As pursuing Ying's assertions, to progress further, he would need to exert several times, even dozens of times the effort he had previously invested. Merely contemplating it was enough to induce a headache. A few pieces of equipment had fallen to the ground, all 30-level golden artifacts, though unusable if auctioned now. They would command a significant price. Luck was indeed on their side, as 3 golden items had dropped. Each of them took one. Suddenly, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Ning Liel turned to the imposing middle-aged man seated on the throne, her father, momentarily taken aback, for such exchanges were rare between them. His sudden inquiry left her feeling somewhat unaccustomed. Chapter 92. The call for help. Faint traces of fresh blood wafted through the air. Is there blood? Fresh blood? N was the first to sense it. Has anyone arrived before us? An ominous premonition surged forth. Just then, a familiar cry rang out from behind. Il urgently called her name from the sky, her angelic form flapping wings to ease their descent, gradually landing with stability. Things are as they are. Let us prioritize saving lives. RN News succinctly recounted the sequence of events. The scent of blood intensified, momentarily setting aside the truth of our UN's deception. Should guides and sentinels truly fall in the league, the ramifications would be dire. Let's venture inside to investigate. Lin, could you and your friends watch over our unconscious brethren? RN New proposed. His intent was clear. In comparison to the occurrences on the front lines of the imperial capital, this modest number of individuals seemed trivial. Sometimes, a single fierce battle could lead to the demise of 50,000 Ash people in a day. Thus, the officer responsible for the handover did not treat the matter with gravity, nor did he report it to higher authorities. May I ask this esteemed elder your name? XTN inquired with a playful glint in his eyes, addressing the boundless dark void. SKUY spoke without even casting a glance at CIHUDO. The situation felt as though CIHUDO had misspoken, and SKUY was disinclined to engage. YUZI's voice bore a tone of grievance and dissatisfaction, questioning YUSHI-ODN. After several minutes, BIN's eyes glistened with tears. It must be said, he was genuinely moved. However, despite the emotional turmoil, Bayan remained resolute in his unwillingness to forgive Suor for his actions. Enough of this nonsense. Get yourself together quickly. We must move forward. Lin Shaoran said with irritation as she kicked Chu Laonyo. Naturally, Ao Lai was seething with anger, and Guojia immediately felt the pressure. In the late period of the primordial era, the Shuan sect was at the height of its power, having produced a corpse emperor whose strength surpassed all in the human realm. At that time, the ancestor immortals had long since vanished, leaving no one capable of opposing him. Su Tian observed the martial artist opposite him, and as his spiritual energy surged, the moment the murderous intent erupted, the low-tier Holy Elder was left in sheer terror. However, the Dark Sorcerer glanced at Elong, subtly shaking his head to indicate his inability to assist at present. Gu Liuqi touched her nose and turned a glance at Jing Fei, feeling a twinge of sympathy, but since this individual was unrelated to her mission, she chose not to dwell on it. Watching Teacher by Tong depart, Nan Xingwu could not resist retrieving her magic shop, also reminding Zhe with a word. "Oh, what a sweet sensation," Qin Shui remarked, taken aback by Jing Xian's declaration of love for Fang Xiu in front of so many. Yet, considering the unfortunate events of the day, should Xia Yishuan truly decide to call off the engagement, she would find herself abandoned. What then? The incessantly vibrating arrows and the relentless buzzing revealed that the archer had no intentions of leaving any survivors. Gunyin felt delighted, surprised that Curry could be so perceptive, recognizing her presence that morning. Previously, Xiao Tian had assured her, filling her with confidence, but upon witnessing the scene, it still felt surreal. Another reason was that with Lu Chuanwei's departure, the class needed to elect a new monitor, a matter the counselor had announced on Monday. Young city lord at that time, only a few of us were present. If it wasn't these two who committed the murders, then who else could it be? The steward hastily stated, knowing that Yuan Hao's formidable strength had put pressure on Xiongba. He reorganized the elite forces of the Tianxia society to assert his dominance over the defensive forces guarding the peak of Tianshan. Chapter 93. Falling into the trap outside the cave, only Lin Nan and a few others remained. Lin Nan provided guidance to the several unconscious leopard sentinels. Due to her higher level, she found it relatively easy to delve into their mental landscapes, successfully extracting the dark mist, after which the agony on their faces gradually faded. Yet they remained unresponsive, slumped on the ground like soft clay. At that moment, several prominent figures from Xi'an, political dignitaries, and celebrities rushed out of the Yun residence without exchanging pleasantries, hastily departing to manage the situation. Familiar with the bloody storms among families, these dignitaries sought to minimize the impact of the incident. Within the Sea of Qi, 15,000 strands of spiritual energy dispersed, each transforming into a glimmering star. "Didn't you say this yesterday, Yuga?" Chan Yu chuckled, scratching his head. Meng Anmei and Su Linger were taken aback upon seeing Su Qifeng arrive with Su Shanhai, left speechless for a while. Although Ziyue appeared cheerful and easy to talk to, those who understood her knew that since her face had changed, she had become even more perceptive than most. Just days prior, rain had fallen, leaving two large mud puddles. Yao Jianjun found himself positioned next to one, tumbling head first into it, becoming completely covered in mud, even his face smeared and his nostrils filled with the stench of filth. Years ago, someone had spread rumors about the Jin family, and their eldest nephew meticulously investigated every detail, leaving no stone unturned, even digging up the existence of illegitimate children. The already immense Zeta expanded nearly double its size, making the multitude of figures standing above appear sparse. The Northern Legion of Baya was well-structured, and with the addition of a few elite soldiers from the Southeastern Legion, their combat effectiveness remained virtually unchanged, which was the true reason for their excitement. Zhuang Wangu had charted his own course, and, once this great calamity was resolved, saw no need to retain the position of Heavenly Emperor, considering retreating to live in seclusion with Princess Taizhan, Princess Wansheng, and Lady Bixiao, which might be a wise choice. At this moment, Zhao Zhengse gradually began to comprehend the difficulties faced by the second-in-command. A single coin could thwart a hero, let alone the multitude of significant matters the second-in-command needed to address. The national security personnel had no objections. Now that Lu Shanshan's identity was known, there was nothing to fear. "Lin Feng, you killed my disciple during the competition, turning him into pulp. Now, you've entered the Tian cave and committed murder again, exterminating 3 elite disciples of the Northeast Qi sect here. One of them was even the eldest son of a deacon from the Northeast Qi sect. Let's see how you intend to survive this," Mo Yang said with a sardonic tone. "I care not for anything, but should this continue to escalate, I will have no choice but to resort to forbidden techniques, which would render me incapable of posing a significant threat to this barbarian. I know with my college entrance examination results, gaining admission to an average university is no issue, but to enter a prestigious university, particularly in the northern capital, I must pass the political review," Zhao Zhengse stated bluntly. "A humanoid demon? Moreover, dressed in the exceedingly rare, luxurious garments of the Abyss realm. Observing the color of the attire, it was unlike anything they had ever encountered, distinctly different from the surrounding dreariness, exuding an ineffable purity. At this juncture, the decision held the fate of the Earth race in balance, and everyone held their breath, turning their gazes toward Lin Foam. Chapter 94. The attack. Lin Nan felt a weighty breath as she approached the nearest sentinel. This individual was the vice captain of the Leopard Squad, and after spending 2 days together, they had grown familiar with one another. The tall youth lay face down on the ground, motionless. Lin Nan crouched down, attempting to turn him over. Suddenly, just as she was about to do so, the seemingly unconscious young man lifted his head with an uncanny speed. His once familiar features twisted into a grotesque expression. "Thank you?" Hot Duo Qian chuckled upon hearing Cui Xiaoyang's words, dismissing any further conversation and abruptly hanging up the phone. Liao Shui'er remained silent, merely following her, though she wished to say, "Yijia, your smile seems forced. If you don't want to smile, there's no need to." But she couldn't voice it. Things were already sufficiently difficult, and she feared Yi Qing might truly struggle to remain at the company if she wore a sorrowful expression. "No, he got away. Moreover, he's currently with those 2 brothers from the Shao family. It's not convenient to act against him now." After a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke up. The young master realized that Shunli was staring at Wenshu and suddenly understood. "Exactly. Liang Banban, go fetch my message and make a trip to the Tai hospital." He then cast an angry glare at Wenshu. "Comrade Zhukov, please share that matter with everyone." When the group had gathered, Stalin promptly requested Zhukov to explain the situation. He had deployed nearly 1 million troops, with thousands of aircraft and tanks, to crush the Finnish military with overwhelming strength. After 3 months, most of Finland's territory had been liberated by the Soviet army. Shunshi struck the table with a loud bang, his voice resonant and filled with killing intent, startling those around him. "Xiangnan, there is no need for you to accompany me to the prenatal checkup. I can go alone. Dad will be unhappy, and I don't want to upset him." Tang Xinya persistently declined. He hadn't even spoken to her yet, so why was she asking about him so eagerly? Moreover, her enthusiasm made him feel that his previous worries had been in vain. Thus, Chun Fuxing, Su Wuji, and Yi Exine naturally found themselves surrounded by countless individuals. The cave was dimly lit, with only a few bioluminescent algae providing faint illumination. Upon witnessing an individual's attempt to resist, the guard was immediately incensed. After all, they were already condemned to death, yet dared to act defiantly before him. Unable to fathom the situation, Hua Ziao resolved to consult Hua Qinglin. As a seasoned individual who had endured numerous trials, she felt a sense of reassurance in confiding in him. "You go and enjoy some drinks. Allow me to dance with her." Ling Yu boldly seized my hand from Sheng Jun's grasp, addressing Sheng Jun directly. "Very well, I accept your request." He embraced me and sat upright, yet our bodies remained intimately connected. The cave was shrouded in darkness. The overhead light had been extinguished, and my flashlight was nowhere to be found. As I scanned the surroundings, I suddenly spotted a glimmer of light against the wall. The moment I moved, a rustling sound emanated from that direction. "Who is it?" I inquired tentatively. Tiansu Zi approached the child, grasped their hand, and examined it. He noted that the child's pulse was normal, suggesting no signs of having ingested any toxic substance, which eased his concerns. Following the ordeal they had previously faced, the Bai siblings had undergone a shift in perspective, realizing that no amount of wealth could guarantee safety in the face of glaring weaponry. They had witnessed Qin Fuxing and Yan Qixia, among others, demonstrating their prowess in vanquishing demons and monsters, which undoubtedly stirred their hearts. After organizing their roles, Gu Pingyan exited the villa and hailed a cab to a nearby residential area. "What is this place?" Lin Nan asked, gazing at the barrier in confusion. "I'm uncertain as well. When I regained consciousness, I was drawn into this place by a cloud of black mist," Roni replied, producing some basic medical supplies and iodine from his pocket. He looked at Lin Nan's shoulder wound and said, "Lin, let me tend to your injury." Lin Nan hesitated briefly before loosening her clothing to reveal her injured shoulder. "What is this place?" Lin Nan repeated, her confusion evident. "I'm not entirely sure. When we entered, we were enveloped by a cloud of black mist. If I am correct, we must be within the spiritual realm of that king beast," Roni explained. "Can others besides the guide enter the spiritual realm?" "Perhaps. I have heard that some monsters skilled in mental manipulation possess such abilities," Roni remarked. With the example set before them, the others dared not lose focus. Thus, under a heightened state of mental concentration. They skillfully avoided the entangled ropes of the two individuals ahead, subsequently arriving at the opposite shore in succession. Feng Wu gripped the hand too tightly, her anxiety causing her to forget her movements. The one already in pain had no choice but to hold her hand, ushering her into his searing world. As her hand made contact, the slight chill provided relief from the pain, prompting her to involuntarily close her eyes in comfort. Yixiang's pupils dilated sharply. Could it be that, besides them, a third party from another realm existed on this continent? After sending a text message, Gong Xiaoxie called his mother, succinctly outlining the situation. Upon hearing his words, she hastily stated that they would come over. Jean Kuei lay on the ground, indifferent to the view from halfway up the mountain, as if lying there awaiting death. Chun Lan's expression was vacant, utterly bewildered by the unfolding circumstances. Initially, it was believed that Zheng Guanbi was an exception for Zijiao, yet his actions were nothing short of astonishing. Not only did he treat them with national honors, but he also deigned to personally welcome them with the dignity of a king. Lin Dao struck down an emperor with a forceful blow, momentarily stunning the crowd into silence. Previously, although Ren Hengxing and Dai Jinzhou's attack had not directly harmed them, it had frightened them considerably. After witnessing their retreat, the tension dissipated. This was an absolute bane for their cat-eared kin, akin to a natural disaster. If such tactics continued to be employed against them, it would surely spell doom for their nation. After 5 full minutes, Zhang Nan, trembling all over, finally began to calm down. Though the members of the Ling Tian battle team feared not death, they were not reckless. They adjusted their tactics based on sudden developments during combat. "You have been masquerading as the emperor?" Rui queried, looking at Wu Xin with confusion, observing the scene inside the grand tent. Devoid of the emperor's presence and the dragon robe carelessly tossed aside, the astute Rui seemed to grasp the situation entirely. Song Su gazed forward at the brightly lit Wangyue Tower, hearing the sounds of clinking glasses, and could not help but furrow her brow. Calling out to the chief steward who was about to lead the way, Qin Yun unleashed the Jiang Qingtian Tower and entered it, intending to remain for a few days to gather sufficient for Divine Sun powers before departing. Yusong arrived at the Ling residence and entered the luxurious mansion where Qin Yun resided, realizing that Qin Yun was a distinguished guest of the Ling family. "Everything is well," Rui said gently, raising her arm to offer a teacup to Wu Xin, signaling him to drink as a gesture of hospitality. The giant spirit god was not as complicated as Yang Jian and Wendu had imagined. He simply understood to avoid the green object. Unbeknownst to her, Fan Zhao arrived at the Yu City Guanyin Nunnery. After receiving permission from Master Yi Lian, Ruhu led Fan Zhao to meet Rui, perhaps due to her merchant background. Su Lan placed significant importance on wealth, leading her to be somewhat frugal regarding expenditures, paying less attention to ventures that yielded no profit but only investment. With Roni's voice fading, many villagers suddenly appeared beside Lin Nan. Roni's parents stood by her side, warmly grasping her hand, saying, "What a lovely girl. Are you a classmate of Xiao and I? Would you like to come to our house for dinner tonight? It's the first time we have a girl visiting." "Of course. I will prepare a splendid feast," the mother replied. Lin Nan gazed at the monstrous entity taking form before her, her expression growing increasingly cold. Indeed, her suspicions were confirmed. The dark, grotesque creature had completed its final transformation, emerging from Roni's body. Its thick, deformed hind legs, armed with sharp claws, viciously tore apart human flesh. Following that was its massive frame, covered in a thick black shell, seemingly composed of decaying flesh and metal fragments, exuding a sinister aura. However, this did not validate Yin Feishue's speculations. In the words of Tang Xuanzong, a noble consort smiles amidst the dust, unknown to all that lychees have arrived. It was likely no more than that. Given the trajectory of the projectiles, Guhao's artillery position was less than 7 kilometers from their front line, and it was a large artillery base. "Your Majesty, we can understand your perspective, but the other kings may not share your views," a general interjected, and Zhao Ao nodded in agreement. It was already quite late, and the envoy from the Zhongling kingdom awaited an audience with him, likely regarding urgent matters. Hu Hao considered meeting him at the administrative hall, as this was the military department, rife with confidential information. He chuckled lightly before stating, "The female demon is far weaker than the many malevolent beings I've slain. How could you, a mere ghostly fiend, pose a threat to me?" He spoke truthfully. During his journey through the Gu, The jumping corpse from the Jinlong Temple had proven to be more formidable than the dual fiends. Yet it ultimately succumbed to his lingering spirit. Andre hoped that Victoria could devise more strategies to counter Hu Hao's forces, but Victoria flatly stated that she had no solutions, as they lacked logistical support, rendering anyone ineffective. In the face of ongoing consumption, skills such as Charge Forward and Exile Blade were not deterred by the pain inflicted by the dark-tethered sword demon. As the eve of the new year approached, the city of Yixing was adorned with festive cheer, both within and beyond its walls. The military encampment outside the city echoed with the jubilant sounds of soldiers slaughtering pigs and sheep, celebrating the new year with great enthusiasm. "Are you a human or a zombie?" a crisp voice inquired, tinged with palpable tension. Pansy, a seasoned veteran, instinctively activated his skills, but quickly realized that he had squandered the opportunity. He thrust his palm forward, unleashing a brilliant silver light that surged toward the hilt of his sword. With a cold smirk, he clenched his fingers, summoning the sword from the air. Aside from the prohibition on weapon usage, you face no other restrictions. The voice remained unwaveringly icy. Elbow had cleared the top lane and shifted his gaze to the point. At that moment, the enemy's advance had halted, likely to engage the flame demon. However, both the river and the point lacked vision wards, complicating the situation for the flame demon. Gong Yue's dark eyes glinted with a hint of coldness, deep in thought. If the opponent were him, they could indeed become an obstacle to his ambition of world domination. The profound thoughts of the peak experts surrounding them were of little concern to Fengyan Gusen. His focus lay on why Wei Jingjia could forge ancient artifacts. As a polymath himself, he possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the stringent requirements for crafting such relics. In Chapter 97, titled Pollution, Lin Nan sensed an intrusion into her consciousness. A sharp prick and a surge of black mist invaded her narrow mental landscape. Thanks to Huasen's nurturing, her mental prowess had ascended to a new level, yet it remained insufficient against this formidable pollutant. She had yet to form her mental barrier. The vines began to wilt, drooping lifelessly as their vitality was gradually siphoned away. "Are you trying to deceive me with a fake token?" The general suddenly erupted in fury. "What? I am but an ordinary diner. This tavern is filled with common patrons, and, collectively, they are your parents. You wouldn't abandon their fates, would you?" Du Gohong remarked sarcastically at the innkeeper, who had hidden behind a throng of people. The sky turned azure as Qin Yao suddenly halted, warily surveying her surroundings, ultimately resting her gaze upon the ice-fire lotus. The first verse of the song extolled the emperor, proclaiming that not only did nations come to pay homage, but even celestial beings descended to honor him. The melody, performed by skilled musicians and sung by a beautiful maiden, brought joy to the emperor, whose face radiated delight as the songstress resumed her performance. While the skeletal figures were robust, they could not withstand his burning chill. Under the influence of the Tao realm, his consciousness could even devour their ghostly flames, leading to their utter demise. "After all, I'm not yet captured," Lu Mengxiao muttered. Deep down, she understood Yi Feng's intent. If they were truly apprehended, chaos would ensue, given that underground auctions were often backed by corporations or gangs. The emperor is absent. Why bother dressing so elegantly? Nangong Yulan shook her head, still unwilling. Finally, Lu Mengxiao could sit comfortably, having piloted the aircraft intently, and now, in the dead of night, fatigue overwhelmed her. The Taoist principle of sacrificing oneself for righteousness differs from that of other schools. It emphasizes voluntary self-realization and the satisfaction of one's true nature, rather than seeking fame in history. A white ribbon of mist cascaded from the heavens, bearing immense power, as if to sweep across the world and challenge all. Upon Chun Tianlong's declaration, the rules became clear. The chosen sword also selects its wielder, and only those more domineering than it could compel it to submit. The exterior of the Tianyao mountain range was frigid at night. Those without cultivation would surely freeze if they did not enter the cave. Below the tower, a pitch-black abyss emerged, releasing waves of infernal energy that sought to corrode the glutton, who simply opened his mouth and consumed all the hellish power. The Lord of the Lonely Moon displayed his extraordinary might, earning admiration. As he descended from the sky, two half-step supreme figures from the academy approached with smiles. If indeed this was the doing of Brother Dai, he must be cautious. Why was Brother Dai involved in such significant matters, not consulting him? What was his intent? Did he wish to act independently? As the two collapsed, Lin Ruofeng's basketball effortlessly swished through the hoop. Moreover, I am a disciple of the Taoist school. and I aspire to spread Taoism throughout the vast realm of the Zhou. A true man's ambition lies in distant horizons. How could Zhou live his life in seclusion within these mountains? The captain of the battleship's pupils dilated dramatically, yet he had no time to issue commands as the aircraft from the Dragon Nation approached. Realizing the value of spirit stones in this world, Li Qianle produced a mid-grade spirit stone and tossed it before Su Hua. This entire affair felt familiar. Yet the use of the Ming dynasty's county magistrate and clerks for interrogation seemed a bit mocking, likely indicative of spies from the Ming. The Sun clan excelled in sculpting. Anything that passed through their hands materialized. The technique of turning beans into soldiers was their signature combat skill. Countless soldiers at the scene grew tense, hoping their idol would triumph, and that the relentless General Zhang Xing would lead the southwest. The colossal beast that had initially fled had not reappeared, perhaps deterred by the firepower or lying in wait to ambush the five. Li Pinghai's thoughts were entirely elsewhere, unaware of Yao Haoran's words. He had always taken lives. Never had he contemplated that he might one day find himself in such a tragic predicament. Suddenly, young Master Qian appeared before her, delivering a powerful kick to her back. "What business do you have with me?" Yi Chengxian inquired directly upon entering, heightening Xia Haidong's anxiety. Thus, while she still held sway in the harem, she ordered Aki and A to leave the palace with trusted companions to follow and protect Jiang Tai in his homeland, ensuring they did so discreetly without alarming anyone, especially not the one everyone knew she referred to. Su Meng's situation was also dire. The Iron Chain's defense could have aided his escape. Yet he had not anticipated Xiao Yan would withdraw a portion of his soul energy, coupled with the terrifying force of Chima's attack, leaving him unable to flee. Song Duanwu's intentions of closeness were clear to Yi Zhijian, yet the deeper significance behind this affection eluded him. He comprehended Song Duanwu's mannerisms to a considerable extent, even if not entirely. Given Xia Haidong's predicament, she resolved to seek assistance from Lei Ming, as he was a brother of Yi Chengxian and might be of some help. A person who had experienced countless deaths and resurrections, Hongshu believed that following him would ensure her own survival. Moreover, she could continue to live peacefully as the princess of Xia, which was indeed her desire. Suppressing the urge to vomit, Guo Lin cast 2 emerald-hued flamingos into the phoenix cauldron. The piercing cries of the phoenix grew increasingly loud in his ears. Chapter 98, Taking Root. Lin Nan heard a faint yet urgent sound, as if it came from a long-burdened, famished being. Subsequently, something astonishing occurred. The mire that had infected her mental soil began to churn violently, bubbles rising from the depths as if something stirred beneath. Before long, a miraculous scene unfolded. "All right, Brother Yang Xian, remember my words. No matter when you confront Lin Shuahai, I, Zhuo Xing, shall do my utmost to stand by your side against him." Zhuo Xing declared earnestly, not merely offering assistance, but expressing a resolute alliance against Lin Shuahai. "Pursue. Dig 3 feet into the ground, if necessary, to unearth him." A scattered dialogue emerged from behind the fence. Soon after, a gap appeared, and 2 rows of elite guards surged forth towards the palace gates. What did Lan Xianxian say? Jun Jiogong inquired eagerly, unable to contain his curiosity. Yang Xian chose not to concern himself with subsequent events, having already aided Xia Yanxi and her companions. The outcome now rested in their hands. "You are bleeding. Wipe it away." Xia Qingyi gently offered a silk handkerchief. "Mr. Zhu, the young master is inside. Please proceed." Mu Zhang informed Zhu Shaoqian from outside the courtyard. "Rest assured, if I lacked complete confidence, I would not undertake such actions." Another voice within declared after chanting a Buddhist mantra. Hearing this, Wu Yong recognized the voice as that of a monk with profound enlightenment. Was it possible that a revered monk like him had colluded with criminals? Such a notion was disheartening. Even some tribes that had surrendered to Yi by Shi Kuei, seeing he Lu backed by the Tang dynasty, subtly allied with him, expressing their willingness to act as insiders. On the 10th day of the new year, the youngest approached the Zhu residence, explaining his intentions to the steward. Upon hearing that Zhu Yozhuan wished to take his family to Jinzhou to pay respects to Mei Siyuan, the steward granted permission without hesitation. The following day, while Huang Weiwei was at work, Shengwan Fengqian arrived with a bouquet of roses. The energy condensed into a formidable force, capable of effortlessly shattering even metal. The great tiger did not flinch. A beam of light passed, and the arrow struck its side without piercing its hide, falling to the ground instead. Less battle. This time, Victory shall be mine. Qin Mo's gaze was fixated on the unfolding scene, and as his skills surged forth amidst the chaos, he pressed on. Lord Tiger's dark eyes remained unwaveringly focused on her, attentively observing her subtle changes. Upon arriving at Lingyi Mountain Academy, many of its leaders were present, watching the drawing process below. Are you certain you wish to leave? Yushi dodged Lin Shi's attack, pecking at his waist from an awkward angle. A massive golden hand descended upon the ghostly claw, dissipating it in an instant, purifying even the black smoke. Behind the large drum, the moonlight radiated brilliantly, revealing a towering ancient tree with crescent-shaped leaves, exuding an aura of ancient mystery. At that moment, a collective gasp echoed, as it was unimaginable how Yi Xiao could disregard the barrier's obstruction and forcibly pull someone out. Very well, if you wish for me not to see, I shall pretend I do not. Bao Feiyong smiled slightly, setting down his sign and resolutely making a motion to depart. Sighing helplessly, Chu Hanyin was half-dragged out of the office. No need for thanks. Remember, this place is also your home. You are welcome to come here often and visit your grandfather. It is both your responsibility and your right. Zhao Lao smiled, waving his hand. Found it. After much effort, Chen Yufan managed to lock in the spatial coordinates in the endless void. For pieces of Yang were to be sold, business would continue, wouldn't it? The gang leader raised his head and quoted a price. At this moment, the women had shed all clothing, wrapping their delicate forms in bath towels as they gracefully approached, shyly stepping into the hot spring. Turning to observe the members of the Masaka battle group, all wore indifferent expressions, showing no signs of concern about their leader's potential betrayal. Is there really an otherworldly demon? Lien Yuda gazed at Lu Yinsong in disbelief. Had Lu Yinsong truly been a different person previously? What have you come to understand? Li Jingyun weakly retorted, though no one heard her. Su Fu. Both Lu Chun and Chun Feng gasped in shock, with Lu Chun retreating a few steps. Casting his gaze towards a kneeling Su Fu, who dared not look up. What do you intend to do? Though Su Fu knelt, he could handle the situation at hand as long as Lu Chun did not impede him. Eagerly, he pushed open the door to the classroom, where the window was ajar, revealing verdant scenery outside, and a gentle breeze rustled, creating a soothing sound. As she spoke, Fuanin's tone and expression were filled with sorrow and grievance. Upon hearing Wu Yu mention reporting to the authorities again, the bandits could no longer hold back. They rushed at her, intent on silencing her. And by Chuan Chunzi's view, one could be uncompetitive but must not lack ambition. Otherwise, complacency would lead to lethargy, ultimately extinguishing the drive to advance. Under the organization and coordination of Director Jiang of the village committee, several esteemed elders from the village were invited for discussions with Wu Wang. Is it that easy to steal from the city lord's mansion? Feng Banyuan questioned, incredulous that he would allow him entry to take treasures. Just moments ago, he had claimed he was far inferior to Feng Banyuan. Now he was attempting to persuade him to make an enemy of Feng Banyuan. I am truly heartbroken. Such matters are exceedingly difficult to accept. I do not even know what transpired. After receiving half a year's salary in the finance office, I quietly left the company. Chapter 99. He is like a fish for display. In the sky above the forest, as the barrier vanished, a colossal airship became visible, descending with numerous official rescue personnel. It turned out that the airship had been hovering above the contaminated area, explaining why guards appeared upon the contestants' urgent calls for help. Later, when Wang Shou shielded everyone, the officials lost all signals. The unconscious injured were being escorted by medical personnel. Bing Yin led the amnesiac Yun Ziheng to the entrance of the Yi Wang mansion. But as he reached for the door, Yun Ziheng broke free, saying, "The royal mansion is not a place I can enter. Let us find a tea house to talk instead. Commoners who intrude upon the royal mansion will be punished." He had not been there long when he fortuitously overheard the last words of Shun Chuanyu. Generally, those who visit graves do so with purpose, such as to pay respects to deceased relatives or friends, knowing precisely where they are buried, rather than simply stating they wish to visit the best grave. Light took off his coat, picked up a stone from the ground, wrapped it in his clothing, and suddenly threw it outward. If he could overlook the previous calls, the Kyoto Shan family was an entirely different matter. Take Pei Yutong, for instance. She aimed to create a team that supported her and would never seek favor from Jiang Duo. Qinju had not touched a morsel of food for 3 days. Since the last bamboo tube rice, the coarse texture of the rice in his bowl was particularly unappealing to him. Fang Xiaohua let out a cry of despair, utterly astonished that even at this moment, the mongrel dared to kick him away. Li Chengji half closed his eyes, lost in thought. before lowering his gaze to the dagger in his hand, which he originally intended to gift to Zhou Meizi. However, due to an unexpected interruption, he had not been able to present it. Nevertheless, he believed that Zhou Meizi, having already accepted the intention, would not refuse it. He entered a shop and requested that the dagger be wrapped. In his previous life, both the original owner and the Qi Kingdom had suffered due to Chu Jingtian, leaving him in a state of perpetual disillusionment. In matters of familial love, who can remain rational and clear-headed at all times, unhesitatingly severing ties when necessary? Sun also pondered the fact that he had already been discharged from the hospital, and his dealings with Wenfu were indeed legitimate. Zhang Zhe nodded and followed suit, uncertain of what would transpire next. However, he felt compelled to press onward. Having come this far, there was no turning back. Genevieve sighed in relief as she observed the children who had already entered. Just as she was about to turn around, she heard a familiar sound. Indeed, Dobby had caught Harry, who was momentarily distracted while helping Ron with the same luggage. The village chief began to mutter to himself, contemplating the myriad possibilities, unable to fathom where Lin Yang could have gone. Once a girl is married, she is akin to spilled water, once wed to a royal family. There's no concept of simply visiting. Although Moe wished to sign immediately, Lin Feng had his own boundaries. In the end, Moe succumbed to Lin Feng's resolve and reluctantly agreed. The formidable dragons might surge through his words, sweeping over the city, creating a storm of fierce winds that scattered in all directions, unveiling a vast space, the sound rolling like thunder over the skies of Storm City. After handing the great soul order to Han Yaoshi, Han Wujia suddenly glanced at Da Wuhui, yearning to rush forward. A look of sorrow flickered in Han Yaoshi's eyes as he restrained Han Wujia, urging him to calm down. Despite the fall being merely gentle and devoid of stones in the vicinity, with only dried grass beneath, she could not comprehend why she felt such pain. It was only when one truly needed their intellect that they regretted its scarcity, lamenting not the singularity of the mind but the lack of astute neurons. Jiang Baixian muttered under his breath, pulling Liang Duan aside, pivoting swiftly to the side with all his strength. After Li Jing finished speaking, she flicked her hands and repositioned herself before the statue, tears glistening on her cheeks, which she did not wipe away, allowing them to cascade down her face until they dried in the wind, unnoticed by Bing Yao. Senior brother is impressive in this middle continent. Only the master brother could dare to speak such words to the dream demon Shen Fei. They expressed, acknowledging his pride. The back courtyard of the jade shop was merely a processing workshop, where the jade bracelets and ornaments sold in the front were crafted, epitomizing the production and sales model of front shop and back factory. Why argue at such a time, with you merely at the transformation stage? Even confronting the drought demon would be challenging. I might as well stay, as there remains a chance to escape. Xian Yuan chuckled anxiously. After all, old Mo had yet to arrive to fetch me. I have ample time to amuse you, Mo Wushuang thought to herself. Chapter 100. The cute little cake Lin Nan's face gradually reddened, warmth flooding her from her heart to her ears. She felt a wave of heat rising within her, leaving her somewhat lightheaded. Indeed, she found it difficult to adapt to the bold expressions of those around her. With just a finger, she managed to rouse the unconscious large cat. Focusing her mental energy, Lin Nan enveloped the mark belonging to Kaiser in her mind with strands of spirit. Dozens of old and new Avengers crowded around this area, voices rising and falling in sharp, high-pitched arguments. Meanwhile, the coffee table was strewn with the chaotic remnants of recent newspapers. Yizhen estimated that to unlock the seal of the Shin Dragon Pearl, he would need to unleash the power of the exorcising evil god Thunder millions of times in succession. However, this required Brooke's precise memories to ascertain the accurate timeline of his life. Even masters, though unable to open their eyes, could still discern the positions of their foes. But that was only under equally matched circumstances. To be honest, I am indeed fearful. However, having followed the master for so many years, even if I were to be transferred, everyone knows I am the master's person, marked indelibly by him. The ability to simultaneously control flora and fauna in multiple directions hinges on the host's spiritual power to command several spiritual wooden talismans at once. Over the past month, the entire Wanyao Island has been plunged into turmoil, a chaotic time of conflict due to the fragments of laws. The new generation's exemplary homebody, Fry, garnered much praise from Xiaoqing for his geological survey on Moon Mountain Island, although he was already well acquainted with the contemporary situation of Reunion Island. This simple student letter revealed many enchanting aspects of 17th century, our Union Island. The helicopter wobbled as it landed in the center of the helipad. The door opened, and first to emerge was Maria Hill alongside Nick Fury, followed closely by a stern-faced Nick Fury who jumped down from the door. Zhang Allen was not particularly keen on continuing this line of conversation, and instead inquired Dominic about identification documents. Ning Ji gazed blankly, observing her steady gait, completely devoid of the earlier signs of dizziness. Those three were the trusted aides of Lu Bing. Having suffered injuries to their tendons, they were rendered incapacitated, causing him great distress. These metal ingots would be processed into the armor components that Carl required, while the waste would be mixed into clay to create sturdier ceramics or fire-resistant bricks. That old fellow, with his hypocritical disdain for the impoverished and favoring the wealthy, managed to construct an exceedingly reasonable logical loop. How could one rebut such shamelessness? Chu Lichuan's complexion resembled a palette, shifting from crimson to pallid, shame and anger intertwining within him. Have all areas been searched? Su Wei asked as the guards and watchmen emerged. No, from yesterday until now. What was initially thought to be a sure victory in the siege has cost him nearly 10,000 men. Yet he has not touched even a corner of the enemy's garments. Every morning, when Sun Chonglu shouted for the young master, it would invariably provoke curses from those who slept in. Truly, the team that has persisted until now is remarkable. Zhang Li's tornado range strike damage surprisingly did not exceed 2,000, yet to others, that was already quite extraordinary. Chapter 101. Should I permanently mark you? Returning to reality. Lin Nan was drenched in sweat. Assisting a sentinel of such caliber was no easy task, despite her mental power having improved somewhat. She was utterly drained by the gluttonous large cat. Lin Nan felt as if she had just completed a marathon, her body depleted, legs trembling, barely able to stand. However, she experienced no dizziness. Rather, she felt refreshingly invigorated. Seeing the Empress Dowager's expression shift dramatically, it seemed she was exceedingly enraged, and the gravity of the situation far exceeded her expectations. Never did she anticipate the young master would appear here, leaving her overwhelmed with emotion. Why was it that he was always present whenever she encountered misfortune? Zhu Yunxiu nodded at me and said, "How about this? If you have any specific thoughts, feel free to come to my office and discuss them. I will provide you with substantial support in whatever I can." As he spoke, Zhu Yunxiu handed me his business card. Sijin understood what Bailey was worried about. Since Ao Bai intended to linger in the mansion, it was certain that Sun Bao would host a banquet. The matriarch, along with the elder aunt and the third aunt, would undoubtedly attend in their most splendid attire. In such a scenario, her current appearance risked diminishing her royal dignity. Zhang Xian, with a keen sense of attack distance, began to trouble the vampires on the line. Ho Qing cast a dark gaze upon the silver-white, flying sword that drifted through the venue, the weapon's presence causing the amber that contained abilities to shatter into delicate yellow crystals. Zigwai furrowed her brow, realizing this was unexpected. She had not communicated with Ziheng about her intentions to spare Meng Juanhao and Li Zhilan, only to find that he had taken matters into his own hands. I gave him a sidelong glance. His expression was quite serious, and when he focused, he indeed possessed a certain charm. Tao Di approached the trash bin, retrieving her phone and keys from her handbag before discarding the bag itself. However, the persistent notion in her heart continued to remind her of her humiliating defeat. Upon reaching the school gates, Ji Feng parked his vehicle and noticed Li Ting approaching, while Wang Hao also caught sight of Ji Feng and waved. Tang Hongdo gently patted Chun Nachuan's back. He buried his face in her shoulder, eyes glistening red, yet he refrained from crying. Who were these people? With such a formidable force invading Jiulong City, did they truly wish to dominate the entire underground power of Jiulong? Yang Jiu furrowed his brow and inquired. The malevolent deity let out a wail, shocked that this maneuver had no effect on Li Mubai. At that moment, Li Mubai gathered the spatial energy around him and delivered a punch to the deity's head. Shinan Yu, now in his 30s, came from a powerful background and himself symbolized great strength. What is the matter? A cold droplet of water splashed onto his face, and upon looking up, he found Lu Chun squinting at him, a smile gracing his lips, indicating a good mood. 4 individuals perished due to medical negligence, all due to allergies. How could the hospital be so careless? And 4 died at once. We had barely traversed a third of the journey. The subsequent formations would be increasingly challenging. The Gourley family believed they could halt my advance. Humph, this time they would regret it. I scoffed. Heh, This planet lacks any divine essence. I found it strange back then, and now, seeing this grand formation, I realize there must be a powerful gathering array within, drawing all the divine energy to this valley. You should feel it for yourself, I remarked. Chapter 102. Thorny Rose, what does that have to do with you? Kaiser retorted. The satiated youth seemed to have already savored the delightful fruit of success, exuding an indescribable languor and pride. Lin Nan frowned, a flicker of displeasure crossing her eyes. Lin Nan dashed out of the room, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat, a whirlwind of anger and shame intertwining within her. Don't mind it, she thought. For some reason, every time she saw the elderly gentleman engaged in chess. She recalled the incident where Qiu Qianren had fought with an old faculty member over a misplayed move. Simultaneously, that trump card was burdened by the weight of hunting the phoenix butterfly. In battles or ordinary competitions, Tingshu believed that pursuing the phoenix butterfly was hardly worthwhile. Bai Ruo Qiong had become little more than a mere shell, but her eyes remained exceptionally clear and transparent, akin to the most exquisite treasure in the world. The rest of her being lay hidden beneath her garments, reduced to mere bones. An evening free of classes was a rare treasure for Shan Shan. She intended to thoroughly digest the lessons from the past 2 days and seek materials to rectify her previous gaps in knowledge. After a while, Zhang Zhong pushed her away and exited the restroom. She followed closely behind, her gaze fixed on him as he entered another room. It could be said that a seasoned grass-type trainer could become a person of prominence in agriculture, living without worry and eventually thriving, provided they were indeed a proficient grass-type trainer. However, a half-hearted trainer who merely captured a few grass-type spirits would undoubtedly be dreaming if they thought they could profit from hastening plant growth. Qi Man knew in her heart that the Shi Hanju had been completely drained of energy when it dealt that fatal blow to Lung Yun. Moreover, the 5-colored wheel and the fire phoenix that helped maintain his rationality had significantly diminished the Shi Hanju's power. Listening to Zhao Yun's words made it clear that Su Yunliang was no longer the foolish individual who had been sold and still paid the buyer. If Zhao Yun were to demand money in person, Su Yunliang would certainly not let it slide. The bloody scene she had recently experienced had a profound impact on her. She felt a tinge of fear towards Zhang Zhong, yet she was reluctant to leave. Did she truly say that? Sitting in the main seat, Yun Kuei wore a grim expression, his gaze sharp as a blade, directed straight at Yun Zhen. Most cultivators opted for self-detonation, their flesh and blood returning to dust, leaving not even a trace of bone behind. Tao Huazhenren slightly curled her red lips, extending her long, beautiful legs onto Pan Haodong's lap, adopting a posture that suggested she would not relent until she was appeased. Is that so? Mu Qingyu had not anticipated that Yi Fei Yang would be so quick-witted and agile in thought, formulating a countermeasure in an instant. The schemes of these cloaked figures were indeed malicious, not only suppressing the power of the unnamed fire, but also using the party as a pawn. It was a perfect 2 birds with 1 stone strategy, though one could not discern who originated it. Zhang Sun shielded Shen Wansan, casting envious glances at Lu Yi, wielding his twin hooks to keep the bloodthirsty individuals at bay. A Tang felt frustrated, thinking, if only it had been just 0.01 seconds sooner. Alas, who had sabotaged her plans, not earlier nor later, but precisely at the most critical moment. Yet, Lu Yi completely trusted Old Monkey. Although it was reluctant to reveal its identity or share its past, this did not matter. What mattered was that Old Monkey was genuinely sincere towards him, and the current stance of the Yuan Sheng confirmed this. Qi Ning sighed, hands in pockets, and then withdrew a cigarette from the Jiuxiao Linglong Tower. Lu Yi mused to himself, this relentless pursuer, who seemed to have no way out, was truly experiencing a moment of disarray. He pondered whether, when he established his foundation, he too could be as formidable and unyielding as this white-haired elder. Xiet Dongya chuckled, and the 2 burly men at the entrance frowned upon hearing his voice. Su Feng shook his head, stating no. After Su Feng spoke, the crowd gasped. His words undoubtedly slapped Tianshan's face, and Tianshan's expression darkened, filled with anger. Master, please do not be saddened. If Lu Xing knew you were worried about him, he would certainly feel distressed, Ting Yue gently consoled, well aware of Yao Moan's devotion to Lu Xing. So, does this mean Su Feng will become the first deity in tens of thousands of years? The black monkey pointed at Su Feng, bewildered. I never expected that, even at this stage, Zhang Yunfei would still plead for Zhang Xian on my behalf, even willing to agree to a divorce to keep her in the dark. Brother Feng, What are you daydreaming about? You won some money. Want you collect it? Lin Nan looked at me with an envious expression. However, Ling Li knew that the sword-wielding skeleton general excelled in altering his attack direction at will. His strikes were a blend of illusion and reality, reaching a level of swordsmanship few could escape. The crowd was particularly large, capturing those who ran amok and striking them without hesitation. It was overtly violent. Jean Xiefeng glanced at the students in uniforms and felt an unusual familiarity, though she could not recall who they were. Moreover, the emperor had ordered the detention of all individuals from the Canhong Empire, explicitly stating that after executing these 10, they would be expelled from the Tianyue Empire. The officer continued. The boss sighed, as if he hadn't had a proper conversation with anyone in ages. He took a sip of water to clear his throat before opening up to us. The high-ranking executives and elite technical personnel present appear solemn and composed. Yet beneath the table, their fingers dance nimbly across their mobile keyboards, sharing the latest discoveries with friends, blissfully immersed in the ocean of gossip. In Chapter 103, titled A Sacrifice to the Divine, the gentle whispers of Chieshi tempt like a siren's call, her voice weaving like the unbroken strands of lotus silk, lingering in Lin Nan's ears. His blood-red eyes shine with a mesmerizing glow, resembling two eerie flames flickering in the dimly lit restroom, casting distorted shadows. He forcefully turns the disheveled young girl in his arms to face him, gazing into her eyes. The elder observes as everyone enters, signaling for them to rest here, for they will not leave until a month has passed. Upon hearing Guan Weiyuan's remarks, Zhang Chengshuan trembles with rage, his eyes bloodshot. Meanwhile, Shui Yun, having grown up in the spirit realm, possesses greater knowledge of spirit tools than those from the human realm. In the spirit realm, if these tools attain a level beyond transformation and become independent entities, they are recognized as members of the spirit tool clan within the three realms. At the cave entrance, a shadow hesitates, moving slowly, taking 3 steps forward and 2 steps back, like a hesitant dancer. Eventually, it appears resigned, inching out like a snail. After Lin Feng's strike lands, numerous cracks appear on the puppet's body. The seaside is tranquil, utterly devoid of human presence. Occasionally, one might spot a Tiger Clan member resembling Nuo Ding searching for food. Since Nuo Ding mentioned the current tension between humans and beastmen, Su Zheng refrains from approaching to avoid misunderstandings. Su Zheng bows his head, lost in thought, searching for any omissions. Throughout the process, everyone holds their breath. The culprit Aspen not daring to breathe, fearful of disrupting Su Zheng's train of thought, leading to an irreparable regret that he would carry for a lifetime. Damn it! Xiao Han roars, biting his tongue and spitting blood. In the control room, he suddenly radiates a powerful golden red light. With a deafening crash, he bursts forth from the control pod, transforming into a blazing fireball that hurtles towards Tang Zhao's mech. Of course, he need not turn around. For Shun Chao has firmly ensnared his neck with his robust arms, applying pressure to the carotid arteries. As Shilua's thoughts race, without a countermeasure in hand, the creature that passed through the portal has already entered, stepping through and landing steadily in the room. It is an exceedingly rare apparition, draped in a long robe, which pauses in surprise upon seeing Shilua. Shurjia, noticing the envious, jealous, and astonished gazes of the players surrounding him, cannot help but feel a sense of pride. Observing Chiyue hastily departing, Yu understands the reason without surprise, while Yuli's expression briefly flickers with confusion before returning to calm, as if he comprehends the situation. Regardless of the opinions of others, Shurjia stands as the sole victor of this battle, unconcerned about anyone else's intentions. A cold wind, mingled with the stench of decay, sweeps through, evoking a chilling terror that sends shivers down the spine. In the ensuing 10 days, Long Ling finds leisure, often at Yi Zheng's side, observing Murong Shue's progress in alchemy. In just 1 day, Guan Xianxin has completed the acquisition of Puan Town's Sanhua Biopharmaceutical Company, totaling 4.8 billion, 2 billion less than estimated. The critical issue remains that Milo Village will vanish because of him. After a night of battle, he has forged deep bonds with its inhabitants. And if Milo Village cannot be preserved, Shurjia will undoubtedly suffer greatly. The sound of cracking ribs reverberates, and the elder spits blood, falling into unconsciousness. In Chapter 104, the good girl drinks. A young girl's body is cradled in his arms. Apsu, typically composed, displays an unusual unease as his gaze falls upon the girl's serene face. Lin Nan's countenance, illuminated by soft light, appears particularly tranquil, though her slightly furrowed brow and abnormal rosy cheeks reveal that she is lost in an unknown dream. Contemplating Chieshi's abilities, Apsu furrows his brow, picking up the bathrobe from the floor. The carriage sways silently, and after an indeterminate time, the iconic voice of the captain of the royal guard echoes from outside. Regarding serious matters, Zhu Biao expresses concern about the ghostly realm of Yu Kingdom. Ignorance breeds fear, but upon learning of the monstrous progeny, such worries are entirely reasonable. The intuition of the sorceress proves remarkably accurate. Aside from the two of them, the rest are not human, each for their own reasons, you for your apprentice, and the three of us for the matter of the divine sword. We have each sought out secret hideaways for 2 decades. Tanyan appears filled with nostalgia. Breathing in the fresh air of the mountains clears her gloom, and she stretches her arms, letting out a melodious laugh. Dolinger exhibits little resentment towards Zhang Jian's intrusion, simply stating, "Make yourself comfortable. I'm busy," as she resumes grinding tofu. Watching Yinyuta bustle about, Murong Ting cannot help but smile. The audience erupts in a tsunami of cheers. Despite Gung Hao's prior 12 attempts at scoring, he finally nets a goal, eliciting even greater enthusiasm from the crowd, as if previous failures were forgotten. Without uttering a word, he bends down, lifting her effortlessly and carrying her to the beach before setting her down. The decree has already been issued. Not only you, but I too shall refrain from attending court tomorrow, enjoying leisure instead. Shang Wanhan waves his sleeve and departs. As long as these two reconcile, he need not remain on edge, enduring the sharp gaze of Major Mu. Kuan. In the Kuan position, a multitude of terrifying beams converge, shaking the heavens. Chen Dachang's approach is straightforward. He instructs Yu Hanjin to toss the fire spirit core into the basin, requiring no further action as the basin's bottom begins to glow faintly red, followed by the walls seeping emerald droplets. The Empress Dowager expresses no anger upon his arrival, cheerfully inquiring about Guer and the children's well-being before broaching the previous day's events. He would never plot against Kangxi, not ever. Even if matters reached the worst outcome, Kangxi confining him, he would accept it, for he is a son, and whatever Kangxi does, he endures. Do you suspect them? Guer, hands clutching herbs, tirelessly infuses the wood element into them, gazes at him in surprise upon hearing this. Over the past 3 months, Yu Hanjin has faced off against the Yin King multiple times, fully aware of his strength. Though these beasts are formidable, they may not withstand the clash amidst the throngs. Red mist? What is that? No, that can't be right. My spiritual energy was red when I had cultivation. Could it be I could transform again? Meanwhile, Meng Qingyi pats Fan Ru's shoulder, laughing nonchalantly while attempting to offer comfort. In Chapter 105, Tentacle Series, Lin Nan drinks Apsu's blood, finally alleviating the peculiar sensations within her body. She gradually calms, drifting into a slumber in Lanin's embrace. Captain Apsu, you should take your leave now, Lanin says, holding the girl and looking up at the young man across from her, her cold gaze unapologetically revealing her aversion to the same sex. Yi Qian understood that no fewer than 50 advanced anti-material weapons were aimed at his head, rendering him seemingly immobile. In the blink of an eye, a stick of incense had burned away, and Li Shan had already gathered over 1,000 varieties of herbs. With an air of confidence, he appeared capable of collecting 3,600 without breaking a sweat. Wang Zhiran glanced at his phone, frowning as he noted the time. It was now 5:45 in the afternoon, meaning he had waited a full 45 minutes. However, this towering man, clad in black armor and wielding a great sword, seemed familiar. Lin Feng realized he could no longer remain silent. If he did, Mo Lei might seize the opportunity to claim the money. This time, Yang had guessed correctly. The gravity on each step was equivalent to 100,000 pounds, and his anxious heart finally settled. The domain had enveloped the city, and its counterattack was about to commence. The middle-aged man gazed vacantly out the window. The one known as Steve flew at the forefront, his metallic mask obscuring his eyes, leaving only the reflective screen visible. A cockroach flitted beside him. They were the elite of the elite in the Suicide Squad. In the main hall, Feng Er gently retrieved the water sleeves from the brocade box, revealing the Ming Luo water sleeves, crafted in black and white. The sleeves were adorned with exquisite red flowers, known as the ghostly bloom, the red spider lily. Bang! Yi Qian launched himself like a missile, striking at Xiao Nan. Xiao Nan's cold, golden eyes regarded Yi Qian with indifference as he stepped back, evading the blow, while a long spear pierced through Yi Qian's body. Before seeing his wife, Shi Shan Hong Yi, Dongfang Yinyang felt he had much to express. Yet upon their encounter, many of the words he intended to convey seemed to vanish from his memory. However, the Taoist could not perceive this, for he could only see shadows and hear none of their sounds. Upon witnessing the fist of Susanoo approaching, Doug immediately halted, suddenly unleashing an overwhelming surge of five-colored energy, causing his body to swell. Although Lin Chu secretly detested the term cost-performance ratio, he, as an ordinary person, willingly and even joyfully employed it. The last vision that Kay saw was merely an illusion, a mental oppression, yet the extreme and unreasonable consumption was a tangible crisis unfolding in reality. Along the way, they encountered several cultivators, who regarded the pair with peculiar expressions. Since it was another surprise, it deserved the treatment befitting a surprise. Entering early was indispensable. After killing the monarch in the court, then what? The Taoist squinted, feeling somewhat unsettled. Liang Xian Hui, hearing that he had been granted passage, hurriedly summoned the coachman to drive them into the city with Bai Jin Wu. When I bestowed life upon you, I granted you a singular ability, the art of seduction. Ensure she serves Zhao Gu well, with Xian Er outside and Feng Shi within, leaving her with no avenue of escape. Thus, the several chi stones concealed within fell away completely, tossed by Lin Fan into a communal collection point, later to be retrieved by Xia Zhou. Yisun understood that the master he spoke of referred to the group of innate mid-stage experts under his command, and his expression darkened at the thought. Ordinary young individuals might be unaware of the life-extending pill or Yawang Valley, yet venerable experts like Chong Mei Lao Sung certainly could not be ignorant. In Tang Chi's eyes, amidst the darkness abyss, the naked man resembling a crow was engulfed in fire before he could even utter a cry, his bizarre form instantaneously igniting and dissipating into a cloud of black ash. In the past, when Ning Xian was present, she would always feed He Ju. Today, however, she was preoccupied with rehearsing the script and neglected him. He Ju lay pitifully on the ground, gazing longingly at Ning Xian, yet her mind was solely on the script, leaving him ignored. If the emperor heard of her prolonged illness and chose not to visit her, she would have no further expectations of him. Ultimately, Zhu Daliang and 5 other guards led their respective 50 Xia tribesmen towards the southern city gate. Just as Yi Xian intended to exchange pleasantries with Ning Xian, he inexplicably felt a genuine desire to engage with her further, prompting him to speak again. Undoubtedly, his complete trust in Yishio was solidified when Yishio proactively gifted him that ointment last time. After walking for a while, Yichong noticed a reduction in the number of zombies surrounding them. He swiftly mounted his motorcycle and beckoned Feng Fufu to join him. With a roar, the motorcycle surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. The glaring words Wandu Yuan stung their eyes, particularly for Wei Sheng Lian, whose eyes flickered with sparks. Fear not, I shall bully her in your presence later, avenging you, Wang Ning Ji shamelessly declared. Now that the children have grown, he yearned to experience the life he had always envisioned. As for Qi Cheng, he followed closely behind them, opting not to utter a single word or interject. An elderly man of such constitution, accompanied by a family rife with deep contradictions, dining aboard the Xiaoyu Gu, was indeed an unexpected sight. Muanding, accustomed to a life of luxury, could hardly have imagined such a life previously, yet now, faced with the prospect of escape, he had no intention of remaining there. As Shunli prepared to act, Lung Zizhou intervened, stating, I shall handle this myself. The entire group resembled a fierce bull, with the 2 formidable phantoms acting as the strongest and sharpest horns, tearing through all adversaries. Emily frequented the hospital daily, her anxious demeanor unmistakable, leading Huasun to realize their weight was excruciating. Simultaneously, Long Fei cast a deep glance at Rongguan Yuan, suppressing his urge to unleash the power of the temporal divine eye to obliterate Rongguan Yuan. Otherwise, if the furnace's temperature failed to rise promptly, it would easily yield numerous defective products. Yet suddenly, a fierce wind surged from behind, and years of combat experience enabled him to react immediately to the ambush. When she trained with the old Chinese doctor, she learned of a wondrous position in the human heart, coupled with the pressure she applied to that spot, giving Han Bing a 30% chance of survival. No, we can converse. I have achieved the 10th tier for over 30,000 years and possess much knowledge you lack. Zeus exclaimed, hastily softening his tone. Chapter 106. The entire being felt as if it had rotted. Lin Nan felt her entire body weaken, her consciousness adrift in chaos. Her rationality completely submerged by an overwhelming tide of peculiar sensations. The once tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed, a strange flush appearing on her cheeks, her lips slightly parted, resembling someone more decadent than when under the influence of a charm spell. Her body felt utterly devoid of strength, her eyes tightly shut, eyelashes trembling restlessly, her lips moving in incoherent murmurs. When Su Qi inexplicably hummed previously, she felt a wave of bewilderment. Now, as he suddenly shivered again, her curiosity intensified, prompting her to ask, "Bring the distance closer." Didaway Taste sensed an ominous omen. He had seen that figure more than once, but it was currently too distant to discern clearly. However, Tesla's declaration to provide free electricity for the people made him a thorn in the side of capitalists. And a group of conspirators obstructed Tesla's research, causing the project to halt after illuminating a neon light 40 miles away. The goddess of fortune looked down at Chunxi and said, "Chunxi." This was the first time the goddess of fortune had called out Chunxi's name. Lung immediately recognized their identities. The first was Yi Yang, the young master of the Wu Yi men, while the other remained nameless, yet undeniably belonged to the Xiangxi Ganshi men, as evidenced by the creature trailing behind him, which was in fact a puppet crafted through cruel methods. The rugged terrain here would inevitably hinder the advance of medium to large mechanized forces, creating an opportunity to deploy the Earth Battle Armor Legion. This labor force must be capable of performing high-precision tasks repeatedly, consume minimal societal resources, obey management, and remain tireless. It was evident that the inherent laziness of humanity could not satisfy such demands. Li to let out a wretched scream before losing all breath, with the mastermind behind the scenes remaining unspoken. However, for him, transcending combat power was no longer a concern, as Nie Zhanxing was a living testament to that. Lung Yi shouted loudly, wielding his sword high above his head without any particular technique, and then brought it down. Observing the elder's pallid face and the expressions of the other skilled practitioners from various sects, they grasped the gravity of the situation. The reason countless individuals contended fiercely for the opportunity to enter the secret realm was due to the certainty that within each realm of laws, the most valuable treasures would undoubtedly be born. The crimson tip of the Qichang spear instantaneously transformed into a fierce and terrifying dragon's head, crashing through the forehead of the puppet with a resounding thud. The father and son sat on the steps, gazing at the stars above in silence. As the moon reached its zenith, the winds howled and the starlight began to dim. Wang Ku regarded Li Ruoxi's delicate silhouette with a heart full of remorse, fully aware that revealing these truths to her would inflict significant harm. Yet in this moment, he could not foresee when those cloaked figures would encircle him. Thus he refused to depart this world shrouded in deception and concealment. Meanwhile, a plume of white smoke emerged from the merit pool at Jinshan Temple, taking the form of a robust man who stepped into the meditation room. Luo Zhan regretted having spent an entire day scouring the market without encountering any cultivator possessing the Shuiyue, Xianglan, or Juqiao Nixingsan. Although he was the leader of the outer courtyard, he was acutely aware that the dean and Minister Liu had always maintained a close relationship with committee member Jian Yuan, holding him in high regard. Consequently, he leaned towards trusting Jian Yuan, hoping to avoid any conflict with him. Chapter 107. Receiving guests, a colossal airship descended upon the landing pad of the Sentinel Academy. As the cabin door swung open, a specialized medical team from the Duke of Nide's family emerged to escort the unconscious AI Erlin away. Following them, other parents also came to retrieve their children. Lin Nan spotted Hui's son among the crowd of those awaiting arrivals. He stood there, tall and composed, his mature demeanor distinctly noticeable amidst the throng. Today, he did not tremble as he opened his eyes, and before him was the sight of that man's hand being fiercely grasped. The resentment of a destroyed homeland and the hatred for his parents' demise would not be forgotten by Yunge. Yet she would no longer allow them to fester within her heart to the point of becoming her inner demon. She could now confront everything with a greater sense of calm. A figure appeared, his face still adorned with the remnants of joy and a hint of astonishment. Unable to comprehend why, despite striking Dong Yang, it was he who ultimately perished. "Stop spinning these nonsensical tales. I have other inquiries for you," she declared, feeling the urgency of the moment as she feared that this troublesome man might slip away again, Thus, she resolutely seized his collar. At that moment, Long Xiang's deep-set eyes transformed, their pupils taking on a cat-like quality, shimmering with an alluring yet sinister light. However, this minuscule amount of undying power was utterly insufficient to safeguard Lu Yiping's internal organs, preventing him from completing the self-sustaining cycle of undying energy. Nevertheless, this revelation finally provided Lu Yiping, who had long been troubled, with a feasible method to acquire the undying power. I am grateful for your assistance, Su Guanju. When I, Sun Zhonghao, successfully avenge myself in the future, I shall be free of all attachments, and, at that time, all my possessions will be donated to the Yuquan Temple to aid you in restoring the temple and promoting the Tao, Sun Zhonghao declared after taking a deep breath. Suddenly, he was struck dumb, staring blankly at the top of the courtyard wall, as if ensnared by a binding spell. Shortly thereafter, the transparent barrier vanished without a trace, leaving no evidence of its existence. The remaining 4 secret items included 2 middle-grade and 2 lower-grade artifacts, which the two assessed. Ling Yuxian selected a set of flying needles and a gourd, while Chun Feng acquired a pair of boots and a blue ruler. Wang Yao had already vacated her previous position, the terrifying blue light now diminished by several tens of times, her strength having somewhat returned, silently gliding past the captain. I will descend. Will you tell me? Elon gracefully stepped down from the instructor's seat, approaching the audience. Excited cheers erupted from the crowd. Although Jiang Han nodded in response, he clearly appeared displeased, questioning whether this was a slight against him or against Ima. As neither of them were in a position to be judged now, Ling Zhoutian found the learning materials quite commendable. They encompassed a wide range of subjects. Yet he remained uncertain about what awaited after completing university. Chapter 108. Level Guide Lin Nan submerged into the frigid restorative fluid, the diagnostic chamber door slowly closing. Hua Sun stood behind the curtain. With the keen vision of a leopard, he observed the girl entering the machine, her alabaster skin flashing momentarily, the startling crimson hue igniting his gaze. He couldn't help but grind his molars in response. The sound of the machine whirring began to resonate in his ears as Lin Nan felt her lacerated skin gradually mending. If anyone else had uttered those words, the audience would have likely dismissed them as mere jest. However, Rong Guang was different. It was well known that he did not comprehend the concept of humor, always speaking plainly, especially as he faced a national audience. Chao Shiyu ignored the surrounding glances, drinking one glass after another. After several drinks, she placed her money down and departed, prompting a few men to exchange looks before following her. In her mind, vivid memories of their intimate moments surfaced, and every time, this man always found a way to make her relent, even as she found it impossible to utter those embarrassing words. Young mistress, please rise, the ground is cold. Su Kuei extended a hand, attempting to assist her. However, with Zhou Xiaoli's solemn warning, she felt compelled to take it seriously. Something must have occurred that was unfavorable to her, or her mother would not have reacted in such a manner. Most individuals, having previously criticized Xia Xinyun, ultimately felt guilt and began to defend her. Perhaps darkness served as both a natural disguise for the majority of ninjas and a fatal weakness. The Tong and Liu families sought several farm supply stores in Qinchang Prefecture, preparing to stock up on tools for sale along the northern route. Bai Mian clutched his head with a look of exasperation, realizing that had he not been aware of the ninjutsu developed by Xuan Naruto, he might have genuinely thought he had created some powerful technique. Moreover, Su Yuchuan pulled out a reimbursement form from his pocket and placed it directly before her. Wang Ta delivered an elbow to Zhao Su's head, causing Zhao Su to feel dizzy and see stars before he retched violently. The youth walked with steady steps, his features strikingly handsome, his breath slightly hurried, as if he had traversed a considerable distance. Observing his robust physique, it was clear that he had achieved the knightly realm. At this moment, Gao Wu wore an impassive expression, not because he desired to appear this way, but due to a communication barrier. The bearded man on the opposing side was animatedly shouting, yet Gao Wu could not comprehend his words. Only the favored disciples of prominent sects have the fortune to indulge in such delicacies, while the average disciples seldom encounter such an opportunity. Lin Mu remained composed under the gaze of his peers, choosing silence amidst an atmosphere laden with resolute opposition, which seemed to stem from an undisclosed rationale. Qian Mimi shrugged her hands in resignation, indicating her indifference to the unfolding events. The Thunderbird emitted a piercing cry, its wings flexing with agility. lifting its body several meters just as a crimson sword aura swept beneath it. At this moment, Shangguan Wuhan was indeed at a loss. His gaze flitting among the cultivators in the Grand Hall, finding decision exceedingly difficult. It would be chaotic, and while he was untroubled, he feared for the well-being of his fifth brother. Long Tianlin's voice resonated with a deep timbre. It was akin to a child whose parents lacked the means to provide a decent life, leading the child to tread a path of darkness for mere survival. The thought elicited a chuckle from Song Xingchen, drawing curious glances from Zhou Jin and the others. Qi Xiaofan? What does that imply? He pondered on the connection with Qi Xiaofan, a fellow member of the usury syndicate, contemplating the nature of their rivalry. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Emperor Shang severed his head in a swift motion, his expression menacing as he eliminated two of Huai's entourage. "Release me, and I assure your safe departure," Cheng Yi stated coldly. Xiong Fei chuckled. "At such a juncture, trust is a rare commodity. Do not compel me to resort to violence." His demeanor turned icy, starkly contrasting the elegance he previously exhibited. Shortly thereafter, a cacophony erupted from the wide-open door, heralding the demise of a life. Upon returning to Yisel Nbo, Qi Xiao entered the castle amidst a throng of admirers. Yiyaki mistakenly believed it was customary for the castle to welcome guests, unaware that Qi Xiao's renown had drawn a multitude of fans. As the heart of the ancestor of corpses, Wu Huan Cliff deserved meticulous care. In that instant, Gu Yitian abruptly opened his eyes, trembling and instinctively halting the flow of energy. Lu Ziyue followed the thread of investigation and uncovered that the Firewood Girl's entire family had been silenced, their deaths mirroring that of the late Taifei Yusu, all succumbing to poison. The trail had gone cold. "Damn it. Let me never lay eyes on you again. Should I do so, I will surely end your life." Su Tingfei shouted at the departing taxi driver. Su Jianxin shot me a fierce glare, likely blaming me for failing to leave promptly and for meddling in affairs. Yet, with the ancestor of corpses before him, he felt powerless, merely instructing his subordinate before dozens of piercing arrows soared skyward. As the words of Xingu Juanxiong echoed in his ears, the white luminescent veil collided thunderously with the blood-red screen. He opened the passenger door, and once Gu Qingyan entered, he promptly closed it, then opened a rear door to invite Yi Zi and the others aboard. The man appeared disheveled, and passers-by instinctively avoided him. He paid no mind, casually glancing around, seemingly enjoying the moment. Chapter 109. Threads of Dreams. As Lin Nan finished her cleansing ritual and retired to bed, the hour had grown late. The terminal received Director Hui Sin's final message. This year's league results may be annulled. Although rankings will not be publicly disclosed, the promised rewards shall still be dispersed. Since you defeated the Wong Beast, according to the competition rules, the ultimate champion will undoubtedly be you. Additionally, the Academy has increased the reward scale this year. It will be credited to your account in a few days. Meanwhile, Yang Jian and his companions gradually closed in on Lingling, facing a hazy expanse that was merely morning fog. Yet, Yang Jian felt an unsettling sensation lurking behind the mist, causing him to frown. Lu Chuxin, the pure-hearted songstress? Du Ziyuan promptly retrieved a piece of spiritual jade for a search, confirming pertinent information. Both swords emanated a sword aura rivaling that of the Zujin and Jinyao, clearly of exceptional divine sword caliber. Regardless of her ulterior motives, as long as he was aware of her identity, he could still achieve his most satisfactory expectations. Indeed, most monkeys lacked an understanding of role-playing. Since their king commanded them to collect clothing, they endeavored to fulfill the task. Why not? Forward march. Lin Xian led the three ferocious beasts into this realm, immediately beholding picturesque landscapes adorned with clear mountains and waters, as if enveloped in ethereal essence. Loda, initially poised to unleash his fury, found his momentum deflated by Qiu Lia's words. In their previous lives as guinea pigs, they had squeaked incomprehensibly to Loda. With an exasperated expression, he drew a frying pan and struck Qiu Lia on the head, leaving a sizable bump on her smooth forehead. Ginkgo went to fetch water for bathing and, not having stood guard at the door, revealed her dejection only after the others had departed. Nearby, several individuals simmered with anger, and one promptly alerted the rest, who struggled to contain their overwhelming rage, feeling utterly insulted. Mrs. Carson's body stiffened, yet the man appeared oblivious, as if he had long wished to voice such sentiments. With identical effects and cooldowns, The only distinction was that the water mirror consumed significantly more resources than when Yi Tianxia activated it using the Azure Dragon Ring. One instance of the water mirror nearly drained all of Kaka's magical energy. Han looked up at Duguyu with raised eyebrows, slightly frowning. Isn't your ideology somewhat radical? While the martial world harbors filth, not everyone is malevolent, are they? I ventured through the waterfall, summoning courage to step into the pitch-black water curtain cave, internally lamenting. In this modern age, why are there no sensor lights? The teacher said little more, dusting off her suit and returning the ring to me before departing. Upon learning of Gu Jinji's arrival, Lady Jiang felt a twinge of intrigue, speculating whether Jiang Xian had orchestrated Gu Jinji's visit. Throughout the ordeal, Sect Master Fu Yu and Yuanying Patriarch Yu Qianren remained uninvolved, allowing the two to negotiate, not merely due to their trust in them, but also because the Shengji sect had encountered its own troubles recently, leaving them no time to spare. The most notorious violent organization in Hong Kong, the Golden Wolf of Xianyang, seemed an unlikely association with the refined and amiable gentleman before Lu Xian. Had it not been for the information provided by Qiao Qiao. In a piano bar struggling with patronage, only a sparse few guests occupied the space, rendering it eerily quiet. The angel diligently assisted her aunt, bustling about with laundry and cleaning. However, when it came time for dinner, her countenance paled at the sight of raw meat, ultimately causing her to faint. Chapter 110. Smoke less, Nan. Have you been resting well these past few days? Ellie visited Lin Nan's dormitory and inquired, noticing her dark circles. Indeed, Lin Nan yawned wearily, feeling quite beleaguered. For several consecutive nights, upon closing her eyes, she was plagued by the sounds of sultry breaths. A maddening interruption that left her head spinning, questioning the identity of a lunatic who kept her awake with such nocturnal disturbances. An unexpected turn of events granted him a unique ability. During a fierce confrontation, a brain-eating beast appeared in his territory, its power comparable to his own. As a predator, albeit a lowly one, this encounter heightened No Earth's vigilance, leading to an inevitable life-and-death struggle. Murong Yinner discovered that Chun Ling indeed entered the medical university with her, their eyes darting around as if it were their first visit. In the early morning, Kaiser leaped down from a large tree, continuing his journey under the gentle morning light. However, he had not ventured far before being intercepted by a group of barbarian warriors. Suddenly, all present were left in utter shock as they witnessed Xiao Tai enveloped in shimmering light, a powerful gust of energy erupting from him. And in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished. Yun Tianyang waved his right hand, drawing Jin Jiao, Gui Hai, and Qing Air into the crimson space, his toes lightly tapping as he restrained his aura to perfection, moving gracefully through the forest like a sparrow in flight. Faced with the full force charge of the mammoth mechanized beast, Yun Tianyang stood his ground, slowly extending his right hand. Su Yang's statement was not unfounded. He genuinely did not know. The two of them locked their gazes on Su Yang's eyes, realizing he spoke the truth, and they resumed their seats as if nothing had transpired. The snapping of buttons and the tearing of fabric resonated simultaneously when Gu Feng released his grip. The front of AIC's garment had been utterly torn apart, revealing a vast expanse of fair skin, tightly wrapped by a pink undergarment. Han Ying and Ming Lian possessed neither the soul-binding artifacts nor expertise in refining their primordial spirits. The two soul-capturing strikes had already subdued them, with the Ghost King's intervention merely serving as an additional precaution. Air, still youthful, felt overwhelmed by the heavy responsibility, fearing potential failure, and thus requested her father to appoint another general for the defense. Han Ji felt the pressure was too great and hesitated to accept the task. Yu Jingyan had voiced this sentiment multiple times before, clearly indicating to Fu Bai and others that they were all in the same boat, warning against any sabotage when his father's plan was nearing success. Yin Air departed, having completed her instructions, as she needed to fulfill the mission assigned by her father. That evening, while the Marquis was meditating at home, he heard a knock at the door. Over the years, the Marquis had developed a habit of meditating quietly during his free time, clearing his mind for a well-deserved rest. From mastering the temperature of the flames to the angles, force, techniques of forging, and the timing of infusing his essence, every detail mattered. A slight miscalculation could lead to vastly different outcomes. Chapter 111. Truly Stubborn. Do you remember this Sentinel? Huasun pointed at the screen, depicting a bound and unconscious man, inquiring. Lin Nan nodded, recognizing him without question. Not long ago, His team had activated the King Beast in a number 5 contaminated core area during a mission, resulting in the demise of all members, while he himself nearly succumbed to severe mental contamination. Furthermore, their unauthorized actions had triggered a cascade of collapses in the contamination zones, leading to numerous warriors facing dire consequences. Mo Feng chuckled, accompanied by 3 other mages who stood silently in the background. After a brief encounter, Simon leapt back, distancing himself from Lin Feng's attack range, while Lin Feng sprang up like a carp. Amid the throngs of students, they unwittingly turned their backs to the Liu family and entered the school, remaining unrecognized. "Girl, what are you pondering? Why not come out and join me for a drink?" Wan Song's voice resonated from outside the window. Lin Xi's question was rather straightforward. Having been listed as a development target by the party organization, why was the youth organization also seeking to recruit him? Regarding Li Wan, the newly established advertising company, Lan Tingguang warmly welcomed her, as her reputation in Beihai was quite significant. Consequently, both parties engaged enthusiastically in discussions about business matters and signed several contracts. Wan Zishu, upon hearing from his subordinate that Baiju's group had arrived, led a team to the East City Gate, spotting the prince's carriage, straightening his attire as he approached. According to Yu Zhongfeng's account from yesterday, Zheng Yingluo hailed from the illustrious Zheng family of the Immortal Bird clan in the magic capital, possessing a prominent status as a phoenix pet. "I fainted for 3 days? What happened to me?" And Ji Jun asked in confusion, recalling only that he had been reviewing memorials before losing consciousness. It appeared that another program had taken control, as 3 creatures resembling oversized wild boars detected their target the moment he stepped into the passageway. The rear command center was a mystery, its location entirely unclear. It was evident, however, that it was responsible for providing surveillance footage and facilitating communication, akin to an intelligence department, detached from logistics. Several mayors sighed in relief, wiping cold sweat from their brows, repeatedly expressing gratitude. At that moment, Chungu once again transformed into a guiding spiritual mentor, dispersing the fog obstructing the paths of countless lambs, leading them toward an uncertain future. Blastoise deployed the high-pressure water pump. A blue and white water column erupted from Blastoise's mouth, compact and dense, soaring through the air like a majestic dragon, colliding with the fiery lion. As I counted the elevator floors, the moment I reached this level, everything slipped beyond my control. At that moment, I felt like a mere extra, subject to the whims of the plot, my buttons rendered ineffective. Their hope stemmed not only from the divine technology brought by Chun Shi, but also from the courage inspired by this attitude. The old man Hong Jun anxiously urged the chubby fellow, raising his voice to caution him against being struck by the 2 beams of white light, fearing he would suffer unnecessary losses. Ing Zhuoyu, taken aback by his elder brother's reprimand, was momentarily stunned, tears streaming down his cheeks as he sorrowfully gazed at Ing Zhuozhengzhao. Throughout this entire process, the 2 had their backs turned to the crowd, thus failing to notice the peculiar blue flame in Lin Han's hand. I think I just heard Lin Yu's voice, and I became concerned, so I came over. Outside, I found a massive pit, as if it had just been dug, Yang Yu explained. For those present, the situation was rather challenging. Otherwise, these students would not be attending second-tier universities, but rather prestigious art academies. Hui Fei's melodious voice was truly unbearable, suddenly invigorating a fatigued Xiao Sheng. Lu Yingying's eyes brightened suddenly. She recalled that Lin Yanhai was Lin Qingquan's grandson, who had been beaten by Yang Hao. How bold of Yang Hao to confront someone from the 6 great families and still come knocking. Was it arrogance or something else? Without a doubt, the officers amassed the most spoils, and their presence at this transaction was not solely for monetary gain. Sometimes, it was purely for amusement, hence prices were often quite low. With a thud, 2 terrifying mechanical beasts landed. One collapsed, while the other wobbled before stabilizing. Chuibin chuckled bitterly, never expecting that the barmaid would still recognize him despite his obvious attempts to conceal his identity. "Get moving." The white-haired man gritted his teeth, with matters reaching this point. He could not afford to delay any longer, lest the situation worsen. However, given Wang Chang's current resources, he would not easily incur debt to others, unless absolutely necessary. He would not seek Osawa's assistance. Marie and Van Oka resumed their mutual sniping, but this time, Van Oka chose to snipe at Marie while risking being shot himself. Yet Thor evidently held a different perspective from Zhang Xiao, persistently sprinting toward a certain direction. Unfortunately, Reality proved that a stand-in was merely a stand-in. Perhaps Zhang Xiao could devise more intricate mechanical structures through practice, but without electrical or chemical energy, even if he created landmines or explosives, they would remain mere shells, relying solely on brute force. The two appear to be a couple, huddled together in whispered conversation, entirely oblivious to Zhang Xiao's presence. Just as my brother captured certain individuals engaging in unspeakable acts on the bed last night, a photograph could indeed serve as compelling evidence. By the way, I noticed that the male protagonist in this photo bears a striking resemblance to you, remarked Sha Qian in feigned astonishment as he picked up the photo from the table. However, Liu would not so easily allow them to escape after committing such heinous acts. He could not permit them to depart unscathed. Chapter 112. The director's orientation seems a bit off. Let me see which parts of your body are as hard as your mouth. The Sentinel's rigid stone wall was breached, and mental threads slowly entered his body. Lin Nan cradled his face, emanating a gentle green glow. The man suspended above tightened his muscles, desperately biting his lip in resistance, striving to erect a mental barrier against the onslaught of threads that surged like a tide. Yet, his body was far more honest than his consciousness. He observed the man, who appeared somewhat aged, in his 30s, with several streaks of blood on his face, clutching his ankle as if it were sprained. However, Qian Defa considered that he had no reason to remain here any longer, especially since Master Yin had already agreed to accept him as a disciple. Henceforth, he decided to follow Master Yin. Beneath the yin-yang fish and within the magic array, the true form of the demon suddenly shifted. A shadow, thick as mercury, began to coalesce, gradually taking on a tangible shape, neither fully human nor entirely distinct, yet vaguely discernible. As time slowly passed, many gazes were fixated on Su Yang. Countless pairs of eyes locked upon him. Still insufficient, Lin Bujing muttered to himself, and before his words could fade, he reached into his spatial pouch, retrieving the earth spirit, what he had recently acquired from the realm of the scroll. Uncertain of what Gu Yunkai was doing at this very moment, likely playing with Xi and Xen, Ji Yunyang's lips curled into a slight smile, pondering something unknown. The black material here, even a single piece, was astonishing. How much more so with so many present? Bai Yuding was taken aback by Yin Zhongyu's words, as he nearly dismissed their conditions outright, solely regarding the terms they had proposed. Old Duan spoke of his wish to be buried in the desolate hillside after death, because beneath that place lay an extremely Yin territory, housing an ancient tomb that contained malevolent objects. He did not disclose the specifics of these malevolent objects, only instructing Brother Zhou to ensure he was buried there posthumously. As the rays of twilight illuminated the scene, dust danced in the air. Su Xian reclined half-heartedly in a brocade quilt, leaning against the porthole, lazily toying with the sea wintergreen. "All right, I'll concede your point. Let's have some tea," Lu Songtao declared, lifting a cup of chilled tea from the table and downing it in one gulp. A middle-aged man below chimed in, round and jovial, named Zhang Boming. A pure heart, a mysterious Yang Ke, coupled with the ghost wolf king under the moonlit night, held the potential to subdue the dragon. Moreover, Yin Yin's own formidable strength could assist the ghost wolf king in this endeavor. Suddenly, Yin Yin felt a splash of sanguine liquid fall upon his head. He wiped it away, sticky and foul in odor. "Shall we go? Do I need to drag you along?" Zhou Xiaolong chuckled. Huang Rong huffed, yet she followed suit. "Indeed, Uncle Lu, my greatest realization is the lack of insight and experience. One cannot thrive in the antiquities trade without these," Chun Yi reflected deeply. Yin Yin stepped forward, extending a hand to stroke the head of Feng Shun, the silver mane flowing gracefully, incredibly soft to the touch. Sa Jinbing approached the porthole, the milky white sail on the sea particularly striking as the only German ship permitted to join the fleet and enter the battlefield. Luckner led the Sea Eagle alongside several Huahai Navy destroyers to rescue Allied sailors and pilots. Chapter 113. The Secrets of Area 5. Area 5 is a remarkably peaceful, contaminated zone, having not witnessed significant unrest for over a decade. As long as one understands the operational rules of that world, the creatures within generally refrain from attacking. It is an underground city, rich in mineral resources, with many rare earth energy stones originating from there. Hence it is also known as Mine Abyss City. Similar to humanity, a contaminated zone constitutes an independent world, with its own unique characteristics. Dong Pongzi deliberately lowered his voice, yet Qin Tianming feigned ignorance, disregarding his words. There is indeed no hidden agenda behind this, yet ordinarily, those present would presume the matter to be far more complex than it appeared. Sun Tzu vaguely remembered when the great nation was besieged by a dozen countries, facing a severe shortage of weapons and exhausting military funds, during which numerous prominent entrepreneurs contributed financially. Now, she had already regarded Song Ning as a close friend, and naturally, she would not harbor malicious suspicions towards her. Her friend Fong Fong's health improved day by day, and her demeanor visibly brightened. Our protagonist possessed neither land nor kin, nor did he engage in gray market dealings. Thus he could not live without worry. Ruan Li tenderly embraced him, refraining from contradicting his words, unwilling to shatter Jiang Xuanfeng's fantasies at this moment. The reason for choosing tomorrow was twofold. The day was auspicious, and it was already evening, unsuitable for moving graves, which typically occurs at noon under the blazing sun, ensuring the body does not undergo transformation. Why does my brother keep extolling Liu Bei's virtues? No matter how admirable Liu Bei may be, what relevance does he hold to her? Sun Shangxiang? Very well, Long Zhe Meiji acquiesced, then released her hold on Lei's arm to retrieve a 92-style pistol and 3 magazines from her travel bag, tossing them into her pack. She also pulled out a police baton, as she felt more adept with cold weapons. Wei Tao's expression darkened slightly as he pondered, before suddenly breaking into a confident smile. Is that so? Unfortunately, I detest being threatened, especially since Yin Junfeng belongs to the Yin family. Given today's circumstances, we are bound to intervene, aren't we, Brother Hanyu? He glanced at Hanyu, seeking his opinion. The life sought by the swan is one of azure skies and cerulean seas, not confinement. The companion desired by the swan is one of unwavering loyalty through life and death. In the next moment, the figure before them stepped back, vanishing in an instant, along with Qin Guangfu. Yet this individual had taken over the office without invitation, insisting on coming over unannounced. What deity had the swan offended to merit such a cruel jest? If she were to continue interacting with these neurotic individuals, would she even be able to lead a normal life? Regrettably, I no longer possess the luxury of time. Even now, I remain uncertain if he harbors feelings for me. Lamented Lilith. Bye, Fan. You have lost to me. You said it yourself, the best of 3, and I have now won 2 consecutive rounds. There is no need for a third match, Chu Feng declared, gazing at the person seated across from him. That night, the couple lay on the bed, Bai Yilongyin resting one hand behind his head, while the other embraced his beloved wife. With his weapon, Shui Feng, he unleashed a flurry of sword light, soaring through the heavens, untraceable in its course as it aimed directly at the vital points surrounding Zhu Wushan. Chapter 114. Deaf Lin Nan felt her vision enveloped in a crimson haze. Her perspective was intertwined with that of Xiao. The scene he witnessed was now the very content she was absorbing. When Cheng Peng and Shun Qi entered the Big Bell Tavern, the hall's clock struck the hour, their footsteps synchronizing with the chimes as they approached the bar, drawing the attention of everyone inside. As the clock tolled the 7th chime, they arrived at the bar. With a flurry of dust, the evidence gradually emerged as the dust settled. With a swift motion, he brushed his hand across the barrel of the newly acquired Yajiao gun, instantly transmitting its information into his mind. At that moment, a chill began to permeate Chun Xiang's heart, as the terrifying speed at which Ma Yunhui was orchestrating the formation made him acutely aware of the imminent danger of death. Logically, Chun Xiang should have turned and fled at once, rather than remaining to engage in further combat with Ma Yunhui. Such reckless behavior should be avoided in the future. Ma Yunhui, descending from the staircase, glanced at the white man, still lying on the ground, shrugged his shoulders in resignation, and stepped forward to assist both individuals onto the sofa. Beyond the vibrant hues, a thick, inky black cloud loomed, exuding an intense aura of malevolence, unmistakably formed by a multitude of gathered spirits. Qian Yi firmly grasped the increasingly agitated Kai Yi, commanding her to remain calm. After entrusting Kai Yi to Xiao Shui, he leapt towards a large tree, scanning the surroundings. The moment he crossed a faintly glowing red line, the sky suddenly brightened, with sunlight becoming dazzling and the vegetation on the ground transforming from a dull green to vibrant shades of emerald. Although the newly spawned monsters retained their grotesque appearances, they were no longer shrouded in dark mist, as if an entirely new world had emerged. The turbulent clouds, accompanied by the heavens, dispersed like thunder carried by the wind. She unleashed the first move of the Yunwu Tianya sword technique. Previously, It was the who had informed him that everyone was awaiting his fourth-generation dream shadow mold. Otherwise, he would not have rushed out without a thought for his own image. He had never anticipated that serving young master would not yield any monetary reward, especially when such a straightforward declaration was made by young Master Li Zhan, the blood ghost Ji and the eternal Ji, who manipulated Li Huamu's body, successfully traversed the naval encirclement, entering the governor's mansion. Finally, after the Buddhist energy within by Sujin was nearly depleted, the dense calamity cloud above gradually expended all its lightning power, dissipating to reveal a clear and bright sky over Hangzhou. Upon stepping outside, Gu Feng felt the true arrival of winter. Yet even in early winter, the night was excessively cold. Although in a state of disarray, he was still a nobleman. The onlookers, no matter how reluctant, had no choice but to part ways and make room. Xiao Jing smiled and remarked, "Xiao has found comfort living in Gaolan County. From what I have observed, the local populace speaks highly of Lord Feng's wisdom, indicating he is indeed a good official." With a series of sharp sounds, the current heart seemed akin to a cold-blooded assassin, swiftly striking the elders and disciples, showering the dining area with blood and transforming the once peaceful setting into a nightmarish scene of carnage. As the advanced Sentinels evolved, the demand for energy stones intensified. However, the king beasts in each polluted region proved to be formidable adversaries, and even successful hunts did not guarantee usable energy stones. Following subsequent interventions, the severed pieces of flesh revealed that Princess Qin Shan now faced imminent death. Was the Miao King planning to entrust the affairs of the southern border to Princess Qin Shan? Pan Long opened his eyes and glanced toward Ling Hulan, who felt her spirit ignited by his gaze, reminiscent of a mother's loving glance. At that moment, Ring Fei hurriedly made her way toward the secret chamber. Upon closer inspection, the wall bore no visible marks, yet on the other side, Ring Fei's exquisite makeup took on a chilling allure. Fame and fortune are meaningless. It is clear I am to guard a lonely existence. Why should I agree to this? Ender's wife, Zhuoshini, expressed her anger. It was uncertain when Lin Xiaoxiao had transformed into her current self. In dreams, she often encountered many frightening scenarios. Peiyu frowned, curious enough to flip through a couple of pages, only to be met with some indescribable images, the subject of which was Gu Lele. The Rueli Shoe Company had found a breakthrough, lifting Xia Ruelong's spirits significantly. Having navigated the marketplace for years, he had always maintained a calm demeanor, never once feeling as anxious as he did now. At that moment, the world erupted in an uproar. The Emperor Yang Guang's reaction was to be expected. Even the various lords with whom he maintained amicable relations, as well as the prominent families of Shandong and Zhai Rang's loyal subordinates, reacted vehemently, dispatching envoys or attempting to dissuade him face-to-face, some even turning against him over this matter. She had always recognized her student as being significantly more intelligent than her peers, yet she had not anticipated such remarkable wisdom. Chu Man twisted her body. She had been sleeping soundly until suddenly feeling a stick jab at her, which was quite uncomfortable. According to the manual S evolution path, Qing Tuan would need at least a month to prepare for evolution upon reaching a level of 100 bronze. As the princess of Shun County dismounted the carriage, she spotted her son, whom she had not seen for half a month. Forgetting all decorum, she hurried toward Chu Yushi and embraced him tightly. Lu Yuning also noticed Lu Qingwan's intention to promote Lu Jinfeng, but he was, after all, of the Huang lineage, which had always been at odds with them. He had schemed to control Shui Yun, yet faced with Ru Xian's strategies, he felt utterly powerless. However, summoning an airdrop was akin to a random drop. Each crate featured a countdown screen. As only the Sanding Jia could ride horses and flaunt their ranks, Han Yucheng, being fourth, followed closely behind the other newly minted scholars. Hu Kuei paused briefly, observing the somewhat desolate figure before him, feeling a strange sensation stir within. Subsequently, the Tian beast let out a piercing cry, sensing the emergence of 8 hidden forces within its body as the golden staff descended. Moreover, the individual before him dressed with such disregard for appearance that even a torn sleeve did not seem to concern him in the slightest. The group had likely begun to prepare for sleep around the hour of Su, yet those skilled in martial arts sensed the presence of multiple individuals lurking in the woods. They all rose, and in a short while, flames erupted as over 10 torches appeared around them. Chapter 116. Redemption, why do you insist on doing this? As the sewage continued to flow in, the water in the sinkhole Su Zheng closed the door and sat down in front of her, noticing her unblinking gaze fixed on the draped curtain, yet he chose to remain silent. Ning Feng smiled mischievously at Yang Chong, who, startled, quickly retreated a couple of steps, nodding in satisfaction before stepping outside to feign a phone call. 5 years ago, he descended upon this land, looking down upon the world with an air of supremacy as if surveying mere ants. Yet now the dynamic had completely shifted, and the formidable presence before him instilled a sense of despair. Lu Haoyin gently pulled the blanket over Su Mei, tidying up the disheveled medicine boxes before softly stepping toward the doorway. Upon reaching the threshold, Lu Haoyin paused, pondering what lay ahead. No, perhaps that wasn't even a true acquaintance. He merely recalled a pleasant evening when, following his ambitious father to visit a friend, he mischievously chose to explore the courtyard instead of entering the house. Tiango remarked in confusion. Logically, with the great universe rearranged, the stars of the previously fragmented universes should have been completely disrupted, and the immortal realm should no longer exist. Although Lu Xianfei had ascended from beauty to a position of virtue, she had not changed her residence, still residing in her modest chamber. After expressing such sentiments, a radiant light suddenly ignited in Xia Yang's eyes, as if a fantastical world flickered and danced within his pupils. As Su Zheng gazed at Su Qin, shy and delicate like a budding flower, he instinctively swallowed hard, preparing to make his move. Suddenly, he hesitated, his head slightly tilting away. "Alan, are you hungry? Perhaps we should have a bite to eat by the roadside." Gu Xianxi felt somewhat awkward. He had indeed overstepped the bounds the night before. But was it not inconvenient on the train? The accumulated fatigue had been quite overwhelming. However, upon reflection, he reasoned that there was no need for the other party to make such a fuss, considering they were strangers to one another. Lu Yu spent 2 hours smoothly exiting the Zifu Daogong before stepping into the second palace, the Tianmu Daogong. In an instant, the surrounding rules shifted dramatically, and Zhao Renfan found himself struck by the fury of a thunder tribulation. Each bolt of lightning illuminated the sky, tearing apart the very fabric of space. Chu Yin chuckled softly, shaking her head. Shuehua, who shunned his family, never willingly broached the subject. She was reluctant to tread upon his sensitive ground. At that moment, within the luxurious chamber, wizards and court physicians gathered, all focused on taking the pulse of Long Qingjue, who lay on the soft couch with a dark expression. They exchanged glances, shaking their heads, their faces etched with concern. Jing Rong curled his lips into a smirk, lifting the medicine while supporting me with the other hand. It seemed he had anticipated my earlier question, which was clearly deliberate. I shot him a glare before slowly making my way to the restroom. He abruptly turned her face towards him, and before she could react, he pressed his lips deeply against hers. "Well, it just doesn't taste right without you," Zheng Jihong blurted out, feeling relieved as Gu Dongchen shifted the conversation. Chapter 117. A storm in his world, it was truly immense, so vast that it inspired awe in the heart. He had never witnessed a spiritual entity of such magnitude. The entire tree seemed to connect heaven and earth, its crown brushing the skyline, its layered branches and leaves casting shadows that split the sky into countless fragments of light. In its presence, humanity appeared minuscule, akin to the most insignificant speck of dust in an expansive desert. Under such overwhelming spectacle, one was rendered speechless. It was simply too grand. Hua Difo retreated slowly, standing in a safe position, vigilant as he observed the unfolding battle under the fiery gaze of the immeasurable Buddha. He had contemplated countless times how she would react if she discovered his true identity and the implications of the demon prohibition decree. While he anticipated she would not offer protection, he never imagined it would lead to such a path. After all, the party most likely to refuse had already consented. It was inconceivable for the Shark's supervisor to consider any reasons for Lu Yan's refusal. Throughout the entirety of Shangjing City, everyone bore witness as Li Xinghe coughed twice, leaning on his cane, gradually disappearing at the city gates. "Director Guan, have you misunderstood? The Bao family is insignificant. Old Bao is merely a steward of the Qin residence. What connection could you possibly have with him?" Li Yuanwei hurriedly interjected. As the tempest raged, Yin Tsongling furrowed her brow, startled by the sudden, almost biting kiss. A sharp pain in her shoulder allowed her to seize the opportunity, grasping the fox's head and pulling it closer. She found it amusing, only aware that this gentleman spoke with utmost politeness and bore an exceptionally handsome visage, though his behavior was rather peculiar. After several needles were applied, Aunt Lee finally reacted, her arm trembling slightly, which did not escape Li Guzi's notice. They had both honed their physical forms to a remarkable degree, rendering them nearly impervious to such grenade-like injuries. The blame was swiftly shifted towards Sun Hong, who was challenged on the grounds that no bloodshed should occur within the city. In the Oliveira household, there was a younger sister, Erica, and an aging father, while their mother had tragically died due to excessive bleeding during childbirth. Should they miss the opportunity tonight, any attempt to stealthily enter the palace to relocate their family would undoubtedly prove arduous, risking their very lives in the process. Bai Xian wielded an iron spear, her delicate face smeared with ash, as she gently kicked the embers from her skirt. Fu Jisoo had applied some powder to her face, her complexion appearing much improved, and she seemed revitalized, no longer resembling a listless figure. Dou also had a champion marquis, though this particular marquis's experiences differed significantly from the renowned Han champion known as Qin Yu. The tree's trunk split open, oozing not sap, but a stream of vivid crimson blood. They had encountered this situation before. It was a lesson learned through experience, relying on resilience and an innate ability to maintain composure in the face of great opportunity. Sewer, are you feeling better? I had been unable to locate Lang Fengyi earlier and had to enlist the help of Feng Changzhu, who appeared distracted while discussing Fu Jisoo's awakening and the torment she had endured. Luo Shuang felt the warmth of a large hand at her waist, involuntarily twisting her body as if hundreds of ants were crawling over her, causing an itch she dared not dismiss. This strike possessed an overwhelming power, shaking the very void, as if it might collapse at any moment. Air Mao regarded the robust, elegant, and majestic canine before him, squatting down to meet its gaze. Yun Yin's eyes turned icy as she stood, clapping her hands before retrieving a wooden stick from the room, weighing it in her hand with a smirk as she positioned herself behind the door, beckoning Zhang Yang. Chapter 118. Lifting the anomaly. How is this possible? In the control room, JIS observed the values on the screen, astonished to the point of being unable to utter a coherent sentence. The electronic screen continuously monitored the various metrics of the Black Wolf's cultivation. Since Lin Nan had entered his mental landscape, these values had surged to the red line, with heart rate, blood pressure, and spiritual fluctuations all surpassing safe thresholds. The alarm blared sharply, a red warning flashing. Yixian turned and walked away, only to be taken aback as these individuals seemingly coordinated an explosive self-detonation. In an instant, the second elder collapsed. The immense output of spiritual energy began to overwhelm the elderly participants. Outside the door, the onlookers waited briefly, ensuring there was no commotion within before gently pushing the door open. A soft, muffled groan suddenly rang in Hu Ao's ear. Yet the hand blade he had been waiting for Mineta did not strike him. Yang Gang's face darkened as Fei Long jumped in surprise, hastily donning his clothes. With his ample frame dressed in new attire, he exuded an aura of affluence. However, she believed that experience was forged through trials, and all the knowledge was etched in her memory. She was determined to break this formation, knowing it was merely a matter of time. All right then, I will leave Bai Mian's affairs to you. I will focus entirely on locating the whereabouts of the Qilong, Bai Long said thoughtfully. In the ensuing half-month, Lan Tian adopted a more subdued demeanor, remaining within his abode, refraining from stepping outside, rejecting all visitors, and not hastily refining the Taoist platform. Instead, quietly consolidating his fourth-level creation-level cultivation. Despite her worries, she found herself at a loss for words when confronted with her two elders. The outskirts of the city are swept by a more vigorous wind, with rows of pine and cypress trees standing sentinel like silent guardians of the tomb. On either side of the high and long stone steps, ancient Polonia trees stand tall, their enormous canopies casting shadows in early June, while their large leaves rustle in the breeze. Lu Shisan feels an urge to resist, yet he understands the grave consequences of assaulting an officer. This is Bingjiang, not Jiaodong. Should anything happen to him here, he fears there would be no one to come to his aid. This situation presents two possibilities. Either the goods being escorted are exceedingly precious, compelling the owner to ensure their absolute safety, or the items in transit require the reputable name of Jinyu Escort Agency to facilitate their departure from Jinling. Cheng Yaning recalls the events of noon. She had received a text from her agent and refrained from posting on social media. Gratitude fills Wu Yang's heart as he thanks the heavens, producing a bottle of mineral water and savoring its refreshing taste. The tears of Su Yuya were initially shed upon realizing that Ji Yun had saved both her and her father's lives while trapped within the ghostly sedan. Moreover, her father's authority looms large, particularly concerning significant matters such as marriage. Although Su Yuya typically indulges in playful antics, she ultimately defers to her father's wishes in such crucial decisions. Sumi is acutely aware of her intentions, regaining composure as her expression returns to one of indifference, coldly regarding by Rushuang's reflection in the mirror. In those days, the uncomprehending version of himself was guided by others. Back then, his visage mirrored that of the youth before him, radiating happiness and contentment, as if he would willingly embrace death for that feeling. Chapter 119, The Serpent Youth. Entry and exit at the White Tower necessitate registration. After Lin Nan signs in at the front desk, she contemplates and inquires of the staff. May I ask how many floors the White Tower has? Meanwhile, Hong Jie and Yashuxi Hondo are en route here for reasons unknown, perhaps out of concern for her well-being. Just as Lin Yi considers whether to unleash her frustration to deter Feng Ge, a voice suddenly echoes from the corridor. Humatsi snorts coldly. There are countless who wish for my demise. What kind of scenes have I not witnessed? Hand me my blade. I wish to see who possesses the audacity to intrude into my home. Even if you remain infatuated with that wretched woman, Qi Yinling's heart has long since moved on. She now favors the king of Shu. Even if you divorce me, she will not marry you, Lu Biyu exclaims loudly. Lu Wan gazes in the direction of his mentor, the upper ninja, and Xia Jin's mentor. The cells housing the imprisoned demons exude a more potent aura of malevolence, nearly palpable. Jin Peng and Xiong Qi react with remarkable swiftness, leaping towards the nearest merit-laden golden dragon. Gu Yan finds herself pondering the vivid green atop Zhou Shihong's head, while Zhou Shihong accuses her of straddling two boats. Moreover, which of his eyes perceived her in a romantic liaison with the doctor? As two streams of azure light plunge into the galactic whirlpool beneath Lingya, they culminate in a breathtaking eruption. Among the four, Zhang Cheng is the youngest. His words often impulsive. Should he truly provoke the Yinsha sect, the consequences are unfathomable. Simultaneously, the hummingbird mark on Carly's right hand illuminates. In midair, a massive heart-like entity emerges, absorbing the souls of those ensnared within the dark mist. Ultimately, a violet beam of light ascends toward the heavens. With tears in her eyes, she continues to film. Since Qin Qing's mission is to stir trouble, she is unfazed by potential online backlash. As a director surely has nothing to fear. The old monk has achieved a first-grade celestial phenomenon after an entire 60 years, and his golden body has been cultivated to the point of transcendence. Rumor has it that his physique has long surpassed the confines of celestial realms, becoming the earthly incarnation of a Buddha. Subsequently, he yearns to avoid seeing Shangguan use cheerful face, turning instead into the depths of the street. The reason is simple. Elder Cheng Sheng has devoted himself to the study of control-type spiritual techniques, and his entire prowess is focused on mastery of this domain. Consequently, the Ice Sword Dragon unfurls its icy wings, transforming into 4 ice swords that cleave toward the heavenly Might Dragon Fist Saint. Moreover, those hidden in the depths of darkness, the supreme beings, fear not the battle for survival. Those who attain supremacy are figures who have trampled entire eras, not cowards who shy away from conflict. Are you from Zhejiang province? I'm also a native. May I accompany you? Xun Jiayin expresses her hopeful desire. Reflecting on how Nobel managed to research safe explosives without perishing, Lu Chen has never sought the mightiest sword, as he perceives himself as the sharpest blade in existence. Chapter 120, Misfortune. Coincidentally, the host enjoys engaging in such pastimes, possessing a bit of discretionary income to wager at various establishments. Remarkably, whether due to innate talent or sheer luck, he accurately predicts outcomes every time throughout the years. Although his winnings are modest, they accumulate over time, resulting in a modest profit. This year, the host will not miss out on the excitement. While conducting background checks online, he learns of an event titled Confessing My New Goddess Lin Xiangdao. I wonder which military district the goddess will intern at in her 3rd year. If she comes to Goddess Bay, the brothers will take her swimming in the sea daily, catching devilfish for fun. Upon sharing this, the host posts a shirtless mirror selfie, showcasing muscular lines reminiscent of gracefully swimming fish, extending enticingly downward. His sun-kissed skin, whether intentional or not, complements his distinguished demeanor. evoking nostalgia akin to the scenery depicted in the Peach Blossom Temple song, as someone nearby notes. A mere 5th-grade soul technique conjured by a novice soul king? I cannot be bested. After shattering the whirlwind, Lu Linghua's fiery wings dissipate into nothingness, and he boasts of his victory. This realm does not celebrate friendship and effort. Here, only victory prevails, as embodied by Wu Yu Ailish's triumph. Within this cavern, aside from the smooth rocks, there is naught to find. Not even a stable place to secure oneself. As the river cascades from behind the stone wall, only I remain unscathed due to my grip on the mechanism within the rock crevice. Guizhu informs Ing Huayuan that he will arrange for a friend he knows to discuss the exploration of Dragon Ridge. Anyone entrusted with a significant responsibility by the 117 Bureau is undoubtedly not an ordinary individual. We have long speculated about who would arrive, and now, seated before us is Lin Nan, who evidently fulfills all our conjecture criteria. Wow, this is a major issue. The scholar may be in grave danger. Thus, Hao Jian hastens to call for an ambulance once more and reports the incident to the authorities. Listen closely. Yesterday, right here, I carried you on my back, step by step, from the 1st to the 17th floor. I hadn't uttered a word, yet you began to complain. The mere recollection of this moment pains Huang Fei, as even now his legs feel somewhat weak. Simultaneously, Zoro feels a sudden heaviness in his chest, sensing a faint connection severed, and he expels a mouthful of blood, losing grip on the test tube, which shatters, spilling its contents everywhere. Assisting Chi Mama in the kitchen, Chi Xingyu remains unusually silent, a stark departure from her usual demeanor. As her visits to the Qi Xing Do household increase, she finds herself with less and less to say. Finally, Xia Yi leisurely emerges, recognizing that this individual merely possesses a bit of strength and a solid physique, perhaps a manifestation of metal-based abilities, rendering her encounter entirely effortless. She doesn't even draw her Tang Dao. Yet the question remains, are Pandaren not from the Sun God realm? How then could it be intertwined with the primordial genesis? 2 secret letters simultaneously reach the side of Ming Xiu Gongzi, addressing the same matter, yet both converge in verifying the presence of His Highness, the Prince of Jingyang. At Wenyan Mountain, Chapter 121, Edge of the Abyss, Reform. However, the lack of official disclosure does not imply that certain individuals will relent easily. In this context of information scarcity, the forum has become a breeding ground for all sorts of rumors. Discussions abound regarding the pollution zone of the Setting Sun's forest. There are also conversations about the new student guides, alongside an endless stream of love confessions. Lin Nan discovered that the frequency of his name appearing alongside 23679 was rather high. The 23679 channel, associated with healing and salvation, could indeed alter life and death to a certain extent. However, this statement could easily be misconstrued. Turn left, Mercury, Gongzi commanded succinctly, and without waiting for Mercury's response. The Haiqing's cannon fire was unleashed, targeting the 4 warships engaged in battle. Indeed, we had stated from the very beginning that we would share both fortune and adversity. Now that you and Sun are in danger, we cannot simply abandon you, Jet said earnestly. The 2 tree people initiated the throwing of 9-pound stone balls, while Gongzi pulled out his binoculars to keep a close eye on the situation. This energy fluctuation, which seemed to ignite spontaneously, appeared to be a release of some sort, as a crimson glow swept across the area. Moon Goddess Han Tian blinked, seemingly caught off guard by the unfolding circumstances. The true desire of Chu El turned towards the chocolates encased in glass vessels, staring blankly at them. He had seen those chocolates countless times over the years, so familiar that he could sketch each piece's shape with his eyes closed. A war of words would not resolve the current predicament faced by the Nanyang players, leading them to demand that the Anti-Hegemony Alliance provide escort in the Nanyang seas. She had been an elder sister for long enough in this lifetime, and now a madman was calling her sister. While the words of Huaya might have been dismissed as nonsensical, the numerous auspicious omens and divine decrees before them could not be ignored. The elders were not fools. Surely they could discern the genuine from the false. Subordinates fell silent, yet murmured within, acknowledging the truth of the other's words. Currently, throughout the Ironwood army, who did not know that Han Lijun's actions were treasonous? Lu Teng, Li Lu, and Wu Pu sat in front of the house, observing for half the night. It was evident that martial prowess was every man's dream, regardless of age. A moment's carelessness could spell disaster for Song Qingming. even if he escaped this ordeal. Losing the support of his family would significantly heighten the difficulty of breaking through to the foundational stage. They meticulously searched the room for evidence, photographing and numbering blood-stained items to place into evidence bags, as if they were digging 3 feet into the ground. In the past 2 months, he received a letter from Yinjing every 3 or 4 days, and even the gatekeeper, Grandpa Wang, had become familiar with him. One could hardly say that ordinary families were unaffected. Even the illustrious Han Wudi was severely impacted by the calamity of witchcraft. After Wang Luowen departed, Hu Liu finished his soup and placed the bowl on the table, groping for the clay figurine she had gifted him at the end of the table. Subsequently, Guo Zhong delivered electric shocks to each of the 5 bandit monks, targeting their heads, and then removed all 5 crossbow arrows. Upon returning and reporting to Su Kairi and others, Su Kairi remained somewhat courteous, showing little reaction aside from a strange expression, while the Minister of Investigation and the Technical Minister took turns berating Zhao San mercilessly. If they were to stop at the quarterfinals this year, it seemed he might face dismissal. A thought suddenly crossed Wenger's mind. Having endured countless jeers from fans this season, perhaps the pent-up frustration would erupt at the season's end. Consequently, the enthusiasm of the group soared to unprecedented heights. So even though Li Feng initially obtained a 75 stake and became the controlling shareholder of the successful company, there were no objections. No signs of any traditional 3 major domains of power, physical strength, mental strength, elemental power, were detected. They had initially planned to leave, yet he invited them to gamble, a rather perplexing gesture, especially now that he had lost everything. What? Push the defensive tower? How can you push without minion waves? Ali appeared vexed. The minion wave was blocked, and was he expected to tank the tower? I see. It turns out you know that wealthy young master. No wonder he is so extravagant. You should honestly admit if you gave him your first time, Xiao Xiao remarked. That's good, Li Yong said before departing. And Lin Fan followed him out of the disciplinary office, allowing Gao Xian and the others to exhale in relief. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside, likely prompted by the cries of Zhao Yun, who had rushed over to inquire, for Zhao Yun was the chairman's son, and any misfortune could incite the chairman's wrath if his employees were unaware of the situation. A child is akin to a blank canvas. Their future path and development rely entirely on the education and influence imparted by their parents and teachers both at home and in school. Zhen Xian stood at the bow of the ship, gazing towards the horizon where the sea met the sky, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness in the boundless expanse. Uncertain when it would come to an end, such days could not last long before one might succumb to madness. Upon hearing this, the demon god hesitated. Although it had only just gained control of its physical form and was newly born, it had possessed spiritual intelligence for countless years, harboring complex thoughts. Thus, it disregarded other treasures entirely, remaining indifferent to the various transactions occurring around it. Seeking death, Hua Tianji did not wait for Yuan Beibei to finish speaking. His figure moved, and he was already beside Yuan Beibei. It was only when he stood frozen in place, gazing up at the impending doom, as the fierce gale whipped his hair and clothes, that he realized this individual was indeed a celestial master. Chapter 122, the headliner. Merely one post fell, yet thousands upon thousands rose in its place. In an instant, the entire Sentinel Forum seemed to be in open defiance against the administrators, filled with a plethora of posts adorned with colorful photographs. A variety of men exuded an array of flamboyance, showcasing their toned muscles and physiques like peacocks displaying their plumage. Later, someone even created a ranking for those who posted photos, allowing the audience present to vote. Brother Yi gently called my name. I grasped her hand in silence, my gaze directed towards the hidden cave nearby. Their movements remained slow, indicating their caution. The elderly man spoke again. The 3 bodyguards brought by the young man followed suit once their master had exited the company, starting the BMW parked at the entrance to trail behind Yang Damon's vehicle. However, the precious one paused at this remark, feeling a tinge of disappointment, hastily clarifying, "Do not overthink it. I simply miss you as well." The precious one interrupted. Wang Kai mentioned that the hive is formidable against the alien races, but otherwise, it is not particularly special. Even a flamethrower could dismantle it, as its attacks primarily rely on parasitic insects that can be eradicated with a single flame. It might merely be a coincidence that 108 flowers were sent. It was not such a hassle, she argued, her cheeks reddening, her tone soft yet tinged with sweetness. I recalled the pain of being expelled from the infamily. Tears swirling in my eyes, Yet this time was different. I emerged smiling with great pride. So what shall we do in the coming days? Liu Yaoshi leaned on his cane and approached the table, taking a seat. Watching Dr. Chung complete all the tasks, Mo Xianan patted his shoulder and exchanged a knowing glance. Dr. Chung understood and exited the bedroom alongside him. What are you doing? Mo Xianan raised an eyebrow, not expecting his son to genuinely care about such matters. Nothing much. Does daddy not miss mommy? Bei Bei continued to grin mischievously. Just as Feng Wuhuan finished speaking, he felt a chill behind him. Su Fan had already appeared to decide. Where one enters a barrier, there one shall awaken. This is an ironclad law. Since Wang Xiyuan did not witness Yi Jinping, there are only two minuscule possibilities. Either Yi Jinping has perished and his body has been removed, or more likely, he is still alive and has chosen to hide away. I observed for a while longer, and only after confirming the absence of others did I begin to contemplate my next course of action. At present, mercenaries are active in conflicts worldwide, with some nations even willing to spend exorbitant sums to hire them against adversaries. Conversely, it is not unheard of for mercenaries to turn against their employers. Jenny smiled. Sun Pei was still behind. She had intended to invite him in for a bite, only to be taken aback by his ghastly pallor, his eyes fixed intently on He. Lu Si wasted no time, burdened with numerous tasks, and promptly took Li Fangcheng towards the apartment. Many had never seen Jian He's true visage, yet her palpable aura of demonic energy revealed her status as a prominent figure in the palace, prompting a collective bow from those present, their expressions filled with admiration and longing. Jian He recalled that there was a chessboard in Ji Yabai's room as well. Could it be that Ji Yabai also enjoyed the game? Perhaps this could serve as an entry point to enhance a rapport. It was no jest. There were still substantial cooperation orders worth hundreds of millions of dollars yet to be finalized. Li Fangcheng spoke with a calm demeanor, devoid of any sign of agitation. Chapter 123. Mr. Edward at precisely 5 o'clock in the evening, Lin Nan finally awaited the arrival of the enigmatic individual. The visitor was understated, donning thick sunglasses and ordinary attire, which cloaked his entire demeanor. Hua-san accompanied Lin Nan to greet him at the door. In a private meeting, the formalities remained rigid. The newcomer stood before them, smiling as he spoke. Caution is always prudent, Hua-san remarked nonchalantly. The individual seemed to have no secrets from Yi Xuanhuan, recounting every experience in detail. Subsequently, they heard a clattering sound, akin to a wine jar being toppled, accompanied by the excited cries of the creeping creatures. Today, should you have any inquiries regarding your cultivation, feel free to ask me. Chu Tianze inhaled deeply, gazing at Fang Ziyun. Li Zhong was perplexed. The words of this unfamiliar youth instilled in him an unshakable trust, a belief without reservations. When Jiang Hongba imitated a dog's bark while crawling out of the hospital, it was a humiliation greater than any he had faced. Once so boastful, claiming that possessing it would render him formidable. What was his situation now? Tears had dried, and he beheld the rising black smoke amidst the death surrounding him, gathering in the distance. Yet, the allure of wealth was irresistible. He hastily issued commands, inquiring about Li Qianqiu's needs, and arranged for Yang Yuding's office to serve as the venue for discussion. Meanwhile, this individual nonchalantly traversed a great distance, demanding a divine offering. Bai Jingli disdainfully patted the shoulder of the ice snow deity, leaving the deity in a state of confusion. Now, Mother Cui wished to ascertain whether these children were deceiving her. Should anyone be lying, there might still be a chance for resolution. Without the esteemed contestant Gao Tianzuan, the existence of the Cosmic Elders' Assembly would be improbable. Others, unless summoned by Gao Tianzuan, often prefer to remain in their own realms, comfortably attending to their affairs rather than traversing the universe aimlessly. Kai Jia observed the composed Zheng Peng, admiration gleaming in her eyes. This General Zheng is truly remarkable, producing such profound poetry in such a short time, especially under the constraints of the occasion. It is indeed a rarity. Zheng Peng, wary of Green Shu recalling her deceased father, deftly shifted the conversation to selecting an auspicious day for moving in and what household items to acquire, unwittingly drifting into discussions about nearby neighbors. The crux of the matter lay here. The Sima family lacked the capability, as the Hahuan sect held sway in the cultivation world. If Wang Yingying were to issue a firm statement, Sima Yin would have no choice but to concede. Randy Jie's recent acquisition of 2,000 slaves saw none released. All were dragged to the outskirts for execution, with a few purple coins cast to ensure their burial. The first ball saw Qin Yang attract the defense before passing to Gotot, who scored from mid-range. Howard and Qin Yang drew in defenders, leaving a vacant position beneath the basket. The Bucks had always been seen as underdogs, yet this did not imply their players lacked prowess. The extent of her assistance to Zhang Yan was limited. Any more, and others would begin to gossip about her as a mother-in-law, much to the chagrin of the Duke's residents. However, the clandestine undercurrents of rivalry, while appearing to maintain a facade of cooperation, were insufficient to compel the already comfortable clergy to labor tirelessly in assembly, engaging in endless debates. Meanwhile, in a previous life, Lin Xiaoxiao recalled Su Qingyu mentioning real estate companies with political connections expanding rapidly. Politicians are thus accustomed to deliberation and weighing options, often lacking the resolve when resilience is required. Oka held disdain for such a mindset, yet felt compelled to rally the masses, lest they lose hope of victory when the Queen's faction mobilized. Chapter 124. Let me examine if the spirit of the sea demon possesses a unique ability. Consuming it allows one to detect their most hidden aspects. Huasun gently stroked Lin Nan's fluffy head, offering reassurance. He allowed the girl to lean against him, taking her hands in his, slightly raising them. Upon receiving permission, the tendril resting on Lin Nan's ankle suddenly stirred, slithering like a serpent, coiling its way up her fair calves and thighs, ultimately vanishing beneath her lace hem. Xian Yuan felt exceedingly disgruntled, unable to comprehend why his grandfather remained so loyal to the prince despite being slighted. He intended to retort, but, noticing his grandfather's weary countenance, refrained from speaking. In this world, heroes and beauties alike dread the passage of time. Heroes fear aging as their skills become obsolete, while beauties lament the loss of their youth. At this point, Chai Rong sighed deeply, stating that despite not daring to compare himself to heroes, he did not wish to perish in such a pitiful manner. Within the Dark Abyss dynasty, many powerful figures stood with Gui Dis, unaware of the events unfolding within the Dragon Wheel Hall. As the cold voice of the demon dragon princess resonated, a thunderous explosion, capable of shattering eardrums, erupted simultaneously. This was the resounding blast produced when a majestic silver dragon ascended to the heavens. Such entities should not remain in this world. Allow me to eradicate it. Wang Yuan unsheathed his weapon, raising it high, aiming the sharp tip at the writhing creature on the ground, ready to strike. You have arrived? I have awaited your presence for quite some time. An elderly man clad in a white Taoist robe seated at the center of the third level of Huanglong Tower regarded Lin Xiaoran with a warm smile, speaking kindly. The two wove through fields of rapeseed. Xian Yuan noticed her troubled expression and wished to offer comfort, yet found himself at a loss for words. Li Qing and Lu Ku'er stepped out of the tent, observing hundreds of tents standing in the distance, forming a tribal living area. What? The elders outside the palace looked on in disbelief, their hearts filled with astonishment. Do not move, I will protect you. Wu Ming pulled Xiao Chu behind him, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes as a silver needle appeared in his hand. No, Linger suddenly realized her words. Stammering and unsure of how to proceed, her head bowed, gripping her scarf in trepidation, unable to meet Mo's gaze. Indeed, Brother Ao is correct. If we exert ourselves to the utmost, there may yet be hope. The Leopard King, ever the generous one, was the first to respond. Wu Ming, finding himself alone at home, ventured to a nearby farmland by the river, where Wu Dashin and Zhou Lanxiang were diligently engaged in agricultural tasks. He succinctly recounted the events of his blind date that day. What? Did those stocks not fetch a good price? Xia Jinyuan coldly interjected from behind her. The Tyrannosaurus elites, scattered like stars around Mo Air City, finally heard the voice of the Tyrannosaurus guild master after a 30-minute wait in the guild channel. Naughty. That Zay playfully tapped her nose, clearly not intending to take it too seriously. After all, it was a temperament cultivated by his own indulgence. He wished for Mo to depend on him even more wholeheartedly. Perhaps this was the anxious yearning that accompanies deep affection, a feeling that had long since intertwined with their very beings. Chapter 125. Seafood buffet. The men present were all beguiled by the enticing aroma. Huasen's arm around Lin Nan quivered suddenly, veins protruding. Beside him, his assistant, feeling the pressure, discreetly tugged at his collar and turned away to conceal his discomfort. Edward was the most affected, his sensitive instincts alerting him to something amiss, desperately wishing to retreat from Lin Nan's mental domain. However, it was somewhat too late. The once still tree suddenly stirred. Du Zhong, having received the approval of Zhao Yu, eagerly dashed into the adjacent room, thoroughly searching through the quarters of Hong Yuan and Qing Yang. The other physicians, having nothing better to do, followed suit, joining him in the search. Ouyang Inger sighed, realizing the terrifying nature of gossip. It was evident that she truly needed to introduce the Xingyun intelligent office system to silence those who love to gossip. Moving forward, they reached the stall selling singing insects, where a symphony of chirps filled the air, refreshing and delightful. Zhao Yu paused momentarily, then understood her fear that the Feng family might send another doctor to uncover their manipulations and expose their intentions. It was precisely due to this anxiety that countless individuals had been concerned about his injuries for the past 6 months. Pang Lin sat at the head of the oval table, his face ashen and silence enveloping the meeting room, creating a tense atmosphere. Only Pang Feng seemed unaffected, leisurely puffing on a cigarette. Dongfang Chan furrowed his brows tighter, lifting Zhao Zhaoyi's chin to examine her swollen face, frowning wordlessly. Just as a magical energy sphere was about to strike his body, he placed the skeletal remains in front of it. Noisy, a middle-aged man, Xiao Hanchuan, slapped Zhang Quan across the face, causing him to spit blood once more. Yi Haoyang understood, realizing this meant the elder no longer wished to continue the discussion. He hastily bowed and retreated from the room. Wang Hu's brows twitched, secretly acknowledging the formidable presence. He could defeat the sharp-toothed creature with a single move. Yet to face a being that had endured 5 or 6 tribulations was certainly a challenge beyond ordinary measure. Jennifer was in a state of anxiety, her fervent gaze betraying no signs of a person on the brink of death, but rather one on the verge of rebirth. With his current strength, even without unleashing the power of his martial soul, he could easily overpower an ordinary 8th-tier powerhouse. The educational curriculum was rife with techniques of violence, suppression, and killing. However, the distinction between knowing how to kill and actually doing it was stark. Legal killing and illegal killing hold no difference for the deceased. Both end in death. Yet for the perpetrator, each act presents a psychological barrier to overcome. Satisfied, Kaelin was oblivious to the implications of her latter remark, and from that moment on, Jianglan ceased to deliberately avert his gaze, though Kaelin's attention-seeking behavior had not entirely subsided. He found himself unable to perceive any of her emotions behind those eyes as he once did. Casting a glance back at Dongfang Bubi, Bai Mozi suddenly felt that this individual would not achieve anything significant, being too direct and excessively autocratic. At this moment, Zhou Lei opened the 5 great heavenly mechanisms list and began to read. Initially, he was engrossed, but soon his expression paled considerably. Everyone watched in silence. And after an indeterminate amount of time, Bai Shaozi cracked a smile, gazing deeply at Tang Tang. Her maneuver was designed to incite a dog-eat-dog scenario, allowing them to reap the benefits without any effort. How does it feel to hold dominion over life and death? Humanya recalled Na Tai's elated demeanor earlier. Thus, curiosity about Yi Mo grew even stronger in Mei Gue, intrigued by how this man managed to transform her into an immortal being. Chapter 126. A new task the weak cannot survive in this era. The invasion of foreign species has granted humanity the power to resist. Yet this very power has gradually transformed humans into mindless beasts. Presently, the blue star resembles a barren prison, with humanity confined within, slowly awaiting extinction. It has long been afflicted, yet all merely endure in a struggle for survival. Some worlds lie in the vast starry sea, infinitely distant from the Tianwan continent, reachable only through certain teleportation arrays or ancient starships. Indeed, for a meager sum, they've forsaken their principles. Lulu chimed in indignantly. Just as Liang Xiao dealt with the last adversary, he suddenly heard Lu Ank's urgent cry for help, and turning abruptly, the sight before him filled him with terror, prompting him to rush toward Lu Ank. The fierce battle had persisted for half an hour, yet Xiao Tianming remained vigorous, while Shangming Shuang and He Yushin were on the brink of exhaustion, seemingly facing inevitable defeat. With a command from Su Shiyan, the 2 ghostly figures along with 2 elders charged forward. Zhou Shang's energy surged ominously, exuding a menacing aura. Lu Tuo's expression suddenly changed. With a hand, he shattered the air, his momentum skyrocketing, anger blazing in his eyes. Lei Yin kept his head down, not daring to utter a word, while Chi Yu found the role reversal amusing. However, he was not present to witness comedy. He had his own matters to attend to. Yin Shi could not muster a smile. Was time truly that fearsome? She had never anticipated such a vast chasm between herself and Ling Daozi. Yin Zhengqing spread his hand wide, fingers resembling towering pillars, his palm embodying the heavens, slowly pressing down on Ling Daozi to constrain him. The demonic visage. Su Tianyan howled, and immediately, a fierce, ghastly figure emerged from the blood sea, matching Su Tianyan's height. Since Zhong Qiongqi had articulated the matter so clearly, if Su Wuyo continued to be indecisive, it would appear overly sentimental. Thus he ceased to elaborate further and simply acquiesced. If judged by his age, Ling Hao was merely 20 at most. At such an age, possessing the soul of a deity was a feat unparalleled throughout history. His innate talent for soul mastery was as renowned as his cultivation prowess on the Tianlong continent. The colossal tower was shrouded in a gray haze, seemingly on the verge of vanishing into the void. Looking up along its exterior, the view extended over 1,000 kilometers, with the base on the other side of the cloud sea piercing into the void, as if connecting to another world. He had discerned that gene wombing was the key to the entire cyclone. By severing gene wombing, the sword whirlpool could be dismantled. Lin AI, take heed. While monitoring the lunar base, we discovered another 10 Longhun mechas heading your way, and this time they're piloted by artificial beings. A communication alert was sent to Lin AI and her companions. For upon emerging from seclusion, he observed Wang Fei's lack of progress and learned that Wang Fei was mingling with a worthless individual at the 3rd level of qi condensation, even venturing into the Jiuyo realm, which greatly angered the Wang family patriarch. Yi Tian, are you seeking the chaos energy? At that moment, a gentle voice resonated within the realm of consciousness. Their identities, in truth, are rather humble. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly be able to promise Su Wuyo far more substantial benefits. Rather than mere empty rhetoric, the battle suit of Era, Lin AI speculates, is likely crafted from exceptionally remarkable material, allowing one to traverse mountains and seas without accumulating dust, and wearing it feels as though one is clad in nothing at all. It permits unimpeded movement and is incredibly lightweight. Just to clarify, Yi Zheng quietly pondered the gravity of the situation. He sensed that trouble was brewing and anticipated that he would soon find himself in discomfort. Although previous matters had been resolved, new challenges had emerged, suggesting that today would not be favorable for him. Yi Feng inwardly cursed the situation, realizing that this individual was utterly unreasonable and seemed intent on resorting to force. How could he have encountered such a gang of rogues today? The medicinal herbs Yi Feng had brought were nearly depleted, and using his cultivated spiritual herbs for refinement would be somewhat wasteful. To achieve success at the upcoming auction in a few days, he needed to concoct the dragon blood pill, which required a significant quantity of herbs. The hefty man, however, appeared unfazed, his eyes nearly slitting into a narrow line. He shook his plump face, displaying hands covered in dark hair, and produced a Furong Wong cigarette, prompting the nearby security guard to step forward and light it for him. Embodying the demeanor of a nouveau riche. Skill attributes. Summon a colossal meteor to strike the ground, causing widespread dizziness among enemies and potentially rendering a single target numb. With sustained damage output. Upon hearing Wolf Five's words, the children in the room fell silent, as if they had rehearsed this moment perfectly. Several elders nodded in agreement, asserting that regardless of the outcome, it was worth a try. Furthermore, they had not received any updates from Tianyin and Xiaoying for quite some time, and it was prudent to inquire. Otherwise, it would be too late to investigate if trouble arose. Just as they finished speaking, a thunderous roar echoed from a cave, reminiscent of a tidal wave. Yi Zheng reflected that since the other party's life had reached its end, they would naturally be unable to speak. Additionally, assassins typically remain unaware of their employer's information, making any inquiries futile. In the moment Lu Yi confessed, a ray of dawn light fell upon Chuxin's face, like the first sunbeam of a new day, accompanied by a gentle breeze. This was the fruit of their training. Evidently, their regimen had proven effective. Shen Yin observed the earlier actions with satisfaction, clearly pleased with this achievement. Chapter 127. Departure, Serpent People Group Online. 2 days passed swiftly, with no distressing sounds to disturb her sleep. Lin Nan replenished her energy, eagerly awaiting the day of departure. She arrived early at the designated helipad, as Area 5 was located at the northeastern border, necessitating a long journey. The Central Authority had arranged for them a small airship. When Lin Nan boarded, it was still empty, so she chose a corner seat to catch up on rest. Uncertain of how long she dozed, A gust of wind swept through as the lights flickered, casting shadows in the dim light. Meanwhile, at the door, Lu Bingbing hesitated, torn between whether to enter or not. Originally, Heir Lu Ji had not permitted Su Dong to accompany, yet Su Dong insisted on joining, believing that his presence could ensure everyone received warm meals. Given Heir Lu Ji's ongoing recovery, however, they placed their trust in Dakagu, confident that with him around, nothing was insurmountable. Why is the egg not hatching yet? It should be any day now. Guaer gently tapped the egg shell, but remained unresponsive. Naturally, the Boer Jean family of Balu did not covet the Dragon Clan's approval. The family, renowned for their fight for freedom and individuality, was the most powerful yet most rebellious among the Wei families. Has the fever subsided? Su Ling reached out to check Lin Yu's forehead, and upon confirming that it had fully receded, he breathed a sigh of relief. The surrounding eyes resembled a gateway to the depths of hell, evoking a sense of the endless, tragic abyss concealed behind that door, harboring unfathomable horrors. By the time Shen Tingchuan had finished tidying up, Yi Qingqing was already seated on the couch, awaiting him. Li Ji discovered that she was not only unable to move, but also could not speak. She looked at Changyu with a pitiful gaze, unaware that Changyu merely glanced at her before silently exiting. Lin Chenmu shook his head in confusion. Truth be told, he had never heard of this brand, perhaps due to his lack of attention to such matters, as he rarely wore suits. In the midst of the chaos, an urgent siren suddenly pierced the air, followed by Gao Shiai's entering hurriedly with a large entourage, his expression grim. Yet, this acknowledgement of her was still far from the denial of Joyce's mother's existence back then. Upon hearing Jia Fu's remark, Lu Donglong's smile instantly vanished, replaced by concern. He moved closer to the map, scrutinizing the geographical locations of the Ni Gui Si Cheng Navy Base, the Tuoba Navy Base, and finally, the Yu Navy Base. Raising a hand to point in puzzlement, Ji Feng displayed a hesitant expression. Moments later, as the formidable leader of the ancient family, Ji Feng descended from the air to show respect to the Wu Ho residence, recognizing the extraordinary prowess of its master, and even he, proud as he was, dared not offend. However, his words attracted the attention of various sect leaders and disciples accompanying him. Perhaps the police uniform he wore held some sway, as a few began to rise slowly, yet the majority continued as if they had not heard, intensifying their looting. What are you doing? Stop immediately. Stealing is against the law. Lu Mingxiang also stepped forward, shouting loudly. Chapter 128, Deaf and Hard of Hearing. In the blink of an eye, Xiao seized Evans by the neck and slammed him down. Evans, undaunted, transformed into a beautiful white-silver serpent at the last moment, skillfully escaping Xiao's grasp with incredible speed and precision. Everything transpired too swiftly. Lin Nan merely blinked, and the silver serpent had darted 3 feet away like an arrow released from its bow. Following that, the serpent's body began to swell rapidly. Yet, what use was such retaliation? He was of the Su family lineage, and although a branch member, the blood of the Su family coursed through his veins, a fact that could never be altered. From Yin Junyang, he learned that Jing Mashuan was exceedingly protective and possessive of his wife, forbidding any other man from having physical contact with her. Considering Jing Mashuan's feelings, Song Gongming refrained from reaching out to Qian Ruo immediately. Instead, casting a glance at Jing Mashuan, Zhang Li flashed his hands, seemingly tampering with the liquid nitrogen canister. Yet no matter how sharp Lu Heping's gaze was, nothing was discernible on the surveillance screen. Wouldn't it be too warm if only the Millennium Ice Marrow were present? Xiao Lai smirked slightly. One could only imagine the sensation if the powers of metal and wood were to merge into a colossal sword, charging towards you, combining the warmth of spring with the sharpness of gold. Finally, she resolutely decided to take the plunge, as she could no longer swallow her pride. Indeed, Nian Baiyong, the director of the Economic Development Bureau of Nansheng, Tianshui City, had been informally designated by the province to succeed as the next county head of Wudong County. Ning Feng articulated each word clearly in Wang Peng's ear, revealing Nian Baiyong's identity. The resonant sounds of metal striking resonated in the air, as the figures of the Zen master and the young man flickered like shadows, gradually dissipating, as if they had come without a trace and departed without a trace. The demon dragon gazed at him with great delight, seemingly reveling in the aftermath of last night's fire. After all, he was not from Tianya Shanzhuang, and with his formidable power, he could come and go as he pleased, unimpeded by anyone. The opponent faced by Han Feng was a young man, caught between adolescence and youth, likely around 17 years old, evidently a scion of a respectable family from Xinyuan City. However, it was too late for any words of caution. The divine beast before them was of the fire element, and should it truly self-destruct here, it would not only spell disaster for them, but might also provoke the mountain above, bringing ruin upon the entire Wei family. Furthermore, in Zhou Yinran's recollection, her father had always been an upright mayor. How could he possibly fall into the vile habit of drug use? A small goo worm, no thicker than a finger, bore some resemblance to a rice weevil. Yet its body was nearly translucent, shimmering like jade, exuding a radiant brilliance that imparted an impression of vitality. After the shockwave, the weakened figure of the Luo Yi God King revealed itself before the Tianyin God King and the Jinyu God King. Observing Luo Yi's disheveled state, both Tianyin and Jinyu could not help but commend him. These individuals were idlers maintained by the Zhuge family. There were times when the Zhuge family could not intervene directly, and if they had the means, they would hire outsiders, but without funds, they had to rely on their own kin. Transforming Essence Blood into a surge of vital energy marked the threshold between the Essence Blood realm and the Gathering Energy realm. Should one surpass this threshold, it would signify a monumental shift in the practitioner's life. Chapter 129. The Spread of Contamination. Whether it was the effect of a warning or not, Evans indeed did not approach again along the way. The entire compartment of serpent people fell into a tranquil slumber. Lin Nan finally had a moment to breathe. Serpent beings lacked the sense of morality and honor inherent to humanity. Sitting nearby, Xiao softly advised that after this mission concluded, they should not engage with them again. Having said this, the man turned his head aside. The next day at noon, Old Master Fu summoned Fu Jinsheng to the ancestral home, urging him to spend more time with Gao Baixian. Upon hearing a buzzing sound, a surge of seemingly boundless blood energy erupted from Yun Hao Yin's crown, shaking the heavens and piercing the sky, accompanying Yun Hao into battle. In that instant, He Lingyu suddenly comprehended that, in the eyes of these individuals, Li Tianxian was akin to a deity whom they revered and feared. The Phantom of the Six Paths Sovereign let out a sharp command, as his battle spear radiated a magnificent divine might, with chains of divine laws spreading throughout the universe, illuminating the world. Merely a fleeting encounter. Zhang Hanti's body erupted with a spurt of searing blood, as the soul within him was in turmoil. The impact from Mo Xian's soul manipulation was overwhelmingly fierce, akin to an unguarded soul receiving a direct blow from a martial technique. It was no wonder her father abruptly distanced himself from the originally amicable Dan Valley and Bai family, having warned her in her past life to steer clear of Bai Yanlu. Feng Ting stepped forward, severing the wrist of Xiang Qianru, removing a bracelet from him. Then he produced the Mist Gu Blade, channeling spiritual energy and forcefully striking the bracelet several times. When the insecticide fell upon Yun Xinran, her swollen body suddenly deflated, as the goo worm residing within her was exterminated. As the elevator doors opened, Lu Fengyun dashed out, scanning her surroundings before charging towards the operation room ahead. They now had evening study sessions until 10 at night, and the dormitory lights would automatically turn off at 11. After finishing her evening study, Gao Yunjin received a message from Fu Jinsheng and hurriedly ran outside the school. In the void, the young master revealed his figure. Surprised to find the puppet had detected him early. However, the arrow was already drawn, and he swiftly acted to pin the puppet's head down. At that very moment, a torrent of divine consciousness surged into the puppet's mind. Traditional martial arts emphasize performance over practical combat, which is a form of legacy hype. Li Xiang, having seen and heard much regarding this topic through the elite disciple of the Eight Extremes sect, Fengdo, spoke with conviction. As the revered master, Shun Shui, quietly chanted, Zhou Yukai felt a chill wash over his chest. Looking down, his expression changed dramatically upon noticing an unusual azure floral pattern emerging from his protective dragon tooth necklace. As for the fact that he was Ying Lei's son, she had come to terms with it. Ying Lei was Ying Lei, and Yi Yu was Yi Yu, regardless of any familial ties. Unless Yi Yu explicitly told her to let go, she would resolutely not relinquish her hold. The salt pond in Yunsheng, Shaanxi, may very well be the only massive natural salt pond in the central plains of China. To monopolize the benefits of the salt pond, the Ming Dynasty government raised and thickened the city walls, transforming the entire salt pond into a lake within the city. Inside the warship, Wu Huqin anxiously observed the situation, contemplating whether Yin could evade this upcoming attack. The black-robed cultivator, transformed from the crimson flame, python wore a grim expression. The circumstances were quite unfavorable for him, as Dongfang Qingsheng had explicitly demanded the red fire stone, and his rival Tang Chuan was no less a concern, both having found allies, which naturally caused him apprehension. Taking advantage of the moment, Qiu Shui leaned back, lying on the sand, executing a swift kick that sent He Zai flying with a sharp crack, clearly unable to protect his ribs. Concurrently, the classmates and ship girls who had been near Xin hurriedly distanced themselves from the two. Suddenly, it seemed as if countless energies were being drawn away from Jin Gang, overflowing and transforming into sparkling lights that flew into the distance. Rest assured, the impact will not reach the cave on that side. However, it may not be convenient for you to act nearby. This year's Imperial Examination's local trials consisted of only 3 sessions, as the preparation time was brief, resulting in the examination hall being hastily constructed. Mischievous. I know Sister Su well. How could she possibly be indisposed? Haidang smiled and elegantly leaped beside the Demon King, playfully pinching her cheek. As the call rose and fell, in less than a second, the bearded man vanished, leaving behind a trace of ash that danced with the wind. An unidentified piece of wood fell to the ground, leaving everyone utterly perplexed. Feng Chun felt that when Wang Jingwei first arrived in Shanghai, under the bright sun on the bustling Nanjing road, such an incident was undoubtedly laden with hidden motives. Fearing to send a mental communication for fear of interception by the depths of the sea, Su He-Bader could only silently plead for his admiral to be more reliable. Chen Meijia patted the sheets, laughing heartily, before letting out a resigned sigh and gently patting Zhang Zhao's shoulder. Chapter 130, The Attack of the Exotic Species. Inside the airship's cabin, casualties were rampant, with countless severed limbs and scattered flesh strewn across the floor, the stench of blood thick as fog, pervading every inch of space. Perhaps due to their recent transformation, these Sentinels possessed little combat capability, easily cleaved into pieces by the serpent people. Lin Nan struggled against the grotesque atmosphere, forcing herself to calm despite her queasy stomach. She shifted her gaze to the window, where the glass was stained with mottled blood. Master, the tomb's owner is indeed a romantic, yet there is no name left behind. We remain unaware of what connection it has with the king of the Tonglan. Xian Yin spoke coolly. Qing, what is this term of endearment? It is a deeply affectionate title, one that only the rightful queen of the Beast King may use. Once again, a figure emerged to intertwine with the fortunes of Wu Tian, causing a transformation in the internal luck of the Qi Yun Mang Long, which began to morph dramatically. The Qi Yun Mang Long sprouted 4 legs, bore a white infant upon its neck, and exhibited a chest adorned with reddish hues, resembling a serpent. Its teeth protruded beyond its lips, and its entire being was marked by a striking contrast of azure bones and purple flesh. Let us depart. This place is ill-suited for lingering, urged the vigilant Zeton with a cautious glance around. Indeed, the aura emanating from the cold pool was on par with that of the half-step Fa Shun realm ghost general encountered in the Gui Su tomb. Concurrently, the surrounding saints launched their assaults, unleashing an array of innate spiritual treasures upon Wu Tian. Even if they were to clarify that their intentions were not to defect, but merely to seek an escape route for their families, or to feign a desire for peace. Would that alter Wu Di's resolution? Cao Cao remained oblivious, yet he was certain that Wu Shun had managed to persuade him, leading him to willingly embark on a Western campaign in Wu Shun's stead. Haha, let me relish your moment of glory. I shall ensure you are left exposed. Xian Yin proclaimed triumphantly, his words spilling forth from Qingfeng's lips. The elderly San Yi, clad in white robes, materialized beside Guyushi Zhao, emanating an ethereal presence akin to the vastness of storm clouds, appearing near yet remaining intangible, forever beyond measure. No way. Cui Jingsheng shook his head, unwilling to exert such effort for a mere 5,000 Korean won. In Korea, a single cabbage could fetch up to 20,000 won. What could 5,000 accomplish? Subsequently, arrangements were made for Lin Shua to secure a place of abundant vitality for seclusion, allowing him to solidify his cultivation. Forget it. Let us explore other options. The proprietor scoffed, gesturing to his bodyguards before turning to depart. A sword deftly sent the sword's spirit flying, and a series of 4 strikes effectively countered the assault of the Fong Tianhua Ji. Li Shiyong's wrist twisted, and her long sword astonishingly split into 2, launching another blade towards El Fengxian's throat. The sea was a magnificent spectacle, waves crashing and spray flying, subtly illuminated by faint golden glimmers. The package was filled with purplish-brown leaves, dusted with a crystalline frost, as if freshly harvested. Fang Yin slightly adjusted his trajectory and soon arrived at the alfalfa market to meet Wang Shifang. However, the rapid advancement in his cultivation left Ji Changshe acutely aware of the potential instability of his foundation. Consequently, he harbored no sense of complacency, diligently channeling his luck to solidify his roots, to seek recognition as an outsider and ascend to the position of a great leader. Compelling the man-eating tribe to willingly submit to his authority was indeed a far-fetched notion, let alone a source of astonishment. Chapter 131. The plunge show leaped from a plane at 10,000 feet, accompanied by Lin Nan, as the enormous parachute deployed, cushioning their rapid descent, allowing Lin Nan's racing heart to finally find calm. She quietly opened her eyes, observing the airship above, now riddled with holes and its tail blazing with flames, plummeting towards the distant mountains, culminating in a ferocious explosion. The entire sequence transpired at an alarming speed. Had Xiao been any slower, they might have. Yi Yuan, ultimately a peak 5th-level martial sovereign and a 7th-grade alchemist, possessed formidable divine essence. In an instant, he forcibly suppressed his pain and roared. "You're not showing up for several days." The enthusiastic vendor at a meat stall greeted them warmly. The large pig, with its front limbs on the ground, allowed Lin Xiaoxiao to dive beneath its belly without hesitation. Just as Wang Tianrui recognized Zhang Qingqing, she swiftly unleashed an incredible burst of speed, evading capture. In the Starry Realm, the Holy Emperor glanced at the wound on his chest, his fury igniting as he roared at Sanwu. His mind was blank. The sheer power displayed was overwhelming, an instant kill without a second arrow being fired. Upon witnessing this, Mu Feng raised his gaze, his scalp prickling at the sight of a phantom resembling a monstrous beast, its decayed form akin to that of the previously encountered 3-headed giant bull. The human skin mask bore a striking resemblance to the wooden mask of Yang Jie, seamlessly conforming to the wearer's face, making it nearly impossible for anyone unfamiliar to discern their true identities. He held the diamond-shaped copper piece towards the setting sun, scrutinizing it closely, revealing a blue glow that exuded a chilling aura. At that moment, a bolt of lightning surged through his skin, penetrating Mu Feng's body, rendering him no longer merely charred on the outside, but completely scorched on the inside. Simultaneously, he convulsed, expelling a torrent of blood mist and staggering backward. He contemplated speaking out to intervene, but hesitated, weighing whether offending Duke Wei was worth the risk. Li Yin disliked the tension enveloping her. Her secret card had been revealed by her husband, prompting her to eagerly address Genie. "If you don't scream, I might just forget you. I had no intention of leaving you whole. A curse from you, and I'll carve you alive," Zhao Cheng declared, seizing a knife from a nearby guard and brandishing it before him, commanding that he be hung from a tree. Currently, it appeared that the only true hope for the Ling family lay in this wandering, illegitimate child, as Ling Lai wished to spare Ling Yun from the countless dangers of the treacherous capital and the tumultuous family strife. Unexpectedly, blinded by ambition yet lacking strength, he met an unclear demise at the hands of Zhang Wang, rendering any future plans for score-boosting utterly unattainable. During their rapid journey, Ling Yun observed lights flickering to life in numerous buildings along their path, clearly awakened by the thunderous explosions. No one could have anticipated that the foremost secular disciple of the Wudong sect would resort to ambush in such a situation. The primary mission was for the 1,000 divinely chosen individuals thrust into this world to select cities on the map as a foundation to resist the White Lotus sect. Does the appearance of the celestial character in your palm indicate an encounter with a divine beast as shadow? Bing, she inquired excitedly. At that moment, whether it was number 9 or the duo of 7 and 8, they felt that their initial hesitation to strike from the shadows had been a grievous error. Now, all three were filled with regret, exerting every ounce of strength to ensure the demise of Long Tongue. Gradually, Yin Mou's lips turned blue from the cold, and the thought of how much longer this existence would endure plagued her. She longed to escape, but what of her mother? She could take her along, but if captured, the consequences would be dire. The Red Lotus seat was originally a fragment of the Chaos Qinglian, the foremost among the 10 innate spiritual treasures. The chaos Qinglian was the supreme treasure that nurtured Pangu. After Pangu split the heavens, it transformed into 4 lotus seeds, one of which was the Yi Huahong Lian. So moved was she, knowing she had such a master, that she would no longer need to worry. If one valued their life so highly, surely other aspects would not be neglected. With a pointed finger, the true celestial power within him surged violently, coalescing into an extraordinarily potent divine energy at his fingertips. However, retreat was not an option, let alone escape. If Lu Yi were to breach this area, the meticulously planned scheme of their young master would be in vain, leading him to a fate worse than death. Lin Yuran remained silent, contemplating that if it were her aunt, today she would certainly leave no face for others. Princess Qingyao, is she not residing in a temple as a nun? Could it be that she has not forgotten her infatuation with Shi Lang and returned to his side? Upon uttering this, Gu Yutang recalled his own affair with Fan Xiaoying, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yet he endeavored to maintain a serious demeanor. When Yao and Qin Mo awoke, it was already past 10 o'clock. After consuming the porridge prepared by Chen Lu, they hurriedly rushed to the company. 2 years prior, out of spite, she had gone abroad to study at the Paris Institute of Design, specializing in wedding dress design. The academy stands as the pinnacle of this industry, with entry being an arduous task for the average individual. Almost daily, Zhangbin toils late into the night, meticulously organizing video materials, refining content, and adjusting editing techniques. He juggles various roles with ease, whether it be baking bread, brewing coffee, sketching portraits, weeding, or arranging flowers, truly a master of multitasking. Meanwhile, Gu Su Shui finds herself unable to fathom Su Chunxiu, yet there is no contention. She simply seeks a place to engage in her own practice. In Chapter 132, the abandoned orphan, Su, was taken in by the denizens of the underground city. From a young age, he survived on meager offerings, traversing the subterranean passages to earn a scant livelihood before transforming into a sentinel, whereupon his abilities flourished, allowing him to navigate these tunnels with greater ease. The vast underground labyrinth formed a clear map in his mind, as he was well acquainted with the intricate details of the passage walls. "Rest well," Ling Gingqiu said, patting his shoulder. "One day, when you reach that level, you too will face choices akin to mine." With that, he departed the room without lingering. Defeat is defeat. Victory is victory. We of the deep sea do not deceive or conspire like humanity does. It is repulsive to even consider. "Ah, this fruit is remarkable," Lin Feng exclaimed. Scrutinizing the 8th fruit, which measured approximately 10 centimeters in length, oval-shaped, and a dark brown hue, its appearance rather unremarkable. The 10,000 great mountains abound with myriad ferocious beasts, and the thunderbolt is the bane of all creatures, particularly those yet to assume their true forms. If remnants of this thunder were present, this place would inevitably become a desolate grave over time. Ini nodded, retrieving a map to check the markings for the teleportation points. In the past, he would never have meddled, but now, aware of Jiang Ying's connection with Nanrong Wanqing, he could not turn a blind eye. They had previously regretted their close encounter with the 10,000. The 2 wolfhounds they kept barked ferociously, and as Sun Yang attempted to scold them, he noticed they had tucked their tails and hidden in their kennel, too frightened even to whimper. The ground beneath them dampened by their fright. Dishir Yao Xian remarked, "The essence of the dragon's motivation lies in the word inspiration. It is said that when her bloodline awakens, the dragons surrounding her will experience a dramatic surge in combat prowess. On a rainy day, uncertain of her destination, a man of gentle disposition took her in and treated her kindly. She regarded him as her savior." Lin Chuyun chuckled softly, primarily due to the stark contrast between Wang Yongxiang's name and the image of an earl. Instantly, Sanji, Chopper, and the others wore grim expressions as matters deteriorated further. With even the celestial dragons becoming involved, Nami lamented. Currently, the expeditionary force faced 2 choices to continue their assault, with infantry and armored vehicles relentlessly pushing forward to utterly crush Manic's army. Lung Feng had just set up his formation and closed his eyes to meditate when he sensed a shift in his consciousness, feeling somewhat different from before. Gazing outside at the sun-drenched scenery and then back at the bustling restaurant behind him, the earlier unease vanished. Perhaps he was merely scaring himself. However, as one ventured deeper, the surroundings grew more exquisite, revealing magnificent palatial structures, albeit most in ruins, still retaining remnants of their former glory amid the debris. A few days later, Within a concealed area of the East Sea, a monk clad in a robe sat serenely in a stone cave. Upon entering the living room, Mother Gu warmly welcomed him, noting her son's troubled expression, and did not linger long before departing. Could it be that all members of the Saints are connected to past events? Perhaps they have all been influenced to some extent by that incident, experiencing some physical deficiency? Before parting, Yin Juezi gifted a half of a jade talisman to Luo Huangho, claiming that if she encountered dire straits, she could break the talisman to seek assistance. Though Luo Huangho did not fully comprehend the significance, the esteemed Master Yin Juezi's gift was not one to be easily refused, and she accepted it with a smile. In Chapter 133, Lin Nan was dragged into an unknown darkness, feeling as though something was gripping her, stumbling along. The darkness enveloped her like thick ink, rendering her sightless. Her consciousness, muddled by pain and fear, could only vaguely perceive her rapid movement, the wind howling past her ears. After an indeterminate time, she was discarded in a shadowy corner, pursued by a menacing presence. Chu Qingshun and Situ Nin settled the bill before leading everyone out of Longshan Restaurant. The handcart, though somewhat aged, was composed of quality materials, albeit worn from use. Naruto's living conditions were markedly more challenging compared to Hinata, for while the latter might not have enough to eat, at least there was food available. Gazing at the delicate Yumi, the onlookers wore peculiar expressions. Even Yi could not help but twitch his lips, in a bid to escape that home. She had spent this month either on blind dates or en route to them. She had lost count of how many dates she had been on. Moreover, he had chosen to schedule interviews during the holiday period to avoid disrupting everyone's regular classes. Upon exiting the dormitory building, a beam of dawn light instantly caught his eye, causing him to squint involuntarily. Breathing in the fresh morning air, he approached his vehicle. The resentment Bai Lu felt towards him might stem from the notion that his very existence was a mistake in her life. At that moment, Guer Mao dared not utter a word, infuriating Lu Taimei to the point of sitting up and delivering a sharp kick to Guer Mao, who finally grasped the situation and let out a pained cry, clutching his leg. Shirquan, what on earth is this? Has the spider become sentient? The white-haired demon felt either fortunate or unfortunate today, as he had encountered peculiar phenomena shortly after entering the mountains. At this point, the police station had long since collapsed. The ancient giant lizard had thoroughly devastated the 10-story precinct. Yet, under Buck's onslaught, the ancient giant lizard appeared somewhat intimidated. But if you were to draw 3 entirely different ones, then I would be left with more duplicates, the green-skirted proprietress analyzed, biting her lower lip. Next, Yu Qilin Lu Junyi must fend for himself. Even if they were to slay him, it would not be without consequences. I understand this principle. To kill 1,000 enemies while inflicting 800 wounds upon oneself. One night is insufficient. We can rest now and set off at midnight. Daipu Nua stated with an unassailable tone. The ancient demon's lethal strike resounded with a dull thud, slaying the prairie magic wolf. Although it was a kill, the expression on the ancient demon's face revealed his reluctance to take such a life. He could only do so out of necessity. Then I shall gift you a divine shield, Yuan Wei exclaimed, waving his staff, a dark ice dragon roaring towards an unremarkable boulder on the shores of Nari Island. The celestial being sighed in resignation, lamenting, in this lifetime, I am akin to the flowers and grasses by the roadside. Though I have blossomed, I have been buried under mud and dust, trampled by carts and horses, never experiencing a moment of purity. I cannot help but feel my tears choke me, drowning out the words that follow. Old Crane was peering out when he suddenly spotted someone darting out from a room in the second-floor side courtyard. The individual did not hesitate, leaping onto the roof and swiftly advancing toward the courtyard's exit. Seeing this, Old Crane quickly adjusted his posture and leaped down from the wooden building, closely pursuing. That man exchanged positions with another and approached Yishun. As Yishun attempted a jump throw, the other seized the opportunity to elbow him sharply in the waist. Had it been at the beginning, Yishun might have evaded, but now he was utterly defenseless. Pain shot through his waist, and he cried out, collapsing onto the field. As he watched the jovial departure of H.T. Ling, Elling H.O. silently followed F.N.T. Shirley. That fellow would not meet his demise. After all, he had done his part in terms of human kindness. S.H.N.F. Ing suddenly recalled a phrase that seemed particularly fitting in this context. 19? Did you say it was the work of 19? Has he lost his senses? Impossible. L was adamant in his disbelief. Well, This place should be secure now. After flying over 200 miles, Zh-ing-Y released Huing-PQ, who turned away to seek a concealed spot for healing. Zh-ing-Y also sat nearby to restore his spiritual energy. It took a long time to recover even a little. The situation on SHNZHUDI was precarious. Things had gone too smoothly. Perhaps it was a consequence of overestimating his own strength. In the face of omnipotent power, everyone must bow their heads. To refuse to do so would be truly abnormal. Perhaps his own family would suffer as a result. Do not dismiss such occurrences as impossible. In these remote regions, news of any incidents typically takes days to circulate. And by the time the higher-ups in the provincial capital become aware, the instigator has long since fled. There is a time and order to knowledge, and expertise in various fields. You may speak these words to me, and I shall be pleased, but do not share them with others. If your WLOD hears of it, I will be in trouble. Furthermore, the WLOD has practiced for a millennium. How could I, a mere novice recently initiated into WSHing, compare? Seeing GNL shook his head repeatedly. Chapter 134. My little dog, L, and paused to bandage the wounds. It seemed he was often injured, as his military pack was perpetually stocked with healing supplies. She carefully wrapped the bandages around the man's strong back. She wondered how dignified a person marrying into a wealthy family could truly be. Perhaps it was that old man who had something to be proud of. Such remarks were indeed unpleasant to hear. Yet SHNY was at a loss for words. Do you think because you have a prince behind you, I am left alone? The man coldly smiled and glanced around. Feeling the chill from the purple jade pendant around his neck, he looked down. And suddenly, the previously incomprehensible matters began to make sense. The dawn light hung in the sky, and I was clad in a dark gray shirt, with the fabric billowing chaotically in the early May morning breeze. To prevent any excessive actions from the other party, the SH family could thoroughly investigate this matter. Very well, you seek evidence? I shall procure it for you, and then we shall see if you still have the face to confront those two dead men. The man walked away. The tea house had begun to fill with patrons. By the time we arrived, the tables and chairs were nearly occupied. Only the main table in front of the performance stage remained vacant. After speaking, he gazed at the enormous television beside him, suddenly overcome with the urge to turn it on. The Khitan were aware of his affection for Hu. Initially, they intended to leverage her as a bargaining chip to compel him into surrendering those 15 cities. If the Khitan succeeded, what would become of Hu? What would he do? Meanwhile, the 6 main combat purifiers surrounding him simultaneously launched their attacks. Yet being in the prime of life, with a formidable adversary like the Zing family lurking behind his son, he could not afford to leave any uncontrollable threats to his imperial authority. Dichien shall not procure any more chips from Intel. Blake seethed menacingly into the air. I do not intend to fight you. I merely seek an apology. Once you apologize, I shall turn and leave, QNTN stated while evading P.I.G. strikes. Bowing his head, he continued to stare at his left hand, remaining silent and unwilling to look up. In exasperation, GRHN had no choice but to continue physical training with FIBI, at the very least to strengthen his body, even if it was a meager consolation. This cannot be blamed on their weakness. Hundreds of people together could not subdue even a mere third-tier chi practitioner and ended up losing so many. His expression remained calm as he sat steadily in the chair, his long fingers gliding across the control panel, rapidly scrolling through screens of white symbols. The two families were now mismatched. Only the Su family's eldest son was unable to speak due to a disability. Hence, the marriage had not yet been annulled. There were whispers in the court suggesting that had it not been for the crown prince's mother being the empress, the Eastern Palace would likely have changed hands by now. My lord, we can take her to the secret chamber. It should be feasible, DRNJI thought, recalling the secret chamber beneath his residence. Regarding the restrictions left by Chi, Engdi, N, and DD, their power was undoubtedly formidable. Yet he still gathered his true energy in his hands and reached towards the light wall. Upon contact, his true energy began to corrode, albeit not violently, and it was bearable. The black Qilin beneath, LSHM, suddenly flashed with fierce light, lowly growling at the thunder leopard beneath the man. However, before I could finish speaking, a chilling aura surged from his feet, and a thick layer of ice rapidly encased his legs, freezing him to the ground. Head of the family, today's results are quite commendable, S-H-N Y-F-ing and the others are convening in the City of Science. The steward remarked with a smile. You want me to make the first move? If I strike first, you will have no opportunity to act. S.N. said disdainfully. Although we currently do not offer foreign currency deposit services, we can certainly create a specialized project for you, Mr. W. confidently asserted. YN is already in kindergarten, but since school ends early at 4:15, the two of them picked her up from the YN household. Just as Ning YCH and was becoming somewhat irritated, a discordant voice echoed from the central hall below. How twisted does one have to be to catch the attention of the principal of F-Ing H-I-D-S-H school? L-H-N exclaimed in astonishment. The disheveled Taoist appeared startled by the scene depicted in the divination he had witnessed. He merely shook his head repeatedly, afraid to speak further. Qing Yo sat on the futon opposite Hu Ti Nexi, sensing an unusual atmosphere, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, this was no longer the past. She now possessed many memories of BYNH and understood that her actions had been inappropriate, which is why she had resisted when DH reached out. Over the past few days, VLN had been under immense pressure, persuading the higher-ups to send troops to reinforce the North-South River, intending to rescue the CHKF Legion while simultaneously seizing the North-South River territory. According to the plan, they would descend south at dawn, coordinating with two other armies to besiege the Shi-Oi-O Empire. This sort intent? People from the T-Ng-N-G New York? With a fierce shout, Su Yn was violently thrown back, crashing against the door wall, struggling to lift her head. YG sneered, ready to strike without hesitation, but unexpectedly. A flash of sword light appeared, and a sharp blade pressed against her wrist, immobilizing her. And NH diverted his gaze, observing him repeatedly bowing to apologize. His demeanor earnest and sincere, so he chose to disregard him. Chapter 135. Depths of Kunju in City, and raised her eyes and beheld several eerie heads perched upon the iron chains, staring at them from afar. It was she W.I. and another creature she had never encountered, but she surmised this must be the monster that had previously captured her, as its facial skin had been blown away, leaving behind a gruesome mass of flesh and blood, with glimpses of stark white bones. The deep-set eye sockets glimmered with a ghostly green light, as if emanating from the depths of hell. Captain, the Guin Luz has managed to find 8 pieces of Su Nm Ing stone tombstones in the 2 markets. And then someone boldly ventured to the northern platform to secretly gather 12 more from the Xiang family for him. Instinctively, he turned slowly, following the voice, and soon saw the person who had called him was the same one who had previously delivered an invitation, confirming it was S.N. Ying, and the face across from him was unmistakably filled with delight. Ningyuan Mountain gathered immense power, its overwhelming divine might piercing through the heavens, transforming into a magnificent dragon and phoenix, resplendent in hues of myriad colors. In an instant, golden light dazzled, leaving the onlookers awestruck and spellbound. The time promised by Lu Anqing to deliver the individuals had arrived, devoid of unforeseen events or heart-stopping moments. Only the warm embrace of anticipation. The right lung, already punctured, was now at risk of allowing this blazing spiritual energy to surge through the Taiyin lung meridian, leaving Mao Zhenhuang with no choice but to be buried here. For terrifying auras descended like colossal mountains, pressing down upon the 4 beasts of the Shao Tianquan. A delicate arm tightly encircled his robust waist. A lovely face pressed against his solid chest, while crystalline tears cascaded down her beautiful eyes, each droplet penetrating his shirt, embedding itself into his skin, and melting into his heart. Moreover, he was not a domineering CEO, nor did he wish to cultivate an image of superiority. With tears and cries, he silently prayed that Xiu Han would emerge safely, opening her eyes to see him, and that she would be filled with joy. At that moment, with 3 rooms remaining, as Chen Erpeo and the others prepared to assault the next room, the door before them suddenly burst open, unleashing a barrage of bullets from several submachine guns. Distracted by her thoughts, Kardashian, who was repeatedly shaking her fists at a tree, failed to notice Chu Feng's arrival, continuing to hurl insults at him. Yu Tuo's hand still throbbed with pain, especially after the soothing coolness of the ice had faded, the ache now burning like fire. In such an expansive labyrinth, with so many undetectable traps, traversing it without hindrance would still consume a considerable amount of time. Once inside, who could guarantee their escape? Yin Duruo exclaimed in desperation. She grasped his left hand, aligning it with her own, the two identical platinum wedding rings gleaming with the light of happiness. As her words fell, Chun Erpeo hastily approached, appearing contrite. It was only when his wife slapped his face with a kitchen knife and then thrust a bone knife between his legs that he realized, promptly leading her to that house, first to find Chun sue and apologize, then retrieving the property deed to present to her. Chapter 136. Seizing the throne suddenly. Lin Nan appeared to catch a faint glimmer of consciousness. She halted, pausing in her tracks. Who spoke just now? She inquired within her mind among the vines. The vines, having roamed a bit, failed to uncover the owner of that consciousness. Perhaps you misheard, the vines suggested. Lin Nan pondered and agreed. There were only her and Xiao here. Where's this place? Xue Xiaobai furrowed his brow. This was the cave of Tianyun's sect, where they had trained and set up numerous secret chambers and traps. Having just entered, he had no knowledge of the mechanisms and hiding spots. The real person and the old woman had once been separated to rescue Yuan Huang, and now, having endured countless tribulations, the real person finally reunited with the old woman. If anyone should be thanked, it would be Yuan Huang. Over the years, without the old woman's company, Yuan Huang might not have persevered to this day. Yuan Huang supported Du Yizhenren and Taiyin Mama, speaking earnestly. Then, this Yu Jiao must be a demigod-level powerhouse, right? Lu Zhongli inquired, based on the circumstances of Cenarius. Yu Jiao should indeed be at least a demigod. She was unsure how to articulate it, but the other party seemed to hesitate due to this matter. Are you sure? The fourth official expressed surprise from the current situation. There seemed no need for Byron to make substitutions. One day, this falling flower, wielding the blood shadow sword in your hand, stormed into my home and slaughtered my family. At that moment, I was certainly no match for him. All the data processing would take about another half-month. If all goes smoothly, I might have a chance to play in the fourth round of the league at home against Bielefeld on September 11th. This was the result of negotiations with Magath. Manager Fong respectfully greeted Ms. Liu and personally led them to the private room on the second floor, where food and drinks were promptly served. Hearing this, Master Wen could not help but nod slightly. He now fully realized the gravity of the situation. The Chun family and the Lin family faced similar circumstances. This robust man did not appear to be unreasonable, and with him in charge, there was no fear of those children going astray. These lyrics vividly evoke the image of a young person leaving home, burdened with the worries and responsibilities of ordinary life, trudging forward with great weight. For dinner, we had pancakes, with Sister May stir-frying yellow bean sprouts, chives with eggs, shredded meat with sauce, and salted fish torn into strips mixed with cucumbers, along with a large bowl of egg and meat sauce. Jun Si only wished to linger for another day before leaving, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. But upon meeting Ing Wuqing's gentle gaze, she refrained from arguing with him. Passing through the communal dining area of the restaurant, Kimura Hiroshi overheard many discussing the most significant event of the day, the emperor's passing. However, not all media outlets were in opposition to Kimura Hiroshi. He had previously participated in interviews with major media and maintained relatively good relations with them, as they bore no ill will and were instead quite friendly towards him. The Battle of Changde was destined to be a fierce struggle, as the Japanese army concentrated overwhelming forces to launch a vigorous assault on the city as defenders. On November 26th, the Japanese infantry's 68th Regiment reached the eastern gate. During this battle, the defenders repelled the Japanese attack 24 times, the fight continuing into the afternoon, with the defenders retreating and holding their ground around the city walls. The day after Gu Yan arrived at Pingjiang's residence, early in the morning, the governor of Pingjiang and various officials awaited his summons at the gate beyond the bridge. Chapter 137. Aberration. The monsters relentlessly pursuing Lin Nan suddenly ceased their movements, all turning in unison towards a singular direction, as if drawn by an invisible force. The pressure surrounding Lin Nan abruptly lessened, and she extended her vines forward, sensing a distinct aura. Da He has mutated again. Number 5 was the first to notice the anomaly, speaking anxiously. Why? His pollution levels should be below the safety threshold. Lin Nan pondered. But Daoist Hua is also a disciple of the Dayan sect. Could it be that Daoist Hua is also a villain? Da Bai inquired in astonishment. If the so-called truth comes from your mouth, then it's better that I remain ignorant. Song Yu tightened his grip on Wei Yulan's hand. Over time, Zi Long began to waver, abruptly halting his form, rapidly channeling his Yuan spirit, with countless Yuan phantoms swirling around him, forming an excellent protective barrier. Since that day, He had begun cultivating vast fields of orchids in the garden, as if channeling all his longing for her into those blossoms. Manager, you dared not inquire further, fearing that a misstep might cause Feng Air to weep again, so he drove her home. To challenge a dexterous type of powerhouse in a contest of strength? Wasn't he that akin to inviting death? Like a tree stump split in half, the old man's wide-open eyes bore witness to the crimson blood and white brain matter. With viscera scattered across the ground, a thick stench of blood permeating the air. The night sky, resembling a black curtain, was adorned with twinkling stars, each shining like a brilliant diamond. Dong Fei's eyes reddened as he slightly nodded, expressing his remorse for Dejuan. If I had not ventured into the ancient tomb, such calamity would not have befallen him. Tears streamed down his face as he spoke. He unleashed a furious roar to the heavens, dark demonic energy surging around him, morphing into a series of ferocious black tigers that lunged at Qin Ming with bared fangs and claws. You wished to persist, but a peculiar light suddenly flickered in the mirror, compelling her to focus intently on its source. However, entering Xiang Wang Chung at this juncture would undoubtedly lead to being mistaken for an enemy, provoking the formidable beings within, resulting in dire consequences. A seemingly easy opponent had repeatedly matched him blow for blow, naturally causing Xiaolun to become increasingly anxious. The members of Liang Do gathered slowly, their eyes gleaming as they watched Zhu Lei, gasping in awe as he executed tactical maneuvers, shedding any prior tension. The Lord of the Heavenly Gate immediately cast a forbidden spell, the ninefold divine gate piercing the void to form a colossal passageway, through which he traversed as though gliding through the fabric of space, draped in an imperial aura, and unleashed a devastating punch towards Yi Wuxuan. His adversary was Wang Junji, and I had never imagined that despite only possessing the cultivation of the 6th level of the true God realm, he would advance to the semi-finals of the divine martial competition. Hua Yin also reflected with a sense of wonder. Lin Tian understood that Peter was there to provoke him. Yet he awaited this moment. Once Peter's reputation was tarnished, he would have no face left to show in Suhang City. Guyu let out a fierce roar, his vast divine power erupting forth, no longer careless as before, seemingly intent on obliterating Yi Wuxuan completely. Ji Ranzi, realizing the inevitable outcome, lamented his lack of skill. Enduring excruciating pain, he tore off his clothing, drawing blood from his fingertips to write, "The Wulong Dao Guan must immediately retreat to Sanqing Mountain. Do not seek revenge for me." Upon finishing, he beckoned to Dinyo and Yang Zixing, who, though terrified, rushed to his side. Chapter 138. The Serpent Swarm. After Evans finished speaking, he commanded all the serpent people to advance on the aberrant creature. The swarm of serpents surged like a tide towards the giant monster undergoing transformation, swiftly enveloping it in a dense mass. Lin Nan's heart raced with terror. She had realized that while the serpent people appeared docile and harmless, once combat orders were given, they transformed into relentless fighting machines, single-mindedly dedicated to their superior's commands. The room was brightly lit, with a shadowy figure moving behind her, making unwelcome advances towards her midsection. Fear gripped her as she frantically sought to escape. The truth was far more complex than her father had perceived. Yin Jun pondered. Their mastery of firearms was not achieved overnight. Her father's understanding of them was rife with misconceptions. Perhaps the dignitaries of Yu Chao had never genuinely comprehended these insurgents. 5 newcomers entered, joining the 8 already present in a cramped space of nearly 20 square meters, with the floor covered in a disturbing mess. She turned off her phone and sat dazed in the hall. Watching the electronic screen scroll continuously, she felt overwhelmed by the multitude of cities and flights. Pondering where to go, she simply wished to leave. The destination seemed insignificant, just as everyone assumed the transformation elixir surely belonged to Box 10. Feng Na began to finalize her decision when a voice interrupted again. "Which 7 factions?" Shui Han inquired, as the information this person provided might be crucial intel on the underground forces of this world, not easily found online. Casting a glance at the elders of Yinyang Mountain, he noted their hesitant expressions, unsure whether to agree or refuse. Su Jin displayed an incredulous expression. Incredulous that someone would change affections over a mere delay. It was utterly melodramatic. The entire Luo Ka star instantly fell into a state of red alert, the highest level of vigilance. Today, receiving a note from Wang Lin, he felt a growing unease, uncertain of what transgression he had committed. The Grand Scholar had even instructed him to expel the person he had introduced. This perplexed him greatly. In the future, I shall be the Empress, the true Empress. Dufeng pulled down her veil, a wicked smile gracing her lips. They were unwilling to expend such resources to protect Naruto, especially since the revelation of his connection to the Nine Tails could prove advantageous. In the afternoon, someone came to notify the family quarters that indeed a ship had sunk today, but the identity of the perpetrator had also been uncovered. Why are you all so anxious? Can't you wait until I finish my call? I can handle any man myself, Lin Yun declared, though her smile betrayed her excitement. The only troublesome aspect of this plan was the civilians in Sunagakure, which Narashikaku intended to disregard. Xiao Xingyun wasted no time, heading to join Luo Pongzi and Hua Lu Yi, the three of them off to a nearby restaurant for lunch. When the plague broke out, even the Indians who treated it with cow dung displayed expressions of despair. They all hid in secret passages, launching ambush attacks at the designated points. Whenever they faced uncertainty, they would retreat into the tunnels and find another exit. Frustration simmered within as Zhao Xingyu felt the urge to curse them silently. Realizing it was not worth it to anger herself, she squeezed her hand, straightening her posture. As the words left her lips, Ri Xiangqing Si finally felt satisfied, aligning his mouth with hers, savoring a sip of tea contentedly. When Xiao Mu Yun entered the room, the first rays of dawn poured in with his footsteps. Shortly thereafter, a tall warrior was summoned. Having seen many military soldiers in the border town, everyone could tell he was likely a personal guard of a general, well-equipped but somewhat aged, appearing to be in his early 40s, while such elite forces typically comprise younger members in their 20s or 30s. Shangguan Fei Lei unleashed another ice phantom attack, and as Lu Bing lunged to pierce a phantom beast's neck, the creatures were momentarily taken aback. I am contemplating how to slice those who have harmed you into 18 pieces without leaving any incriminating evidence, Jing Yi said slowly. If breakfast does not suit your taste, you will feel hunger if you do not eat soon. With that, he deftly retrieved another piece of pastry to offer her. Then, his body swelled as if it were being inflated, transforming into a giant over 5 meters tall. In the following time, Chu Feng, under Yue Yan's gaze, began selecting raw stones, and after an hour he successfully picked out 50 raw stones without incident. With a sharp sound, a silver spike pierced the thick, dry skin, akin to striking a worn leather, instantly rebounding, leaving only a faint gray mark behind. A Gene's forceful strike failed to even break the surface. Damn, this thing is incredibly strong. I didn't even notice anything unusual, and my meridians were sealed. Hearing the voice from that orb of light, a wave of despair washed over me. Discovering a door within the maze, could this be the exit? Even if not, it was still an immensely significant location. Su Yuanxing scrutinized the door closely, realizing it was embedded in the wall, making it exceedingly difficult to open. The two burst through the door, and at that moment, the new recruits in the surrounding dormitories opened their doors to see what had transpired, the fierce fighting and screams having been audible even to those on the 5th floor. Gritting her teeth, she suddenly felt a significant reduction in her inner fury. Yet she remained intensely anxious, listening quietly to their conversation. Chapter 139. Farewell to Repair. Evans relaxed his vigilance, tilting his head in confusion. Can aberrant beings coexist peacefully with humans? He found this hard to believe, as it contradicted what his superior had taught him. Lin Nan, at her current size, was not even as large as a single one of their heads. She nestled into the black wolf's fluffy collar, feeling the warmth emanating from her companion. I sincerely apologize, Lin Xiangdao. Did I cause you any injury? Suddenly, a voice emerged from the mental link belonging to Xiao, sounding rather feeble. What kind of nonsensical logic is this? As Kong Zhiming released the brake, the vehicle gradually made its way towards the exit. Chen Mu smiled as he explained the situation to Zeta, slightly narrowing his eyes as memories of the fear instilled by those toxic heroes in certain chaotic battles of his past life resurfaced. Stop it, Tang Sung exclaimed, trembling as he pointed at Sun Wukong, as if he were meeting his great disciple for the first time. Amidst the cacophony, EQO was still able to discern the situation. This time, it was 3 6-point strikes, and Jiyu's intervention would leave no room for error. Only Yang Wei could speak so defiantly in front of dozens, if not hundreds, of onlookers. Fan Lang activated the Void Realm, creating a spatial passage directly leading to the battlefield of the Imperial Palace. Through this passage, one could witness the intense conflict with the demon army advancing fiercely, their shouts echoing thunderously as they relentlessly attacked the palace. However, there was an exception: the grand finale, the unrivaled courtesan of Qingchuan City, said to possess beauty that rivals the heavens, not only skilled in cultivation, but also exuding an elegant and enchanting demeanor, leaving many high-ranking officials and powerful figures in Qingchuan City yearning for a chance to savor her charm. This individual had previously participated in the siege against him, and upon spotting Zhao Junyu from a distance, she swiftly maneuvered, her form almost traversing the void. Feng Xiaoping slowly strolled into the homeroom teacher's office. The sky had darkened, and the lights were aglow inside. Yet, the teacher was not as leisurely as usual, tidying up the office. Instead, an anxious expression adorned her face as she crouched on the ground, frantically searching through every drawer of the desk for something. Upon turning on his mobile flashlight, I felt as if I had stumbled upon something significant. There lay a decayed corpse, its flesh completely rotted, knotted in various places. White maggots crawled over it. Upon reflection, one must seek fortune through danger. My family had always lived on the edge of survival, with an uncertain future. If I did not take the risk in this endeavor, I would surely endure a life of suffering. Thus, why not take one more gamble? Especially for Shi. Her pocket money might not even suffice for a plane ticket, as most of her allowance had been deceived away by Mo Fei, who had set up an account for her, leaving only loose change in her piggy bank. A combination? Aren't these merely solo performances? One staff member turned to her colleagues responsible for recording and organizing the registration forms, speaking with some confusion. I didn't say that. I merely got married and can't fool around outside, I replied earnestly. During the recent charge, Li Jinxiong had already discerned that these opponents' defensive weapons were lackluster, consisting only of some rudimentary wooden shields that could not withstand his cavalry's volleys and assaults. Before you arrived, I had already discussed matters with Han Sheng. Now that the war is clear, Han Sheng's resolve is naturally fortified, Meng Chong interjected. Kong Ing contemplated. Both were aware of the situation. Considering the weight of his task today, Yin Chuin complied with his wishes, using a tissue to wipe the sweat from Shen Jiarui's brow. Zhang Yinbin gazed in the direction where Murong Yin had vanished, a fierce glint flashing in his dark green eyes, his tone grim and icy. Chapter 140. The nutrients of the tree. The vividly colored pythons crowded the entire space, continuously growing larger and thicker, surrounded by countless smaller snakes, their writhing bodies intertwined densely, creating a suffocating sea of serpents in the confined underground space. Anyone with a fear of crowds would surely faint at the sight. Among them, a striking silver, giant net-patterned snake stood out, its scales as cold as moonlight. As for his brother, Si Fan, this young man, who shared a name with the world's wealthiest individual, appeared to be quite ordinary, a congenial elder brother. The soldiers, originally temporarily shifted from the militia camp in Luoyang City, were replaced by over 100,000 elite troops who had survived the battle beyond the domain. Hence, the marsh that should have been controlled by Earth-type practitioners was entrusted to the Bianhua demon. It now seemed that this Bianhua demon was performing exceptionally well. Soon followed the third and fourth, as Tang Zhen's flight altitude continually increased, and with the target growing closer, Tang Zhen's anxious heart finally settled. Even the Mongolian Yuan, upon entering Huaxia, had been rapidly assimilated within a few decades, losing its original vigor and being forced to retreat. Although on the surface, the war between the two sides appeared to be limited to the deities, in reality, the ancient deity monarchs had also engaged in skirmishes. Masks could filter out a significant portion of toxic gases, making a considerable difference. Filling the middle layer with charcoal powder would yield even better results, Li Xiaoyan explained. Thus, at the outset, both believed they could easily eliminate these tomb guardians, and initially, they indeed found themselves in such a situation. Following the direction pointed out by Si Fan, Li Daolong spotted Jiang Yilong, who was idly watching a movie, evidently lazing about without much to do. To everyone's surprise, just as Fan Yi thought Jiang Lin had coincidentally arrived in the realm he governed, believing he had stumbled upon an unprecedented opportunity, a massive slap suddenly struck him down, leaving him incapacitated, his entire body S-meridian shattered. Due to Qi Quan's abilities being tied to magma, his attacks not only possessed terrifyingly high temperatures, but also delivered a physical impact. To defeat him, one must unleash temperatures exceeding his own. Which devil fruit is related to high temperatures? After analyzing the Admiral S abilities, Li Yunxiao fell into deep contemplation. Huang Fuche looked at Bai Jiaming with astonishment. You can't possibly have made my cousin angry. His expression was one of utter disbelief. Why are you here so early waiting for me? Luo Cece stepped forward, glancing at the sky, noting that it still seemed rather early. Seizing the advantage, Zhang Dainiu struck again. With a resounding crash, the Thunderhawk was completely shattered by his blow. After years of searching, he finally found 100-year Butterfly King's magic core. How could he afford to miss this opportunity? After much thought, realizing there was no alternative, he reluctantly pulled out a scroll and handed it to Jing Tang. However, this place was indistinguishable from others, or rather, it was strikingly similar. This peculiarity struck Luo Cece as odd. Indeed, we are the renowned infernal dragons of High City. I am the captain, Fire Dragon, declared the red-haired man with pride. If so many experts from the family couldn't save our father, how could he possibly succeed? He is likely in cahoots with the enemy. What did you say? Nothing happened after you spent the whole night together? Zhao Mu, in her excitement, directly questioned. Following the recent skirmish, the White Wolf clan had already suffered considerable losses, with at least 7 Saint Hunters of the White Wolf King perishing. Naruto understood that the individuals on the podium had certainly spoken to Elder Li, and he could roughly guess their intent. They did not wish for him to continue fighting. He shao bent a branch with his foot and then leaped up, executing a step in the air to swiftly evade the flurry of attacking vines, landing atop the treetops. Not only the judges, but others also understood Naruto's meaning, particularly the Shuanghemin, who were infuriated, as according to Naruto, he intended to defeat them first. He shao gathered the power of thunder and lightning in his hand, unleashing a bolt as thick as a pillar, piercing through the fiery chaos and striking the retreating Iron Claw beast unable to dodge. Gu Yifeng activated the heavenly remnant fire to resist the encroaching demonic energy, swiftly entering the lifeless mountain range to trace the source of the demonic aura. Upon witnessing the joyous curve of his lips, as delicate as skin that could shatter with the slightest touch, Nalan Luo's heart sank once more, eliciting a deep, melancholy sigh. As she entered the grand kitchen, the bustling atmosphere signified mealtime, with everyone engaged in their respective tasks. Initially unnoticed, Lu Qiqi took a few steps inward, nearly colliding with a maid. With her supple form, she gracefully sidestepped, but the maid, oblivious at first, gasped in shock upon recognizing Lu Qiqi and promptly knelt upon the ground. In truth, given her adeptness at driving, securing a job in the county should not pose a significant challenge with a bit of ingenuity. Moreover, she genuinely believed that the myriad of circumstances she faced could not be rationalized by any justification other than the assertion that it was simply unscientific to comprehend the scene before her.